Chapter 64, 51 Cat's Paws. Secret Keeper Closier, 17, continued to maintain a neutral expression. Together with his completely gray and almost featureless uniform, the man exhibited no tells that could allow Vess to gain a grasp of the other person's thoughts and feelings. That threw Vess off quite a bit. He did not realize it until recently, but he had become too dependent on using his extraordinarily sharp spiritual perception to cast a glimpse into people's true hearts. This gave him a decisive advantage in many social occasions. It also improved his speech-making capabilities, as he was able to track the mood of his audience to a precise degree, allowing him to time his revelations to elicit the strongest emotional responses. Getting confronted by the secret keeper uncomfortably reminded Vess that he should not only stop relying on this admittedly useful crutch, but also be on guard in case he met cultivators that could fake their emotional fluctuations and spiritual expressions. The spy in front of him was able to perfectly mask his spirituality to Vess, which meant that the modern cultivation methods practiced by the Red Collective had already reached this level. That was the strength of Kai cultivation methods. Their pure combat power was not as good as Mech pilot cultivation, but their versatility and fine control over E-energy was unparalleled. The right approach and training could allow a cultivator to induce an unlimited amount of transformations. Kai cultivators that specialized in these arts were masters at deception. In fact, companion spirits like Blinky could potentially develop similar capabilities. It was a pity that Vess chose to have his star cat cultivate a method that mainly increased his energy reserves to a ridiculous degree. While Blinky still possessed satisfactory control over E-energy due to the nature of his existence, the feline companion spirit lacked practice in such fine operations. Vess did not tee this too much. Blinky mainly existed to help him design and fabricate his Mech designs. He did not have a strong demand for other functions. That was what other people were for. If he needed a spy, it was better to hire a professional than to do everything himself. I do not know how to feel right now. Vess said now that he had a bit of time to process his emotions and understand the gravity of the situation. I suppose that you know this much about me. I may have exhibited problematic behavior in the past. I would just like to add that I mostly do so because my enemies have driven me into a corner. You can't blame me for overreacting when people are trying to kill or ruin me. Most people who end up in similar situations just end up losing or dying. I have continuously been able to turn the tables against my opponents by employing extreme and unexpected gambits. While I am glad to have done so, my life would be much easier if people could refrain from poking me in the first place. I just want to be left alone and design my mechs in peace. The member of the secret department patiently listened to Vess as he complained about the unfairness of his life. We do not necessarily cast blame on you, Chief Counselor Larkinson. What we are concerned about is the damage you can do to our people and society. As simple as your wish may be, it is impossible for you to realize it. Now that you have become the most promising senior Mech designer of the Red Ocean and a top-level legislative leader of the Red Collective, you have the attention of the people. This is the life of a leading public official. All of the privileges that you have gained also come with heavy responsibilities. If you wish to take advantage of perks such as claiming a mentalist crystal for yourself, then you must restrain your behavior and let go of your more deplorable impulses. The man sent a very clear message to Vess. I get it, Vess grumbled. I am no longer representing myself and my clan anymore. In the past, even if I played fast and loose with the rules, I could always get away with it because I don't really answer to others anymore. Now that I have accepted a higher office, my deeds will also reflect on the Red Collective. I can do a lot of damage to its reputation and approval rating if I commit a major violation. The spy nodded. That is correct. We all stand to gain or lose from your actions, even if you did not mean to do so. You cannot imagine how many observers and intelligence agencies are paying attention to you nowadays. Any behavior that can put you in liability is much more likely to be exposed at this time. Even your past actions are being scrutinized with costly and metaphysical methods that can extract more information out of the tiniest clues. This is why you must converge your ugliest side and make sure to maintain exemplary behavior in the public. This was not an unreasonable demand. It was fair for the Red Collective to ask him to behave like a proper public official. Vess just wasn't sure whether he could hold himself in. He was realistic enough to know that if he was driven to a corner in the future, he would rather fight back than roll over. What if? I have no choice. Then let others take the blame, the secret keeper plainly said. The most ideal solution is to put yourself in a position where you are not compelled to break the rules. However, if you truly cannot help yourself, then do a proper job and delegate the less savory assignments to your allies or subordinates. There are leaders that choose to raise seemingly unrelated organizations that serve as their cat's paws. As long as you have hid your tracks well enough, no one can link the unpleasant deeds of your cat's paws to yourself. This is how the true masters operate. If they have to take action directly, and in a manner that causes them to assume culpability, then they have already failed. All of this made a lot of sense. Vess was thinking too small. He was not accustomed to all of the tricks and best practices that people at such a high office relied upon to achieve their objectives. Cat's paws, what a strange term. Vess had no idea where it originated and how any of this had to do with cats, but he developed an immediate liking for this phrase. Vess was no stranger to raising new organizations, but when he thought about which ones could serve as his cat's paws, none of his existing ones appeared suitable for this job. There was an undeniable relationship between himself and other organizations, like the Open Consortium and the Creation Association. Even the Black Cats clearly served as the intelligence arm of the Larkinson clan. "Thank you for advising me," Vess sincerely said to the secret keeper. "I understand how to do better. You have enlightened me that I no longer have to do everything by myself anymore." His past methods were too crude and simple compared to the more sophisticated means of the upper echelon of human civilization. For example, the secret department clearly suspected the xenotechnician of colluding with the treacherous cosmopolitans, yet never considered the idea of taking action because they could not prove a solid link between the two parties. While there were undoubtedly other reasons that kept the xenotechnician alive and blameless, the fact that he operated smooth enough to avoid any dirt was a crucial accomplishment. Vess needed to learn from the likes of the xenotechnician. He had to get better at disguising his true motives and raise disposable minions that he could use up and discard without bearing any guilt or feeling any notable loss. He could not raise such organizations in the short term. Took a lot of effort and preparation to establish them. The challenge of finding trustworthy people who were willing to do his dirty business was also considerably high. The wrong choice could easily cause him to expose his dirty laundry. Perhaps this was why so many major players colluded with the cosmopolitan movement. Compared to the effort and risk involved with setting up their own cat's paws, it was much easier to make use of existing cosmopolitan cells. Of course, dealing with the cosmopolitans came with a heavy price. Not only did they risk bearing the stigma of cosmopolitanism, but the vile human traders they cooperated with may even resort to blackmail to force less desirable forms of cooperation. Vess still hadn't forgotten about the fact that Lady Romanda DeVos was a member of the Horizon Cell of the cosmopolitan movement. He had been postponing his decision on what to do with Romanda and her cell. While he was tempted to distance himself from them entirely, he did not want to keep the cosmopolitans entirely out of his sight. Perhaps was better to maintain shallow relations just so that the Horizon Cell could keep him informed about what their more radical colleagues were up to. Vess just needed to be careful not to engage too deeply with the Horizon Cell. In fact, it was best if he did not interact with Lady Romanda and her cosmopolitan buddies in person anymore. He needed to resort to his old tricks and craft a false identity for himself to further reduce the probability that he could get caught. He thought about the lesser Kali organ that he had just attained. While its name sounded awfully suspicious, its purported function could play an extremely useful role in these sorts of situations. However, the organ was only half complete, which meant that it would take a long time for the Larkinson Biotech Institute to develop anything useful out of this face-water organ. Vess could resort to lesser but still adequate measures to disguise himself. If he had managed to break through to the rank of master, he was pretty sure his spirituality would grow strong and robust enough to get away with creating another external incarnation. Incarnations were too useful for him. It was extremely regrettable that the incarnation that he originally devoted for this purpose was stuck in the wrong galaxy. If the urgency was great enough, Vess believed he could still create another external incarnation, but he instinctively felt that he would inflict permanent damage to his spirituality if he tried to be too greedy. Seeing that Vess had been properly enlightened, the secret keeper resumed his briefing. "We are on a schedule, so let me inform you about other secrets before my time with you has come to an end. There are many more secrets that the chief counselor of the upper council needs to be aware of in order to make informed decisions." Closier 17 did what he said and continued to speak for 2 more hours. The main office continued to remain under heavy jamming as Vess absorbed a lot of confidential information. They ranged from the existence of grand works that possessed shocking capabilities to deductions of the plots and schemes of different groups and factions. Vess also learned a bit more on where the Red Collective managed to source so much legacy cultivation scriptures. When the 5 Scrolls Compact had been toppled from power due to the rebellion of the Big Two, not every group of cultists or daughter organization tried to defend the status quo. They recognized where the wind was blowing and decided to follow the trend instead of trying to resist the inevitable. While these betrayals came with heavy consequences, the old families and organizations that previously tried to curry favor with the 5 Scrolls Compact had successfully cut off their poisonous connections and turned over a new leaf. The Big Two did not work too hard to persecute all of the Compact deserters because there were just too many of them. Human civilization had also reached its most vulnerable state after the end of the Age of Conquest. Their fragile and half-broken society could not endure any further mass conflicts. Continuing to pursue old grudges would just weaken humanity to the point the alien empires in the other half of the Milky Way saw their chance and endeavor to regain control of their stolen territories. The ultimate conclusion that Vess drew from this was that the 5 Scrolls Compact cast a much deeper shadow onto modern human society than he expected. Even if many old families had placed their surviving cultivation scriptures in a library and never did anything serious with them anymore, the tainted knowledge was never truly lost. All of this now came handy now that exotic radiation and the rise of the Red Collective had brought systematic cultivation back into the mainstream. Doesn't this mean that the old families with long legacies enjoy a far greater advantage in this aspect than others? Vess inquired. You are correct. This is why the Red Collective must exist. It is also why the Red Association and the Red Fleet ultimately agreed to its founding, Closier 17 told him. The RC's mandate makes it legal to intervene in the practice of any cultivation method. The old families will be forced to create their own sects and submit their cultivation methods to our cultivation department for certification. This will not only restrain the greedy from practicing illegal demonic cultivation methods, but also reduce the gap between descendants that have access to superior heritages and commoners that lack such foundations. I see. Chapter 64, 52 Incentive to Lose. Vess continued to receive briefings on all manner of confidential information in the next 2 days. The fog that long obscured the true foundation of red humanity slowly peeled away. Although Vess had no illusion that he was able to learn all of the secrets held by different factions and organizations, just the intel shared by the secret department was enough to give him a much better understanding than before. At the very least, He had a better idea on who he could afford to provoke, who he should not provoke, and who he could ally with. He also learned of a few weaker and declining powers that he may be able to annex if the conditions were right. Vess also gained a much greater insight on the true war situation of red humanity. The numbers and graphs painted a bleak picture to him. On the whole, the statistics roughly matched his expectations. The original 5 defensive bands in the border regions had served their purpose and successfully blunted the tip of the Red Tide offensive for the most part. The God pilots that continually circulated through many beleaguered star systems had destroyed more enemy warships and other assets than anyone could count. The salvage gathered from these annihilations played a crucial role in propping up the war economy and helped to mitigate the resource shortages suffered by every industry. However, that did not change the fact that the situation in the rear was not that optimistic. When humans originally invaded the Red Ocean dwarf galaxy, they first appeared in the galactic rim and built Bridgehead 1 at one of the most remote and obscure star systems. While this strategic choice meant that humans were able to sneak into the Red Ocean and gradually infiltrate the surrounding territories without prematurely alarming the 13 major alien races. The fact of the matter was that red humanity's current territorial holdings were not that impressive in terms of resource endowments. The situation in a dwarf galaxy like the Red Ocean was different from a much larger galaxy like the Milky Way, but the general pattern was still the same. All of the more resource-rich star systems were much more prevalent around the galactic core. What this meant was that even the native aliens were losing a huge amount of tons worth of high-grade alloys every day. They still had a lot more to spare. The loss of manpower was also fairly minor. While the native aliens were starting to lose an increasing amount of veteran soldiers and powerful phase lords, their population bases in the Red Ocean were so large to begin with that they could easily sustain this consumption for a long time. How can the Red Cabal command the native alien races to send out so many of their soldiers to die? Vess asked, with clear confusion on his face. I mean, if you told human soldiers to suspend their cozy guard assignments and command them to engage in a mission as suicidal as diving headfirst into the jaws of a god pilot en masse, they would probably rebel against their superiors. Why are these aliens so willing to accept near-certain death? Closier 17 crossed his arms again. The native aliens are not human. Do not ascribe human emotions and behavior to them. To answer your question, the alien leadership employs many means to motivate their soldiers into the Red War. They rely on religious fervor and fanaticism to motivate the most pious and devoted believers among their population. Many of the aliens who we have been fighting so far are those that answered most eagerly to the divine commands of their supposed gods. I see. Poor fools. Their native gods don't care about the lives of their believers all that much. However, I don't think that every alien fleet is staffed by religious nuts. There are a large number of more professional alien forces among them that have overperformed compared to their peers. Then there are the phase lords. They are no idiots who can be persuaded to give up their lives. How are the alien leaders able to motivate them as well? What else? To the elite and professional alien soldiers, the Red Cabal or any sufficiently powerful ruler is promising them a chance to attain godhood. If not for themselves, then their relatives or descendants. Every alien family wishes for one of them to transcend into a god and elevate all of their living relatives in turn. This is the most desirable and often the only viable means for ordinary aliens to ascend to a higher class. Even if the probability to do so is 1 in a million or 1 in a billion, that is still enough to motivate countless aliens to fight for this tiny opportunity. That sounded rather ridiculous to Vess, but he knew how popular lotteries could be. Not everyone studied math and learned how probabilities worked. Far too many individuals only paid attention to the astronomical jackpot, unaware of how many of them would have to suffer the penalty for losing. And the phase lords. Most of them can easily be controlled by the Red Cabal. The phase whales can offer a large variety of incentives to persuade phase lords to take part in the Red War. Lesser phase lords are the easiest to fool, as you simply have to offer them a face water production system to risk everything in the hopes of advancing further. Greater phase lords are seeking to promote themselves to the same level as ancient phase lords. Their greed and desire to attain the ultimate form of godhood is endless. Do ancient phase lords actually exist? Vess asked. All red humanity has seen so far are lesser and greater phase lords. Is it possible for the latter to turn into true gods? There should be, the secret keeper responded. We have worked hard to understand the true situation. So far, we have gathered enough intelligence to prove that most alien races have managed to produce a small number of ancient phase lords that still live to this day. Most mortal aliens have long forgotten their existence, as these old and powerful beings have chosen to withdraw from the public eye. These ancient phase lords are the true guardians of the major alien races and serve as one of the strongest guarantees of their continued prosperity. Most of them have chosen to guard their home planets and other highly strategic locations. There are also ancient phase lords that have decided to seclude themselves inside their own pocket spaces and never made an appearance again. That caused Vess to frown. He knew better than to assume that those hidden ancient phase whales had died from old age. One of the strengths of phase lord cultivation was that it was absurdly effective at extending the lifespans of organisms. Those ancient phase lords should easily be able to live for millions of years. So the native aliens still possess a strong reserve of ancient phase lords? Vess asked in a depressed tone. Yes, they are likely weaker than their ancient phase whale counterparts, but that is no excuse to underestimate them. Their existence and their likely presence at the most important star systems of alien empires makes it extremely risky to launch a direct assault on those locations. Do you understand now, Chief Counselor? The Red War is a conflict that has already damaged the foundation of our civilization, but the major alien races have only suffered a few cuts and bruises in comparison. Their core foundations remain completely undamaged. In fact, we may even be doing the native aliens a service by killing off so many of their cannon fodder. How does that work? Think about the history of the Red Ocean prior to our arrival. The major alien races generally lived in peace alongside each other. While they are certainly not friendly with each other and avoid mingling with each other whenever possible, they have managed to maintain a stable equilibrium where wars are unlikely to break out. This has persisted for so many years that complacency has taken root in their societies and spread out their corruptive influence. By the time we appeared and posed a threat to the native alien empires, their many faults led to a cascade of failures, causing them to perform terribly against our conquest fleets. It did not take much thinking to figure out what the secret keeper was getting at. What was the best way to rectify a stagnant and decadent society? War, Vess whispered as realization dawned in his expression. The native aliens want to clean up the garbage. The more low-value subjects can be cleared out, the more room opens up for more worthy replacements. If any of the conscripts sent to the front lines manages to persevere and survive the baptism of war, they will become a lot stronger and more useful once they return home. This is an excellent way to revive a society. The old societal revival theory reared its head yet again. Even the native alien leaders had managed to figure out that long-term peace and stability inevitably weakened the combat readiness of their societies. The secret keeper slowly nodded. I see you understand. Right now, the native alien leaders have begun to take us more seriously, but they are not in a hurry to go all out against us. They still maintain many standing forces in the rear that they have yet to mobilize against us. On the one hand, they still do not take us seriously enough yet. On the other hand, they want to avoid losing too much of their armed forces by letting them get slaughtered by god pilots with ease. The alien leaders are still on guard against each other, and do not dare to send too many of their warships to the front lines at once. This gives us enough breathing space to survive, but it also means we are locked in a battle of attrition where we are at a heavy disadvantage. We need to turn this war around in a big way. Vess frowned. The deep strike plan should have given us hope of completely throwing the native aliens into disarray, but ever since Bridgehead 1 got isolated, I don't know if we can still go through with our original plan. The Bridgehead 1 issue is problematic, but there is not yet cause for despair. We have confidence that the greater space-time bubble will be breached. The isolated star system not only holds the polymath, the first flame, and the dominion of man, but also numerous grand works and entire planets and space stations populated by the most formidable scientists, engineers, and other works. I know about all of that, but even if they can cobble together a solution, the time differential is too great. Time moves 100 times slower inside that bubble. I fear that there is not enough time for the people who are trapped to break their cage from within. Secret Keeper Closier, 17, acknowledged Vess' pessimistic outlook. Your words may very well be true. There is no denying that the deep strike plan is at risk now that we are cut off from the greater Beyonder Gate. If too much time has passed without any positive developments, then we must eventually accept that we cannot proceed according to the original master plan. That may be the moment where the xenotechnician makes his move. Once he reintroduces his diplomacy plan to a red humanity that is much more desperate and running out of options, think about how we will react to his proposal. Vess' expression grew uglier. If the xenotechnician really pulls this off at the right timing, then I fear that not as many humans will be eager to cling to their increasingly empty belief of human supremacy. Between honor and survival, almost everyone will pick the latter over the former. Was this a part of the xenotechnician's grand scheme? If this was true, then this painted a frightening picture. In order for the star designer to realize his goals, he gained a strong incentive to make red humanity lose a lot of battles and suffer a huge amount of losses. Only when red humans got repeatedly brutalized would they be willing to embrace the notion of allying with friendly alien races. This incentive to lose was extremely poisonous because made the xenotechnician a lot less reliable than before. Chapter 64-53, New Networking Opportunities. Vess began to entertain increasingly more alarming concerns about the xenotechnician. He was still willing to believe that the xenotechnician genuinely wanted to serve red humanity. Yet there were very different ways to do so. If the star designer thought that red humanity was on its way of destroying itself by continuing to cling to the ideals of human supremacy, then he could easily justify the decision to induce painful losses in order to discredit these beliefs. The xenotechnician had to be extremely careful about making his moves, but a star designer had so many options available that he could probably get away with his deeds. It was difficult for Vess to reconcile his initial impression of the xenotechnician as an amiable grandfather figure with a ruthless ideologue that had more in common with the cosmopolitan movement than the Red Association. Vess suddenly understood why Closier 17 regarded him with so much suspicion. Self-appointed saviors had the potential to ruin everything while they attempted to do the opposite. The xenotechnician possessed this capacity. The huntsman possessed this capacity. Even Vess had the ability to tip red humanity into a spiral of defeats. This was why all of the scrutiny had become necessary. Tier 1 galactic citizens received a lot of protection and other privileges not just because they were able to make enormous contributions, but also because everyone needed to know about their enormous capacity to trigger their doom. The polymath was just the first of her kind to make an attempt. That did not mean that the other 13 existing star designers in the Red Ocean were any less dangerous. Vess hated the revelations he received. A part of him still wished he could regain the ignorance of before. The Secret Keeper had fed him so many poisonous secrets that he had become jaded at the great individuals he once looked up to. Their accomplishments were historic to be certain, but whether they remained helpful or a threat to red humanity was in constant doubt. "Chief Counselor Larkinson," Closier 17 called, causing Vess to emerge from his dark thoughts. "Your fears are understandable, but you do not stand alone. Red humanity still has many defenders. Each of them are flawed, but as long as they agree to work together, a single rogue element will not be able to break the existing order. There are entire organizations devoted to monitoring and predicting the actions of elevated sources of risks, such as the xenotechnician. On top of them, he is also being stared at by his chief rivals. Who are his rivals? You should know them already. You already bear their gifts." Vess blinked. He looked down at the active superclass signal jammer. He also lowered his arms to touch the hidden superclass personal shield generator and superclass emergency multi-use personal teleporter. While it shouldn't have taken too much time and effort to fabricate 3 masterwork quality gadgets, the materials used to raise their quality to the highest standard were exceedingly precious. Only superclass materials such as EE-343F00334R could be used to make devices that surpass the already amazing performance of first-class products. "The Marmedians!" Vess gasped. The secret keeper expressionlessly nodded. "Precisely. Charles Marmedian, the energy warder, has lived longer than the xenotechnician. Both of them have lived through the last years of the Age of Conquest, but they have developed in radically different directions. The energy warder is one of the most outspoken human supremacists among the star designers. It is no coincidence that he has established himself as the leader of the R-Ray expansionist faction. Although his goals are much harder to realize after the Great Severing, he still believes that red humanity shall ultimately weather the red tide offensive and launch a sweeping counterattack that will end with the total conquest of this dwarf galaxy." That sounded rather optimistic to Vess, too optimistic. The xenotechnician clearly possessed too little confidence in red humanity, but the energy warder was guilty of the polar opposite if the secret keeper's description was accurate. Even Vess did not dare to think that red humanity would magically unleash its potential and steamroll all of the native alien forces that stood in their way. Is the energy warder crazy? Who can say? You must first define the word crazy before we can apply a test to determine whether the energy warder deserves this label. This is much harder than you think because crazy is notoriously difficult to define. Where you see ambition, others see madness. Where some people recognize bravery, other people only see idiocy. Whether the energy warrior is insane or not is irrelevant. What matters is whether he is an asset or a liability to our civilization. Currently, his ideology and actions are much more acceptable to us. Humans should never give up so easily. That was another clear message to Vess. Was the evolution which encouraging him to develop closer ties with the energy warder and the other Marmedians? The R-Ray expansionist faction was practically the strongest power block within the Red Association and possibly the rest of red humanity. Vess saw many advantages in befriending the Marmedians. It was not necessary for him to ally with them. He just needed to be on good terms with the expansionists. The energy warder is an old star designer. What we know, he knows as well. His network and power base is incomparable to that of the evolution witch. His excellency is probably in the possession of far greater intelligence than our secret department. He is also an old acquaintance of the xenotechnician. That meant that if the xenotechnician ever tried anything radical and crossed the line, the energy warder would be the first to take action against his fellow star designer. The two were political adversaries. There was no way they could reconcile with each other, not when they had grown so old and powerful while drawing strength from their earnest ideals. Vess never stood a chance if he tried to stop the xenotechnician from impearling human civilization, but that was fine. The secret keeper was right that this was not his battle to fight. The energy warder's eyes and ears were probably trying to watch the xenotechnician's every move. The formidable amount of people and assets that the Marmedians could muster was far greater than that of the xenotechnician. This meant that if the two sides ever entered into an open confrontation against each other, the xenotechnician would lose miserably. This realization gave Vess a lot of relief. A huge weight had lifted off his chest. He did not want to end up in a situation similar to the end of the Survivalist Conference, where he had to play a key role in saving red humanity. Vess was eager to offload this immense responsibility to the Energy Warder and Company and get the hell away before he got caught in the middle. Even if he was more than willing to root for the Energy Warder's victory, that did not mean that Vess was willing to fight proactively against the xenotechnician. Vess thought about his expensive gifts and finally comprehended the meaning of this expensive gesture. Nothing came for free. Everything had a price. Though Vess did not want to get dragged into a fight between star designers, the 3 superclass gifts made it very hard to remain a bystander. The expansionists wanted Vess to join their camp. It was not enough for him to verbally offer his support to the ideals of human supremacy. It was also not enough to create a helpful spirit that took on the guise of Caramond. If Vess wanted to acquire the backing and generous support of the Marmedians, then he needed to enter their orbit and establish a more substantial form of cooperation. There were many possible advantages to doing this, but he was very reluctant to get dragged into other people's affairs. The Marmedians were strong, but that also meant that they threatened the interests of a lot of players. They had their own enemies and difficulties to contend against. The safest play would be to establish a shallow friendship with the Energy Warder and Company. There was no urgent need to deepen his relationship with them any further, unless they were willing to show him far greater sincerity than a handful of superclass gadgets. Vess understood his new positioning quite well. He was a very new player that had been launched to the top of human civilization. The speed of his ascension and his relative lack of familiarity with most established players turned him into a potential ally that could be won over. As far as his ideology was concerned, he did not possess any notable beliefs that solidly locked him in anyone's camp. He agreed with the evolution, which is core ideals, but he was not nearly as fanatic about realizing them as the radical God pilot. He actually thought that the xenotechnician's diplomacy plan had a higher chance of success than the alternatives, but he was not able to overcome the stigma surrounding alien coexistence. He supported the Energy Warder's strident adherence to the ideals of human supremacy, but he was not willing to become one of the old star designer's foot soldiers. In short, Vess had not committed himself strongly enough to any camp that he still retained the ability to choose which one to support. Secret Keeper. Yes, Chief Counselor. By telling me all of this, aren't you afraid that I will choose to side with the Marmedians over the Evolution Witch? What if I decide that I can get a lot more done if I agree to work together with the 3-star designers of the expansionist faction? Closier, 17, did not look concerned in the slightest. The Evolution Witch does not demand your obedience. She is confident that you shall willingly aid her in her attempts to evolve red humanity. If you choose to spur her generosity and choose to offer your services to others, then that is your choice. She will not bear a grudge towards you for turning away from her. Only she is to blame for failing to win you over. Vess resisted the urge to roll her eyes. He did not believe that the Evolution Witch was magnanimous enough to tolerate his rejection. The female god pilot had always acted with little to no restraint. She readily followed her whims and frequently meddled with his life. For better or worse, Vess had become too entangled with the Evolution Witch to separate himself from her. It was better to accept this reality and take advantage of the god pilot's backing. Besides, the Evolution Witch was not as neglectful towards him as he thought. She may have left him in the dark in the past half-year, but he had probably passed her tests. Secret Keeper Closier, 17, wouldn't have been as candid about him about many sensitive secrets if he failed. Besides, siding with the Evolution Witch did not rule out other friendships and alliances. Vess was still able to maintain a good relationship with the Destroyer of Worlds, as she did not share an adversarial relationship with the evolution witch. If he wanted to diversify his network even further, then befriending the Marmedians was a perfectly valid choice. Let's say I want to build closer ties with the Marmedians. How should I go about it? Vess asked the secret keeper. It is not appropriate for you to meet with any star designer directly. You can propose to work together with the RA expansionist faction first, but this will require you to be patient. If you want to earn an audience with one of the Marmedian star designers as soon as possible, then you will have to make a grander gesture that can earn you this privilege. Surprise them. Break their expectations. If you can help them achieve their goals considerably easier than before, then you will be able to earn their genuine support. That was certainly an attractive option. Vess just was not clear yet how he could do what the secret keeper described. It was not as if he could whip up a magical Mech design that could make one of the 3 Marmedian leaders impressed. They were all star designers. They were the top dogs of the Mech industry. Even if they lacked Vess' unorthodox capabilities, they were more than capable of designing Mechs that performed better in almost every aspect. Chapter 64, 54, The Polymath is Right. By the time the secret department finally dumped a huge amount of confidential information and speculative guesses into his mind, Vess felt awfully tired. His body remained in peak condition, but his mental condition had deteriorated quite a lot. He learned too many secrets, a proportion of which exposed the true side of the people and organizations he thought he understood. How they presented themselves in public was multiple times cleaner and more upright than how they acted in reality. It was hard for Vess to come to terms with the reality that the heroes and exemplars he looked up to had their own dark pasts. Still, he was realistic enough to know that not everyone at this level could keep their hands clean. There was too much competition and not enough resources to go around. This trend only worsened after the start of the Age of Dawn. Getting cut off from the Milky Way galaxy screwed over a lot of people. While Vess and his Larkinson clan had been isolated from the crisis and turmoil that erupted after the Greater Beyonder Gate no longer enabled passage between the galaxies, the circumstances were much worse for parties that depended heavily on funds and assets transferred from humanity's home galaxy. In order to survive, the groups that fell into crisis resorted to desperate means in order to maintain their dominance. Much of it took place out of sight, and if people noticed that their superiors and owners had changed hands all of a sudden, they had a lot of reasons to keep their mouths shut and their heads down. Red Humanity's order remained precarious several years after the start of the crisis. It all came down to resources, and more pertinently prime living space. Under the current conditions, the most ideal territory that people wanted to live in was a star system located far away from the front lines and relatively rich with face water and other precious resources. Such star systems were few and far in between, and had already reached saturation in terms of how many people they could feed and employ. More construction was ongoing. States hurriedly terraformed lifeless planets into barely livable globes in order to accommodate the enormous influx of refugees and cowards fleeing from the regions most at risk of getting attacked. The constant upheaval and displacements broke a lot of old organizations and promoted the growth of the ones that occupied superior positions in the new reality. The wave of consolidations, along with the developments at the front lines, produced many losers and precious little winners. The weak got culled in large numbers. They either lost their livelihoods as they sought to abandon their homes and previously stable jobs. Due to the plunging value of real estate in or close to the border regions, these unwilling migrants lost much of their wealths and became destitute overnight. Many soldiers fighting in the front lines engaged in a much more literal struggle for survival. Mech forces fell and right, and despite all of the incentives used by the major players to send soldiers off to war, the manpower pool was getting drained at a prodigious rate. The last 6 months of intense fighting at the border regions had taken a huge toll on the amount of eligible Mech pilots. The native aliens made no secret of their determination to rely on attrition warfare to exhaust red humanity's capacity to fight. The enemy's strategy was undeniably costly for both sides, but even the most ignorant individual could figure out that the humans wouldn't be able to keep this up for long. If Vess had not introduced the yellow jacket models, the Mech industry would have resorted to extreme measures to raise the amount of eligible Mech pilots. From expanding the production of frontline Mechs to send low-aptitude Mech pilots into the gauntlet to reducing the mandatory study years of Mech academies by half, everything had to be sacrificed in order to put more bodies in the trenches. The Red Fleet's Starfighter Corps would have overtaken Mechs in this situation. Although starfighters were undoubtedly inferior to Mechs, their ease of use and lack of dependence on neural interfaces would prove decisive when Mech pilots simply ran out after a point. In fact, the Red Fleet even plotted to marginalize the Red Association entirely by taking over much of the resources and privileges previously enjoyed by Mechs. By gradually replacing the Mech industry with the starfighter industry, the fleeters sought to damage the foundation of the Mech community and prevent it from ever regaining its preeminent status in society in the future. Vess found it rather distasteful that the fleeters could not stop themselves from targeting an important pillar of red humanity during an existential war. However, this was far from the only case where comrades in arms, secretly, or not so secretly, sought to undermine each other. One of the overall conclusions that Vess made after learning about the true state of human civilization was that the current order might not last anymore. While the foundation of human civilization in the Red Ocean was still deep enough to prop up its existing rules and institutions for a few more years, there was a limit to how much the current players could expend their reserves. War coffers were being emptied at a rapid rate. Productivity was dropping. The economies of many states had plunged into deep recessions. Non-renewable resources were being used up far too quickly. The social order was also beginning to deteriorate. This was especially the case in the star systems that were at risk, as well as the highly congested planets that refugees flocked towards. Above all, there were still far too many states and governments that refused to tackle the emerging problems with the necessary grit and determination. Far too many non-essential civilian industries were still operating when the need for war material was constantly surging. The industrial policies of many states had yet to adjust to a state more conducive to total war. Leaders refused to curtail the production of consumer goods for fear of causing deeper economic disruptions and attracting the fury of their people. Combined with the rise of an increasing number of political firebrands and agitators, repression was on the rise, causing citizens to become even more miserable. Vess never imagined that his society's internal stability had plunged so low. The news portals did a good job at trying to maintain the illusion of solidarity, but the reality was that the well-being of humans had dropped to lows that had not been seen since the dark days of the Age of Conquest. When Secret Keeper Rosette 193 briefed him on the dire economy and stability of a lot of human territories, she then proceeded to introduce a tentative solution that certain big shots had devised. The woman in a gray uniform passed a secure data pad to Vess that contained a single highly confidential proposal. This is the dissolution of state's plan. The name should already tell you everything, the soft-spoken Rosette 193 said without emotion. There are a number of god pilots and star designers that believe that the polymath was ultimately correct on the problems that are impairing our civilization. Many existing states are founded and controlled by pioneers who have taken large risks and agents of powerful groups that are rooted in the Milky Way. More often than not, the controlling authorities are not competent and prepared enough to lead their states in a time of crisis and war. However, they can still rely on inertia and their existing properties to maintain their positions of power. This leads to an undesirable situation where the potential of human states remains untapped. You should know by now that this problem is not being remedied. Instead, the opposite is happening. Vess widened his eyes, especially when skimmed through the document. Are you truly serious about breaking apart all of the existing states? This plan is not set in stone. The dissolution of states is an adaptation of one of the components of the Deep Strike plan. We originally planned to introduce a similar, if less disruptive plan, after the start of Deep Strike operations. But the Red Tide offensive has caused enough accidents and setbacks that more and more leaders are beginning to accept the need to bring this component forward. So you think it is a good idea to depose all governments, decentralize their administrations, and encourage powerful groups to compete against each other for control over star systems. The damage produced by these conflicts, whether directly or indirectly, may exceed the losses inflicted by the native aliens. Rosette 193 shook her head. That may not necessarily be the case. All human-to-human conflict will be strictly regulated. Destructive wars will remain prohibited. At most, territorial disputes will be decided by formal matches between two military forces. This is not a new method, as the Terrans, Rubarthans, and other first-raters have resorted to similar methods in order to prevent escalation. What is important is that the weak and unworthy will no longer be allowed to hold onto territories that are currently being squandered in their hands. The new elites who have fought and survived in the front lines understand much better how extensively we must militarize our existing territories. If we must sacrifice our culture, our addiction to consumer goods, and our peaceful way of life in order to survive, then we must begin with haste. That sounded incredibly serious. Vess anticipated a huge amount of protests and opposition as a result of this insane plan. Yet, he could also see how it could produce the positive effects described by the female. Secret Keeper. The infighting was bound to produce a lot of losses, but the gains may be greater once more deserving leaders took over. These conquerors had little respect for the existing laws and property rights that protected the status quo. They could easily smash apart the corruption and the unproductive laws that prevented territories from reaching their greater potential. Vess recognized that the main purpose to enact the dissolution of states was to completely tear down the highly parasitic rent-seeking powers that only sought to benefit themselves at the expense of the greater society. This plan had the polymath all over it. Even if she was unable to contribute directly to the plan due to being trapped in a greater spacetime bubble, it was clear that a growing number of leaders had gained renewed appreciation for her logic and ideals. In fact, Vess actually liked parts of the Unity plan as well. The biggest problem he had with it was that it demanded that the smartest human should be placed on the throne. As long as the current leaders never intended to enact this final controversial step, it was not that bad to implement the rest of the original Unity plan. Vess sighed. When uncertain support for the dissolution of states plan has not yet reached a majority, we expect that it will ultimately be implemented within 6 to 12 months. We cannot afford to delay too much, as our civilization needs to implement harsh but necessary reforms as soon as possible. I see. What about the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact? Vess asked. The people of those states have a lot of pride in their shared identities. The ancient clans and the Rubarthan principalities will not agree to let themselves be broken down and lose all of the advantages of maintaining strong and permanent alliances with each other. That is also one of the main sources of opposition to the proposal. We believe that the Terrans and the Rubarthans will ultimately recognize the necessity of this radical plan, but they will continue to cause unnecessary delays. At most, they will be excluded from the plan in exchange for receiving reduced material support. Over time, we believe that the competitiveness of the Red Ocean Union will surpass the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact, which will cause the latter two to reconsider the wisdom of their opposition. That sounded like a lot of wishful thinking to Vess. It was dangerous to rely so much on assumptions, but the Secret Keeper sounded awfully confident that everyone would eventually fall in line. Where did Rosette 193 get all of her confidence. Chapter 64, 55 were in trouble. The dissolution of State's plan was not a small matter. It had the potential to completely upend human-occupied space and disrupt everyone's lives. Although Vess could not figure out why the supporters of this insane plan were confident that it would ultimately revive human society and increase its productive forces, they had a lot of smart people at their disposal, so they probably had a way to prevent everything from spiraling into ruin. Vess appreciated that he received advance warning of what might be coming. The dissolution of State's plan was bound to disrupt a lot of existing arrangements made by the Larkinson clan and his other organizations. While he was bound by secrecy to not leak out anything about this plan to others, he could still issue vague orders to ensure his power base suffered as little negative consequences as possible. It helped that the Larkinson clan held very little territorial holding so far, so it was not as if Vess had much to lose. In fact, he could potentially make huge gains by taking over the territories that became ripe for the picking. Not that he would do such a thing. Competing over territory was a waste of time in his opinion. The Red War was a much more pressing concern to him. The Red Tide offensive needed to end first. Once Red humanity was able to launch a counteroffensive and conquer a lot more alien territories, then it shouldn't be too difficult to claim the more desirable star systems for himself and his clan. Although the territories in alien space were much more vulnerable to incursions from their prior owners, the resources available in star systems closer to the galactic core was also higher. Maybe it will never come to this, Vess muttered to himself. If Red humanity was unable to bounce back from the Red Tide offensive, then there was no point in dreaming about building up a territorial domain in former alien space. Vess continued to mull over all of the secrets he learned, even after the secret department concluded the final briefing. We're in deep trouble. He needed to figure out where the Whale Ark was being built so that he could stay close to the location. If the native aliens managed to break through the front lines while human society was in the process of collapsing from within, then there was no way to salvage the situation anymore. Vess needed to make sure he was close enough to the Whale Ark so that he could quickly evacuate to the only ride that could take him away from this dangerous dwarf galaxy. The Red Ocean was a dangerous place. Although his confidence in Red humanity's ability to withstand the ongoing crises had dropped, he still preferred it if he did not have to abandon his entire foundation in the new frontier. Fortunately for him, the confidential briefings made it very clear that the other leaders were not being complacent. They were all working on their own solutions, though the issue was that they were so strong-willed about it that they refused to coordinate their actions. Everyone had a different vision on how Red humanity should be saved. The Evolution, which was no exception to this rule. Only one more day to go before she makes her big announcement. Vess built up a lot of anticipation for what she was about to unveil. He already received a hint that he had somehow contributed to whatever she was working on. This meant that he would also become affected by the God pilot scheme. The lack of information was killing him, but considering that he only had to wait for one more day, he reluctantly remained patient and hoped that the hours would pass by quickly. During this time, Vess tried to wrap up his visit to Jernstall. The sapphire of the Red Ocean was a resplendent location, but he wanted to go back to New Constantinople and resume his old routine. Vess therefore proceeded to work together with Eliza Mo Ragadin and Gavin Newman to handle various appointments and conclude various business deals. Much of the business deals had to do with cooperation regarding the production and sale of yellow jackets. The popularity of the first commercial Carmine Mech models had peaked so much that the demand had broken the record. The secrecy surrounding the Swarm project had prevented the Living Mech Corporation from establishing a lot of different business deals with third-party manufacturers in advance. Vess and the LMC could only make up for lost time by quickly signing agreements with. Fortunately, The insane popularity of the Yellow Jackets made it disgustingly easy to find willing partners who were willing to take up the burden of production and distribution at reasonable prices. One of the biggest points of frustration was the fact that the production of the mysterious Carmine system was effectively controlled by the Red Association. Only the bioproduction companies under the direct control of the Mechers received the right to produce this crucial and revolutionary new control system. While the Mechers had made much better preparations for the mass production of the Carmine systems, their production capacity was still finite at all 3 tech levels, so there was a hard ceiling on the monthly output of first-class, second-class, and third-class Yellow Jackets. Another point of frustration was the cheap market positioning of the Yellow Jackets. All 3 versions of the Carmine Mech were catered to the lower end of the market, which meant that they did not earn a lot of profit. For now, that problem was not yet evident, as the huge mismatch between supply and demand had caused the actual prices of the Yellow Jackets to be 3 to 5 times higher than usual. There was a limit to how extensively people were willing to get ripped off, though. Only the most desperate rich customers who wanted to experience the pleasure of piloting a Mech for the first time had paid so much cash. In fact, a black market had already formed about delivered, but still unbonded Yellow Jackets, where they were being sold at even more inflated prices. Vess expected the Mech industry and the Mech market to eventually normalize and return to saner prices. The Yellow Jackets may possess a revolutionary capability, but their lack of quality materials and advanced technologies limited their impact on the battlefield. They could only make significant achievements on the battlefield if they deployed in large numbers. In order to encourage Mech forces to field thousands, if not tens of thousands of Yellow Jackets at a time, Vess insisted that the sales price should be lowered until it was close to a typical budget Mech model with similar performance characteristics. Dropping the price too soon is not advisable. Gavin frowned as he advised Vess on good business. Demand will still remain overwhelming for the first 3 months. There are still plenty of well-heeled customers who are willing to spend the amount of money it takes to equip a Mech company just to obtain a genuine Yellow Jacket that is fresh from the manufacturing complex. It would be a waste of our earning potential if you prematurely reduce the price to normal budget Mech ranges. The excess demand will not go away, and the supply will still not be able to keep up. The second hand, that is true if normal market forces prevail. Vess acknowledged his assistant's point. However, the Red Association will not let that happen. I am sure that the problems that you have mentioned will ease up. What we need to do the most is to set expectations and make sure that everyone remembers that the Yellow Jackets are fragile Mechs by nature. I do not want customers to spend 10 times the amount of money for them and treat them as premium Mechs. They are relatively fragile and cannot keep up with the performance of more capable Mech models. This was not about profit anymore. This was about survival. Vess had learned enough secrets in the past 2 days to know that the Red Association was not above manipulating the market in secret in order to achieve its desired outcomes. A perfect free market could never exist. The Mech market appeared to look quite free on the surface, but it was constantly being nudged by the Mechers in secret in order to maintain stability and prevent undesirable distortions. In any case, once Vess was done with negotiating deals and adjusting the pricing strategy of the LMC, he proceeded to take care of another noteworthy affair. He visited the shipyard that he had bought during the grand auction. Starfarer Berth was much more beautiful now that he was able to step foot on it in person. Since he already visited the orbital shipyard by remote in the past, Vess did not waste too much time on tours. He simply completed a quick inspection of the ongoing works and gauged the capabilities of the workers. "We have managed to hire more qualified personnel as of late," Chief Executive Eric Podrin reported to Vess in person. "Our production speed cannot be raised any further due to the limitations of this relatively small facility. What we can do is increase the speed of switching production to a new design. Upon your instructions, We have also hired numerous naval engineers and xenotechnology experts that are familiar with adapting alien tech onto human products. They have already integrated with my crew and are spending most of their hours at work on studying Architect. The samples and documentation provided by Professor Gloriana Wadden has been helpful, but not too much. How so? What is the problem? Our technical personnel are highly qualified, but Architect is so difficult and alien that it is a struggle to learn. I have lived for over 2 centuries, but I have never felt so pressured since my university days when I tried to study the principles of Architect. It is not a technology base that is meant to be used by humans. Vess knew that his wife had done him a favor by trying to give the scientists and engineers employed by Starfarer Berth a crash course in Architect. Since her time was short, she was not able to do more than give all of these first-raters a lot of homework. We're having difficulties. Our rate of progress is not any worse than others who have attempted to learn Architect. The leader of Starfarer Berth defended himself. What you perceive as slow is considered relatively normal in our sector. Difficulties are to be expected. I can only promise you that most of us will master the bare minimum necessary to convert a captured Archie-ship into a moderately human-operable starship, according to our original schedule. That would take a year or 2, but it couldn't be helped. Architect was just that difficult to master. We can still speed up our study of Architect if you are willing to make a large trade-off, sir. What trade-off? If you are willing to suspend the production of first-class combat carriers for our premier branch, most of our personnel can devote all of their work time on studying and maybe even experimenting with Architect. If you are willing to divert the budget used to fund the production of first-class combat carriers on expensive tutors, many samples of Architect and targeted upgrades to our facility, I am confident we can advance the schedule by at least half a year. That sounded awfully tempting, but Vess eventually rejected this idea. We still need those combat carriers. Each of them can carry 30 first-class multipurpose mechs, and we need as many of them as possible. It is unreasonable to make so many sacrifices just to convert the Archie-ship that we have captured into a stealth frigate. The alien vessel is good at sneaking around, but she isn't designed to carry any mechs. I think we still need to be able to carry enough hard power to win our battles in space. Just do your best according to our current plan. Very well, sir. Chapter 64, 56 Commodore. The day had finally come. During the founding ceremony of the Red Collective, the evolution which promised to make a big announcement that was sure to shake Red humanity. Everyone took her seriously. God pilots were not known to make bold lies. Many observers that tried to keep track of the evolution, Witch's movements and actions, had also vaguely figured out that she had created an ambitious layout. She had done a good job at hiding her tracks. No one knew what she was up to. The most the intelligence agencies had gathered was that she had relocated a large amount of transhumanist scientists and engineers to a secret location. The transhumanist faction also began to put more effort into obtaining rare and expensive materials. All of this indicated that the God pilot's plan was likely based on advanced technology. Nobody possessed any further clues than that. The location where the transhumanists were preparing their solution for the evolution which remained unknown, and nobody managed to obtain any information on what was taking place inside. Every worker was carefully vetted by the evolution witch, and none of them had any chance of leaving their secret hideout ahead of time. It was only until recently that observers managed to detect the arrival of an R-ray battle carrier that had evidently been tasked with transporting goods on behalf of the God pilot. Many people hoped that the evolution, which hadn't brought back a bio-disaster, or whatever. Speculation ran rife by the time Vess woke up and readied himself for the day. His schedule had cleared up for the most part, as he had managed to fulfill many of the goals he had set for this business trip. If the evolution witch's mysterious surprise did not demand that he stay behind in this central star node, then he intended to leave tomorrow and leave the hustle and bustle of Jernstall behind. As Vess perused the news publications for any clues on what the evolution which was about to announce, Lucky yawned as he finished his bowl of high-grade exotics and hypers. The Archimetal cat had grown tired of Yurnstall as well. La Réunie and other highly developed planets were filled with high technology and extremely valuable alloys, but the Mechers and the Fleeters monitored everything. They were so good at tracking everything that they somehow managed to track Lucky when he was phasing through solid matter. Seeing that Lucky could not get away with snacking on a Mech or a metal wall without getting caught and bringing trouble to himself, the gem cat glumly awaited the day he returned to New Constantinople. Diandi Base was small, but at least the personnel over there did not mind if Lucky enjoyed a bite out of stuff every now and then, especially if he left behind a mark. Meow, meow. I know, Lucky. It won't take much longer, hopefully. I am more than eager to get back to my wife and children. It is frustrating to communicate with them by remote. As Vess waved his hand and shut down all of the news publications that had done nothing but engage in baseless speculation, he turned to his personal assistant. Have we received an invitation to attend the Evolution Witch's public announcement? We have not, Gavin responded. No one has received an announcement. We just received confirmation from the transhumanists that the Evolution Witch is not going to hold a speech in a stadium or other public venue. She intends to appear in space to address every red human during a live broadcast. We can all watch the show right here on the Terrask. I see. That is convenient. If anything goes wrong, we should be far away enough to remain unaffected. It's a pity that we won't get to enjoy the show up close, but I value my safety more. By the way, Vess, your friend from the Red Fleet has also returned. The Babylon excavator has returned with minor technological upgrades. She also brought along 2 destroyers, the Jernfiss and the Menes Rebode. Vess knew what that meant. Sigrund had returned. Not only that, Admiral Mealy had come through and helped to facilitate his promotion. He decided to call the fleeter right away. A dozen seconds passed until the physical projection of Zonrad Rizet appeared in the dining compartment. Compared to the last time Vess saw the disguised AI, Sigrund's human guise wore a slightly more elaborate uniform. The additional golden stripes and symbols made it clear that he had ascended beyond commanding a single warship. From the moment he got promoted, he finally received the privilege of commanding congratulations. Thank you, Professor, or should I say Chief Counselor. Vess casually waved his hands. It doesn't matter. It is not as if my office at the Upper Council is my primary consideration. So what have you become, and what is with the additional ships? I have been promoted to a Commodore. The complete administrative procedures are still taking place, but Admiral Chelsea Mealy has been generous enough to assign the 2 destroyers under my command in advance. The new Commodore activated 2 projections that depicted the 2 relatively small warships. Destroyers, huh? Vess spoke. I can tell that they are designed to fulfill 2 different and highly specialized roles. That is nice and all, but couldn't the RF have been less stingy and assign a few cruisers to you instead? The Red Fleet cannot spare such hardware, Professor. Every warship counts. Light cruisers and heavy cruisers are still subcapital ships, but they are large enough that they can undertake many responsibilities that smaller escort vessels cannot do. Destroyers may be small, but they can punch above their weight so long as they are fighting under favorable circumstances. Commodore Rizet gestured towards the destroyer that was covered with small turrets. The Jernfiss is a destroyer of the Storm Shredder class. She is largely covered with secondary and tertiary cannon batteries that excel at point defense and taking down enemy small craft. There is not much else that is noteworthy about her design. Her weapons are much less effective against warships and other large opponents, and should never have to face them upfront as far as I am concerned. I agree. The Commodore gestured to the projection of the other destroyer. If you want to employ a siege weapon against a particularly large and relatively immobile target, then the Menes Rebode can help you. She bears a large transphasic hyper-laser cannon as a spinal-mounted weapon. The single-shot firepower of this spinal cannon exceeds the firepower of a single primary cannon mounted on the Babylon excavator in certain cases. That sounds quite impressive. What else does this interesting ship have in store? Vess loved the design and philosophy behind this exaggerated destroyer. The integration of a sizable spinal cannon on a ship class with little internal space to begin with was a dedication towards extreme specialization. The entire vessel strained so much to support this comparatively gigantic weapon that the ship sacrificed everything else in order to sustain the consumption of such a powerful armament. Nothing else. The Menes Ribode does not carry any other weapons aside from a modest complement of transphasic missiles and a small amount of point defenses. She is not designed to operate by herself. It is best to treat her like a siege machine and protect her well until it is necessary to borrow her power. That sounds decent. The quality of the spacers among the fleeters have always been high, so I am expecting good performance from your unit going forward, Vess said. Sigrund made a seemingly sincere bow. The Babylon squadron shall not fail you, Professor. In time, my unit may receive reinforcements from the RF over time. Do not reject them. Show them through your actions that you possess profound knowledge. We will continue to remain attached to the Blue Jay fleet, though we are not merging ourselves into the RF's chain of command. That is good enough. I am happy to receive all of this help. The Mechers and the Fleeters did not always see eye to eye with each other. It was awkward for them to escort the same Mech designer and bump into each other every day. Vess had no interest in meddling with their old rivalry. The lack of coordination and other measures made it harder to coordinate between the two groups. This might cause trouble in the future. Vess and Sigrund chatted a bit more about the latter's promotion. It had been difficult for Zonrad Rizet to account for himself. His past performance was not too good, and he had broken multiple rules when he authorized the unlocking and deployment of several superweapons. However, the naval board that decided over Zonrad Rizet's case had ultimately decided in favor of promoting him and preparing him for more important duties in the future. Has your heavy cruiser replenished her stock of weapons of mass destruction as well? Sigrund coughed. It is not appropriate to discuss such topics in our current setting. I will inform you later in person to better secure our communications. That is acceptable. There is no hurry on this matter since we are present in one of the most secure star systems within human-occupied space. By the way, I have an unrelated question. Please ask, does the RF and your fleeter buddies know anything about what the evolution witch is about to announce? No, Commodore Rizet shook his head. We have far too little verified proof. My new promotion may have enabled me to command multiple ships, but I am not yet an admiral. I do not have the clearance to access the information the 5th or 7th Fleet might have. It is nice if we obtain useful information, but it is not the end of the galaxy if I am just as ignorant as everyone else. I just find it challenging to wait for the evolution witch to start her show. This caused the fleeter officer to grow suspicious. Her decision to maintain so much secrecy does not bode well for us. If she feels the need to hide her work until she is ready to present it, then her work is probably mired in controversy. I am not too worried about that. She must have everything under control, and if she has managed to gain the cooperation of at least one star designer, then the likelihood of accidents should be a lot less than before. There was nothing particularly noteworthy to talk about with Sigrund aside from his promotion, so the two quickly ended their short call. Sigrund was moving up. He had come one step closer to becoming an admiral and gaining enough power to take control over his own destiny. Many people around Vess had grown by leaps and bounds, though he still missed a lot of familiar people who were still undergoing EdNet training at this time. They had already crossed the halfway point. Vess eagerly looked forward to welcoming the return to all of the heavily augmented and much more knowledgeable Larkinsons back to the clan. That should be the time where he could truly unleash the Larkinson clan. As Vess continued to devise plans for the future, he eventually received a short notification. He headed up to a lounge where everyone he knew in person had gathered. Jovi Armelin, Vector Lobin, Lady Romanda DeVos, and so on had gathered in order to watch the live broadcast together. Vess was also accompanied by his 12 Apocalypse Warden guards. Their armor and presence made it impossible to ignore them, but they had done a good job acting in an unobtrusive manner, though only as far as their gear allowed. Meow. Lucky came as well, and automatically sought out Jovi's lap. The survivalist smiled and stroked the gem cat's back. You have grown even stronger since the last time I touched you. This archimetal alloy feels amazing, meow. It's starting. Chapter 64-57, The Evolution Witch's Announcement. This was an important day. Red humanity would remember this date, just as they remembered the date when Vess Larkinson introduced his now historic yellow jacket models. Though Vess was not able to understand the magnitude of the evolution, Witch's ambitious scheme, he already received various clues that indicate that her plan had the potential to rock red humanity. Others with excellent connections and high positions obtained similar clues. They cleared out their schedules and chose to pay full attention to the transhumanist leader's announcement. The fact that she was a god pilot was already enough to give her due attention, but the scant hints she had dropped so far compelled other Tier 1 galactic citizens to orient themselves around her mysterious plan. The evolution Witch knew better than to fool her peers and other powerful dignitaries with empty bluster. Everyone tuned into the broadcast. Many more adventurous individuals even hopped onto their starships and attempted to fly closer to the site where the evolution Witch intended to hold her announcement. It was useless. Traffic control in Jernstall was extremely strict. The security forces did not dare to take any risks and preemptively locked down all traffic. Even ships that were located on the edge of the outer system had to temporarily shut down their engines and coast along in ballistic trajectories, unless they were on a collision course. More and more people anticipated a big show. Now that Vess had been reduced to one of many spectators, he could vaguely sense the immense anticipation building up from every hopeful human in the red ocean. Vector, he spoke up as he idly scratched Lucky's chin. Have you received any further information from your superiors? Now that the evolution Witch is about to start her speech, surely you must have more information. The Mech designer who sat on another couch shook his head. I am afraid to disappoint you, but I have not received any new missives. My friends and acquaintances in the transhumanist faction have not been able to share much information either. I am in the same position as you and everyone else. They soon fell silent when the evolution Witch appeared in the broadcast. Her entrance was not particularly grand this time. The Jenniforger suddenly appeared in an empty location of space that was located in the junction between the inner and outer system of Jernstall. The entire region of space had clearly been emptied in advance. Nearby traffic had already been diverted more than a day ago, so there weren't any errant cargo haulers or other vessels in the neighborhood. Just for good measure, the Jenniforger fully unfolded its god kingdom, thereby gaining extensive control over its surroundings. The sheer reality-defying power of the evolution, Witch's transcendent willpower, was so great that it could pressure every viewer who was watching the live broadcast. A momentary air of oppressive excitement weighed down on everyone's spirits before it withdrew. The god Mech still radiated a strong and vigilant god kingdom, but it was not directed towards anyone specific. The evolution Witch was merely being careful. This showed that what she was about to announce may be a lot more vulnerable than her god Mech. Interesting. After making an appearance and providing undeniable proof that she was the real deal, the Jenniforger disappeared. In its place was the god pilot in her human guise. Divine Lucy Miyazaki floated in space in complete defiance to the rules that governed what should happen if a human entered into space, without any visible protection against the merciless vacuum environment. To a baseline human, appeared in space like the evolution which was nothing less than a death sentence. To a god pilot, floating around in space in this form was no different from 92 to 13 taking a walk on an ordinary habitable planet. Citizens of red humanity, the evolution which spoke with the same empowered human voice she used during the founding ceremony. It was both authoritative and gentle. 3 days ago, I told you that I am about to make an important announcement. That time has come. Before I unveil the grand project that my collaborators and I have been working on, let us take stock of our current position in the Red Ocean. The evolution which used her own willpower to project a large and vivid map of the dwarf galaxy they currently resided. She had thoughtfully color-coded all of the territories belonging to the humans and the aliens. The sheer difference in size was glaring to everyone. Those with greater understanding of stellar geography knew that the actual situation was worse than it appeared. The distribution of resources was highly uneven, and it was clear that human-occupied space only covered a backwater of the Red Ocean. Vess thought about all of the secret briefings he received from the secret department. The information he gained during those tedious sessions allowed him to read these maps and other related information a lot better than before. Simply put, red humanity is outnumbered and outgunned. We still have a chance to win by relying on our sparse advantages. Our forces are technologically more advanced, and our soldiers are qualitatively stronger. Our battle tactics are more mature, and our supply lines are short. We enjoy all of the advantages of staying on the defensive. Yet even when my fellow god pilots, and I have been rending apart assault fleet after assault fleet, the influx of native aliens is endless. The disproportionately high loss rate have not deterred our enemies from sending in more cannon fodder. All the while, our fortified border systems are slowly reaching the limits of how much fighting they can withstand. Many people reacted with shock and dismay. The pessimistic outlook shared by the evolution, which countered much of the propaganda, meant to prop up morale and encourage people to fight. Dire state of red humanity, it was taboo to speak about it so blatantly and in the open. The god pilot didn't care. Other speakers who tried to give red humanity a harsh dose of reality might be met with immediate pushback from the established powers, but the evolution which was too great to be handled in this fashion. If not for her absolute strength and her genuine loyalty to red humanity, the other Tier 1 citizens would have tried to shut down the broadcast by force at this time. However, everyone remained patient, not because the evolution which was too powerful to be subdued in a short amount of time, but also because she clearly had a greater purpose in mind. Hope is not lost, my fellow red humans. We are humans, but we can be so much more. The founding of the Red Collective is one of the most significant steps we have made to reverse the ongoing war by out-evolving our adversaries. In time, the mass practice of systematic cultivation methods will make each of us much more individually stronger and more productive than before. Our fighters will be able to defeat more opponents, and our workers will be able to multiply our industries. Yet will our enemies give our cultivators the time to unlock their potential, explore how they can best wield their newfound abilities and truly come into power? Hell no. Even the most dim-witted human knew the answer. In a sense, the Red Tide Offensive already served as the response of the Red Cabal and the most powerful alien empires. The supreme alien leaders felt so threatened by red humanity that they did not hesitate to drive trillions of alien soldiers and even phase lords to their deaths. Even if most of them suffered miserable deaths, they still made a contribution by choking the red humans with the sheer magnitude of alien corpses and warship debris stuffed down their throats. The map of the Red Ocean made it all too clear that two defensive bands, of which one of them was already starting to fray. We need resources, the evolution which flatly said. The Red Ocean, exposed by the light of Messier 87, has become increasingly more rich and diverse with new and interesting materials, but it has not done enough to mitigate our shortfall in materials. Salvaging the wrecks of alien warships, allows us to harvest large amounts of low to middle-grade alloys, but we are short of higher-grade materials that are vital to the development and upgrades of senior ace mechs and god mechs. Our best mech pilots are more than capable of surmounting the challenges posed by the native aliens, but without enough high-quality material supply, their machines may not necessarily keep up with their ambitions. That caused a lot of people, but particularly mech designers, to grow concerned. The evolution which pointed to a very big problem. Mechs at this level could no longer be built by relying on high-grade materials alone. Only the rarest and most expensive superclass materials could bear the awesome power of those mighty pilots. The power of a god was not so easy to bear. While it was technically possible for peak ace pilots and god pilots to make do with machines built with inferior materials, the problem was that they could only channel true resonance up to a limit. The more inferior the materials, the lower the ceiling. This would inevitably make the powerful pilots uncomfortable and restrained. The feeling of being unable to unleash their full power for fear of breaking apart their own machines was one of the most frustrating conditions to fight under. We have not yet exhausted our stockpiles of critical superclass materials that are relevant to the production of the most powerful mechs as well as warships, the evolution which informed to the relief of many people. Yet we must not wait until they run out before we act. In order to obtain sufficient quantities of superclass materials and other essential goods that are vital to our civilization, I have secretly worked with a number of powerful collaborators. Today, I am ready to unveil the results of our work and commence the very first test that will determine our future as a neonal and a civilization that is locked inside a hostile galaxy. Her god kingdom vibrated. A large patch of space in front of divine Lucy Miyazaki began to deform until it finally unveiled a large and familiar-looking construct. Is that a gate? The black gate that appeared in the live broadcast looked both familiar and different to everyone. It vaguely resembled a smaller version of a Beyonder gate, but it possessed clear additions and design modifications that looked as if it had been corrupted by mystical elements. Runes and other mystical elements were embedded into the hyper-material components of the gate. Their presence was completely incongruent with the obviously technological aspects of the construct. A number of quick-witted people had pieced together enough clues to realize what the black gate signified. Vess was not one of them. Even though there were elements of the gate that looked disturbingly familiar to him, he failed to make the crucial connection before the god pilot formally introduced the object to red humanity. This is the Oblivion Gate. It is a technological nightmare that clumsily fuses face-water technology, hyper-technology, e-technology, FTL technology, and most notably highly experimental advances in the field of gravitic wormhole technology. Its sole purpose is to generate a momentary wormhole that can reach out to another wormhole that is generated more than 50 million light-years away by a similar but not completely identical Oblivion Gate built in the Milky Way galaxy in secrecy. What? Vess was hardly the only one who reacted with shock. The amount of people who could remain calm and composed were far outnumbered by the red humans who became completely gobsmacked by this shocking revelation. The evolution which merely smirked as she continued to blow up the expectations of her audience. The Oblivion Gates are the products of a secret collaboration that spans 2 different galaxies. Here in the Red Ocean, I have chosen to enlist the aid of the dimensional architect of the expansionist faction of the Red Association, who contributed to the research and construction of this Oblivion Gate. His Excellency Chester Marmedian, son of the even more legendary Charles Marmedian, appeared in the live broadcast in an instant. The star designer hovered beside the Oblivion Gate like an overseer, making it clear that he was probably responsible for operating the exceedingly complex construct. Over in the Milky Way galaxy, I have made contact and secured the vital cooperation of 3 key individuals. They are Master Moira Willix of the MTA Survivalist faction, the Beast of Fear, who leads the MTA Unbound Humanity faction, and lastly the Oblivion Empress of the Nyxian Gap. The latter may be better known to you all as the mother of Professor Vess. Larkinson. Everyone inside the lounge compartment turned their heads and stared straight at Vess. Even Lucky was no exception. Meow. Did you know about this, Vess? Vess wanted to burst into tears. He had no clue that the evolution witch and his mother had been working on such an explosive project. The two women had completely left him in the dark. Chapter 64-58, The Craven Red Humans, Oblivion Gate. And there are two of them. This changes everything. Have we finally managed to open up a portal back to the Milky Way? This is too good to be true. It is impossible for a pair of portals that are only a fraction of the size of the Greater Beyonder Gates to be able to bridge 50 million light-years. Technology is amazing, but this goes too far. This is no mere product of technology. Do you see all of those mysterious runes? Do you see how much hyper-materials have been used to construct this gate? The god pilot herself revealed that this is a work of both modern technology and ancient mysticism. E-technology is just a euphemism for cultivation sorcery. I want to go home. I want to go home. I don't want to stay in this death galaxy anymore. Please help me buy a ticket. I will sell everything just to be able to get back home. Is the evolution witch mad? We have done so much to break away from original humanity and its many institutions. All of that will be undone if the god pilots of the Milky Way are able to pass through these oblivion gates and enter the red ocean in large numbers. Sure, they may be able to save us from extinction, but they will not be satisfied with letting us retain our power and independence. I fear that the greedy humans from our former galaxy may become even worse enemies than the native aliens. A huge amount of people, both ignorant and wise, immediately drew a lot of conclusions based on the shocking unveiling of the Oblivion Gates. Whether they were right or wrong remained in question, but everyone already developed a lot of ideas about the Oblivion Gates. Immediately, the public had split into at least two camps. One group wanted to leave everything behind and pass through the Oblivion Gate as quickly as possible so that they could return to the protective umbrella of original humanity. Unlike the poor and miserable red humans that were struggling to prove their right to survive in the new frontier, the numerous and powerful original humans in the old galaxy did not fear anyone except themselves. This craven behavior completely pissed off the more patriotic and committed red humans, who had completely bought into the idea of building a new future in the red ocean. Even though the survival conditions of red humanity were much harsher, the pressure exerted by total war had also caused them to grow by leaps and bounds. Explosive advances in face-water technology, hypertechnology, e-technology, and cultivation science had already caused red humans to enjoy dozens of amazing new benefits. The red ocean was a nightmare for the weak, but a paradise for the strong. The new elites program and the Red Collective granted ordinary people who failed to stand out in the Milky Way completely new options to stand out and excel. As the public began to get more and more divided over the existence and the implications of the Oblivion Gates, a certain Larkinson remained completely stunned by what he learned. The unveiling of the Oblivion Gates completely shocked Vess. He knew nothing about their existence. He had no clue that the evolution witch and his mother plotted such an ambitious scheme. It was understandable that Vess remained in the dark when he resided in the red ocean. He never approached the evolution witch or gained access to whatever secret research base she established in order to develop the Oblivion Gate in cooperation with the dimensional architect. In the past half-year, Vess had been too preoccupied with completing the Swarm project and setting up the Red Collective. Had the evolution witch done this on purpose to keep him busy and out of the way long enough to prevent him from causing any unforeseen accidents? That may very well be true. While Vess accepted that the evolution which had successfully prevented him from stirring up any trouble that could risk the Oblivion Gate project, He could not accept that his own mother had kept such a massive secret from him for long. Back in the Milky Way, a certain silvery cyborg cat yowled and jumped away from the design terminal. "Mother!" The cat flew out of the design lab and quickly navigated the passageways of the Throne of Light, the heavy cruiser that served as the flagship of his mother's fleet. Along the way, she transmitted a message to meet with her mother in person. It took a minute for her to receive a response, which prompted Veronica to change her course. She could usually find her mother at her private temple and meditation room, but this time she had appeared out into open space. Fortunately, the living divine artifact's flight speed was not slow, and the Throne of Light was not as massive and time-consuming to navigate as actual battleships. Veronica plunged towards the nearest exit that led into open space. As soon as she dove out of the hangar bay to the bewilderment of the soldiers serving on the heavy cruiser, the cyborg cat magically amplified in size and began to exert her Morocco's organ to speed up her passage through space. As a mystical mirror creation of Vess that he had bastardized from a strange Orvan ritual, Veronica was actually one of the main reasons why Vess became eligible to become a phase lord. Due to the fact that Veronica was not a static altar, but actually a living cat with biomechanical implants, the cyborg cat was also a phase lord. Navigating through space with her own phase whale organs was a piece of cake. Veronica therefore sped up her pace, but still had to traverse a lot of distance before she was able to reach the coordinates of the Oblivion Gate. Her mother and her collaborators had placed the experimental construct far away from any starships for fear that the proximity could produce unexpected variables. While Veronica urgently sought to reach her mother and demand an explanation, the evolution which finally began to speak again after the masses received enough time to process the initial revelations. In the interest of avoiding any misunderstandings, I shall announce the presumed limitations of the Oblivion Gates first. The god pilot spoke in a serious tone, as if she had not just unveiled a powerful solution to one of Red humanity's greatest shortcomings. First, the Oblivion Gates are experimental and untested. There is no guarantee that they will work. The dimensional architect has made invaluable contributions, but the Oblivion Gate does not incorporate technologies based on his strengths alone. The forced merger of several radically different fields of technology has resulted in not one, but two asymmetrical gate constructs that work slightly differently. Either one, both, or none of them will work as intended. It was clear that it was extremely difficult to figure out how to develop two different Oblivion Gates that had to be adapted to local circumstances. The Red Ocean had a good supply of face water, hyper materials, and other unique local materials. The Milky Way was largely barren of both face water and hyper materials. These constraints meant that the R&D team over in the old galaxy had to figure out different ways to produce similar results, and that made this project much harder to succeed. The Oblivion Gate is much more expensive to operate. It is not necessarily costlier than the Greater Beyonder Gates, but the amount of volume they can displace across vast distances is much smaller. Due to the need to connect wormholes divided across millions of light-years, every activation consumed an extreme amount of face water and other unspecified resources. The other side lacks the support of large quantities of face water, so it is much more difficult to establish a connection. This also means the wormholes cannot remain active for long. It may take a second or less to complete an exchange of high-value trade goods. We cannot afford to exchange trivial, low-cost materials between the galaxies. That also made a lot of sense. Vess refused to believe that these strange Oblivion Gates could solve a problem that the Greater Beyonder Gates failed to accomplish. The fact that the Oblivion Gates worked more like teleporters than more traditional Beyonder Gates was a huge limitation. The longer the gates maintained their connections, the more stuff that humans could transport to different locations. Vess still remembered all of the fleets and starships that passed through the Lesser and Greater Beyonder Gates at a high frequency during the face water generation. Human civilization had drastically changed once the distances that separated humans across the Milky Way had shrunk. A journey that used to take decades could not be completed in a matter of weeks due to the network of lesser Beyonder gates. It was not reasonable to expect the Oblivion gates to perform as well as the Beyonder gates. The evolution which paused before she disclosed a disappointing piece of information. More importantly, if you have any thoughts about returning to the Milky Way galaxy, then do not hold any expectations. Nothing alive can travel through the current iterations of the Oblivion gates. We are most certain that any human or other organism will not be able to survive the intergalactic passage. It is possible that this may be remedied in the future, but this is not our priority. I am not interested in opening an escape route, and the humans of the Milky Way may not necessarily welcome us back. That certainly sounded ominous. There was a lot more meaning behind these words that Vess could not figure out at the moment. Just as expected, a lot of red humans grew disappointed at the revelation that they could not pass through the Oblivion Gate and return to the old galaxy alive. There was no reason to believe that the god pilot lied in front of their faces. If she said that they would not survive, then it must be true. Perhaps the Oblivion Gates were just prototypes that were not refined enough to enable Humana to nace through. There was still a lot of room for technological improvement. Previously, only a small group of researchers were able to work on the Oblivion Gates in secret. Now that the evolution which removed the veil of secrecy on them, it was a lot more acceptable to involve other star designers and other clever minds in the subsequent development process. Many red humans still clung to the hope that the Oblivion Gates would re-establish passage to the Milky Way. They were willing to die if there was no escape route, but now that one had appeared, their resolve to fight to the bitter end in the red ocean had diminished. While the evolution which was definitely aware that this undesirable reaction might occur, she did not comment on it at this time. There are only 2 Oblivion Gates. Their successful construction demanded the use of high-grade exotics and super-class materials that are impossible to source in the red ocean. We have exhausted a considerable proportion of our local stockpiles. If our Oblivion Gate is destroyed, we may not be able to construct a replacement. As she spoke, a large, sphere-shaped black container appeared into view. It was meticulously designed to fit the aperture of the inner ring structure. This shape offered the most volume for gate transfers, according to the calculations. A similar sphere had appeared in front of the Oblivion Gate, in the Milky Way as well. Both sides had to activate their Oblivion Gates simultaneously and perfectly coordinate with each other to form a continuous and stable wormhole, if only for a second. Once I have concluded my speech, I intend to conduct the first test shortly afterward. I will not hide the results of this attempt. You shall all be able to see for yourself whether we can open up a small, high-end trade route with the Milky Way. Many people wanted the god pilot to hurry up and commence the experiment as quickly as possible. Others wanted her to share as many details as possible so that they could figure out the working principles of the Oblivion Gates. Chapter 6459, The Beast of Fear. Red humanity was still in shock after learning about the existence of the Oblivion Gates. Even if the evolution which immediately deflated their wild hopes and expectations, after she listed out the huge number of limitations, their enthusiasm did not disappear entirely. This was because the Oblivion Gates was just the first iteration of this experimental tech. Humans were quite familiar with the progression of every new technological invention. The prototypes basically served as proof of concepts that were made in order to test if a new application was viable enough to work. As long as the first activations were successful, then there should always be room to improve the performance of the Oblivion Gates over time. They could become larger so that more goods could be swapped across the galaxies at a time. They could increase their efficiency so that they cost less face water and resources to activate. They may also be improved to the point where they could finally allow living beings to transfer from one galactic neighborhood to another. In short, as long as people kept working on the Oblivion Gates, they would always grow better over time, just like how the same Mech lines got better with each passing generation. Meanwhile, the Evolution Witch continued her speech. She began to talk more about the tech behind the Oblivion Gates and who was responsible for developing these bizarre constructs. The Oblivion Gates are the brainchild of myself and the Oblivion Empress. The reason why the two of us have managed to achieve cooperation across intergalactic distances is because the Superior Mother, her Kai incarnation, is active in the Red Ocean. The Evolution Witch casually revealed a bombshell as if she cared nothing about secrecy. A new presence appeared. The Superior Mother showed up in her guise as a stern but matronly woman. Even though her presence was almost completely overshadowed by the Evolution Witch's God Kingdom, her mystique marked her as an extraordinary existence. Suffice to say, a lot of Hexers in the Hex Federation instantly grew ecstatic at the appearance of their Supreme. Women shall reign over red humanity. Hexism shall span the galaxies. We are saved by the Superior Mother. The Evolution Witch and the Superior Mother exchanged familiar glances, showing that they had developed a strong friend and mutual understanding. It is no secret anymore that the Oblivion Empress possesses a checkered past, but as far as red humanity is concerned, she is one of the two main contributors to the development of the Oblivion Gates. Much of the hyper-technology and e-technology applied to the constructs are adapted from deep and extensive insights into systematic e-energy manipulation. The runes applied on the gates and the rituals used to create or process the specialized materials are all due to her credit. It is no wonder her son is so outstanding. If the father of Carmine Mech is so brilliant and innovative, then imagine what her mother is capable of. Systematic cultivation can be used to create many miracles when employed for a good cause. That was a pretty strong endorsement of systematic cultivation. Knowing that such a powerful Kai cultivator had played a pivotal role in the development of the Oblivion Gates cast a positive halo over the Red Collective. Now, you may assume that the Dimensional Architect is the other main contributor to the Oblivion Gates. As a star designer, his knowledge and affinity with technology is almost unmatched. However, every star designer has their specializations, and none that we know of are capable of developing the key technological principles to connect two wormholes together across vast distances. Familiar-looking, but very unassuming Master Mech designer. This is Master Moira Willix of the survivalist faction of the Mech Trade Association. She is known for tutoring Vess Larkinson in the past, so do not underestimate her capabilities. She has secluded herself close to where the Oblivion Empress reigns in order to study the anomalous conditions of the Nyxian Gap and further her own research. After meeting with the Oblivion Empress and accepting an offer to lead the Oblivion Gate project, she has invested decades' worth of accumulated research. She has managed to do this by pioneering the field of wormhole gravitic technology. She does this in the hopes of paving her way to advance to the rank of star designer. If this attempt succeeds, she will almost be assured of her ascension as long as she is able to complete the development of a stable and mature pair of Oblivion Gates. Many people fell silent after hearing this. Vess and the senior Mech designers around him were especially affected by this revelation. Star designer. That was the endpoint of many Mech designers who aspired for greatness. Even though many of them eventually got beaten down by reality and failed to make any further progress, there were still a lot of hopefuls who dreamt of making it to the end. However, the immense Mech industry of the old galaxy had only produced around 100 of them over a span of 4 centuries. The new frontier had yet to spawn any new star designers. This showed how difficult it was for Master Mech designers to cross the vast distance that separated them from attaining their own form of godhood. To be able to witness the birth of a potential new star designer was an incredible honor as well as a good opportunity. Who knew whether Mech designers could gain inspiration from Master Willix's example and stimulate their own breakthroughs? Such lucky occurrences had definitely taken place in the past. At this time, almost every Mech designer in the Red Ocean sincerely wished that Master Willix would succeed. It did not matter whether Red humanity was separated from original humanity. They were all Mech designers. They identified by their professions first and any other labels next. Of course, it also helped that the success of the Oblivion Gate project would materially improve the conditions of Red humanity during these difficult times. Master Willix's promotion may literally save their own lives. The evolution which proceeded to introduce another collaborator. Her willpower produced a different projection that displayed a fearsome biomech that possessed a completely different style than her Geneforger. The God Mech was a familiar sight to those who knew their God pilots and corresponding God Mechs. There was no mistaking the giant and oversized mutated wolf-like shape. The creature may vaguely be based on a canine template, but the addition of hundreds of tentacles, multiple rows of teeth, sickly green poison veins, and more cast a frightening sight. The Beast of Fear was too lazy to accept a different title. When he ascended to godhood, he completely abandoned his mortal name and fully embraced the name of his god biomech. This choice had ominous implications. Most god pilots tended to use a title that was separate from their god biomechs in order to maintain artificial separation between their human and machine sides. The Beast of Fear declined to do so, meaning that he saw no distinction between himself and his god biomech. When people had to speak to him for whatever reason, they could never tell for sure whether they were speaking to a human or a genuine beast. The man had completely become a beast at the true god level. This was a controversial decision that caused him to be feared and ostracized by other human leaders. It was no wonder that he was only able to find shelter in a fairly controversial group like the MTA Unbound. Humanity faction. Generally speaking, many people preferred to avoid the Beast of Fear. He ranked very low on the popularity list. Why did the Evolution, which decide to collaborate with such a fearsome and questionable god pilot? Did she not have more reliable friends among the god pilots left behind in the Milky Way? The construction of the Oblivion Gates requires the intervention of god pilots in order to produce the unique materials that cannot be made through other processes. Our strength is also needed to assemble parts together in a manner impossible to create by resorting industrial means. The Evolution which explained. They may not appear this way on the surface, but the gates are actually biomechanical in nature. Only god pilots that are deeply familiar with biotechnology can facilitate this project. That was one reason why she sought out the cooperation of this controversial god pilot. I am familiar with the Beast of Fear. We share much in common, and I am confident that he will cooperate with us rather than expose this project to the Galactic Mech Council. Do not forget that Red humanity and original humanity have broken off relations. We are no longer one race, and we have not established any formal alliances. This intergalactic project is not legal from the perspective of the Mech Trade Association and other authorities. Original humanity fears that we may lead hostile aliens to their precious galaxy, but the Beast of Fear does not. He is fear incarnate, so he will grow by spreading it. The MTA Unbound Humanity faction, which he is a part of, is also in favor of defying the status quo. Now that sounded convenient. The Beast of Fear was an excellent choice because his interests were completely separate from the other human leaders. He would love nothing more than to open up trade with the Red Ocean and induce fear among original humanity at the same time. It was quite fortunate that the Evolution, which not only knew such a good collaboration partner, but that he agreed to participate in this grand research project. The fact that the Oblivion Empire managed to create an Oblivion Gate of its own was the best form of proof. The Evolution which crossed her arms. Let me be clear about who is and is not responsible for these modern wonders. They are both developed and built by the Oblivion Gate Consortium, which I have founded together with the Oblivion Empress. I am in charge of managing and protecting the Red Oblivion Gate. The Oblivion Empress is responsible for managing and protecting the Black Oblivion Gate. They are designed from the ground up so that only one of us can operate and activate our respective gates. We will not extend this power to any other individuals, no matter whether they are god pilots or star designers. That was a domineering declaration. Vess did not doubt the Evolution Witch's ability to defend her monopoly on the Red Oblivion Gate, but he grew a lot more concerned about his mother's hold over the so-called Black Oblivion Gate. Cynthia Larkinson was just a Kai cultivator true god. She was incredibly versatile, especially due to her extensive knowledge, but she was not able to match a god pilot in direct combat. Even with the advantage of the special terrain of the Nyxian Gap, Vess had no illusions about her ability to cope with a hostile god pilot. Who knew how the more protective and paranoid god pilots of the old galaxy would react to this dangerous attempt to bridge the gap between the galaxies? However, as long as the Oblivion Empress managed to obtain the protection of the Beast of Fear and other powerful players, she may be able to maintain her monopoly on the Black Oblivion Gate. The question was how. Vess did not think that the two devious women came up with such an enormous scheme without accounting for these variables. The Evolution Witch began to address this very issue. The greatest threat to the Oblivion Gate Consortium does not lie in the Red Ocean, but in the distant Milky Way, where original humanity is still stuck in the age of Mechs. The citizens and leaders in the old galaxy have become fearful of what has befallen us. They will not take kindly to allowing a secret group of conspirators to defy their taboo on blocking interactions between our two galaxies. This is why we must make them an offer that there cannot Nagsiklu refuse. Ayetmi start with our first whift to original humanity, Carmine Mechs. The mention of Carmine Mechs caused Vess to freeze. His mind worked quickly. He soon managed to piece together enough clues to figure out the truth. The Evolution Witch intended to trade the secret of Carmine Mechs to the humans of the Milky Way from the start. Ever since she and Cynthia Larkinson conceived of the Oblivion Gate project, they already planned to use the irresistible Carmine Mechs as a bargaining chip to preserve the Black Oblivion Gate. "I've been used," Vess gasped in realization. Chapter 64, 60 The Inferior Humans. Carmine Mechs. How could the Oblivion Gates have anything to do with Carmine Mechs? Many listeners initially grew confused, but then they realized why Carmine Mechs presented the perfect bargaining tool for the highly ambitious Oblivion Gate Consortium. Red humanity already gained access to the brand new Mechs equipped with the amazing Carmine system, so most people's awe towards its capabilities had already dropped to a more reasonable level. Less than a week had passed since the historic product reveal, and red humans already started to treat Carmine Mechs as a permanent addition to the landscape. Original humanity lacked this benefit. When red humans thought about all of the original humans that failed to enter the Red Ocean, the former began to take pity on the latter. Sure, the Red Ocean had become a much more dangerous environment to humans than before, but it also granted them so many advantages that were previously unthinkable. The powerful combination of systematic cultivation and Carmine Mechs alone presented a huge amount of people at the bottom with amazing possibilities to strengthen themselves and rise to greatness at a much more affordable price. Original humans who occupied the lower and middle positions of the Milky Way virtually had no chance to change their fate. They were destined to live and die as space peasants without leaving any significant mark of their existence on their society. The stagnant society and the unshakable dominance of oligarchical groups left far too little room for talented and opportunistic upstarts to rise to power. The Red Ocean was different because the ongoing war created a lot of fault lines, enabling ambitious and capable individuals to squeeze between the famous Vess Larkinson served as the best example. Although only 3 days had passed since the Red Collective had been founded, a large proportion of brave, desperate, and eager red humans had already gotten their first taste of systematic cultivation. Too little time had passed for most people to make any noticeable gains when practicing the free curated cultivation methods that were suitable for beginners, but there were always exceptions. Every population had a small proportion of talented individuals. They were born with much greater spirituality than usual and absorbed ambient E-energy radiation with a higher degree of efficiency than before. When these talented people practiced a suitable and compatible Kai cultivation method for the first few times, their latent accumulation quickly transformed into a readily usable foundation that brought them immediate strength and gains. The result of all of this was that, in every large settlement, dozens of people suddenly emerged that were able to cast magical spells such as fireballs or jump over 2 stories in an instant. While the sudden acquisition of combat power caused the rapidly strengthened cultivators to become unstable to the point of endangering the people around them, the Red Collective had already made preparations in advance. Not only did the Kalis deploy a large amount of enforcers to as many settlements as possible, they also warned the local authorities to monitor and intervene anyone that began to act weird all of a sudden. The pacifier Mech turned out to be an excellent way to suppress out-of-control cultivators. Most Kai cultivators were still weak enough that Lufa's glow was completely able to suppress their spiritualities and prevent them from leveraging the power of heaven for their own use. There was no chance for them to wreak havoc when the living peacekeeping Mechs arrived. Of course, even with these amazingly effective machines, ordinary Mechs were also capable of defeating regular cultivators. A single fireball or rock shard could never breach the defenses of a Mech. In any case, these quick responses successfully reduced the negative impact of introducing systematic cultivation to the masses. Many news pub geniuses had gained. Ons highlighted all of the benefits that the more stable. All of this propaganda caused more and more people to appreciate the advantages of systematic cultivation. There was no way that Red humanity wanted to let go of it anymore. Now that they gained access to a completely new means of empowerment, everyone already regarded it as their collective treasure. Their support for the Red Collective reached a new peak. All of this increased the sense of pride and superiority of Red humanity. They had diverged so much from original humanity in just the span of a few years that their sense of belonging towards the Milky Way had already plunged below a critical level. Of course, this was only a generalization. There were still plenty of Red humans that still identified themselves as citizens of the Milky Way. This was especially the case for people who left behind close family and loved ones in the other galaxy. However, the traumas and crises that most people suffered since the Great Severing had firmly caused these sentiments to fade. People cared a lot more about their own lives than the friends and family that were safely residing in the Milky Way. Since Red humanity had already begun to psychologically diverge from original humanity, the former actually felt they possessed the right to decide whether the latter was able to make use of Carmine Mechs. Unfortunately for these people, the evolution which already formed a plan of her own. At this moment, no one objected to her decision to offer the gift of Carmine Mechs to original humanity, especially after she elaborated on her decision. The Great Severing has caused our branch of humanity to diverge from the people of the Milky Way. The latter could have chosen to aid us in our prevent our enemies from turning on them next. We have gone our separate ways since then. So long as the distance between our galaxies remains too great, there is no good means to heal the divide, nor is it desirable to do so. For all intents and purposes, we have become 2 different civilizations. Over time, our universal evolution will cause our race to grow and diverge from original humanity as well, so we will have even less in common than in the past. As the inferior and unevolved branch of humankind, do you think the people over there will be willing to engage in the trade of goods? The answer was likely no. Now that the 2 groups no longer considered themselves as one, they had begun to take on a competitive relationship. It was not necessarily a good development for original humans to allow their distant cousins to grow too powerful. More cynical individuals even entertained the controversial idea that the leaders in the old galaxy might actually desire the downfall of red humanity. All of these ideas were based on cold, hard interests. The leaders of original humanity had to make decisions what was best for their own constitutions. If red humanity was taken out of consideration, then their attitude towards a lost branch of humanity could never remain warm. More and more red humans began to frown as they gradually figured this out. So long as they posed a realistic threat to original humans, the leaders of the Milky Way would never tolerate trade. This is why we must offer a bargaining chip that original humanity cannot refuse. They are still stuck in the age of Mechs, and there are many more individuals in the Milky Way who have always dreamt of piloting a Mech. If we expose the existence of Carmine Mechs and offer them a realistic chance of piloting one in exchange for trading goods, public support will overwhelmingly take our side. Not even the Big Two can suppress this pent-up demand once the news has spread. My collaborators in the Milky Way have already made preparations to spread this news across the entire galaxy at any time. It is impossible for the Mechers and the Fleeters to suppress this news, nor deny that Carmine Mechs cannot exist. The psionic pylon that carries the imprint of Vess Larkinson shall ensure that original humans will not only learn about the existence of Carmine Mechs, but also gain an opportunity to form their own blood packs. What a masterful scheme. Vess fully acknowledged the depth and thoughtfulness of her grand design. Vess had pretty much forgotten about the psionic pylon that was supposed to extend his design philosophy across parts of the old galaxy that he was not able to cover once he moved to the Red Ocean. However, once he became a pioneer, he completely lost interest in the LMC's business activities in the old galaxy. He no longer possessed any attachment to the Yena star cluster and couldn't care less of whether his customers were stuck with piloting Mechs that became increasingly more outdated over time. It might not be fair to all of the old living Mechs that still possessed a lot of potential, but could only rely on flawed and imperfect upgrades devised by Mech designers who did not really understand his design philosophy. Yet Vess simply did not have the time and interest to spare on serving his oldest customers in the Komodo star sectors and beyond. This was why the PP no longer crossed his mind anymore. Vess never expected that it would suddenly become incredibly relevant again. The mysticism used to create the PP did not care for distance, just like how quantum entanglement nodes could theoretically maintain their connections across intergalactic distances as long as the pairing did not get interrupted. The effective range of the PP that was still supposed to be stored in the center of the Yena star cluster had even increased by a huge extent ever since Vess advanced to the rank of senior Mech designer. Once he realized his design philosophy, the PP that was still connected to him in a mysterious way would also undergo a similar transformation. Due to its existence, Vess actually maintained a connection to the original Kingdom of Mechs. This meant that if he ever broke through to Master Mech Designer, he had the option to contribute his design philosophy to both the Kingdom of Mechs and the Red Kingdom at the same time. Vess was not the only Mech designer who retained this crazy possibility. Every Mech designer who left behind a PP was able to do the same. The only issue was that there was only one copy of this object in the Milky Way. Anyone opposed to the existence of Carmine Mechs or opening up trade with the humans of the Red Ocean could make an attempt to ruin everything by destroying the PP. Normally, that should spell the end of the plan to spread Carmine Mechs among the population, but it was not that simple. Vess knew that the evolution witch's master plan was actually a bit more perfect than described. This was because Veronica was still present in the Milky Way. He created his living divine artifact from a bastardized alien ritual that somehow caused it to become a mystical reflection of his core essence. From a metaphysical standpoint, Veronica was a living derivation of Vess' divine core. The cyborg cat may have been chipped away from Vess, but they were still the same in many aspects. Not all of his incarnations possessed this unique property, but Veronica was the clear exception. In practice, this meant that much of the direct cultivation gains made by Vess directly affected Veronica as well. Her Phase Lord cultivation had actually reached a more advanced stage than Vess himself. She not only possessed her own facewater organs, but also carried a smaller copy of his design flame. This meant that Veronica could effectively act as his surrogate in terms of a Mech designer. Even without the existence of the PP, it was quite possible for Vess to work as a Mech designer in 2 different galaxies at once. However, there was one big problem with this plan. It painted a huge target on Veronica's back. Chapter 64, 61, a target on her back. The master plan devised by the Evolution Witch and the Oblivion Empress was brilliant, but it was not perfect. A perfect plan did not leave any room for failure. Whatever the 2 women had in mind, their shameless exploitation of Vess Mech designer accomplishments actually put his living divine artifact in a lot of danger. Here in the Red Ocean, the opposition against Carmine Mechs was decisively muted because the war atmosphere suppressed a lot of infighting. Few people wanted to tear down a solution that could potentially give red humans a better chance to survive the ongoing war. Such circumstances did not exist in the old galaxy. The leaders over there were much more comfortable and secure in their positions. Many of them prized stability over disruptive innovation. The policies and ideals of the MTA Preserving Order faction and the MTA Guidance faction happened to be very popular among the First Raiders who resided in the Galactic Center. Given their rejection towards radical changes that threatened to upend the status quo, there should be plenty of powerful people and groups that desired to put an end to the spread of Carmine Mechs. Destroying the PP and killing Veronica was the simplest and most direct way to solve the problem that threatened their interests. In fact, Vess already figured out that the Mechers were not his worst enemies. Carmine Mechs still offered a lot of benefits to the MTA, the most important of which was to make Mechs a lot more dominant in human society and culture than before. The real enemy of Carmine Mechs was the Common Fleet Alliance. Unlike the smaller, weaker, and much more desperate Red Fleet, the original CFA did not suffer the repeated setbacks and beatdowns that could force them to reevaluate their existing policies. The original fleeters were probably several times more arrogant and could not tolerate any new challenges to their precious warships. Even if the CFA kept itself apart from the rest of human society, there was no way the original fleeters would want to see warships fade into complete irrelevance due to the rapid proliferation of Carmine Mechs. The Oblivion Gate Consortium therefore stood on the verge of provoking a powerful enemy in the Milky Way galaxy. If the Common Fleet Alliance decided to wipe out the PP as well as Veronica, then thousands of CFA battleships would descend upon the Nyxian Gap. Vess did not have confidence that the hazardous environment of the Nyxian Gap would be enough to keep out those powerful warships. The fleeters might not have anything comparable to god pilots, but they mastered a lot of powerful technologies. There was no way that the Evolution, which could rely on her home ground advantage, to keep out one of the 2 hegemons of the Milky Way. While Vess was willing to believe that the Evolution Witch and his mother had thought about this consequence in advance and planned to gather enough allies to block the CFA somehow, that still did not remove the target on Veronica's back. Losing Veronica might not kill Vess, but he would lose his only physical means of access to the Milky Way. He would no longer be able to keep in touch with his mother, his father, and his eldest sister in an intimate fashion. Vess also feared that letting Veronica die might also inflict permanent damage to his spirituality. She was literally a fragment of his divine core, so the connection between the 2 was stronger and deeper than that of a blood pact. Suffice to say, Vess did not like it that the 2 powerful women had come up with a dangerous scheme and dragged him into it as if his opinion didn't matter. Even if he was willing to accept the risks and volunteer his services to the Oblivion Gate Consortium, it galled him that they did not even bother to ask for his consent. "Mother," Veronica transmitted over a communication channel as soon as her oversized form finally managed to approach the black Oblivion Gate. Cynthia Larkinson continued to float beside the mysterious construct, as if everything in this region of space was under her control. Hovering further away was Master Moira Willix. She barely paid attention to Veronica's approach. No matter how much she wanted to study a phase lord in cat form, her current project was far too important for her to get distracted. The survivalist floated in front of a large and advanced workstation and processor module. She paid great attention to the diagnostics of not just the black Oblivion Gate, but also the data produced by the red Oblivion Gate, located more than 50 million light-years away. Since the Superior Mother was anchored in the red ocean, it was easy for the design spirit to transmit large amounts of data from the red Oblivion Gate to the Oblivion Empress, who subsequently passed the data directly to the workstation. This was extremely important for the success of the Oblivion Gate project. As one of the key developers behind the radical tech of this project, it was vitally important that Master Willix expertly coordinated the settings of the two gates. It was impossible for the dimensional architect to operate the red Oblivion Gate in isolation. The most the star designer could do was to ensure the components of the gate functioned properly. The real challenge had always been to connect two wormholes, separated by an immense distance from each other. The two gates needed to be perfectly aligned with each other. Their settings had to match each other with the lowest possible margin for error. The difficulty of doing this was as high as trying to align two toothpicks on a single invisible line when they were placed on the opposite sides of a planet. Even the slightest of deviations could completely ruin the alignment of the two Oblivion Gates. In fact, Master Willix had no confidence that she could align and configure the two gates perfectly, but the good news was that she was not alone. There was a significantly greater chance that her experiment would succeed. As long as the two Oblivion Gates successfully completed an exchange of goods across vast distances, Master Willix would finally be assured that she found a definite path to becoming a star designer. While there was no guarantee that she could solve all of the subsequent technological problems and successfully break through, having a clear path to her end destination was still far better than working in the darkness like she did in the prior decades. Finding a breakthrough opportunity was the entire reason why the survivalist decisively abandoned the luxury and prosperity of the galactic center and moved all the way out to the galactic rim. She was not a woman afraid of hardships and challenges. She had rationally deduced long ago that coasting along would only ensure that she would become a respected master Mech designer. Star designers existed on a completely higher level. Those that yearned to promote to this exalted rank needed to make sacrifices in their life and have the courage to take considerable risks. Now that she came close to reaching the beginning of the end, Master Willix had set everything aside, including greeting the cat incarnation of the Mech designer she once taught. Veronica understood Master Willix's motivations pretty well, so she did not begrudge the Master's lack of reaction. The beast of fear was different. The monstrous god Biomech possessed an intimidating god kingdom. Even if he had reduced its fear factor to a very low level, Veronica still became jolted as soon as she came close enough. The controversial god pilot obviously did not hold any malice towards Veronica, but simply getting stared at by the 17 creepy eyeballs embedded into the monstrously organic grandwork raised her hackles. That did not stop her from confronting Cynthia Larkinson. "You keep me in the dark. Your decision to use Carmine Mechs as a bargaining chip has turned me into an arch-enemy of the CFA. The fleeters will out for blood once they hear what has happened." The cyborg cat's tirade did not elicit any reactions at all. The three collaborators paid no attention to Veronica and continued to hover around while fulfilling their own responsibilities. It was only after Veronica was about to give her mother another piece of her mind that the true God finally reacted. "Silence, child." Before Veronica knew it, her true body suddenly lost control of the surrounding space. A firm and irresistible force pressed onto her cybernetic body from all sides, causing it to fold and shrink until Veronica regained her normal cat size. The same omnidirectional force proceeded to shove Veronica over to Cynthia until the cat helplessly fell into her mother's embrace. Veronica became trapped. After trying and failing to squirm, phase, or teleport her way out, she eventually gave up her futile struggle and allowed herself to be carried like her mother as if she was a little baby. "Mother," Veronica growled in both indignation and humiliation, "you owe me an explanation. You and the evolution witch. Be patient, my child. This experiment is too important for us. This is not the time for you to hold a temper tantrum. You shall have your answers, but now." A temper tantrum. Was that how her mother regarded Veronica's completely justified outrage? Though the cyborg cat wanted to lash out so badly, she kept her mother's words in mind and forcibly held in her anger. No matter what, the Oblivion Gate project had to succeed. Far too much precious resources had been invested in its development and construction. Any failure could have unpredictable and potentially catastrophic consequences. The timing of the activation of the two gates drew close. This became evident as Cynthia began to accumulate power, while at the same time commanding the Nyxian Gap to channel energy into the Black Oblivion Gate. The specter of chained souls vaguely became visible as they diverted from the constant rotation in the Nyxian Gap and flew into the gate instead. The specters did not do so willingly. Many of the more lively and cognizant ones tried to divert their course, but the beast of fear slightly strengthened his hold on reality and forced the forgotten souls to serve their destiny as fuel. The beast of fear was able to exert absolute control over the souls that had little left but fear and other negative energies. As the captive specters burned themselves up by the thousands, if not more, the chilling runes carved on the surface of the Black Oblivion Gate started to light up and exert their influence on the immediate environment. Veronica looked horrified. She had the illusion that the Black Oblivion Gate was literally being powered by the eons-old remnant souls that had gotten trapped inside the hazardous region. The entire notion of it freaked her out so much that she did not dare to utter a word about what she was witnessing. Fortunately, the Red Oblivion Gate was nowhere near as perverse. The medium energy environment of the Red Ocean provided it with a much cleaner source of E-energy to power its mystical components. A powerful energy vortex formed with the gate at the center. The high concentration of hyper-materials, along with the additional assistance of the evolution, Witch's God Kingdom, made it so that the many runes of the Red Oblivion Gate began to glow and thrum with power. As the gates on both sides began to charge up in preparation to form wormholes at the same time, the evolution Witch no longer kept the increasingly more impatient red humans waiting. "I have shared enough information about the Oblivion Gate project. Now that both gates are fully charged, we shall soon begin our attempt to bridge the divide between our galaxies, if only briefly." The two Oblivion Gates had become charged with multiple forms of energy. Vess was able to gain a much better appreciation of what was happening because Veronica happened to be close to the Black Oblivion Gate. If not for the shielding and protection generated by the Oblivion Empress, Veronica would have become affected by the energetic manifestations. At this time, everyone involved truly could not spare their attention on anything else. They all needed to work in perfect coordination in order to make this attempt succeed. It's about to begin. Please succeed. Is it wise for us to make contact with the Milky Way again? Let us hope that we do not make more enemies by opening up the Oblivion Gates. Chapter 64-62 The Attempt. The evolution which powered, protected, and controlled the key operations of the Red Oblivion Gate. The dimensional architect monitored the technical parameters of the glowing construct and continued to make minor corrections when necessary. The Oblivion Empress continued to leverage the Nyxian gap, but also controlled the most important triggers of the Black Oblivion Gate. The Beast of Fear kept the remnant souls in check, while also remaining on guard against attacks. Master Willix precisely timed and configured the two Oblivion Gates to make sure they could connect with each other. Each of them held important responsibilities. None of them could afford to make any egregious mistakes. The messy and suboptimal combination of mysticism and cutting-edge high technologies had the potential to do the impossible, but only if every component did their jobs without complications. It was impossible for faults and errors from occurring. The developers of the Oblivion Gates could only do so much when they were short on a lot of helpful resources and lacking empirical data. Without conducting a live test, the veracity of their theories would always remain in doubt. The Evolution Witch had invested much of her knowledge on how to create spatial portals with the power of heaven into the Oblivion Gate project. If she needed to create a pair of gates that enabled quick passage from one star sector to a neighboring star sector, then she did not need to rely on technological assistance at all. It was completely within her power to physically bridge such a distance by relying on her own profound techniques and self-made artifacts. Trying to do the same across a distance of more than 50 million light-years was a completely different challenge. This was where Master Moira Willix came into the picture. Her original research had nothing to do with transporting goods across intergalactic distances, but her deep and profound attainments in gravitic systems and other sciences just happened to put her in a position to help with bridging the divide. It was due to Cynthia's passing friendship and familiarity with the persistent master Mech designer that she saw the possibility of creating the Oblivion Gates. With a powerful collaborator and helper in the Red Ocean, in the form of the Evolution Witch, what appeared to be impossible suddenly became a little less unthinkable. When Master Willix deeply conferred with the Oblivion Empress and calculated that there was a modest chance that the groundbreaking project might succeed, she dropped all of her previous research and commitments and devoted all of her effort into developing the Oblivion Gates. What was amazing was that the survivalist did so without informing or asking for permission from the MTA. As an old insider, Willix knew that the huge political implications of reopening trade with Red humanity would cause the Oblivion Gate project to become mired in controversy. The forces acting against it were far too strong, making it unlikely to succeed. This was why Master Willix resolutely kept her contacts and colleagues in the dark. It was also the reason why the Evolution Witch carefully chose to collaborate with the Beast of Fear, whose goals greatly diverged from the current policies of the Mech Trade Association. The rest of the Mechers would find out eventually what they had done. The Oblivion Gate Consortium only hoped that it would be better to ask for forgiveness than permission. It would be much easier to negotiate a settlement with a large batch of trade goods, unique to the Red Ocean. As Master Willix carefully monitored and adjusted the settings of both Oblivion Gates, she patiently waited until the time was right to trigger the activation of both portals. Greatest as there were too many ways for her to fail and botch the attempt. Despite her enormous burdens, Master Willix maintained her composure despite her proximity to the Black Oblivion Gate. It was not good for the gates to remain at their full charge for too long. Master Willix needed to pull the trigger in a short amount of time, or else important components would begin to break, making it impossible for the experiment to proceed. Even as everyone grew impatient due to her inaction, neither the Oblivion Empress nor the Beast of Fear urged her into action. Both of them were true gods and existed on a higher level compared to the Master Mech designer. But Master Moira Willix was the main contributor to the tech that enabled the gates to span such an enormous distance. Everyone grew tense. The people of the Red Ocean had little idea that so much hinged on the judgment and timing of a Master Mech designer. Veronica made sure to remain completely still. She still harbored a lot of goodwill towards Master Willix and regretted the fact that she had cut ties with her. When her main self entered the red ocean, she had neglected many of the old friendships that she once had with the people that she left behind. Not everyone in the Milky Way was useless to Vess. Master Willix's involvement in this massive project was proof that the old galaxy could still affect the new frontier. As people from both galaxies waited for the big moment to arrive, Master Willix finally took action. Now. Even before she uttered a word, she already transmitted a signal through her cranial implant. The Evolution Witch and the Oblivion Empress took action at the same time. The two gates were substantially different from each other, so they did not complete the exact same steps. Nonetheless, by the time the Oblivion gates became fully active, both of them formed wormholes at almost the exact same time. It was fortunate that completely perfect timing was not an essential requirement. The real concern was that the more the timing was off, the harder it was to establish a connection between the two wormholes. Right now, the two portals both depicted a completely dark void where no light passed through. Veronica immediately felt a huge threat from the black Oblivion gate. She actually wanted to move as far away as possible, but her mother kept such a tight hold over her body that she couldn't move from her grasp. Shortly after the dark portals formed, they began to wobble and grow unstable. No sign of a connection had formed as of yet, but this was an expected outcome. It took a lot more effort to connect two extremely distant portals together. While the Evolution Witch and the Oblivion Empress kept the portals on their respective gates active, Master Willix continued to change the settings and manipulate the controls. Several agonizing seconds went by until the portals finally started to change. The black briefly got replaced by light, until a bright flash suddenly erupted from the nearby sphere-shaped cargo container. The Oblivion gates abruptly shut down. Large amounts of coolant hissed from the various openings of the Oblivion gates as the internals rapidly tried to vent the excess heat buildup. Master Willix continued to operate the two gates in order to ensure that they remained stable and intact after pulling off an attempt that briefly exerted a huge amount of stress to their systems. When Veronica recovered from the flash, she eagerly tried to observe whether the swap took place. Her electronic eyes glowed brighter as she gazed upon a nearly identical spherical container. She had taken a very good look at the big metal ball that was originally parked before the black Oblivion gate. The cyborg cat did not recognize the sturdy alloy, but she was able to deduce that it was entirely made out of thick and sturdy first-class exotic materials. The key was that the sphere was not built with face water at all. This resource, which was not that difficult to obtain in the red ocean, was countless times more scarce in the Milky Way. The Beast of Fear was secretly able to smuggle a modest quantity of face water to the Nyxian Gap, but all of it had been used to construct the black Oblivion gate. What was even more important was that the original cargo sphere did not incorporate any hyper materials either. Veronica knew that unending alloy and a number of other interesting resources native to the Nyxian Gap actually turned out to be hyper materials. However, the Nyxian Gap was not that energy-rich, and much of it actually consisted of the spiritual detritus of a lot of dead ancient life forms. It was impossible for the Nyxian Gap to produce a lot of hyper materials. His mother actually monopolized much of it to use in her own personal projects. The cargo sphere may be important enough to employ some of those rare hyper materials, but there was no good reason to do so. The hyper materials native to the Nyxian Gap were very mediocre and did not possess any attributes that could help in this experiment. That was why Veronica could clearly tell that the cargo sphere that appeared before the black obsidian gate was not the original one. The color was off, the density had changed, the production process was different. The sphere was made out of an alloy that was both transphasic and hyper. The most important part was that Veronica clearly recognized that this was the exact same cargo sphere that Vess observed on the live feedback in the red ocean. This, Veronica uttered but could not finish. His mother looked as if everything was under her control. A smug and supremely satisfied expression appeared on her face as she gently petted the cyborg cat's head. "Do you see, my child? You are not the only person in the family that can produce a successful invention. This changes everything. The first attempt is the most difficult one by far because both Oblivion gates are admittedly incomplete. It is only by incorporating the face water and hyper materials shipped from the Red Ocean that this black Oblivion gate will become much more reliable and affordable to operate." Back in the Red Ocean, every red human remained silent for a few seconds until they began to cheer en masse. Even though the cargo sphere from the Milky Way most definitely contained goods that would never end up in their hands, they still cheered because they understood what this meant. The evolution which, as she hovered before the red Oblivion gate and the distinctly different spherical container. The first experiment of the Oblivion Gate project is a success. Now that we are not only armed with valuable data, but also exchanged rare materials that we sorely need to perfect the two Oblivion gates, there is a much higher chance that the next activation will succeed as well. The cost of conducting a swap shall still remain high, but it will not be as ruinous as before. If the upgrades to the Oblivion gates proceed as planned, then our intergalactic consortium plans to conduct biannual cargo swaps every half-year. Make no mistake. In exchange for face water and high-grade hyper materials that are not too challenging for us to obtain, we can trade them for generous quantities of superclass materials, unique technological products, and priceless cultivation relics. The possibilities were endless. Red humanity may not be in a good shape when it comes to resources, but the scarcity of face water and hyper materials in the Milky Way was so high that they were the equivalent of superclass materials to original humanity. It was definitely possible to conduct trades that were insanely profitable to both sides. That was even after taking into account the large amount of face water that the Red Oblivion Gate needed to burn just to complete a single swap. Red humanity celebrated yet again in a short span of time. "We finally have hope. What is in those containers? Please let us know what we have obtained from the Milky Way." As more and more people clamored to take a look at the trade goods sent from the old galaxy, a sudden mutation occurred. The cargo sphere transported to the Red Ocean suddenly began to exhibit a breach. The evolution which frowned when a small human-sized blade somehow thrust out from the alloy plating from the inside. Chapter 63, A Willful Sword. A sword pierced its way out of the cargo sphere, transported into the Red Ocean. Many people who previously cheered an experiment that would go down in history abruptly fell silent as they beheld the unexpected spectacle. It did not take a genius to figure out that this was not supposed to happen. The cargo sphere containing exceedingly rare and expensive superclass materials, data storage devices, sensitive technological equipment, and ancient relics that may be of use in the new frontier, were all well stored and sealed. That did not necessarily mean that they could be tossed around and subjected to the elevated levels of radiation that the Red Oblivion Gate still generated after it had started to cool down. The sword briefly paused as it managed to pierce its way through the thick alloys that stood in its way, as if it was contemplating how to best extricate itself from its current home. The weapon then proceeded to accelerate in an instant and blast its way out of the cargo sphere, uncaring for all of the damage it inflicted on its exterior. After the strange sword finally managed to spring free into open space, it began to slow down and point its tip upwards, as if it wanted to take a good look at his new environment. The sword began to glow in white. Power began to emanate from its ornate white and silver construction. As it did so, an energy vortex began to form. It started out small, but ramped up quickly. Soon enough, the energy vortex had grown so large that it rivaled the one generated by the Oblivion Gate. The sword was sucking in E-energy, as if it was a bedraggled man who had been crawling in the desert for several days, before coming across an oasis. The extraordinary relic glowed brighter and brighter as it did so. The light show steadily grew more complex as a rainbow corona started to mix in with all of the white. The entire display vaguely reminded a lot of people of the Shrine of Light, built in the center of the astral octagon. It was like the weapon was unsheathed after an eternity of resting in storage. The biggest difference between the two was age. Whereas the Shrine of Light was brand new and built to modern standards, the autonomous sword was clearly a relic from a time older than most people. It was like the weapon was unsheathed after an eternity of resting in storage. The eagerness in which the blade sucked up E-energy radiation was obvious to people like Vess. Compared to the barren environment like the Milky Way, the Red Ocean was obviously a lot more conducive to its systems. What is that sword? Is that one of the old cultivator relics that her divinity was speaking about? Wait, I recognize that weapon. That is the Heaven Sword. It is the national relic of one of the second-rate states of the majestic Teal Star sector. The sword, it's transforming. The more energy the weapon absorbed, the more it began to look more refined. It was subtle and nearly undetectable, but Vess was still able to observe a lot of details thanks to the incredibly high-definition projection generated by the Tarask. Vess and his fellow Mech designers became more and more awed as they recognized what was happening. The Heaven Sword is slowly shedding all of the metaphorical rust and tarnish that it had accumulated over so many years, Jovi guessed. It is an artifact of an exceedingly high level. Vess shared his own speculation. It was built in a time when the Milky Way was still able to generate E-energy. Whatever calamity took place that caused it to grow barren, the consequences were clearly devastating to all of the energy-hungry artifacts that were built at the time. Even grand works such as this priceless and exquisite weapon can degrade after losing the energy source that has kept it fully powered. From what I know about the Heaven Sword, it only managed to hang on all of this time because it contains a pocket space that contains a self-sufficient E-energy circulation system. That was his theory, at least. It explained how the Heaven Sword was able to survive in a low-energy environment and maintain its most essential operations. The energy vortex surrounding the Heaven Sword slowly began to shrink until it became invisible again. The weapon looked as if it could absorb a lot more E-energy, but at least it had managed to sate its immediate appetite. There was plenty of time for it to passively absorb more exotic radiation. The sword spun around and gently began to fly towards the evolution witch. It was very clear that the god pilot did nothing to control what was obviously a grand work, a masterful creation that exceeded a masterwork by such an astonishing degree that only star designers were able to build similar crafts. This priceless sword approached the evolution witch in a surprisingly human manner, making it clear that it was controlled by a more lively intelligence than a rigid AI. The glowing Heaven Sword stopped before the god pilot and dipped a few times before turning around to offer its hilt in a respectful manner. It looked as if the two were communicating on another level. Lucy Miyazaki gazed at the Heaven Sword with a touch of intrigue for a few seconds before she reached out and gripped the one-handed weapon. The god pilot exuded a sense of power as she tried to grasp and control the awesome power of the Heaven Sword. While the weapon did not resist the grip, it obviously did not allow itself to surrender to God Pilot either. A silent struggle ensued as the evolution which failed to tame or harmonize with the weapon. This was a remarkable display. The human biodisaster may be one of the younger god pilots of the Red Ocean, but her willpower was still powerful without a doubt. Yet her potent willpower only encountered resistance as it tried, and failed to impose itself onto the grand work. The Heaven Sword was too powerful for the evolution witch to control by force. The struggle lasted for a minute or so, before the god pilot decisively ceased her attempt. Although divine Lucy Miyazaki clearly could have employed a lot more force if she wished, she declined to dishonor herself in this manner. The Heaven Sword clearly possessed a mind of its own. Whatever it saw in the evolution witch, the extraordinary artifact clearly disapproved of its would-be wielder. Considering that it allowed itself to be wielded by much weaker individuals, such as the swordmasters of the Heaven Sword Association, as well as Kedys Larkinson in the past, it was not an intolerant weapon. It was merely a picky and demanding artifact. This was clearly a weapon that possessed the might and the intelligence to pick its own wielder. It longs to be wielded by a true swordsman or swordswoman. Vess pointed out the obvious. Back in the Milky Way, it continued to stick with the Heaven Sword Association because it is the only state that is filled with people who respect traditional swordsmanship. The evolution which may be far stronger than any of the Heaven Sword saints, but she is no sword wielder. It was not in her nature to dedicate herself to the blade like some other high-level Mech pilots. Her history and biography painted a picture of a desperate woman who was always trying to stay one step ahead of her incurable affiliations. Speed was of the essence. She did not enjoy the luxury of time. She clearly judged that training too hard in the use of a single weapon type was an unproductive use of her time. She could spend all of those precious hours into mastering more fundamental piloting skills or increasing her familiarity with other useful weapon systems. While Vess had no doubt that a god pilot like the Evolution which could wield a sword with greater effectiveness than Venerable Deci, there would still be a fundamental difference in heart and intention. True sword wielders regarded their weapons as more than tools. They treated their sword styles as if they were art forms, and they regarded every battle as a ritual dance. Seeing that the Evolution which clearly could not bring herself to appreciate the heart and soul of swordsmanship, the Heaven Sword wrenched itself out of her grasp. The god pilot did not try to keep it in her possession. The Heaven Sword began to orient itself in this new and exciting dwarf galaxy. Once it had chosen a precise direction, it quickly began to accelerate, distancing itself from the bemused-looking god pilot and the red Oblivion Gate. The bladed artifact continued to accelerate. Its speed increased at a decent rate, but it would still take a long time before it reached any distant destination. That was until it actually began to form a warp bubble around itself. Vess widened his eyes. He recalled that the Heaven Sword, or at least an incarnation of it, had once showed up in Davut and allowed itself to be wielded by Kedys for a time. He distinctly remembered that near the end of the strange alien kidnapping attempt, the Heaven Sword had probably swallowed the dormant and captive phase whale in the center of the alien prison complex whole. Vess had no idea how the Heaven Sword could even do this when it had mysteriously projected itself into the red ocean. Perhaps the only reason why this scenario was plausible was that it happened before the Great Severing. Only hundreds of thousands of light years separated the red ocean from the Milky Way. In any case, the Heaven Sword obviously managed to master at least a part of the power of a phase whale. The warp bubble quickly grew stronger, causing the fabric of space around the weapon to distort even more. This enabled the Heaven Sword to accelerate much faster. It quickly flew so far away that the projection screen was no longer able to display the bright streak of light anymore. Many red humans remained confused and bewildered by this entire sequence. It was clear that none of it was a planned event. Despite this little surprise, the Evolution which maintained her composure. She did not look bothered at all that a small accident had occurred. "The experiment is a success," she confirmed as she seamlessly moved on from what had happened. "Both Oblivion Gates shall undergo extensive upgrades and repairs. If no significant setbacks occur, we will commence the second experiment roughly half a year later. I cannot promise you a precise date, partially to prevent our enemies from trying to sabotage the next event. I will not necessarily open the red Oblivion Gate in Yurnstall either. This concludes my announcement. The Oblivion Gate Consortium will soon contact numerous parties to jointly plan and coordinate our next material swap with our partners in the Milky Way. We must do everything in our power to build the most powerful machines of tomorrow." The evolution witch disappeared, and so did the red oblivion gate. It was clear that she had no trouble with stowing away the priceless gate construct in her own pocket space, or whatever. The dimensional architect that silently provided technical support in this dwarf galaxy wordlessly teleported away. The show was over. Red humans began to share their thoughts and speculations with each other again. Vector Lobin rose from his couch. "It is time, Vess." Vess nodded. Now that the evolution which had concluded her big show, he finally got to meet her in person again. He had been waiting for this audience for a long time. Even as the transhumanist liaison led Vess away, he began to shift much of his focus to the Milky Way. The evolution, which was not the only individual he could squeeze for answers. His mother should also be able to answer his questions. Right now, Veronica was not exactly pleased with the Oblivion Empress. The Lady of the Night had purposefully avoided Veronica in the past half-year. The cyborg cat initially did not think much of it, but in hindsight it was clear that Cynthia Larkinson deliberately tried to keep her own child in the dark. This was unacceptable. Chapter 64, 64 Obedience is Mandatory. The event had concluded. The evolution witch's announcement had shocked red humanity, but only for a time. The Oblivion Gates did not directly affect their lives and livelihoods. Not yet. There was no way that ordinary citizens could gain access to the strategically valuable goods sent from the Milky Way. Much of the goods obtained through this intergalactic exchange would benefit the people at the top. These improvements would subsequently help red humanity put up a better fight against the native aliens, but that was not entirely certain. These reasons, and more, caused the enthusiasm towards the Oblivion Gates to die down pretty quickly. A lot of individuals quickly shifted their focus back on the Red Collective and the Yellow Jacket models. Unlike those gates that weren't even developed enough to transport living people between the two galaxies, people could easily experience the benefits brought by systematic cultivation and carmine mechs. Vess was one of the few people who could not afford to move past the Oblivion Gates and the many implications of their existence. Before he was able to meet with the evolution, which in person, his incarnation over in the Milky Way had already begun to talk with his mother. The Oblivion Empress and the Beast of Fear saw no need to relocate to a more comfortable location. The entire site was under the Beast of Fear's control. His god kingdom monitored everything that took place within its reach, and it was trivially easy for him to prevent others from eavesdropping on their conversation. Meanwhile, Master Willix continued to remain engrossed by the data stored by her elaborate workstation. It was an eclectic gathering of people, especially with Veronica in the mix. Unfortunately for the cyborg cat, she was by far the most junior and least informed among the four. Veronica directed her artificial eyes towards the Beast of Fear. The god Biomech presented an intimidating sight. The poor incarnation felt she was still at the mercy of an apex predator beyond comparison. "Can we speak in private?" Veronica meekly asked. A feminine hand gently caressed the cyborg cat's back plating. "There is no need for that. This conversation will be more illuminating for you if he is present to provide clarification. Now that we have successfully completed this phase, you are now permitted to learn a glimpse of our grand design. You already dragged me into this dangerous mess to begin with," Veronica angrily shouted as she tried and failed to squirm out of her mother's iron grip. "Since my carmine mechs play such an important role in your plan, why didn't you inform me before you tried to bridge the gap between the two galaxies? It would have been handy for you to give me advanced warning that I am about to become the #1 enemy of the Common Fleet Alliance." Her mother imperiously looked down on her. As much as Veronica loved her mother, she still couldn't get accustomed to her more cold and inhuman traits. She was not as human as the mother that raised her in her early childhood. That Cynthia Larkinson was gone forever. After dying and ascending back to life and straight into godhood, the woman behaved much more like a true god and less like a mortal mother. Veronica had tried her best to ignore the times when she felt alienated from her own mother, but she could not do so anymore. There was a fundamental disconnect between mother and child. They were much more different than the cyborg cat thought. As much as they were bound by blood, they were way too far apart in everything else. Her mother was older than the age of Mech's. She had already lived under 3 radically different identities that she knew of. She still had no idea about her current goals and ambitions. All of this caused Veronica to become more and more fearful towards her own mother. If the two weren't mother and child, Veronica instinctively felt that the Oblivion Empress would have been nowhere near as gentle as now. The Lady of the Night was a frightening woman. Her ultimate plan ran so deep that she even agreed to cooperate with one of the most deviant and shunned god pilots of the MTA. Cynthia coughed. The true god released a small pulse of power that shook Veronica's spirituality. The interruption jarred the cyborg cat's mind, but also dragged her out of her negative spiral. The mother pointedly gazed at the tentacled monstrosity. I would appreciate it if you refrained from stimulating my offspring's fear reactions. The vaguely giant canine beast responded with a predatory grin. That cat of yours is filled with fear. I may even go as far as to say that he, or she I suppose, is ruled by it. So much of it haunts her mind that she is entirely driven towards getting rid of the source of her distress. Her fear is delectable, and you shall in no way feed off her fear. I would not dream of it, my partner. Let us proceed with this necessary discussion. Your offspring's desire for answers is just as strong as her fears. Veronica really did not like to be in the presence of 2 true gods. They ascended so much that there was a fundamental disconnect between them and the mortals that surrounded them. Their dismissive attitude towards lesser beings grated the cyborg cat a lot. Mother, she said in an attempt to bring this conversation back on track, please explain to me why you did not see fit to inform me of your plan ahead of time. It was unnecessary, Cynthia Larkinson dismissively said as she continued to strike Veronica's head and back. I am certain you are familiar with the need-to-know principle. Secrets must only be shared to others when necessary. Since you are no use to us in the prior phase of our plan, there is no positive benefit to informing you ahead of time. That is not true, Mother. I could have made preparations to defend myself against the assassination attempts I know are coming. I also could have begun work on a Carmine Mech that is completely adapted to the Milky Way. If you wanted to present the people of this galaxy with a Carmine Mech, then I cannot blindly publish the Yellow Jacket designs. They cannot be made here. My design team and I have made extensive use of hyper materials that are non-existent here. The Yellow Jackets also rely on exotics that also can't be found in the Milky Way. The fastest way to present a working Carmine Mech design to the locals is to design a new Carmine Mech from the ground up that copies much of the Yellow Jacket Mech's homework, and that will take months of dedicated design work. Translating a Red Ocean Mech into a Milky Way Mech was not as simple as it sounded. From design philosophies to substantially different material availability and properties, there was no way Veronica could make do by designing a hasty variant of the Yellow Jacket. Too much needed to be changed in order to complete the conversion. The workload was so great that Veronica might as well start over with a blank slate and design a proper Milky Way-adapted Carmine Mech from the very beginning. While it may be true that she did not have time in the past 6 months to work on other Mech designs, aside from the ones of the Swarm project, she still could have made plenty of preparations in advance. Now, Veronica unwillingly had to devote a few months of her time on designing a new Carmine Mech that she never thought was necessary. This was all because her mother kept him in the dark. Your points are valid, yet irrelevant. A delay of a few months is inconsequential. It takes time to open up a formal dialogue with the Mech Trade Association. We can present the designs of your Yellow Jackets as a temporary solution. If you knew how much peril you will face after we reveal the existence of your Carmine Mechs to the Milky Way, would you have been able to work on your swarm project as comfortably as you did in the last half year? She made a good point. Veronica knew that she wouldn't have a good time if she knew what was coming. The quality of her work might drop. Her progress might slow down, causing the project to be delayed. It's the principle of the matter that counts, Veronica weakly complained. Irrelevant, Cynthia shook her head. The Oblivion Gate project is too important for news of it to spread to the wrong groups. Maintaining secrecy is more important than satisfying your curiosity. You are not adequately able to protect your secrets. Your human self in the Red Ocean is being watched too closely by your protectors from the Red Association. It only takes a single slip of the tongue to prematurely expose our plan. Have you ever thought that I would refuse to cooperate with you guys? Veronica growled, trying and failing to sound intimidating. I am the only one who can design Carmine Mechs, which according to you is pivotal to preventing a horde of God Mechs and CFA battleships from obliterating the Black Oblivion Gate. That means that I am one of the failure points of your plan. I can simply refuse to design the MW version of a Carmine Mech, you know. You have no choice, Cynthia said in a sterner voice. From the moment we developed a pair of working Oblivion Gates, it is only a matter of time before the MTA and the CFA learn about the results. The beast of fear over here cannot do much to delay the arrival of a punitive force that will either steal or destroy the Black Oblivion Gate. We cannot resist them on a military front. Not only will we lose the gate, but my empire, as rudimentary as it is, will be crushed under their tyrannical heel. I will not be able to escape if they dispatch one or multiple hostile God pilots and will suffer yet another death. You and your father may be able to run and hide, but you will fail. The MTA or the CFA will catch the two of you sooner or later, and you will perish in their hands after they have absorbed as much information from you as possible. Only by making our situation public and using Carmine Mechs as a means to win overwhelming public support will you be able to preserve your continued existence in this galaxy. Her mother smiled at the cat. You are bluffing. You would never deny your cooperation to us. You are not even as upset with us as you appear to be. Do you know why? I am your mother. You are expected to obey my commands. To even mention it is redundant. Mother, you have no choice, Cynthia said in a sterner voice. From the moment we developed a pair of working Oblivion Gates, it is only a matter of time before the MTA and the CFA learn about the results. The beast of fear over here cannot do much to delay the arrival of a punitive force that will either steal or destroy the Black Oblivion Gate. We cannot resist them on a military front. Not only will we lose the gate, but my empire, as rudimentary as it is, will be crushed under their tyrannical heel. I will not be able to escape if they dispatch one or multiple hostile God pilots and will suffer yet another death. You and your father may be able to run and hide, but you will fail. The MTA or the CFA will catch the two of you sooner or later, and you will perish in their hands after they have absorbed as much information from you as possible. Only by making our situation public and using Carmine Mechs as a means to win overwhelming public support will you be able to preserve your continued existence in this galaxy. Veronica grimaced. Her mother was right. The cyborg cat had no choice. There was no other viable way forward aside from conforming to her risky plan. I don't like it, Mother. I need you to be more forthcoming to me. I don't want to be kept in the dark, especially now that my Carmine Mechs may be the only reason that will keep us all alive in the next months. The kid deserves his due. The beast of fear unexpectedly voiced his support. There is not much harm in revealing the next steps of our Oblivion plan. Veronica felt an undeniable sense of pleasure and eagerness when the God pilot mentioned the plan. What is the Oblivion plan? The Oblivion plan is an ambitious scheme to engineer the rise and expansion of the Oblivion Empire. Cynthia Larkinson finally gave a straightforward answer. The goal is to expand the Nyxian Galaxy by devouring the surrounding star sectors. Veronica grew shocked and horrified after hearing this diabolical answer. What? Are you actually planning to expand the hazardous region? Thousands of populated star systems will get engulfed. Trillions of people will lose their homes and workplaces. Entire states will fall. That is true, but the Nyxian gap is hungry, my child. It is too weak, and the activation of the Black Oblivion Gate has drained it of its souls. It needs to be replenished. Only by devouring the nutrients around it will I be able to command more power. Strength is vital to our continued survival. The stronger I become, the more I can keep us all secure in this hostile galaxy. The Big Two will never stand for this. How can you possibly stop the Mechers and the Fleeters from destroying the surrounding star sectors? The answer to that question is simple. We engineer the downfall of the Big Two. The Beast of Fear spoke with obvious pleasure and exhilaration. Wayat. Chapter 64-65, The Oblivion Plan. Veronica carefully looked up at her mother's expression before gazing back at the Beast of Fear. The two true gods were not joking around. They casually shared their intentions to make the Nyxian gap devour the surrounding star sectors, while at the same time engineering the downfall of the MTA and CFA. How the hell was Veronica supposed to proceed after finding out that her mother and an actual god pilot had gone terrorist? No matter their intentions, what they had in mind was bound to destabilize the Milky Way and cause a lot of deaths. The two true gods undoubtedly understood the potential consequences of their nefarious plan. They simply didn't care about the death and misery that would result from their current and future actions. How could Veronica possibly tolerate them and their mad scheme? While Veronica grew increasingly more outraged, her mother only grew amused at her response. You asked for this, my child. If you insist on becoming involved, then you will need to hear the outline of our Oblivion Plan. I am aware that it may contain elements that you may find distasteful, but know that everything has a purpose. We are not doing this because we can, but because we must. As the magnitude of the revelations dawned on the cyborg cat, she suddenly grew a lot more fearful than before. Veronica needed to tread a lot more carefully around her mother and the Beast of Fear. While they may present a friendly posture to her at the moment, there was no telling whether they would show their ugly sides. The cat tried her best to calm herself down and keep her emotions under control. She did not think it was wise to antagonize the two very powerful and morally deficient true gods. I have a question, Mr. Beast. Do not call me that. Oh, sorry, your divinity. Maybe this is stupid, but... Aren't you supposed to protect the MTA since you are a Mecher? The intimidating god Biomech grinned with its sharp, canine-like teeth. As the chief counselor of the Red Collective over in the other galaxy, you should not be naive anymore. The Mech Trade Association is rotten and decayed. The evolution which can tell you all about it. On the surface, the MTA looks pristine, but if you dive deep enough, you will realize that it has grown into a corrupt and bloated mess of an organization that is less about Mechs than about protecting the privileges of the oldest and most established leaders. Latecomers, such as myself, have no chance of displacing the ones that came first. Cynthia Larkinson nodded in agreement. The MTA and the CFA have good intentions. They have done humanity much good by ending the infighting that almost threatened to topple human civilization. However, for all of the relative safety and stability their combined regime has provided, the humans under their reign have gradually been losing their vitality and drive over a long period of time. You can easily discern this yourself by comparing the humans of the Red Ocean to the humans of the Milky Way. Anyone who made this comparison could see how much more desperate, invested, and passionate the Red humans had become in recent years. The humans who migrated to the Red Ocean were adventurous to begin with, and the threat of extinction had caused them to become a lot more proactive than before. What does that have to do with breaking up the Big Two? I hate the Big Two. I despise the Common Fleet Alliance, and I despise the Mech Trade Association even more. The Beast of Fear growled. Fear is my sustenance. If I wish to make further progress, I must absorb the fear generated by any organism that is capable of experiencing this emotion. The Milky Way is large, but far too many people have been lulled into complacency. The Big Two have become too powerful and have become adamant about coddling the human race. All they are doing is destroy any potential of greatness among our people. Their overly restrictive and cautious rules are holding us back. The absence of fear has stopped them from progressing. It has also stopped me from acquiring what I need to grow stronger. Though Veronica did not like it, she happened to agree with this sentiment. There was no way she could hide this reaction from a god pilot. I do not necessarily disagree with you, your divinity, but just because the Big Two are flawed doesn't necessarily mean that you should directly plot their downfall. Don't you think that sounds extreme? Genuine fury started to rise from the beast of fear. Veronica became so much fearful of the god Mech that she tried to cuddle even closer to her mother. Nothing is too extreme. I hate what humanity has become in the Milky Way. Did you know that I repeatedly applied to transfer to the Red Ocean? The obstructionists from the MTA repeatedly denied my requests. I could have gained so much more over there. There are so many native aliens over there that fear our might, and these days be naive anymore. The Mech Trade Association is rotten and decayed. The evolution, which can tell you all about it. On the surface, the MTA looks pristine, but if you dive deep enough, you will realize that it has grown into a corrupt and bloated mess of an organization that is less about mechs than about protecting the privileges of the oldest and most established leaders. Latecomers, such as myself, have no chance of displacing the ones that came first. Cynthia Larkinson nodded in agreement. The MTA and the CFA have good intentions. They have done humanity much good by ending the infighting that almost threatened to topple human civilization. However, for all of the relative safety and stability their combined regime has provided, the humans under their reign have gradually been losing their vitality and drive over a long period of time. You can easily discern this yourself by comparing the humans of the Red Ocean to the humans of the Milky Way. Anyone who made this comparison could see how much more desperate, invested, and passionate the red humans had become in recent years. The humans who migrated to the Red Ocean were adventurous to begin with, and the threat of extinction had caused them to become a lot more proactive than before. What does that have to do with breaking up the Big Two? I hate the Big Two. I despise the Common Fleet Alliance, and I despise the Mech Trade Association even more. The beast of fear growled. Fear is my sustenance. If I wish to make further progress, I must absorb the fear generated by any organism that is capable of experiencing this emotion. The Milky Way is large, but far too many people have been lulled into complacency. The Big Two have become too powerful and have become adamant about coddling the human race. All they are doing is destroy any potential of greatness among our people. Their overly restrictive and cautious rules are holding us back. The absence of fear has stopped them from progressing. It has also stopped me from acquiring what I need to grow stronger. Though Veronica did not like it, she happened to agree with this sentiment. There was no way she could hide this reaction from a god pilot. I do not necessarily disagree with you, your divinity, but just because the Big Two are flawed doesn't necessarily mean that you should directly plot their downfall. Don't you think that sounds extreme? Genuine fury started to rise from the beast of fear. Veronica became so much fearful of the god Mech that she tried to cuddle even closer to her mother. Nothing is too extreme. I hate what humanity has become in the Milky Way. Did you know that I repeatedly applied to transfer to the Red Ocean? The obstructionists from the MTA repeatedly denied my requests. I could have gained so much more over there. There are so many native aliens over there that fear our might, and these days interested in strengthening yourselves at the expense of other humans. Noble intentions or not, the two of you are mainly trying to justify your planned acts of terrorism. The beast of fear ominously chuckled. That is a brave accusation, but that does not necessarily mean you are wrong. Two things can be true at the same time, little feline. I do have ambitions of my own, but I think that every worthy human will stand to benefit from freeing themselves from the overbearing rule of the big two. I have never made my low regard for the current order a secret. Otherwise, I would not have found common cause with the unbounders. We recognize the necessity of breaking apart the MTA and the CFA. Unless they fall apart or weaken to the point where they can no longer project their power across the entire galaxy, none of us will be able to escape their repression. Veronica struggled to accept that this was even possible. You are speaking nonsense. There is no way that a single true god and an outcast god pilot can topple even just one of the big two. They are too powerful. Cynthia agreed with Veronica. Nothing is impossible. The MTA and the CFA are too powerful, but that is where ingenuity comes into play. What we cannot accomplish through brute force, we can accomplish through strategy. That is part of what we are trying to achieve with our Oblivion plan. Veronica, you shall be the catalyst that will hopefully engineer the largest and most destructive civil war among humans. What? I can't do that. I am just a cat. Oh, dear. Do not deny your capacity to trigger absolute chaos and destruction. You are a Mech designer. More importantly than that, you are the father of Carmine Mechs. Think about it, my child. What do you think will happen if we release the design of simplified, affordable, and easily produced versions of Carmine Mechs throughout every star sector of human civilization in the Milky Way? What if we did so without giving the public and the big two enough time to prepare for this epochal product release? Veronica tried her best to imagine what would happen if there was no one exerting adequate control over the product rollout. It would go out of control pretty quickly. Too many norms are so obsessed with mechs that they will do everything to pilot a mech of their own. It doesn't matter if the Carmine Mechs I release are low-performance budget models. As long as they look and fight like a mech, every norm with enough money or connections will acquire them like there is nothing more important. Many mech manufacturers will try to meet the insane demand and churn out Carmine Mechs like no tomorrow. They will flood the market in great quantities. The Mech Trade Association will not let this chaos spread. I can easily predict that the Mechers shall attempt to crack down on Carmine Mechs. As if that will work, Veronica dismissively said. The MTA might attempt to block production, but it can never eliminate the demand. As long as that is the case, the black markets will be more than happy to supply the masses with what they want. Given the enormous population of original humanity, trillions of Carmine Mechs will flood the Milky Way within a couple of years. As long as they are easy enough to operate, and as long as their living mechs give them a lot of additional assistance, Carmine Mech pilots will require as little as a year to gain enough combat proficiency with them to fight on the battlefield. What will they do with their Carmine Mechs? Will they be content to parade them around and occasionally spar against their friends? No. Once a huge number of norms are suddenly in control of war-making potential, many of them cannot resist the urge to live out their fantasies and do something with their war machines. Since the people here are not facing any legitimate external threats like red humanity, they will naturally turn against each other. Conflicts and infighting will break out throughout our society. The MTA and CFA, along with many states, will desperately try to contain the outbreak of violence, but the sheer quantity of Carmine Mechs will overwhelm them to exhaustion. This may even cause the big two to fray. The fleeters will become more and more aggravated as they try and fail to stamp out the damage. The Mechers, on the other hand, will probably try to be more accommodating towards Carmine Mechs. This may generate an increasing amount of friction between the two hegemons. At one point, the CFA may actually turn against the MTA after deeming Mechs an unacceptable threat to human civilization. If this actually came to pass, then the destructive civil war that the Oblivion Empress referred to may actually come to pass. Chapter 64, 66 Serve Your People. Ice ran through Veronica's veins. In the past few years, she had noticed that her mother had become increasingly more distracted. When she was not spending her time on meditation, the Oblivion Empress conferred with her minions and made other preparations in secret. Veronica had tried to poke around and discover what her mother was up to, but none of her attempts yielded any useful information. The incarnation eventually gave up. The disparity in knowledge and power was far too great. Veronica had no chance of prying her mother's secrets. This caused her to give up her search and simply trust that Cynthia Larkinson would not do anything to imperil everyone. She had completely misjudged her mother. Coming back alive was not enough for the Oblivion Empress. Ascending to the rank of true god and taking over the Nyxian Gap did not sate her ambitions. In order to pursue greater power, Cynthia not only colluded with the Evolution Witch and the Beast of Fear, but also plotted to unleash a storm that could break the Big Two. The unprecedented turmoil that would erupt as a result of her devious scheme could truly cause every human state to descend into chaos. As Veronica listened to the outline given by her mother, the cyborg cat grew more and more fearful of what she had gotten into. She never imagined that the invention of Carmine Mechs could lead to such catastrophic consequences. How could the incarnation ever expect that she would revive such a monstrous woman? The cyborg cat's artificial eyes flitted back and forth between Cynthia and the Beast of Fear. Neither of the two displayed any hint of reluctance or guilt towards the Oblivion plan. They truly believed that they could achieve all of their goals, even the more unrealistic ones, by provoking the CFA into a civil war against the MTA. Veronica glanced to the side and stared at Master Willix. What did she think about this radical plot? Did the survivalist truly support this insane plan to break the Big Two? Or was the master just like Veronica, an innocent helper who became an unwitting accomplice to a conspiracy that may very well lead to mass slaughter and genocide? On a scale unseen since the Age of Conquest. Whatever her thoughts and feelings about the issue, Master Willix did a good job at trying to blend into the background. When two true gods were speaking, a mortal like herself needed to tread carefully. No matter her importance to the Oblivion Gate project, it was not wise for a Mech designer without any significant combat power to contradict highly emotional and irrational true gods that were clearly fixated on their obsessions. This was especially the case when they were posturing or needed to show their faces in front of their allies or enemies. High-ranking Mech designers like Master Willix more often than not had a lot of practice with dealing with stubborn, mule-headed expert pilots or ace pilots. It was often impossible to persuade these powerful and strong-willed individuals with sound arguments, so Mech designers simply learned not to bother anymore. If they truly felt that changes needed to happen, then Mech designers learned that it was better if they did so out of sight of the powerful Mech pilots they ostensibly served. Not that Veronica believed that Master Willix had much room for maneuver. The Oblivion Empress would never tolerate any missteps from the lead researcher and developer of the Oblivion Gate project. Veronica needed to have a good talk with Master Willix. Even if there was no way for them to hold a private conversation when they were both under constant monitoring by the Oblivion Empress, the two still needed to hold a good reunion talk. Although Master Willix did not say or make any gesture that she acknowledged Veronica's silent request, her complete lack of reaction was already a form of communication in itself. The two were both Mech designers who were familiar with each other. They already formed an implicit understanding with each other without resorting to any redundant signals. Veronica liked working with smart and thoughtful people. In any case, Master Willix may be content to bow her head and stay mum, but the cyborg cat was different. She was still too shocked and outraged by the plan unveiled by her mother, and there was no way for her to hide her earnest reactions. Since that was the case, Veronica may as well challenge the two true gods, even if there was virtually no realistic chance for them to change their minds. If that was not possible, then Veronica at least wanted to extract more information out of the two crazies. This Oblivion plan relies on too many requirements to produce the desired outcomes. The cyborg cat suppressed her anger and tried to adopt a more rational approach even as she continued to get petted by her mother. The fleeters are not stupid. They know that if they want to preserve the current order, it is best to remove any variables that threaten it. How can you possibly defend against an overwhelming preemptive strike against the Nyxian Gap? Will you rely solely on the hazardous environment to keep away the CFA battleships? I don't think that will work. I am not too sure about this, but I bet that they can just stay outside and rely on advanced technology and overwhelming brute force to collapse the Nyxian Gap. The beast of fear's monstrous visage actually nodded in acknowledgement at the arguments put forward by Veronica. No plan is perfect, and no enemy will obediently follow your arrangements. It is good that you remain critical. We are well aware of how much our Oblivion plan relies on specific events falling into place, but do not underestimate us either. If one solution does not work, then we can resort to another solution, even if it is inferior. A single setback will not necessarily mean that our plan is doomed to fail. We can still proceed with destabilizing the Milky Way without your Carmine Mechs, but it would be vastly more preferable if you can present them to the public in the short term. It was too naive for Veronica to think that their Oblivion plan was so easy to unravel. Still, there should be a huge difference between working under optimal and suboptimal conditions. Look, I don't know if you have forgotten about this, but I am a Mech designer, the silvery cat stated. I design Mechs for the purpose of serving Mech pilots as well as the rest of our society. My works are meant to improve people's lives and help them attain better futures for themselves. Unleashing Carmine Mechs in a society that does not need it clearly goes against my purpose and mission. I cannot answer your demand to design a Milky Way-adapted Carmine Mech for you guys. Your Oblivion plan is too monstrous. Veronica took a huge risk by expressing her objections to the powerful true gods, but she figured that they already predicted her reactions. It was only natural for her to speak her mind. Fortunately, neither of the two became violent. Instead, Cynthia and the Beast of Fear continued to look at him as if he was an ignorant child. Refusal is not an option. You will design the necessary Carmine Mechs for us. Cynthia spoke in a slightly firmer and more authoritative voice. Her fingers also started to press against Veronica's back with greater force. You are my child, and it is your duty to serve your mother over that of strangers. While we may have prepared alternatives, your contribution is almost guaranteed to spread chaos and conflict in the Milky Way and trigger an irreconcilable contradiction between the MTA and the CFA. Unless the big two are sufficiently distracted and unable to act on their hostility towards us, we will never be safe. I will die. Your sister Helena will die. Your father Ringcall will die. Your cat incarnation will die. Are you truly willing to let all of us perish because of a sense of duty to a people that does not appreciate your work? I am a Mech designer, Veronica exclaimed. The Oblivion Empress smirked in an ominous fashion. You are a Mech designer of Red humanity. As the chief counselor of the Red Association and the leader of a growing clan of Larkinsons, your responsibility lies with the humans of the Red Ocean. The original humans of the Milky Way are not your people anymore. Their leaders are hostile and pose a threat against our family. You have no obligation to serve them to the best of their ability. Tell me if you can save Red humanity by helping us destroy the current order in the Milky Way. Will you agree to do so? Or will you cling to your misguided principles and let the big two deprive us of our lives? The mention of family was a low blow. Veronica's expression grew ugly as she struggled to figure out the right response. She could not deny the assumption that the big two would try to kill them all if they understood how much of a threat they posed. Since MTA and the CFA were bound to become hostile, why should she stick up for them? She still cared about original humanity, but she cared about Red humanity. More. She had a family of her own in the Red Ocean. If Veronica failed to do her best to help Red humanity win the ongoing war, then Gloriana, Aurelia, Andrast, and Marvane may die. This was an unforgivable outcome, as far as she was concerned. The Oblivion Empress was right. Family mattered before everything. I'll see what I can do. Veronica offered a weak but ultimately compromising response. However, there are still too many dubious parts about the Oblivion plan. How certain are you that the release of Carmine Mech will lead to widespread breakdowns in the current order? The big two are pretty strong. Even if the Mechers are mainly responsible for maintaining internal stability, their first-class multipurpose Mechs are so strong that they can pacify any uprising or conflict. It will not work for long. Cynthia shook her head. One of the reasons why the MTA is able to maintain its rule is because it has developed a benevolent reputation. The Mechers are often seen as the good guys. What do you think will happen if their first-class multipurpose Mech indiscriminately cracks down on all of the battles between Carmine Mechs? The Mechers will turn from saviors into oppressors. Combined with imposing heavy restrictions and prohibitions against the use of Carmine Mechs, the population will soon regard the MTA as a tyrannical organization that unfairly takes away people's right to pilot Mechs. That actually sounded very realistic, but there was an obvious loophole to this argument. The Mechers should be smart enough to realize this as well. They won't fall for this trap so easily, Veronica said. But that is the beauty of this plan. We do not intend to give the MTA another choice. You see, it is not only the general population that will destabilize the current order. There are many other like-minded groups that share a common goal with us. Even if we do not formally meet with each other, it is certain that they will tacitly cooperate with us. They will eagerly fan the flames and exacerbate the problems within human civilization. The Oblivion Empress and the Beast of Fear alone could never topple the big two by themselves. But if they could gather enough powerful allies, then their chances became a lot more realistic. Who will you cooperate with, Mother? We have already formed an extensive list of potential allies. The MTA and CFA have made too many enemies. As long as they show weakness, their adversaries will not be able to resist the temptation to strike. Currently, we are planning to reach out to sympathizers within the MTA, the Greater Terran United Confederation, the New Rubarth Empire, many other first-rate states, the Cosmopolitan Movement, and the Five Scrolls Compact. Forming this unholy alliance is one of the most helpful conditions to successfully tear down the big two and allow us to grow strong enough to defend our right to live. Chapter 64-67 The Prodigal Daughter. Veronica already became shocked when she first learned about the Oblivion plan, but she couldn't help but exhibit the same reaction when she heard about this unholy alliance. The groups that Cynthia mentioned had little in common with each other. Many of them possessed outright hostile and antagonistic relationships with all of the other groups. Just the inclusion of the Cosmopolitan Movement and the Five Scrolls Compact was bound to tarnish this questionable alliance. That was why it was an unholy alliance. None of its members banded together with each other because of shared ideals or principles. Only the most cold-hearted reasons could tentatively persuade them to temporarily shift their weapons away from each other and encourage them to unite against their common enemies. The latter just happened to be the MTA and the CFA, who kept the Milky Way in a stranglehold for too long. Although Veronica could understand the logic behind this unholy alliance, she still felt sick at the thought that her mother would actually ally with the likes of the Cosmopolitans and compact cultists. The cyborg cat looked up at her mother with stupefaction. How? How can you possibly ally with them? I mean, I get why the first-rate superstates want to kick the big two when they are down and regain the sovereignty that they had lost. But that does not mean it is a good idea to work together with all of those terrorist organizations. The Cosmopolitans will never fight alone. They will collude with the aliens of the Milky Way and encourage them to invade our space, just like what happened in the Red Ocean. The Cosmopolitan cells in the Red Ocean were no different from the ones in the Milky Way. This meant that there was a large chance that these crazed fanatics would do everything in their power to help the aliens put up a better fight, even if that would cause the enemies of mankind to grow too powerful. The cosmopolitan movement and the aliens of the Milky Way are in a much worse state than their counterparts in the Red Ocean. Cynthia confidently reasoned back. As distasteful as it is, we need to borrow their power to further destabilize human civilization as well as the Big Two. The MTA and the CFA are too dominant. Only by applying greater internal and external pressure do we stand a chance at breaking them into pieces. Then, what about the Five Scrolls Compact? Aren't you a traitor who has been persecuted by them for centuries? Didn't the holy daughter of the Water Scroll attempt to invade the Nyxian Gap and take you out in one go, only for you to defeat her and steal her golden laurel wreath crown, which you still hold to this day? The Compact has tried to invade the Nyxian Gap multiple times for the express purpose of killing you and taking back the crown. The mention of the Compact did not elicit the expected reaction from the Oblivion Empress. The woman simply smirked at Veronica. "My child, you still have much to go before you become a qualified cultivator. Do you know how I have managed to rise to the upper ranks of the Wood Shrine all those years ago? Do you know why I have managed to survive the great betrayal where so many of my peers have perished? Do you know why the Five Scrolls Compact shall grit its teeth, accept my terms, and join our unholy alliance? It is because I have understood and acted upon an important adage. There are no eternal allies, there are no perpetual enemies. Only our interests are eternal and perpetual." What? What do you mean by that? How does this apply to this context? You should already know the answer, Veronica. You are just reluctant to admit it. It is true that I betrayed the Wood Shrine, the Metal Shrine, and the Five Scrolls Compact as a whole. There are still old survivors in the modern cult that deeply despise my actions, past and current. However, as much as the Compact is hostile to me, it has always regarded the Big Two as their greater enemies. Now that I am in a position to give the Compact an enormous advantage, the grudges and disputes between it and myself are not important anymore. No matter how hard she tried, Veronica could not imagine that the Five Scrolls Compact could go from enemies to allies in a single leap. This transition was way too abrupt. "Aren't you putting too much trust in those deranged cultists?" Veronica shakily asked. "They can stab us in the back at any moment once they have used us up. The Compact has no principles or honor. You can't trust this cult with anything. You do not need to lecture me about them. I used to be one of those deranged cultists, as you mistakenly call them. I thrived among them once before, and I can do it again. If the Compact desires to regain its prior strength and become relevant in the conflicts to come, its Water Shrine must have a leader. Since I have successfully withstood its challenges and retained possession of the golden laurel wreath crown, I have proved that I have a greater right to own it than others. If the Compact does not want to remain half-disabled, it has little choice but to anoint me as one of its holy daughters. The Water Scroll will likely remain stubborn, but I am confident that I can prove my right to hold the crown by defeating all challengers. This is the only course of action that will not only melt much of the hostility between us, but also put us in a better position to fight against the Big Two." Wait. The Oblivion plan ran so deep that Veronica did not even know how much more shocking surprises that she had yet to learn about. It was one thing to form a temporary truce against the Five Scrolls Compact. It was another thing for Cynthia to turn from a loathsome traitor into one of the two ultimate leaders of the current iteration of this notorious organization. "Wait," the cyborg cat gasped in realization. "Does this mean that we will all become a part of the Five Scrolls Compact?" What madness was this? How could his mother forget about all of the times the Compact cultists tried to kill her, both before and after her resurrection? To suddenly turn around and demand the Compact to anoint her as the holy daughter of the Water Scroll was utterly ludicrous. Would the Compact even agree to her outrageous proposal? Veronica's feline body shook. The Compact cultists may just be insane and irrational enough to hold up their noses and reluctantly agree to elevate the Oblivion Empress into one of their leaders. This is too much, if you do this. There is no way we can reconcile with the MTA and the CFA anymore. Veronica haltingly said, "You will all lead us to damnation. We will become reprehensible criminals who can never become an upstanding member of human civilization anymore. Do you truly care about that, my child? The humans of the Milky Way are not your people. There is no need for you to integrate with them. We are already outcasts, and we are too weak to defend ourselves against the MTA or the CFA. If I become the holy daughter of the Water Scroll, I shall not only be able to command the Water Shrine, but gain the protection of the entire 5 Scrolls Compact. If the MTA or CFA are so determined to eliminate us that they will do everything in their power to invade or destroy the Nyxian Gap, we can always evacuate to the ruined temple in the galactic center as a last resort." Veronica shook again. She still couldn't wrap her mind around all of these outrageous possibilities. If the Oblivion Empress agreed to become the nominal holy daughter of the Water Scroll, yet did little else to engage with the 5 Scrolls Compact, then Veronica could barely accept this new situation. Her mother wouldn't really join the Compact in truth. At most, she gained limited access to the Water Scroll and may gain the right to issue orders to the low-ranking troops of the cult. However, if his mother truly wanted to become a genuine leader of the Water Shrine and establish her absolute authority over the Water Shrine, then there would be nothing false about her return to the embrace of the 5 Scrolls Compact. If the Compact actually accepts your demands, what will happen to me? Veronica asked an important question. "You shall join me," her mother said, as if it was the most obvious outcome. "This will be good for you. The ruined temple may have lost its former glory, but there are still many surviving institutions that you can take advantage of. It still boasts the largest libraries of cultivation methods and techniques in this galaxy and the next. Once I have successfully arranged your new identity, you should easily be able to visit these precious libraries and read every tome that has caught your interest. You can even transcribe the contents of the most helpful and promising cultivation methods and donate them to the Red Collective to earn RC merits and increase your clout within the superorganization." This actually sounded like a fantastic way for Vess to increase his power and influence within the RC. The repository had a promising future, but it was not actually that impressive at the moment. Much of the cultivation knowledge collected by the Red Collective was scattered and sometimes even fragmented. The theories and methods taught by these old scriptures were also relatively ordinary for the most part. This made it many times harder for the researchers of the cultivation method department to deduce the cultivation steps of more advanced phases. If Veronica was able to gain access to the accumulated wisdom of the 5 Scrolls Compact, then she stood to learn a lot of advanced cultivation science knowledge. Some of it may even be helpful to himself and Vulcan. Access to these precious tomes would also allow Veronica to transfer dozens of complete high-level cultivation methods to the Red Ocean. Then she would not only earn a huge amount of rewards, but also make the human cultivators over there a lot more powerful in the long run. Veronica suddenly recalled the strange way her mother described his possible placement in the 5 Scrolls Compact. "Mother, the new identity you referred to." Cynthia's finger lovingly scratched Veronica's chin. "I shall do my best to convince the 5 Scrolls Compact to recognize your identity as the Holy Son, or more appropriately Holy Daughter of the Metal Scroll. You more than deserve this recognition for designing the poison chalice, Mech, that will lead the MTA and the CFA to ruin. The metal shrine has crumbled, and the metal scroll has been shattered into pieces, but that does not change the fact that you have mastered a significant aspect of the metal scroll for 2 decades. I shall endure that no one shall deny your rightful place within the Compact. The surviving supplicants of the metal shrine may be nowhere near as powerful or numerous as the supplicants from the intact water shrine, but you will still be able to command a hidden force of notable power in this galaxy." Veronica couldn't take it anymore. Something inside her broke when she heard that her own mother actually wanted to push her into becoming an officially recognized holy daughter of the metal scroll. She did not dare to converse with her mother any further. The cyborg cat missed the days when Cynthia refused to give any answers and continually tried to keep her child in the dark. Ignorance was bliss. Yet now that Veronica knew what terrible fates that the Oblivion Empress had in store for everyone, it was too late to change her mind. The cyborg cat shifted her gaze to the beast of fear. "Your divinity, are you okay with all of this? Are you really willing to let us enter the compact?" The beast of fear chuckled. "Hey, why not? Your mother is completely correct. There are no eternal enemies. There are only eternal interests. I may be a part of the Mech Trade Association, but can never free myself from its shackles and grow stronger unless it has lost its power. It is important to remain on guard against the Five Scrolls Compact, but it can become a powerful ally in our war against the Big Two. It would be even better if the two of you can join the leadership circle of the Compact. That way, you will be able to keep it in line and make the cultists more reliable. I would rather have the two of you in charge than the maddened slaves to power that those stupid sacred scrolls typically bless with their corrupting power." The god pilot was no help at all. Vess increasingly started to doubt where there was still a shred of humanity left in this god biomech. Chapter 64-68, That's Not Me. Veronica learned too much. Her mother was far more ambitious and extreme than she thought. Certainly, Cynthia Larkinson had never come across as a gentle woman after she came back to life. The ruthless methods she employed to convert her husband's followers into a fanatic empire that solely obeyed her command turned out to be the tip of the iceberg. In order to grow more powerful and defend herself against her enemies, the Oblivion Empress was willing to plunge the entirety of human civilization in the Milky Way into an unprecedented time of war and turmoil. The stabilizing influence of the Big Two would disappear. Entire states might crumble. Violent warlords would rise up and seize power by any means necessary, which may include bombing entire populated planets into ruin. If the unholy alliance came into existence and exhibited even the slightest amount of coordination, then the haphazard collection of enemies of the Big Two would only aggravate the damage to society. Veronica could not foresee the amount of innocent people that would lose their lives due to the conspiracy plotted by her mother, but the blood price may very well be triple or quadruple the amount of humans that perished during the dark days of the Age of Conquest. Although her mother was reluctantly right that Veronica needed to put the interests of red humanity and her own family over the interests of original humanity, she still found the Oblivion plan to be extremely unpleasant, especially after she learned about this latest scheme. She still had trouble coming around the idea of becoming a leader of the Five Scrolls Compact. She had even more trouble imagining her mother taking over the Water Shrine. How the hell would the Compact cultists be able to stomach the return and ascension of one of their traitors and enemies? Cynthia Larkinson had killed a lot of members of the Compact, either directly or indirectly after her actions triggered the incredibly damaging Crown Uprising. More importantly than that, Cynthia had also killed off a lot of dark gods and high-ranking cultivators of the Compact. Those figures had a lot of friends and allies among the other senior leaders of the cult. Could they truly put down their hostility and refrain from attacking the woman that had stolen the chosen symbol of authority of a sacred scroll? Her mother remained confident that her plan would work. "Have you forgotten about the truth that I taught you in the past? Might makes right. True cultivators only believe in their own power." Cynthia Larkinson benevolently lectured to her child. "I know the Five Scrolls Compact all too well. Several centuries may have passed since I deserted from it, but its fundamentals should still remain the same. When I was still weak and without enough leverage, the Compact looked down on me and treated me as a traitor, a thief, and a murderer. Now that I have become stronger and gained leverage over them, the cult has little choice but to acquiesce to my possession of the crown and make the best out of a bad situation. It is precisely because the members of the compact understand that might makes right that they will agree to elevate me to the holy daughter of the water scroll. Her ploy sounded overly optimistic to Veronica, but then again, she did not know the compact as well as her mother. They were all crazy. Veronica could not use her mindset that was largely shaped by living in civilized space to estimate the reactions of these crazy cultists. She was far too different from those that lived more like ancient cultivators. The cyborg cat had lost interest in obtaining any further answers from her mother. Every answer provided clarification at a cost. That cost being her sanity. There were times when Veronica felt alienated from her mother, but this instance was by far the worst. The divide in values and beliefs between the two had never been as great as now. If Veronica was being truly honest with herself, she should have tried to make a getaway as soon as she delivered the bones of the primordial human that her mother used to come back to life. The cyborg cat would have enjoyed a much more comfortable life if she wandered the Milky Way and collected a lot of inspiration which she could use to design interesting mechs. Instead, she became an unwitting prisoner to her mother, who happened to be one of the craziest, ruthless, and murderous individuals in her life. It was too late for Veronica to escape from her crazy mother's clutches. Since that was the case, she may as well accept her new reality and remain compliant. In the interest of suspending any further discussions with her mother, the external incarnation turned her attention to the nearby god pilot. So far, the beast of fear had not entirely lived up to his terrible reputation. Veronica knew that this was largely because she and her mother both played extremely vital roles in his quest to destroy the Big Two and turn the Milky Way into a much more conducive growth environment for himself. If the beast of fear encountered random people, then he would definitely not present his more amiable side. However, since Veronica was the only provider of Carmine Mech designs, the beast of fear would naturally withhold his belligerence. They were both on the same side, at least on a superficial level. Whether the beast of fear could be counted on in the long term remained questionable. The god pilot's willingness to completely betray and plot the downfall of his own organization was a strong indicator of his trustworthiness or complete lack of this quality. Your divinity, as one of the collaborators of the Oblivion Plan, I would like to ask whether you still take your duty to humanity seriously. Are you still sincere about protecting them, or will you do nothing if every human in the Milky Way perishes? The beast of fear snarled. Be careful, little kitty. Just because I am willing to answer you does not mean you can accuse me of betraying my oaths. I am not doing this solely for myself. I am doing this because the complacent cowards at the top are choking off all of the vitality of this galaxy. Humans have become more prosperous than ever, and many of them live completely peaceful lives. While that might sound great, it is terrible for us to cease any effort at strengthening our greatest warriors when we have confirmed the existence of aggressive alien god kings. All of us will die or become enslaved if god pilots such as myself continue to fool around like we have done in the past 4 centuries. Only by breaking the current power structure and igniting humanity's limitless drive for survival can the Milky Way finally be put back on the right track. It was difficult to argue with the god pilot's logic, not because it was necessarily correct, but because these mule-headed true gods lived in a reality of their own imagination. What they believed was true might not necessarily conform to reality. This never really mattered to god pilots, because their willpower was so damn strong that they had the power to substitute an undesirable reality with a more preferable version. This was how god pilots operated. No matter the adversities, they always overcome their challenges. What if your projections of the future are too optimistic? What if all the setbacks that humanity suffers go too far? Not only will a lot of people kill each other in way too many needless conflicts, but the aliens on the other side of the galaxy may actually gain a realistic chance of exterminating the human race. Or at least push it into a dark age where humans have only clung to a remnant of their former territories. Good. The the beast of fear unexpectedly said. Just as what happened in the Red Ocean, the humans here need a good kick in the rear after basking in their superiority for so long. We cannot thrive unless we have strong threats to fight against. Humans can always fight against each other as we are often our greatest enemies, but it would be better if the aliens can assume their original roles. You actually want to make the aliens of this galaxy as powerful and threatening as the ones in the Red Ocean. Yes. How else will I and my fellow God pilots be able to find enough enemies to fight against? I am extremely envious of the evolution Witch and my other peers in the Red Ocean. The crisis over there has sped up their growth like nothing else they have experienced in the Milky Way. They have already surpassed their previous levels and are continuing to make progress every day. Exotic radiation is a large factor in their accelerated growth, but the constant fighting against genocidal aliens is also important. My friends and I can only replicate the latter in this sad excuse of a galaxy, but it is better than nothing. One way or another, the Milky Way shall become the stage of my ascension to the rank of God King Pilot. How much suffering would it take to produce such an environment? How much fear did the beast needed to harvest in order to cultivate all the way to the 4th major cultivation rank? How likely was it that this chaos would cause the situation to grow out of everyone's control and cause a chain reaction that resulted in the extinction of original humanity? No offense, but it sounds rather questionable that the Milky Way can realistically supply you with the huge amount of energy needed to become a God King Pilot. You make a valid point, but the Milky Way is not as barren as you think. Energy is everywhere. E-energy radiation may be absent in this galaxy, but there is still comparable energy inside the brains and minds of every sentient organism. No matter whether they are human or alien, each of them have the capacity to produce fear, and that is all I truly need to further my progress. If it turns out that you are correct, then I can always wait for the oblivion gates to improve to the point where living beings can travel through them. I am certain that red humanity will welcome my arrival. Once I have gained a level of power beyond the reach of others, I shall be able to offer protection to both original humanity and red humanity. This is how I shall uphold my vows, not that it matters to me anymore. Veronica felt another chill through her body. Can you clarify that last part, your divinity? The fearsome and overly tentacled god Mech began to grin wider. I am the beast of fear. What do the oaths, vows, contracts, and promises of the former, saint known as Magnus Georgierevic, have to do with a god such as myself? The powerful being's words had multiple concerning implications. Magnus Georgierevic was the beast of fear's mortal's name. For the god pilot to completely renounce and sever himself from his former human identity implied that he no longer felt the need to abide by his former responsibilities and duties. His words also implied that he did not actually see himself as a god pilot at all. The beast of fear only retained one identity, and that was his god Mech. If the power being truly believed in this version of the truth, then he may have actually succeeded in his attempt to weasel his way out of all of his old vows and contracts. This was an extremely dishonorable act, but that mattered little to a personality like the beast of fear. Veronica just realized that she had actually been conversing with a living Mech all this time. It was just that this one partially matched one of the worst-case scenarios of what a living Mech could become. Chapter 64-69, Reward for Good Service. After receiving so many revelations that her head was about to burst, Veronica finally concluded her conversation with the Oblivion Empress and the Beast of Fear. Both true gods had kicked off a plan that would soon detonate the piece of human civilization in the Milky Way. The protectors of the current order would definitely grow extremely angry at the culprits behind the outbreak of violence. There was no way the Oblivion Empire would be able to develop in peace in the near future. The current Oblivion Gate Consortium was quite strong compared to almost any other organization in the two galaxies, but that meant nothing in the face of thousands of CFA battleships and dozens of angry god pilots. In order to hold back the overwhelming might of the Big Two and prevent them from battering down the Nyxian Gap by relying on overwhelming force and numbers, it became crucial for the conspirators to drag other potential allies into this mess. Only by forming the unholy alliance and borrowing the strength of all of the enemies of the Big Two would the Oblivion Empire have a chance to survive the coming chaos and turmoil. Since time was of the essence, neither Cynthia nor the Unbounder God pilot spared any more of it to satisfy Veronica's curiosity. They had already been gracious enough to spend valuable minutes to outline and explain numerous key steps of their ambitious Oblivion plan. Veronica had little choice but to fly back to the Throne of Light. She wanted to wait for Master Willix to wrap up the experiment related to the Oblivion Gates and return to the flagship, so that the two could have a good talk with each other. In the meantime, she was able to shift most of her focus back to the Red Ocean. After transferring to a shuttle and being brought to a classified location, Vess, Lucky, and his Apocalypse Warden bodyguards ventured inside the halls of an unfamiliar space station. The interior looked plain, but was made out of high-quality alloys. Vess could clearly observe that it had been constructed relatively recently. No guards barred their way, but there were lots of hidden sensors that constantly monitored his every move. After descending down a few decks, Vess finally stopped in front of a blast door. There, he waited for a few minutes before an invisible command opened up the door. Meow. Lucky grew more restless as he hovered beside Vess, the evolution which resided in the chamber up ahead. Compared to the previous times that Vess experienced her god kingdom, he could now feel a palpable sense of excitement. The successful experiment clearly advanced her agenda. The god pilot felt no need to hide her reaction to this outcome. Now that the first trade between the galaxies had successfully unfolded, there would definitely be a lot more opportunities for Red humanity and Original humanity to trade lots of useful goods. Vess took a deep breath. After not being able to get in touch with the evolution which, after half a year, he deeply wanted to get a few answers out of the god pilot. His new bodyguards did not accompany him any further. They automatically assumed guard positions besides the blast doors and made it clear that they would remain on guard against intruders. Not that it was necessary. No threat could possibly sneak close within the god kingdom of a powerful god pilot. Vess tried his best to shake off his discomfort of being at the mercy of a powerful individual and tried his best to maintain a respectful attitude. He headed deeper into an empty storage hall that currently held the cargo sphere. Under the surprisingly gentle control of the god kingdom, the cargo sphere slowly peeled apart before taking out container after container filled with valuable trade goods. The evolution which, in her human guise, did not leave anything to chance by conducting a cursory sweep. Invisible hands lifted every container and brought it before her, allowing her to use all of her means to carefully inspect the contents. There were good reasons to conduct a careful inspection. The transfer through the Oblivion Gate could have caused all manner of unpredictable consequences to the contents of the containers. Who knew whether the goods had been exposed by deadly radiation, weird space bugs, or became possessed by the spirits of dead gods? This was the first time that the two branches of humanity had conducted a goods swap across 50 million light-years. The experimenters could never be too careful. Vess stopped at a respectful distance and patiently waited to be called upon. Lucky, on the other hand, sniffed the air and gazed increasingly hungrily at all of the floating metal boxes and containers. Many of the rare metallic alloys and other materials originally provided by the Beast of Fear possessed a lot of attraction towards the gem cat. Just one of these superclass materials could already keep him sated for a long time, but the sheer amount and variety of the goods made it extremely difficult for Lucky to hold himself back. Fortunately, the gluttonous cat knew better than to disregard everything and dive in. There was no way that the evolution which would permit him to gorge until his stomach could not fit any more rare and unique metals. It was frustrating for Lucky to get into close proximity of so many top-quality metals, yet not be able to take a delectable bite out of any of these goods. Neither Vess nor the evolution which paid attention to the gem cat's distress. The former continued to wait, while the latter calmly inspected the contents of every container one by one. The secure containers vastly differ in size. A few were as small as a jewelry box, while others were as large as a dining table. The evolution which effortlessly lifted each of them with her willpower alone, and thoroughly scanned the container as well as the goods stored inside with a diligent attitude. It was not until the god pilot lifted up another small container that she finally broke from her routine. Her willpower forcefully bypassed the extensive security measures and directly opened it up. A delicate-looking white bottle that was vaguely shaped like a beautiful white swan emerged from the secure container. While the swan bottle held no attraction to Lucky, Vess suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to fly forward, snatch the bottle from the evolution witch's hands and smash it directly inside his mouth. Vess snarled and shook his head in order to get rid of this irrational impulse. Whatever was contained in this bottle somehow generated an enormous attraction to him. He instinctively felt that if he was able to swallow the liquid stored inside this beautiful bottle, he might be able to fuel another minor sublimation. Naturally, the evolution witch did not miss his reaction. Her lips curled in amusement as she finally deigned to give him her attention. "Vess Larkinson, your performance has satisfied my expectations. You even exceeded them. Through your leadership and Mech designs, you now hold the fate of 2 galaxies in your hands. Now that you have proven your ability to exercise heavy responsibilities, both your mother and I expect great results from you going forward. Anyone would be glad if they got complimented by a high-end mighty god pilot, but..." Vess merely grew tired. He had already lost much of his mind after hearing so many crazy revelations through his external incarnation. He no longer had the mental endurance to handle too many surprises from the transhumanist leader. "I appreciate your trust, but I hate it when you keep me in the dark," Vess honestly said. "I hate the ambiguity and I hate the lack of clear instructions. I am a busy Mech designer. I never signed up to become the chief counselor of the upper council of the Red Collective. Don't get me wrong, I have come to enjoy the power and authority that I have amassed over the past half-year. However, the responsibilities that come with becoming a leader of the RC have added a lot of unwanted burdens to my life. I am not entirely ready for this. I am too young. Couldn't you have selected another confidant to occupy this high position? An actual politician should be in charge." "No," the evolution which made her stance clear. "You are applying thinking that is better suited to the age of Mechs. Now that we have entered the age of dawn, we can no longer rely on smooth talkers, rent-seekers, and parasites to hold all of the levers of power. Only those with superior strength and the willingness to employ it against our true enemies can be trusted with responsibility. You are not the most suitable individual to occupy this seat, but you are one of the individuals I trust the most to keep the Red Collective on the correct track." Vess blinked after he heard that. He did not think that she trusted him so much. He did not really know her or trust her all that much. Still, Vess did not look at a gift horse in the mouth. Since the evolution witch thought so highly of her, then that was just fine. "Thank you for your compliment. While I cannot devote all of my time on managing the upper council and all of the politicking that goes around it, I will try not to disgrace the trust that you have put in me. My competent staff should be able to handle most routine issues, though feel free to send additional helpers." The evolution which nodded in satisfaction before she gestured with her arm. The white swan bottle began to descend towards Vess' position. "The burdens on your shoulders have grown heavier, but the same can be said for your gains. Occupying the highest seat of the upper council is the first step towards acquiring a legitimate right to lead Red humanity. It will also allow you to become aware and involved in the grand plans that other leaders are trying to enact ahead of time. Information is power." It is better to be informed than otherwise. Vess did not entirely agree with that adage, but he did not bother to object. The delicate swan bottle finally floated down until it stopped in front of Vess. "Take it. This is what you have been promised to receive." Vess slowly raised his hand and took hold of the bottle. It was finally here. The evolution which upheld her end of the bargain and supplied him with precisely 12.556 milligrams of Yondu milk. Vess resisted the urge to swallow up the contents of the bottle and resolutely submitted it to the Mech designer system, not even bothering to hide his actions within the god kingdom of the evolution witch. "Congratulations for completing your third S-rank supply mission. By fulfilling the requirements set by Material Supply 4, you have satisfied the conditions to initiate an upgrade to the Mech designer system. You have received 1 use of the Inventorize ability. You have received 10 golden lottery tickets." A short moment later, the Mech designer system began to shake and surge with energy. The Mech designer system is in the process of undergoing a comprehensive upgrade. It will remain inaccessible and unresponsive to its users for a duration of approximately 30 days. Your patience is appreciated. Another burden had fallen off his shoulders. Vess breathed a little easier now that he completed 3 of 5 supply missions. He only had 2 more to go before he satisfied the system's hunger for specific superclass materials. Although a part of him feared what might happen if he completed all 5 supply missions, that did not eliminate his determination to see this through. Whether the system posed a threat to him or not, Vess possessed enough confidence in his ability to avert or weather another crisis, especially when he could contact numerous true gods for assistance. The evolution which did not look surprised that Vess magically made the container filled with precious Yondu milk disappear. Curious. Chapter 64, 70 Alien Wonder Materials. The acquisition of Yondu milk fulfilled a major objective for Vess. The only factor that did not meet his expectations was that the evolution which did not use her own transcendent willpower to generate the desired quantity of Yondu milk. This was not a surprise. The Red Tide Offensive had broken out, forcing every god pilot to spend much of their time rotating through the border regions in order to squash as many alien assault fleets as possible. All of this fighting and travel occupied the god pilots so much that they did not have much time and energy left to spare for priorities. Vess could not ask the evolution witch to neglect her duty to defend the borders of human space, just so that she could slowly generate Yondu milk. Fortunately, the successful operation of the Oblivion Gates neatly solved this problem. Vess guessed that the evolution which requested the Beast of Fear to acquire Yondu milk from the original source and place it into the cargo sphere in the hopes of transporting it to the Red Ocean. There was a considerable chance that the experiment might fail. If everyone was lucky, then the cargo spheres would just remain in their original places. If they were not as lucky, the goods may have entered the wormholes, but somehow got lost or torn along the way, thereby making it impossible to transfer any of these precious goods to their destination intact. Vess would have torn his hair out if that happened to his precious bottle of Yondu milk. Since that did not happen in the end, the Mech designer put down his worries and considered his next steps. He looked forward to seeing what would happen 30 days later. Once the system got back online, it would definitely offer him powerful and game-changing upgrade tracks. None of the upgrades that took place after completing a supply mission was weak. Given that Yondu milk possessed strong relations with life and vitality, he figured that the system would probably play into that aspect. Perhaps the next upgrade might even be able to enhance his ability to design living mechs. Vess grew increasingly more eager to complete the final 2 supply missions. He immediately turned his attention back to the evolution witch. "I need 45.5343 grams Orchidean glow glass and 2 complete pieces of Abalesque eyes," he straightforwardly said. "I asked about them before, but it appears they can't be sourced from this dwarf galaxy." can you arrange a trade of these goods? The Oblivion Gate Consortium exists to provide the strong and the worthy with the rare and difficult-to-source resources they need to advance their evolution. The evolution which explained to Vess. Your request falls within the consortium's mandate. Considering your current and expected contributions, it is not unreasonable to investigate the materials that you have mentioned and arrange a transfer. Be aware that neither of these superclass resources are easy to obtain. Are you familiar with them? Can you tell me what they are? I have no information about them, aside from their names. The evolution which paused for a moment. I suppose I can indulge you considering how helpful you have been so far. Orphidean glow glass is the human name for a rare material manufactured by the 5th Apex race. Anyone who learned about the Ossisith race in school should know that this insectile race is divided into many subspecies. There is an extensive hierarchy between them. The sovereign Ossisith subrace comprises the kings and queens of this alien race. What you likely did not learn at school is their reproduction method. Vess grew intrigued. So Orphidean glow glass is used in the reproduction process of the 5th Apex race. Correct. When the Ossisith desire to create a new sovereign offspring, they reproduce by combining significant quantities of powerful exotics and other precious materials into an egg. They then proceed to place the egg into a tough and heat-resistant incubation chamber that orbits a large and powerful star in close proximity. That sounds crazy, Vess reacted. How can a species evolve to develop such an insane reproduction method? Won't the egg get cooked until it reaches a hard-boiled state? The radiation produced by a large star at relatively close distances is enough to vaporize almost any organism. The evolution which smiled. That is what makes the Ossisith so interesting and powerful. They have forced a qualitative evolution of one of their subspecies by attempting to harness the greater potential of a star. They do this by installing small amounts of Orphidean glow glass onto the incubation chambers that resemble the appearance of portholes. This special glass is designed to filter the strong electromagnetic radiation emitted by the powerful star and convert the remaining energies into a special form of high-grade radiation. It is this extraordinary radiation that is responsible for transforming the egg and larva into a new king or queen. Ossisith. Vess never knew that the Ossisith race had to go through such a troublesome process in order to expand its leader caste. How easy is it for the aliens to produce Ornhidean glow glass? It is difficult and costly. What is worse is that the incubation of a new sovereign Ossisith has a low success rate. This is because stars are inherently inconsistent and volatile. If a strong enough flare occurs that ejects excessive quantities of electromagnetic radiation or stellar particles in the direction of the incubation chamber, then the chamber and everything inside it will vaporize and disappear. That would essentially invalidate all of the time, effort, and resources the Ossisith put into producing a new leader. Is it worth it for the 5th Apex race? Vess questioned. The god pilot smiled. There is no definite answer. That is the beauty of evolution. Every species is free to develop any solution to make themselves stronger or more adaptable. The Ossisith have artificially chosen to pursue strength over adaptability by developing this costly and convoluted reproduction method. As costly as this method of reproduction has turned out, the results are terrifying. A mature sovereign Ossisith is equivalent to an ace Mech in power. If this alien king or queen is able to develop much further, then it is even possible to pose a small challenge to a god pilot. That sounded impressive. Even if the sovereign Ossisith was ultimately unable to defeat a god pilot, just being able to get this close was already an impressive accomplishment. So that is why humanity was able to defeat the Ossisith race so easily during the Age of Conquest. Vess deduced. Since the reproduction process is so troublesome, it is very difficult to replenish them quickly. It should have been easy for humanity to destabilize the Ossisith Empire by initiating lots of decapitation strikes on the alien kings and queens. How did our race manage to kill so many of them when ace mechs and god mechs were not even a thing during that period of the Age of Conquest? I only mentioned that the sovereign Osisith are comparable to them in strength. They possess great individual power, but their defenses and mobility are not comparable to god mechs. They rely more on the other Osisith races to form armies that can shield them on the battlefield. The usual response of human fleets towards a king or queen is to restrict its movement and bombard its coordinates with as many warship gun batteries as possible. No matter how remarkable their bodies or how much cannon fodder they put forth, superior firepower will always prevail. I see. While this made the Osisith sound weak, it was still impressive for them to develop a relatively standardized, if costly, means of reproduction of their strongest subspecies. Vess finally understood the significance of Orphidean glow glass. The system likely wanted to use it in order to transform lower grades of energy into higher grades of energy. This was a fairly common requirement for high-level breakthroughs and transformations. The more powerful a cultivator or artifact, the more they relied on high-grade energies functions. Order to support their more powerful and reality-defying, what about obelisk eyes? Vess inquired. They are the eyeballs grown by a relatively small but remarkable astral beast species called the obelisk. This species has only been encountered in the galactic center, most notably around stellar nurseries. The astral beasts feed off specific types of high-grade exotics, generated and ejected by the process of star forms. Since these materials are very rare and difficult to find on planets, let alone in the vastness of space, the obelisk have either evolved or been altered by another species to develop special eyes. These ocular organs possess remarkable abilities that no human has managed to decipher. What can these eyes do that makes them worth all of the trouble? The evolution which smiled. Obelisk eyes have two distinct abilities that make them highly coveted by many parties. First, they can seemingly pierce through space and observe extremely distant locations in real time. These distances can span up to dozens of light years. What? Does that actually mean you can directly observe a planet that is located on another star system, in real time, without relying on the galactic net? Correct. This is already enough to construct one of the best remote spying devices. Obelisk eyes possess a second function that makes them even more useful. The obelisk feed themselves by ingesting very rare and specific high-grade exotics. Finding them in the vastness of space is 1,000,000,000 times more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. In order to prevent themselves from going extinct due to mass starvation, the eyes of an obelisk is able to track down and accurately determine the locations of the desired materials that match specific criteria through unknown means. That sounded even more ridiculous. Vess could not imagine that the obelisk evolved this amazing function naturally. Their eyes had to be artificially developed. I understand now why they are so powerful and difficult to obtain. The evolution which responded to Vess in a surprising manner. Her eyeballs abruptly bulged and changed into a pair of glowing blue eyeballs that somehow appeared to pierce right through Vess' true body. It has taken me a great deal of effort and favors to acquire the eyes for myself. It was worth it, as these are perhaps the most exquisite alien eyes that I have obtained so far. They remind me once again of the limitless potential of evolution. Vess never expected that the evolution, which actually possessed a pair of obelisk eyes. For a very brief moment, he briefly thought about getting close so that he could rip out the obelisk eyes from the evolution, which is eye sockets. Then he squashed this incredibly stupid impulse and tried to make sure that it would not be able to tempt him once again. The god pilot most definitely managed to discern what Vess had been thinking about, but she merely smiled as if she was daring for him to make his move. Vess awkwardly coughed. Those are a nice pair of eyes. I would like to obtain a pair myself. How easy would it be for your friends and allies in the Milky Way to secure the Orphidean glow glass and the pair of obelisk eyes that I have requested. Neither materials are easy to obtain. They are almost never stockpiled. Hunting parties must be formed and sent into dangerous regions of space in order to acquire either of them. This can take months, if not years, depending on the strength and composition of the hunting parties. That did not sound reliable at all. Vess had little choice but to remain patient until these groups successfully returned to civilized space and shipped the precious goods through the lesser Beyonder gates. Then he needed to wait for the biannual activation of the Oblivion gates to get his hands on what he needed. I guess I have no other choice but to settle for a long wait. Chapter 64, 71. The Inconsequential Voice of the Weak. Vess felt grateful to the evolution which, for clarifying the properties of Orphidean glow glass and obelisk eyes to him. It at least gave him a better understanding how difficult it was to acquire them and how they might benefit the system. The explanations also gave him a better idea on the future upgrade directions of the system. After securing a vague and uncertain promise from the evolution that she would find a way to import the superclass goods to the Red Ocean, the two quickly moved on to more important business. I had a good talk with my mother and your friend over in the other galaxy. Vess spoke as the evolution which resumed her inspection of all of the goods shipped from the Milky Way. I did not know that I have become an accomplice to a plan that calls for starting mass conflicts and even outright civil war in the old galaxy. Even if original humans are not my people anymore, it is still horrifying to learn that my mother is planning to expand the Nyxian Gap for the express purpose of devouring all of the surrounding star systems, as well as the people who live on the surface of the affected planets. The heavy and earnest emotions expressed by Vess compelled the god pilot to pause her inspection and give him her full attention. What do you expect to hear from me, Vess? I am not your mother, and you are not a child anymore. If you wish to know whether I am aware of your mother's intentions to expand the Nyxian Gap, then the answer is yes. If you want to know that I invited the Beast of Fear to become a part of the Oblivion Gate Consortium, knowing that it would fuel his hidden desire to engineer the downfall of the Big Two, then yes, I was also aware of that. The Oblivion Empress is a woman who hides many secrets, but the two of us have agreed to be as forthcoming as possible when it relates to the Oblivion plan. That meant that the evolution which was aware of all of the unethical decisions, the horrifying plans, and the catastrophic consequences of failure. Although Vess felt conflicted about whether he should throw his support behind the Oblivion plan, he still felt disappointed that divine Lucy Miyazaki did not seem to object at all to all of the crazy plans the conspirators in the Milky Way had devised. Perhaps it was foolish to expect a god pilot that was often called the human biodisaster to express any form of remorse towards facilitating a plan that would kill more humans than during the dark days of the Age of Conquest. Is there no other alternative? Vess pressed on. All I have heard from my mother and the Beast of Fear is taking high-risk gambits in the hopes of obtaining extremely high payoffs. While they try their best to sound noble, there is no way for them to hide the self-serving nature of their extreme actions. They are literally plotting to sacrifice the lives of a huge amount of humans just to fuel their own cultivation. The evolution which crossed her arms. If you expect to hear condemnation from me, then you have approached the wrong god pilot. I do not entirely agree with their approach, but I broadly approve of their plans and intentions. Selfishness is a powerful driver for evolution. Many of us want to become stronger, richer, and more successful. It is because of these drivers for motivation that we work hard to evolve to a more superior form of ourselves. Our actions subsequently inspire others to work harder to improve in any fashion. As this is a competition, it is only natural that there are winners and losers. It is the fate of the latter to surrender their resources to the former. Only the strong and the most adaptable have a right to prevail. Sympathizing the weak is the entire reason why the current order in the Milky Way has grown so stale and stagnant. Great. the evolution which shared the same ideology as her fellow conspirators in the old galaxy. While Vess couldn't help but agree with many parts of her explanation, he still disagreed with her on the crueler and more heartless aspects of her ideology. He felt the same when he heard the justifications from his mother and the beast of fear, but it was only now that he was able to articulate the reason for his disgust towards the Oblivion plan. With all due respect, your divinity, human civilization, is made up of many humans who are weak through no fault of their own, Vess retorted while trying to maintain his calm. You guys all seem to have big grievances with the big two. I don't exactly like them either. However, if there is one trait from them that has earned my appreciation, it is their willingness to protect and stand up for the ordinary people that live in our society. The Mechers and the Fleeters have done a good job of protecting many of the innocent people that live in many different states. The big two can be overly patronizing bastards at times, but they at least lived up to their promise of granting humans relative peace and stability for 4 whole centuries after a devastating period of genocidal conflict. The Mechers and Fleeters were arrogant, insufferable, and disdainful towards the space peasants. That did not necessarily mean that they were the bad guys. Vess never characterized them as evil, even if they worked hard to suppress the states and cling to power over the centuries. The conclusion that Vess drew from this was that the MTA and the CFA did not deserve what was coming for them. The Oblivion plan sought to induce the Mechers and the Fleeters in both internal and external strife. It was one thing if the big two had become outright tyrannical hegemons that ruled the Milky Way with an iron fist. It was another thing if the big two remained true to their original mission and protected the human race for centuries as it gradually recovered from its self-inflicted damage. Even if the big twos had already fulfilled their mission and allowed humanity to climb to a greater height, that merely weakened the justification of their continued existence. It did not mean that it was morally right to drag the MTA and the CFA into a series of violent crises that would inevitably lead to bloody warfare on an unheard scale. What was worse was that all of this fighting would hurt the innocent people that the big two had spent so much effort on protecting all these years. When Vess thought about all of the death and destruction that would ensue if his insane mother and her fellow conspirators were actually able to pull off their unlikely schemes, had he become the bad guy? As if the evolution which was accurately able to decipher his train of thought, the god pilot tried to give him perspective. Do not feel guilty for what must inevitably come to pass. Evolution is never a peaceful affair. Competition between groups will always occur in a location that is characterized by finite space and resources. Evolution is a bloody struggle, no matter whether it happens on an untamed planet filled with savage exobests, or across entire galaxies filled with humans and aliens that have plenty of reasons to fight against each other. The fundamental reason why this outbreak of violence is inevitable is because the winners of the previous competition have held the reins of power for too long. They have continually monopolized the best resources, thereby denying all of this bounty to the latecomers that have grown up during the age of Mechs. Sooner or later, the contradiction between the old guard and the new guard will culminate in a galactic war. At most, the unholy alliance seeks to detonate this conflict hundreds of years in advance. Vess could understand the evolution, which is logic, and find much of what she said to be plausible. Yet he still felt that she was twisting the facts in a way that justified her radical views. Her words betrayed a complete lack of empathy for the innocents and the weak that lacked the power to protect themselves. Even if they were losers, they did not necessarily deserve to die for other people's ambitions. There was no reasoning with these crazies. Vess might disagree with their intentions and the depths they were willing to go in order to realize their ambitions, but he saw no point in trying to change their minds. They were too fixated on gaining power, and too uncaring towards all of the innocents that would suffer and die as a result of their schemes. These true gods were not so different from the polymath after all. They were all self-serving bastards who grasped at the first justification that they could find to excuse their destructive actions. Do you truly think that the mess we are about to start in the Milky Way will end up benefiting original humanity? I do, Vess. Many parts of human space in the Milky Way are already becoming increasingly more overcrowded. There are too many people, but not enough conflicts to cull the weak from the strong. War is never pleasant, but it can serve as a productive force that can cleanse our society and strengthen the foundation of our race. It is cruel to keep original humanity in its current cage. I would love nothing more for the people over there to rebel against the chosen humans' hypocritical vision, as red humanity has done under my leadership. If my own plans succeed, then I may one day return to the Milky Way and bring that obstructionist man to his knees myself. Vess frowned. It sounded as if the evolution which was more than glad to trigger mass turmoil in the Milky Way just to get back at the chosen human. He sighed. I don't think that spreading complete anarchy is the best way for humans of the Milky Way to initiate reforms and get better in the end, but it is clear that I can't convince you all to switch to less extreme approaches. That is at least one wise remark you have made since. No, you cannot persuade us. Do you wish to know why, Vess? You are weak. No matter whether you are a senior Mech designer, a cat, or a pretender god, none possess the might or influence to force us to moderate our plans. Your mother has taught you that might makes right. This is one of the applications of this universal truth. We are stronger and more evolved, so we can back up our actions and decisions with superior force. If you wish to moderate us, then you must be able to challenge us first. You are far from reaching that point. If you take your self-evolution more seriously and work harder to transcend your weaknesses, then you may one day be able to persuade us to follow your personal vision, as questionable as it may be. No matter whether your logic is sound or not, it does not matter as might ultimately makes right. Right. The same rule was spoken in a much different galaxy. Vess was growing sick and tired of people repeating this phrase to him. The entire saying completely disregarded the value of having principles and ideals that were greater than the individual. It was already bad enough if the evolution witch and a bunch of other true gods believed in this self-serving adage. It would be worse if many others started to live by these words as well. Cultivators were especially prone to doing so, considering their constant efforts at self-improvement granted them a lot of power, but not always with the necessary restraint. Vess may be able to use his limited power and authority to mitigate the damage, but he could do little to stop the Tier 1 galactic citizens from enacting their ambitious and destructive schemes. That was because he was among the weak. He finally knew what he had to do in the following years. Chapter 64, 72, Finish What You Started. The disappointing meeting with the evolution, which concluded shortly after Vess, gained a better understanding of what she was like. The only good outcome of their brief talk was that the god pilot had no immediate use for him at this time. Aside from telling him to grow his foundation in the Red Collective and make sure he did not do anything scandalous enough to get kicked off the upper council, he was free to do what he wanted. You should spend your time on designing the Milky Way-compatible Carmine Mechs requested by your mother and my old friends. The evolution witch dismissively said, as she turned around to visually inspect the secure containers shipped over from the old galaxy. Vess was weak, huh? His mother, the beast of fear, and the evolution which were not necessarily wrong. He readily acknowledged that he was weak compared to these powerful true gods, yet that did not mean that weaklings such as himself were harmless. He could still pose a threat to those who were much more powerful, whether or commanded more troops than himself. His many innovations proved that he was able to make far greater contributions to society than many master Mech designers, and maybe even star designers. This alone proved that their theories were not entirely correct. Vess grew resentful at the dismissive and callous attitudes of the conspirators of the Oblivion Plan. They hatched all of these ambitious and enormously destructive plans just so that they could fuel their cultivation and attempt to evolve into god kings somehow. While Vess did not necessarily object to their goals, what he did have a problem with was their complete disregard for the lives of all of the space peasants that they were supposed to protect. Since the strong were so obsessed with the adage that might makes right to spare even the slightest sympathy for the weak, then Vess took it upon himself to stand up for the little guys. When Vess concluded his meeting with the evolution witch, he already came up with the perfect answer to the Oblivion plan: ambitions of the conspirators. The more he thought about it, the more he knew this was a response that he could fully get behind. It satisfied the demands of the conspirators on the surface, but would also cause them to pay for underestimating the weak like himself. Vess became certain that his mother and all of the other conspirators in the Milky Way would get way more than they bargained for once his own devious little plan had enough time to unfold. "Heh, just you wait," he sneered. As Vess and Lucky finally returned to the Terrask and settled down, Veronica finally got to meet with Master Willix. Now that the Master Mech designer had exposed her participation in the Oblivion Gate project and proven the viability of her research, she had become an honored guest of the Oblivion Empire. Naturally, the Oblivion Empress gave a wide variety of rights and privileges to her. Now that it became inconvenient for Master Willix to return to the embrace of the MTA and make use of its many facilities, she had decided to set up shop in the Throne of Light. The heavy cruiser possessed better than average Mech facilities. After all, the Devil Tiger required a lot of high-quality infrastructural support now that it had become an ace smart metal Mech. The current facilities inside the Throne of Light did not meet Master Willix's exacting requirements. She was partially able to compensate for that by bringing over the high-quality instruments and production equipment that she owned in her own name. However, she was not able to do the same for the property that directly belonged to the MTA. She needed to rely on the Beast of Fear and other contacts in order to acquire the specialized machines that she needed to further her research and design projects. When Master Willix's dropped by the design lab that Veronica had claimed for herself, the latter eagerly welcomed the arrival of an old friend and teacher. Now that both Mech designers managed to get out under the thumb of two scary true gods, Veronica and Willix were able to speak a lot more freely with each other this time. "Vess, or is it Veronica? It is good to meet you again. Your mother has described your unique condition to me. It is interesting to see that you have developed a unique solution that allows you to maintain a physical presence in both galaxies at the same time. I am eager to study your body and construction to help me understand how you have been able to do that, but I fear my insights into e-technology and biotechnology are not up to standard." The silvery cat floated in front of Master Willix. "Call me Veronica when I am in this form. It makes it easier for me to distinguish between my incarnations. It is good to see you again as well. I never expected for us to reunite again, especially in this context. As for how I am able to do this, I am afraid that it has more to do with cultivation science than Mech design. I don't even know how this works. I just copied and bastardized an alien ritual while employing special means to raise my success rate. I highly recommend you to never think about replicating what I have done. Creating a true incarnation cannot be done without splitting up your spirituality, which my mother and other cultivators refer to as a soul. That is not the kind of stuff that people should be messing with. You are liable to turn yourself brain dead if your spirit gets damaged." The Master Mech designer did not show any sign that she doubted Vess' explanations and theorics. "I shall keep that in mind. I have my own specializations, and I am currently highly occupied with advancing my current research direction." The two Mech designers chatted with each other for another minute before Veronica finally couldn't hold in her curiosity any longer. The cyborg cat took a deep breath. "Master, I have been meaning to ask you. Why are you here? Why have you chosen to cooperate with my mother to enact the incredibly destructive Oblivion plan?" The atmosphere in the design lab grew tenser now that Veronica finally touched upon a sensitive topic. Master Willix's amiability faded away. She had clearly fallen back to a more rational attitude. "I will not lie to you, Vess. Your mother is highly persuasive. We met each other by coincidence, and when she saw hope of creating her wondrous Oblivion gates with the help of the wormholes that can be partially generated through technological means, she enlisted my expertise to the Oblivion Gate project. At that time, she made no mention of her much more ambitious Oblivion plan. I merely believed that I could do both original humanity and red humanity much good by reviving the possibility of material trade." Veronica had a pretty good idea what happened after hearing this. "So my mother lied by omission to you. She only talked about creating the Oblivion gates, but she never told you what she intended to do with the advantages gained from controlling them. By the time she unveiled the Oblivion plan to you, it was already too late for you to back out. Is that correct?" "That is an accurate characterization of what has taken place," Master Willix said. "Decided to continue your work on the project, despite knowing that it will encourage my mother and her dangerous allies to trigger a massive wave of violence and unrest throughout human civilization. I cannot stop halfway. I have greater confidence than before that my work on the Oblivion Gate project will fuel my ultimate advancement," Willix declared with greater fervor. "Humanity already has many star designers, but one more is always helpful. What is more important is that I will still be the only individual who can effectively create mature versions of these small but fairly cost-effective Oblivion gates. They can never match the performance of the greater Beyonder gates, but I should still be able to make it profitable for them to be activated on a quarterly or monthly basis. I believe that many shortcomings can be solved as long as we lower the difficulty of transporting goods and eventually people between the two galaxies. Once original humanity and red humanity are able to link up to each other again, it is not impossible for both branches of our race to give each other what they need." That was a fairly optimistic outlook of the future. Vess knew that Master Willix had chosen to cling to it because it was a good justification for her to continue her work. Vess was too cynical to believe in this hope. There are only 2 Oblivion gates, and they are both controlled by the Oblivion Empress and the Evolution Witch. The Oblivion Gate Consortium is clearly meant to function as a tool to exploit trade. As long as it maintains a monopoly on intergalactic material exchanges, the consortium will never allow goods and individuals to transit freely. By limiting the frequency of trade and other exchanges between the Milky Way and the Red Ocean, both sides will still have to solve most of their problems by themselves. The Red Ocean desperately needed more god pilots and other powerful champions to defend its front lines. The Milky Way had an extremely high demand for face water and high-quality hyper materials. Both types of materials could be used to develop and apply all sorts of new and powerful upgrades to the senior ace mechs and god mechs of original humanity. The god pilots of the new frontier had already managed to develop their strength by leaps and bounds. This was not entirely due to their frequent fighting in the border regions. Tech and materials also played a large role. Original humanity still managed to collect a lot of face water, keep it in reserve, but the finite supply would deplete eventually. Hyper materials were even more troublesome to find. Anomalous regions, such as the Nixian Gap, did not produce them on occasion, but their quantity and quality were usually not particularly good. Any other force that was capable of fielding ace mechs and god mechs. This was clearly the outcome that Moira Willix was aiming for, but it was likely that the Oblivion Empress would block such trades. While Master Willix hoped that her Oblivion gates would create a circumstance that would make both branches of humanity stronger, her plan could only come true if the gates were controlled by a benevolent organization. That was clearly not the case. Was she hoping to leak the design schematics of the Oblivion Gate project? Her mother would never permit that to happen. Even if the MTA managed to get its hands on the design of an Oblivion Gate, the Mechers would still face an uphill battle when they attempted to develop their own version of this tech. The current Oblivion Gates were especially designed to function with the powers and abilities commanded by the Oblivion Empress and the Evolution Witch. Trying to make the Oblivion Gates function without the active participation of these true gods was different. Veronica shook her head. It was foolish for Master Willix to rely on this to redeem herself. She should have other motivations to persist in her work. Let me ask you this. Do you believe in plunging all of original humanity into a galaxy-wide test of the societal revival theory? Do you agree with the masterminds of the Oblivion plan that human society over here has grown stagnant and weak? Do you think that all of them needs to go through an extensive period of hardship and suffering in order to get better in the end? That was another difficult question to answer, but Veronica needed to know where. Master Willix stood. The Master Mech designer's answer would determine whether Veronica would invite Willix to collaborate on her ambitious and subversive Carmine Mech project. Chapter 64, 73 Mech Designers Design Mechs. A woman as intelligent as Master Willix definitely understood why Veronica asked such a sensitive question. She stared deeply at the cat that served as the avatar of the most brilliant young Mech designer that she had the pleasure to meet and guide. Those days were long over now. The young journeyman had grown up into a fine senior and even managed to break the genetic aptitude tyranny. Master Willix only felt regretful that the state of the Mech community in the old galaxy had become so solidified that the mere hint of releasing Carmine Mechs was already enough to throw all of human civilization in a massive upheaval. Thinking about this caused the older woman to frown. In order to explain my views on the state of humankind in the old galaxy, let us begin by making a comparison. Willix spoke up. It is normally difficult to gauge the health of a society when it is the only kind of its existence, but we are fortunate that we have a direct comparison on hand. The situations of the two branches of humanity differ enormously, but we can still take advantage of the fact that we are still the same race to make direct comparisons. How have people reacted to the introduction of Carmine Mechs? Enthusiastic, Veronica immediately replied. Anyone with enough free time, money, connections, or whatever is desperately trying to get their hands on a yellow jacket. The excessive demand threatens to destabilize our society by depriving other sectors of crucial workers. But the R-Ray and the various states are closely cooperating with each other to mitigate this problem. The good news is that we can get away with a lot more now that martial law is in effect in most jurisdictions. One of the new rules that the Red Association has imposed is that every resident that chooses to become a Carmine Mech pilot must volunteer for military service if he is living in a state that has declared martial law. After all, in times of war, we cannot afford to waste precious resources, industrial capacity, and manpower on frivolous waste. Red humanity is braver, fiercer, and more prepared to suffer hardships. That rule did not deter volunteers as much as the Mechers wanted, though. Mech mania was still too strong even during these dire times. Too many low-ranking Mech designers, doctors, farmers, naval specialists, and other essential workers all abandoned their comfortable and respectable jobs just so they could fulfill their childhood dreams of becoming a battlefield hero. Veronica hoped that the Mech mania would fade in the coming weeks and months as reality set into the minds of these latent Mech fanatics. According to your description, Red humanity is fully capable of integrating Carmine Mechs into its cosiate without causing it to break. In that correct? Yes, we are ultimately at war, so the native aliens have repeatedly taught us not to underestimate their threat. What they lack in quality, they more than make up in quantity. Since the disparity between us is so great, all humans have realized that they must do their utmost to win the Red War. That is a somewhat enviable state, Veronica. The threat posed by the aliens of the Red Ocean has fully woken Red humanity up and invigorated its society for the better. The same cannot be said for the humans of the Milky Way. We are in such a dominant state that we no longer fear our external enemies anymore. On the surface, this should be a good outcome. As a member of the survivalist faction, I believe that we have succeeded in reaching a near-ideal state where our race is no longer at risk of going extinct, at least if we take the Milky Way and its immediate surroundings into account. If nothing special has occurred, then I am fully supportive of maintaining the status quo, even if not everyone benefits from this age of lasting peace. For a long time, humanity only remained on guard against two kinds of threats. Humans always took internal threats seriously. Humans knew how to harm other humans best. Since there were no alien races in the Milky Way that could defeat humanity, then the latter could only turn to itself for enemies. The other kind of threat was external. The 7 apex races still possessed strength beyond the level of ordinary alien races. Several of them had suffered catastrophic losses and even became homeless for a time after ceding all of their territories to humanity. However, humanity had beaten all of these aliens so badly that they had already been broken. It was difficult for them to challenge the big two no matter whether they fought alone or by uniting all of the surviving alien races. Considering that the aliens of the Milky Way and possibly the other aliens native to the other surrounding dwarf galaxy did not represent significant threats anymore, humanity had little reason to be on guard against them these days. The humans of the Milky Way had lost respect for the potential threat posed by the aliens. The people who emigrated to the Red Ocean actually suffered from this problem as well. Far too many overconfident pioneers had brought their vast colonization fleets in the Red Ocean, only to lose a part of all of their assets as the native aliens shredded the invaders with their formidable warships. So you are essentially saying that original humanity has grown too soft, Veronica said. That is fine when there are no significant internal and external threats, but when the circumstances have changed, all of that softness has suddenly become Master Willix nodded. Correct. I am in agreement with the leaders of the Oblivion Gate Consortium in this regard. While I have only heard descriptions of this subjugation king and the possible threat of the aliens native to Messier 87, I believe these accounts are credible enough to take this distant threat seriously. If these supposed god kings are only able to effectively move around their own galaxy cluster, then we do not have to take them seriously. However, the displacement of the Red Ocean to the vicinity of this new and dangerous galaxy has changed that. Granting the native aliens of accurate intelligence and awareness of the Milky Way is already adverse enough. Granting them access to more than enough face water to cross the vast divide and invade our original galaxy is worse, whether this possible threat arrives within a century or several centuries. We must use all of the time we have to prepare for a possible invasion. Her logic was sound. Veronica knew firsthand that the intelligence on the alien god kings was more likely than not correct. She had spoken to the subjugation king in person. If everything goes right, the humans of the Milky Way won't have to face this threat themselves. The cyborg cat hopefully said, We are working hard to close the gap ourselves. The Red War at least provides all of our soldiers and champions with the best possible tempering. Who knows whether one of our god pilots will be able to advance into god king pilots in the next decades. Master Willix shook her head. We cannot rely on others to protect ourselves, Veronica. It is foolish to put all of our hopes in the strength and luck of red humanity. Even if there is a chance that our preparations are in vain, it is always prudent to account for failures. The lives of far too many humans are at stake. As a survivalist, I am already mentally prepared to account for the death of 99% of the total population of humans. As long as the remaining 1% can still preserve their lives, their culture, and their heritage, we have avoided the worst outcome. That was typical survivalist talk. While Master Willix was not as extreme as the Oblivion Empress and the Beast of Fear, she could still be ruthless when she deemed it necessary. Do you want this to happen, though? No, absolutely not. The more humans perish as a result of, shall we say desperate measures, the more flawed our plan has become. We should not have to resort to causing strife and unrest in order to wake original humanity up. However, the Oblivion Gate Consortium's motives are not entirely pure. Your mother and the Unbounders, aligned with the Beast of Fear, seek to trigger a titanic civil war in order to secure their own survival and grant them opportunities to grow their power. By plotting these steps, they have betrayed how little they care about the people they are supposed to be responsible for. When human leaders begin to treat the lives of ordinary individuals as worthless, then they have proven that they are not fit to bear. Veronica fully agreed with the master Mech designer. This was also one of the key reasons why the cyborg cat couldn't fully support her mother and the other conspirators. The more accomplishments I make as a Mech designer, the more I realize that each of us must bear greater responsibilities. The floating cat expressed her earnest feelings. Our greater priority is always thinking about how to make our customers stronger and our society a little better with our works. Other cultivators think a lot more about how to increase their power and longevity. The well-being and concerns for the ordinary folk are far too low in priority. Both Cat and Master Mech designer developed an implicit understanding with each other. They felt a little more comfortable in each other's presence. Their words had already confirmed to each other that they possessed similar stances on the issues that mattered. Mech designers exist to serve, Master Willix affirmed. Veronica began to grin. In contrast to other professions, Mech designers solve problems by developing new mechs. So let us do that. Since my mother and friends has tasked me with designing a series of Milky Way-adapted Carmine mechs, I will need to borrow your extensive familiarity with the mech industry of the old galaxy. I am unfamiliar with the prevailing technical standards, material availability, legal landscape, and more. If I want my Carmine mechs to appeal to the broadest possible audience, then I can sorely use your expertise to guide my work direction. I am honored and willing to collaborate with you, Veronica. I have no issue with allowing you to work as the lead designer of your new project. My own specialization in gravitic systems is not too relevant to your upcoming Carmine mechs, but as a rational mech designer, I can simulate a wide variety of fairly uncomplicated design philosophies of other notable mech designers. I can therefore provide enough assistance to lightly empower aspects such as offense or mobility. You do not have to collaborate with any other mech designers. This should make it vastly more convenient for us to maintain secrecy during the next crucial months. While the Evolution Witch and the Beast of Fear already planned to introduce Carmine mechs to the Milky Way, they could not yet do so without solid Carmine mech designs in their hands. This was why Veronica was more than happy to withhold any announcements and use the buffer time to strengthen his ability to survive the upcoming problem period. For example, the cyborg cat was eager to increase his own combat capabilities. He also wanted to prepare a few escape routes for himself. Still, Carmine mechs would become available sooner or later. Her mother accepted no other outcome and would definitely watch him carefully to see that he was diligently doing his homework every day. Veronica needed to release these Carmine mechs on a fairly short deadline, so he was more than happy to secure the assistance of a highly competent master mech designer. As the two settled in front of a desk terminal, the cyborg cat began to draft a very loose sketch of a humanoid Carmine mech. Chapter 64, 74 Helm. Mech designers communicated best when they practiced their profession. Although it was kind of weird for a cat and a human master to talk about mech designs, the two were immediately able to get into sync with each other. Part of it was because they already collaborated with each other in the past. Another part of it was that both of them had confirmed that their goals were at least partially aligned. As mech designers who still stayed true to the original principles and values of their profession, there was no obvious discrepancy between the two. Their perspectives and knowledge base may differ substantially, but the beauty of designing mechs together was that their contributions were often additive. Since Veronica was the lead designer of this new Carmine Mech design project, she naturally took the lead by specifying the starting parameters of her proposal. "I have been thinking about designing a very straightforward adaptation of the yellow jacket design, but I do not think it is suitable here," she said. "For one, the yellow jacket is optimized to counter alien strike craft and warships. They can still fight decently well enough against the Mechs that the people of the Milky Way will most often fight against, but they are not too great at this job. I also think that it will be harder to convince all red humans to pilot a wasp Mech. It is still better to stick to a humanoid Mech." The cyborg cat laid out her arguments while simultaneously using her claw to expertly sketch the outline of a humanoid Mech in the projected interface. Master Willix thoughtfully stared at the rudimentary draft design. There were many variations of humanoid Mechs. The one sketched by Veronica was especially adapted for simplicity and ease of use. "I see that you have chosen to design a modular or semi-modular Mech." Veronica nodded. "I don't believe in one-size-fits-all approaches. The Milky Way is huge. Humans hailing from different states and star sectors can have vastly different preferences for Mechs. One state may be crazy about swordsman Mechs and will prefer configurations that enhance flexibility and striking power. Another state may be filled with people who are avid marksmen. They prefer to pilot machines that are agile and very precise in their movements. Instead of trying to cater to all of them with a single design, it's best to add sockets to our Carmine Mechs so that the customer can decide what to choose." This was not the first modular Mech platform that she had designed in her career. She borrowed many lessons from the last iteration of the Bright Warrior design and readily applied them to her new project. Naturally, Master Willix could clearly deduce from the sketches that Veronica knew what she was doing. There was no need for the older Mech designer to hold a lecture on this subject. In the interest of saving time and reducing the cost burden, Vess tried not to go overboard on the modularity. She intended to keep the head and torso consistent, but add modularity to the arms, legs, flight system, and optional backpack elements. This was the most basic way to design a modular Mech, but it was a tried and tested formula that worked particularly well for low-budget options. Her design so far immediately told Master Willix that she wanted the base model to be fairly economical, but not as cheap as her yellow jacket design. After all, original humanity was not as shabby as red humanity. The humans were the overlords of the Milky Way. They possessed abundant access to low to mid-grade exotics. Such materials were so widely available that it should be easy to churn out billions of Carmine Mechs. The economic and industrial development of human civilization in the Milky Way was also much higher. The occupied star systems in the galactic heartland and the galactic center were so highly developed that there was hardly any room for cost-effective expansion anymore. There were a huge amount of Mech manufacturing complexes. Many of them should easily be able to retool their production lines to fabricate Carmine Mechs at huge volumes. There was only one hindrance, though. The Carmine system of a Carmine Mech is largely organic or biomechanical in construction, correct? Master Willix asked. That is right, Vess said. This is another reason why I don't think the yellow jacket designs are suitable for this market. Back in the Red Ocean, the Red Association has the industrial capacity and the willingness to centralize the mass production of biodomes that function as oversized organic cockpit systems. We cannot expect the MTA to do the same. We can only leave it up to the local production companies to grow the organic components of the Carmine systems themselves. Their quality and performance may fluctuate, which can lead to danger or outright failure, but there is no other choice. I can only hope that the Mech community will be able to figure out a solution that most parties can agree upon. The Carmine system was almost just as sensitive as neural interfaces in this regard. Only trusted manufacturers should be allowed to produce them, but Vess had no way to enforce this rule. In order to minimize the Varischler onerated by inconsistencies, she tried to crank and minimize the footprint of the Carmine system of her new design as much as possible. This was the exact opposite of what she attempted to do with the Yellow Jacket series. "You have made the most appropriate design choice," Master Willix opined. "Too many humans in the Milky Way have a strong rejection towards biotechnology outside the medical field. As long as the performance is not heavily impacted, shrinking the Carmine system will lead to less complications and less issues related to field repairs." The cyborg cat continued to sketch out her proposed vision for her Carmine mechs. She did not draw out a single machine. Instead, she showcased the modularity of the new design by depicting other possible variations. In order to account for a wide variety of mech archetypes, combat doctrines, and preferred fighting approaches, Veronica tried to settle for a middle ground whenever possible. This caused the modular Carmine mech to lean towards a balanced, but rather mediocre performance profile. This meant that while her upcoming work could never excel in any area, it should not possess glaring weaknesses that should drag it down. Neither Veronica nor Master Willix needed to point this out. They both understood the implications. The sketching continued for a while. The two only occasionally spoke, as there was no need to clarify the basics. Once the cyborg cat had drawn the basic outlines and configurations for the proposed MW Carmine mechs for all 3 tech levels, that was the point where she allowed her passion to run free. This was the point where Veronica intended to augment the basic foundation of her next Carmine mech design with her special sauce. It was these unique additions that were supposed to define her next work, and not the Carmine system. As far as Veronica was concerned, the Carmine system should play the same role as a neural interface. Carmine systems should be treated as part of a Carmine mech's basic foundation. What truly distinguished a machine was how it fought on the battlefield. Blood packs did not necessarily make any difference in this regard. Carmine mechs will be treated very differently in the Milky Way galaxy, Veronica surmised. In the Red Ocean Dwarf Galaxy, the Red Association is still able to exert strong control over the mech community. It is able to convince mech academies to JJ. RA is also able to enforce any instances of reckless piloting by Carmine mech pilots that vastly underestimated the training required to control their powerful machines. Here in the Milky Way, we cannot expect their counterparts from the Mech Trade Association to do the same. This entire plan was clandestine and illegal to begin with. The Oblivion Plan also called for a Carmine mech that was specifically designed to spread turmoil, so the Mechers should definitely not be happy to see this machine proliferate through the galaxy. It will be difficult to arrange systematic training for new and aspiring Carmine mech pilots in the Milky Way. Master Willix agreed. Too many civilians here have been isolated from the danger posed by mechs, so they will inevitably cause accidents as they inexpertly control their own Carmine mechs. The issue is time. It takes too much time for Carmine mech pilots to attain a level of competence that allows them to fight effectively in actual battles. Veronica's artificial eyes glowed as she grew more enthused. That is why I want to massively reduce the need for 4 or 5 years of training and education on how to pilot a Carmine mech. I would never try to pull this off in the Red Ocean, where I have to abide by all of the rules of the RA. But since we don't intend to make our new mech design conform to the many rules imposed by the MTA, I might as well take advantage of the situation and pursue an extreme in my design philosophy. It was difficult to depict this intangible quality in the draft design, so Veronica settled on writing annotations with her delicate foreclaw. The master mech designer quickly figured out what the senior cat had in mind. You wish to enhance the autonomy of your Carmine mechs so that they can fight more actively by themselves. Yes, Veronica grinned. This is one of the special features of my MW Carmine mechs. I call them HALM, High Autonomy Living Mechs. They are preloaded with a basic but solid set of piloting and fighting skills. They are also adaptable and learn really well. They can learn all of the relevant fighting skills from their Carmine Mech pilots, and they can also learn from their own combat encounters. This may produce a circumstance where the Carmine Mech is actually better at controlling its Mech frame than its human pilot. This was a pretty radical and subversive proposal. Master Willix clearly did not like it, because it broke one of the central tenets of Mech design, but she clearly understood the need for this design solution in this unique context. If you are doing this for the purpose of quickly enhancing the combat effectiveness of Carmine Mech, controlled by undertrained and unqualified pilots, then this is an evenable Decian choice, the older Mach Decima reluctant theod. I fear the consequences should too many of these helm begin to grow into their power. What if these highly autonomous machines decide that there is no reason for them to be ordered around by humans? Veronica could only shrug at that. I can't think or care so much. The two of us can implement numerous safeguards that should reduce this possibility from occurring or make it easier to shut them down if they go rogue. However, there is no other way to make these machines combat effective unless we convert them into outright AL-controlled battle bots. That was unacceptable for obvious reasons. For better or worse, human Mech pilots must still retain substantial control over their machines. If you wish to rely on the living Carmine Mechs to execute maneuvers and launch attacks against actual enemies, then you do not have to simplify their designs to this degree. Giving your machines greater freedom of movement can raise their ceiling on their combat effectiveness at the cost of making the learning curve steeper. The master Mech designer began to use her finger to draw small tweaks and additions to the draft design. All of her design choices were both thoughtful and elegant. Veronica just knew that her new Carmine Mechs would definitely be able to make more achievements on the battlefield due to these changes. Master Willix even proposed to add extra limbs to the Carmine Mech. "Shem, I haven't thought about that," Veronica said. "This is the first time since the Devil Tiger that I am purposefully designing a living Mech with much greater autonomy than the norm. It looks to me that we can exploit that in many ways." Chapter 64, 75, Partial Convergence Blood Pact. High autonomy living Mechs violated a taboo of the Mech industry. Veronica knew more than well that humans must always be in control of the technology they commanded. This was why they never dared to let AI automate everything and allow humans to sit back and relax. Every artificial system is vulnerable and prone to subversion. It would be incredibly idiotic to automate an entire society, only for a hostile alien force or a rival human power to hack the master control system and hijack everything. Even though there were countless examples throughout human history that emphasized the harm of relying too much on automation, Veronica still chose to rely on her new helm concept to develop her MW Carmine Mechs. It couldn't be helped. The training and education of a potentate into a competent and professional Mech pilot took at least 10 years. It was possible to add or subtract 5 years to that duration, but that would substantially affect the quality of the pilot in question. The Oblivion Gate Consortium couldn't wait for 5 or more years for most brand-new Carmine Mech pilots to become skilled enough to wreck stuff with their new machines. Veronica could probably shave a few years off that training period if she chose to simplify the Carmine Mechs like she did with the Yellow Jackets, but this was not a good choice. Many people believed that the most ideal Mech was a humanoid machine. Such Mechs held greater attraction to people than a frontline Mech that lacked articulating arms. While there should still be enough people who would be glad to pilot a frontline Mech, such machines were limited in other ways that were detrimental to her overall purpose. Therefore, even if she knew that it would make the process of mastering the Carmine Mech a lot harder for their bonded pilots, Veronica still decided to adopt the shape that held the broadest appeal. Besides, the cyborg cat already compensated for the added difficulty of piloting a humanoid Mech by letting the living Mech itself take charge of its own movements. Carmine Mechs are not normal Mechs. The silvery cat explained her reasoning to Master Willix. There are two important traits that distinguish the former from the latter: the presence of the Carmine system, and the fact that every Carmine Mech is alive, can be used as the foundation of a new paradigm in Mech piloting. Instead of relying on the old model, where a Mech pilot is taught to control every large and significant process of a Mech, we instead turn the pilot into a commander that delegates the fine control of his machine to his bonded partner. Master Willix immediately understood the underlying implications of this reasoning. You are advocating an abolishment of traditional Mech pilot training for this new class of warriors. You place so much faith in the reliability and trustworthiness of your living Mechs that you believe that it is acceptable to allow them to retain this role. The Carmine Mech pilots will play a role that is equivalent to a tank commander, where he oversees the battlefield and relays instructions that his living partner must follow. The cyborg cat smiled. I have put a lot of thought behind this alternate model. I know it is flawed. This approach is extremely unlikely to produce high-ranking Mech pilots. The pilots must take the effort to learn and master the art of controlling his own weapons. Relying too much on others to do the actual fighting will put too much distance between himself and the critical decision-making process. Despite this major flaw, I think it is completely acceptable in the short term if a beginner Carmine Mech pilot relies a lot on his helm to do much of the actual fighting. I fear that many pilots will grow overly dependent on their helm. In order to prevent this from happening, I plan to develop an additional measure to make sure the Carmine Mech pilots will actually learn how to fight by themselves if necessary. What do you have in mind? Veronica did not explain directly, but instead began to add new lines to the draft design. She sketched the model of a Mech pilot and began to connect it to one of the Carmine Mechs. Then, the cat slowly pushed the pilot closer and closer to the machine. There was a lot of significance in this move. Master Willix was already able to decipher much of the other Mech designer's intentions. You are planning to develop a variation of your blood pact, the older woman speculated. You wish to emulate the Mech-body merger process for the purpose of transferring piloting skills from machine to human. This is both dangerous and unprecedented. I do not believe that you have conducted any studies on this, so the viability of this proposed solution is still in doubt. You have made an accurate deduction. I call it the partial convergence blood pact, as the distance between man and machine will shrink as a result of this new measure. Veronica said, we can investigate this ourselves by conducting experiments. I am sure my mother will find suitable volunteers to test whether forcing a partial merger between human and living Mech will yield the desired results. I am well aware that we cannot force a complete merger. From what I have witnessed in the past, if we want the Mech pilot to remain healthy, sane, and in control, he must possess strong enough willpower to protect his own sense of self. You must conduct live trials with Carmine Mechs that possess the capacity to form these dangerous blood pact and witness for yourself whether the Mech pilot can absorb the piloting skills mastered by the Carmine Mech without too many side effects. This was difficult to accomplish, as Veronica was almost certain that contamination would take place. He just hoped that the side effects would be mild enough to dismiss them as an acceptable prize to accelerate the training of the Carmine Mech pilot. If the cat was able to make this work, then Carmine Mechs would have great significance in both galaxies. If the Red War took a turn for the worse, then Veronica could always modify the Yellow Jackets or quickly whip up another Carmine Mech design that incorporated this new feature. No longer would humans have to train for years to be able to competently pilot Mechs. They could rely on Helm to get by in the first few months while they steadily absorbed the piloting and fighting skills of their own machines. If the Carmine Mech pilots had done a good job at absorbing the fighting methods of their living machines, they should finally be able to take back control and thereby increase the probability of breaking through. Becoming an expert pilot, ace pilot and god pilot held a strong attraction to any Mech fanatic. Veronica did not fear that too many Carmine Mech pilots refused to take back control once they learned how to control their machines. Doing so would deny them the opportunity to break through. "This may not be enough," Master Willix commented. "The new Carmine Mech pilots may not be patient or disciplined enough to spend long hours on practicing skills that their Carmine Mech have already mastered. You need to add another incentive to encourage them to work hard to attain their own breakthroughs. Otherwise, they will all remain slaves to their machines." Veronica began to grin. "That is why I intend to add the Transcendence glow to these Carmine Mechs. By turning Lufa as the aspect of transcendence into the design spirit of this Mech, and focusing the glow onto the cockpit, the Carmine Mech pilots will operate under a different mindset that will motivate them to work harder to transcend their own limitations." Master Willix was not unfamiliar with the glow in question. "That may not work as well as you wish, Veronica. The Carmine Mech pilots may become acclimated to this glow, thereby reducing their effects over time. That is why I will program the Transcendence glow to vary in strength." Veronica eagerly explained her plan. "The Transcendence glow will start out at low strength, but it will rise and maybe even peak if the Carmine Mech pilot does anything that advances his personal strength. This can range from conducting drills to fighting actual enemies on the battlefield. Whenever the pilot risks his life and finds himself in a situation that brings him close to death, the Transcendence glow will peak, thereby maximizing the chance of breakthroughs." Veronica did not anticipate that expert pilots would pop up everywhere by using the Transcendence glow in this manner, but it should definitely make a difference. As long as enough humans became Mech pilots, then the absolute quantity of expert pilots that might emerge among Carmine Mech pilots should definitely not be small. Master Willix fell silent for half a minute. She began to think about all of the potential consequences and ripple effects of releasing a Carmine Mech model that brought its own Transcendence glow. She suddenly managed to unravel Veronica's true intentions. Although Willix did not possess the complete picture, yet the pieces that she managed to fit together already allowed her to deduce the essence of the senior Mech designer's greater plan. She looked deeply at the cyborg cat. Neither of them mentioned anything out loud. The Oblivion Empress would definitely be able to learn what Veronica actually had in mind and take steps to stop the plan in its tracks. This was Veronica's counterattack. The Oblivion Gate Consortium looked down on the masses. The conspirators only used the human population of the old galaxy as tools to further their own ambitions. This was why the former was eager to grant Carmine Mechs to the latter. While it was inevitable for all of these humans to use their new machines in petty conflicts, these battles could hone a lot of Carmine Mech pilots. Normally, it would take a long time for these amateurs to develop genuine piloting skills and strengthen their willpower to the point where they might break through. The combination of Helm, the partial convergence blood pact, and the Transcendence glow could massively cut down the time it took for Carmine Mech pilots to ascend to the next rank. While there were serious dangers and side effects to employing both controversial measures, Veronica was confident that the potential outcomes would be more than worth all of the risks. However, Master Willix still observed a significant gap in this layout. Veronica's plan for this Carmine Mech was unlikely to produce the critical success that she was truly trying to attain. The cyborg cat wanted nothing more than to spread her Carmine Mechs far and wide, thereby allowing many hidden talents to bloom and break through at a much more accelerated rate than normal. Even though it sounded impossible, who knew whether there was a talent akin to the chosen human among the stupendously huge population base of original humanity? With all of the enhancements to the Carmine Mechs, their progression was bound to speed up, perhaps to the point where they might become expert pilots in a year, ace pilots within 5 years, and god pilots within 1 or 2 decades. As long as the Carmine Mechs produced god pilots fast enough and in significant quantities, the space peasants of the Milky Way that every major player had disregarded for so long may eventually be able to rise up and rebel against the tyrants and hegemons that exploited the common people for so long. This was the ultimate ideal and expression of Veronica's design philosophy towards the crisis that was about to engulf original humanity. This was the most beautiful layout of mutual growth in adversity that the cyborg cat could gift to all of the oppressed humans. There were only 1 or 2 big gaps that needed to be filled for Veronica to allow her ambitious and deviant plan to come to fruition. Chapter 76, Cultivating Monsters to Fight Monsters. So far, Veronica planned to combine multiple new and innovative features in her upcoming Carmine Mech design. Although she casually explained her new proposal as if they were ordinary design applications, the truth was that they were incredibly dangerous. She would never be able to get away with publishing a Carmine Mech that contained any of these controversial, let alone multiple of them in a single design. Veronica completely liberated herself from the restrictions imposed by the Mech industry. As a senior Mech designer, she was fully cognizant why those rules and restrictions existed. She even agreed with them in principle. The difference this time was that Veronica could no longer afford to play by the rules. Her mother and her fellow conspirators forced the cyborg cat to play a very different game this time. Since Veronica did not have to pay any attention to the MTA, she may as well go all the way and incorporate all of the insane and controversial design applications that she previously imagined. Veronica actually had a lot more dangerous and questionable design ideas in her mind, but she did not dare to bring out most of them. Her Carmine Mech could only accommodate so much, and many of her more fantastical ideas were either too expensive or did not fit his vision for the current design. However, the handful of subversive ideas that she intended to implement should already be enough to design an absolutely revolutionary Carmine Mech. It would definitely detonate the Red Ocean if the people over there ever received word of this insane Mech design. If there was one upside to the mission imposed by the Oblivion Gate Consortium, it was that Veronica actually enjoyed the opportunity to design a completely unrestricted Mech. Naturally, the Mech Trade Association would absolutely grow horrified if they encountered his new Carmine Mech in the wild. The Mechers would definitely do everything in their power to prohibit its use, yet the fact that the Carmine system could actually enable norms to control Mechs meant that their attempts were doomed to fail. Unless the MTA secretly solved the genetic aptitude tyranny in advance, but never published the solution for whatever reason, Veronica's Carmine Mechs would most definitely be able to conquer the hearts of countless norms. While Veronica felt guilty for using the Carmine system to lure a lot of gullible fools into bonding their lives to machines that might spell their doom one day, this was already the best she could do to give them a fighting chance. When gods fought against each other, the mortals suffered. At least Veronica was being a lot more earnest than others about giving the common people a chance to quickly grow strong enough to defend themselves, and maybe even take revenge one day. However, the current layout was not enough to constitute a viable framework for her new Carmine Mech designs for the Milky Way. Master Willix no longer communicated with the cyborg cat with words, but instead raised her fingers to make purposeful and targeted changes and additions to the draft design. For example, she fiddled with the power reactor and the cockpit of a draft Mech. This was essentially a way for the master Mech designer to convey her doubts on how the Carmine Mech would be able to accelerate the growth of a Carmine Mech pilot to such an exaggerated speed. Not many Mech designers were aware of this, but a knowledgeable master such as Willix definitely knew that it took a lot of time for Mech pilots to grow their willpower. It usually took decades, if not a century or more, for expert pilots and ace pilots to strengthen and expand their extraordinary willpower to the next threshold. None of the solutions that the cyborg cat outlined so far addressed this particular issue. So far, Veronica came up with the concept of Helm in order to turn Carmine Mechs into basic but serviceable combat assets that could immediately be employed on the battlefield. She proposed the development of partial convergence blood pact to quickly compress the training time of Carmine Mech pilots and allow them to master their machines much faster than usual. These two solutions were only relevant to low-ranking Carmine Mech pilots. Once any of these individuals broke through once or twice, they should quickly be able to close the gap with professional Mech pilots and even break the limits of what humans were capable of under normal circumstances. That was the point where the Carmine Mech pilots of the Milky Way no longer had much use for Helm and partial convergence blood packs anymore. After all, they should be able to control their bonded mechs with far better skill and precision. The Transcendence Glow might be able to speed up the progression of these Carmine Mech pilots before and after they surpass the extraordinary threshold, but it did not function as a universal cultivation elixir. As far as Veronica aware of, the Transcendence Glow mainly helped to solve a Mech pilot's confusion and conflicting ideas. It strengthened the primary obsessions of Mech pilots and amplified all positive and neutral emotions. It also diminished any negative thoughts and emotions, thereby cutting a lot of distractions of the affected individuals. What the Transcendence Glow emphatically could not do was to supply the huge amount of E-energy that the Carmine Mech pilots needed to quantitatively grow their resonance strength. High-ranking Mech pilots needed to develop their extraordinary skills in a quantitative as well as qualitative fashion in order to qualify for their next breakthroughs. Veronica's solutions only address the qualitative requirements up to this point. She had yet to address the quantitative demands, and unless she did that, her ambitious Carmine Mech design would never work fast enough to produce the desired results. If Veronica designed her Carmine Mech according to this incomplete layout, then it would still take at least a century to produce the first god pilots among its adopters, and these were just the outliers. By that time, the Oblivion Gate Consortium should have already pulled off their schemes long ago. Veronica did not think it would take 100 years for all of the infighting and a potential civil war between the MTA and CFA to last for so long. Veronica intended to give the common folk a means to develop power quickly enough to fight against the monsters that sought to destroy their homes and eradicate their lives. To address the problem related to speed, the cyborg cat added another key feature to her Carmine Mech design. The cat very purposefully began to add more lines and technical specifications in the sketches. She too fiddled a lot with the power reactor and the cockpit, as if the two were intricately related to each other. These actions were completely valid and legitimate from an engineering perspective, but only Mech designers at the senior level or above should be able to glean the true message that Veronica attempted to convey. The master Mech designer sitting next to the incarnation narrowed her eyes. She definitely interpreted the message correctly. Veronica intended to solve the E-energy deficit problem by allowing her Carmine Mechs to harvest them from their opponents. In other words, she wanted her Carmine Mechs to grow quickly in a quantitative fashion by practicing a form of demonic cultivation. If she was designing a Carmine Mech for the Red Ocean, then she had no need to bother with such a dangerous addition. The Carmine Mech and pilot should easily be able to speed up their growth by absorbing E-energy radiation. This was the advantage of operating in a medium-energy environment. However, Veronica needed to adapt her work to a low-energy environment, which meant that she had to resort to less ideal methods to achieve the same results. Her solution was to impart a form of demonic cultivation to her MW Carmine Mech. Instead of behaving as herbivores like his yellow jackets, her upcoming Carmine Mechs would turn into all-out predators that grew stronger by harvesting the spiritual energy of other life forms. This included humans, living Mechs, and other Mechs to a lesser degree. Every Mech possessed a spiritual foundation, but they were not necessarily as strong as that of his own works. The theory was sound, but the implications were heavy. The most obvious problem was that it introduced a dangerous new incentive structure. Any Carmine Mech pilot that had fought for a while would soon discover that they would grow stronger as long as they defeated and killed other Mechs and people. More killing produced greater rewards, which encouraged the Carmine Mech pilots to kill even more individuals. In the worst-case scenario, this might end up producing mass murderers who were way too eager to resort to lethal solutions. Perhaps the Carmine Mech pilots might become just as bad as demonic cultivators of ancient times by wiping out all life in cities or planets in order to fuel their own cultivation. Veronica absolutely did not intend to let this happen. She would only end up accelerating original humanity's demise at the hands of its own deranged people. Fortunately, the senior Mech designer already thought of how she could prevent the rise of all of these genocidal maniacs. The cat began to use her claw to tinker with the draft design. She raised the output of the power reactor, but then proceeded to cut the power lines. These little actions and more caused Master Willix to grow a little more reassured. Veronica essentially conveyed her intention to limit the destructive behavior of Carmine Mech pilots by disincentivizing any improper behavior. While she did not want her machines to turn into nanas, she felt responsible enough for her work to implement a mechanism that reduced the reward level when the Carmine Mech pilot crossed an egregious line. Veronica was able to control the levers that determined the efficacy of the Transcendence glow, as well as the practice of demonic cultivation. If a Carmine Mech pilot ever went mad and attacked an entire city's worth of innocent civilians, then the Carmine Mech would automatically dial down the effectiveness of all of the aforementioned features that sped up the quantitative accumulation of resonance strength. In the worst-case scenario, the Carmine Mech would permanently disable its ability to harvest gains from both the Transcendence glow and the practice of demonic cultivation. Few, if any, Carmine Mech pilots should be willing to cross the line once they learned of the heavy consequences if they went too far. Even so, Veronica did not think that would deter the edge cases from achieving enough success. In order to accelerate the growth of a large enough population of Carmine Mech pilots, Veronica could never impose too heavy restrictions on the gains made by practicing demonic cultivation. What was the criteria that she intended to use to distinguish between permissible and impermissible acts of killing? Only honorable combat dialed up the settings of the Transcendence glow and demonic cultivation yields. Honor was the one quality that should be able to prevent her MW Carmine Mechs from degenerating into completely evil machines. While the cyborg cat only intended to use a loose definition of honor to make this distinction, she was confident enough that this incentive system should be enough to limit the damage inflicted by all of her MW Carmine Mechs. Master Willix digested these implicit messages and began to tweak the draft design, asking several questions about the less stable elements of the proposed Carmine Mech. Did Veronica fear that she may end up raising killers that were dangerous enough to destroy human civilization in the Milky Way, even when they upheld their honor? Warfare involving Mechs tended to produce a lot of collateral damage, especially if the fighting had reached the surface of developed planets. Many innocent people may lose their lives, homes and workplaces regardless of the restraint exhibited by the Carmine Mech pilots. Honor or not, these battle-hungry pilots may easily be regarded as monsters. Veronica knew that too many cases like these may end unhappening as a result of releasing her upcoming work, but she still believed it was for the best. Carmine Mech pilots could not afford to work under too many restraints. That would just end up delaying the emergence and subsequent growth of high-ranking Mech pilots. As far as she was concerned, a little collateral damage was no big deal as long as the most successful Carmine Mech pilots grew quickly enough. Veronica began to sketch a few target dummies and loosely simulated the transformations that the Carmine Mech and Mech pilot would undergo after participating in many battles. The difference between the Carmine Mech pilot and his enemies became smaller as time passed by. This hinted at another form of convergence. Veronica essentially conveyed the belief that if original humanity wished to slay the monsters that tormented them from above, people needed to make difficult sacrifices in order to gain the strength they needed to make a counterattack. In the absence of better solutions, only monsters could defeat other monsters. This was Veronica's way of dealing with the apparent truth that might was right. Chapter 64-77, The Ultimate Illegal Mech. The Carmine Mechs that Veronica had in mind were designed to help humans fight against monsters. By monsters, Veronica meant any god pilots, star designers, other true gods, admirals, and other warlords that sought to exploit the common folk to advance their own selfish desires. However, it was far too difficult to raise humans into new generations of god pilots that could effectively launch a counterattack against the schemers and unwitting accomplices that destabilized their society. If this experiment was successful, then his MW Carmine Mechs would become responsible for birthing a lot of god pilots, many of whom previously lived ordinary lives, yet managed to distinguish themselves repeatedly on the battlefield. Veronica had no expectation at all that most people would amount to anything. Norms that did not undergo formal Mech piloting training should generally perform worse than professional Mech pilots, even with the help of Helm and partial convergence blood packs. Even so, there were always expectations. Those with greater talent, luck, or discipline should be able to rise above the rest and excel in their own ways. How many geniuses comparable to the chosen human had humanity missed out upon due to the fact that 96.5% of the population was not able to pilot mechs with the help of neural interfaces? Now that the Carmine system completely eliminated this restriction, Veronica believed that the expanded Mech community could welcome the rise of many new heroes whose hidden talents finally became useful. Those were the true talents that Veronica designed his new Carmine Mechs for. Helm and partial convergence blood packs were meant to help these raw and uncut gems survive their first years as soldiers. This was when they were at their weakest and most vulnerable, as they had not yet developed their potential or proven themselves worthy of greater investment. Once they managed to survive this vulnerable period and successfully broke through, that was when they would get taken seriously. They should no longer have any problems with controlling their mechs or beating most of the cannon fodder they encountered in battle. What they truly had to be careful against was other champions, especially those that fought and honed themselves a lot longer. Veronica did not expect that high-ranking Carmine Mech pilots with poor foundations to be able to win duels against their professional counterparts. The best way to increase the win rate of the former was by accelerating their growth. As long as their resonance strength was higher than that of their opponents, these expert or ace Carmine Mechs should still be able to trounce other experts and aces. In order for Carmine Mech pilots to speed up their growth, they still needed to participate in a lot of battles. Demonic cultivation was a process where these pilots could only grow stronger by preying on their defeated opponents. This was very risky, as Carmine Mech pilots did not have the luxury of starting over if they ejected their cockpits. Unlike the Yellow Jacket designs, where their oversized organic cockpits, or biodomes, essentially served as the cores for the living mechs, the cockpits of his MW Carmine Mechs lacked this crucial advantage. Once the Mech frame was lost, the Carmine Mech was as good as dead. The Carmine Mech pilots of the Milky Way therefore only had a single chance to make the most out of their piloting careers. It was not that Veronica wanted to implement a version of the biodome in her Carmine Mech designs, but it was not feasible for several reasons. The more extensive use of biotechnology increased the logistical burden on the Carmine Mechs to an unacceptable level. Veronica also could not count on Lady Romanda DeVos to extend her design philosophy to the Milky Way. If she had a PP, then that would give their enemies an incentive to destroy it. There was no way to replace or substitute it, as the secretive member of the cosmopolitan movement did not have an incarnation equivalent to Veronica in the Milky Way. It was best to minimize the failure points of his upcoming Carmine Mech design by limiting the design team to just Veronica and Master Willix. While the limitations of the Carmine system would result in a lot of tragedies and setbacks for his future customers in the Milky Way, the harsher penalties for failure should at least draw out the potential of the best of them even further. None of these Carmine Mech pilots could afford to fail. Only the best of them would be able to rise above their peers and become champions. Once they became high-ranking Carmine Mech pilots, their employers should be able to commission a design team to upgrade the corresponding machines into expert Carmine Mechs or greater. That still wouldn't remove the fundamental problem, but the upgrades should still increase the survival rate for all of these precious and irreplaceable expert and ace Carmine Mechs could retreat with their machines intact. As Veronica indirectly outlined her vision by expanding upon her sketches, Master Willix played devil's advocate and thoroughly queried the more questionable points of the bold new proposal. For example, when Master Willix sketched out a few versions of upgraded Carmine Mechs that possessed a few subtle vulnerabilities that might result in catastrophic failures in the cockpit, she posed a very important question in their shared Mech designer language. The master Mech designer essentially pointed out that the rate of breakthroughs was largely determined by the rules that governed the behavior of the Kingdom of Mechs. If the Mech Trade Association wanted to hinder the MW Carmine Mechs from producing expert pilots and ace pilots, the Mechers could strangle breakthroughs by abusing their control over their kingdom. This was indeed serious concern to Vess. The current rules of the Kingdom of Mech were already restrictive. Mech pilots needed to pass all sorts of invisible character tests in order to trigger a breakthrough process. Veronica already thought about this potential vulnerability. She would never give the MTA an opportunity to blackmail her or invalidate her vision by changing the rules of the Kingdom of Mechs. The cyborg cat grinned as she hastily sketched two different modular flight systems. One was based on older but more stable technological paradigms. The other was based on newer and less proven technological advances, much of which originated from research conducted in the Red Ocean. The cat eventually swiped the older flight system aside and paired the newer one with the proposed MW Carmine Mech. Veronica conveyed her decision to pair her upcoming MW Carmine Mech design with the Red Kingdom as opposed to the Kingdom of Mechs. She was confident that her clout and influence in the Red Ocean was great enough to prevent the star designers over there from blocking his insane and highly illegal Carmine Mechs. Of course, she would also have to promise that this Mech would never show up in the Red Ocean. Master Willix certainly did not expect that the cat would resort to such a radical solution. It introduced multiple problems, such as weakening the ability of Mech designers in the Milky Way to add their own specializations to the variants of the Carmine Mech designs. It also prevented Master Willix or other Mech designers from applying newer design philosophies that had only been realized in the Kingdom of Mechs, as opposed to the Red Kingdom. The two used to be one, so they shared the same common base. Unfortunately, starting from the final day of the Survivalist Conference, the two intangible kingdoms had gone their separate ways, thereby causing subsequent advances in Mech design to get split up as well. This was not a big problem for now, as only a couple of years had passed, but once a decade or more had passed, the divergence in Mech development would become increasingly more severe. Veronica could only shrug and scratch her head at this problem. It was not a crippling problem, just an annoying one. The only way to truly solve this problem was to connect her MW Carmine Mech designs to the Kingdom of Mechs, but that was unlikely. The cyborg cat refused to believe in the goodwill of the star designers of the Milky Way, especially since she was not familiar with any of these legendary creators. Master Willix contemplated the framework that Veronica had expanded upon. It was only now that it looked viable enough to work at every stage. The combination of Helm, the partial convergence blood-pact, demonic cultivation, and the Red Kingdom should result in a deviously effective Carmine Mech design, but also one that broke a record in terms of MTA violation. Veronica would cement herself as one of the best innovators, but also the worst war criminals of the MW Mech industry. Countless norms would celebrate her as the father, heir, mother of Carmine Mechs. Many Mechers and other worried people would simultaneously curse her for designing exceedingly dangerous Mechs that possessed more risk factors than a flimsy light skirmisher. The danger of piloting his MW Carmine Mechs was not small. All of the aforementioned design applications devised by Veronica could go terribly wrong. High-autonomy living Mechs introduced the risk of machines rebelling against their human masters. Veronica liked to believe that her living Mechs were all honest and obedient to their human Mech pilots, but that was an unrealistic expectation. A conflict between Carmine Mechs and their human pilots was bound to happen sooner or later. Partial convergence blood pact came with the risk of contamination of the Carmine Mech pilot by his Carmine Mech. This meant that the personality of the pilot might get overridden by the personality of his own machine, resulting in a partial or complete loss of identity. The Transcendence glow altered the behavior of the Carmine Mech pilots, particularly during stressful and dangerous situations, and encouraged them to make reckless decisions that they would otherwise reject. Veronica feared that repeated exposure to the Transcendence glow would indoctrinate the Carmine Mech pilots and permanently distort their personalities and attitude towards combat. After a decade of hard fighting, would the pilots still retain enough of their former selves to constitute the same individuals? Demonic cultivation brought its own obvious risk factors. It was not for nothing that the mere idea of it was enough to disgust a lot of people, particularly the old guard who originally rebelled against the Five Scrolls Compact. While Veronica tried to make sure to set up her upcoming Carmine Mech designs to disincentivize mass slaughter and other dishonorable behavior, this was not a foolproof method. It was still possible to hack a Carmine Mech and disable this secure measure if a Mech designer or cultivator knew what he was doing. The cyborg cat could only do her best and hope that others would not be able to jailbreak her Carmine Mechs on a wider scale. Finally, connecting her MW Carmine Mechs to the Red Kingdom introduced another host of problems. Veronica was pretty sure that distance was not a problem due to the insane properties of this offshoot pinnacle work. However, using the Red Kingdom to support a Mech that was solely designed to be used in the Milky Way might constitute a hostile incursion. This was a big deal. Once this connection became exposed, Red Humanity effectively proved its intention to conduct active sabotage on original humanity. That would escalate this problem to the highest level. Even if the star designers and the god pilots of original humanity were too far away to launch any counter-attacks against Red Humanity, they could still point their crosshairs at the Oblivion Empire. Veronica, Helena, and their mother would come under an even greater threat. The cyborg cat had very little confidence that the natural environment of the Nyxian Gap could protect them against the fury of so many Tier 1 galactic citizens. Perhaps the only way for them to safeguard their lives was by accepting the shelter of the Five Scrolls Compact. Chapter 64, 78 Mech Designers Represent. After presenting her MW Carmine Mech proposal to Master Willix and receiving her covert feedback, Veronica had set her mind to design the most unrestrained machine of her career up to date. The new Carmine Mech design project had a profound impact on her psyche. The cyborg cat felt that the project broke so many taboos at the same time that she had taken a decisive step towards an unforgivable direction. If Veronica hadn't committed other professional violations in the past, then she would scarcely be able to bring herself past this mental threshold. While the cat believed she was doing the right thing in the end, it was still difficult for her to bear this feeble justification. The incarnation shook her head. There was not much point in procrastinating over her decision. Her motivations were righteous, and her logic was sound. She believed in her vision, and as long as that was the cause, she would still hold on to her creed as a Mech designer. Mech designers existed to serve Mech pilots. Veronica's work would still abide by this commandment, even though her work put them in much greater peril than before. With at least 4 huge risk factors, she could not prevent her upcoming Carmine Mechs from endangering her future customers, as well as the people around them. Even if the probability of anything going wrong was less than 1%, the popularity and attraction of Carmine Mechs was so high that they would undoubtedly take the Milky Way by storm. When a huge number of Carmine Mechs quickly got produced and sold to gullible norms that did not fully understand the risks, then a lot of people were bound to experience both joy and suffering. Veronica had little control over what people would do with her machines. Perhaps she could program additional restrictions and refine the incentive structure of her MW Carmine Mechs to a much greater degree, but it was not a good idea to overcomplicate the matter. She even thought about constructing a more precise and well-defined incentive and punishment structure, modeled after the Mech designer system. This new system would give both the Carmine Mech pilots and their living partners clear rules and guidance on what they needed to do to maximize their growth. However, an overly complicated system might cause these pilots and their living Mechs to become too dependent on guidance from a third party. If they ceased to think by themselves, then the Mech pilot would ultimately fail to develop the extraordinary willpower that was necessary for them to accomplish great deeds. It was best to keep her design as simple as possible, especially when the cyborg cat already planned to incorporate a lot of new and experimental features. Before Veronica concluded her initial discussion on her ambitious Mech proposal, Master Willix asked an important question. "What codename will you choose for this project of yours?" The silvery cat paused in thought. "This Mech breaks almost every boundary set by the MTA and the Mech industry of this galaxy. It allows norms to pilot Mechs. It grants unprecedented autonomy to Mechs. It partially merges the man and machine ahead of schedule. It encourages breakthroughs by forcing Mech pilots to be more decisive. It also answers to the Red Kingdom as opposed to the Kingdom of Mechs. Since this singular project is associated with so many egregious violations, I'll just call it the Rule Breaker Project." The name granted a definite bad boy vibe to the Mech design project. Anyone who heard this label would definitely make the assumption that the Mech design implied nothing good. This was exactly what Veronica wanted to achieve. She did not want to treat this Mech design project as a routine job, but rather a massive deviation from her normal design process. The Mech designs that she would prepare for this highly illegal project ignored all of the laws and taboos of the Mech Trade Association. The very existence of the Rule Breaker Project was nothing less than a giant middle finger towards the MTA. Veronica briefly felt rather guilty about it. She had her complaints about the MTA, but that did not change the fact that she benefited a lot from its regime. From providing a stable market and industry environment for destructive war machines, to keeping the peace in human civilization for over 4 centuries, the power superinstitution had undoubtedly done a lot of good for everyone. The MTA's overall policies were highly slanted towards the weak and ordinary citizens of the human race. Sure, the Mechers also looked down on space peasants, but the former never egregiously mistreated the latter. When Veronica used to be weak, the MTA was her savior. Now that she had become stronger, she finally began to suffer under the MTA's suppression of rival players. No matter what, the Mech Trade Association was still a hegemonic power that did not tolerate any challengers to its authority other than the Common Fleet Alliance. It was not just third parties, such as the Oblivion Empress, and the first-rate superstates that chafed under the reign of the Big Two. The new guard within the ranks of the association that got squeezed out of the true seats of power by the old guard also got treated like losers. This created a fault line within the MTA that the Oblivion Gate Consortium sought to take advantage of. If this internal division did not exist, then Veronica believed her mother wouldn't be so bold as to plot the downfall of the Big Two. Whatever the case, Veronica tried not to think too hard on how culpable she would be for all of the deeds that her mother and her fellow conspirators planned to commit. As far as the little cyborg cat was concerned, she was just a Mech designer. Her only job was to fulfill her commission and present a set of Carmine Mech designs. What people did after she handed over her work was none of her business. She had already satisfied her conscience by adding a basic incentive structure to discourage unnecessary killing. After the two Mech designers discussed the preparations they needed to make in order to guarantee smooth progress after they formally embarked on the project, Master Willix gave one more word of advice to her junior. Our works are not merely products, they are also statements. The Carmine Mechs that you and I are about to design for the countless norms that reside in the Milky Way have never been served by any Mech designer in the past. We, but primarily you, will be the first to communicate to them with a level of respect usually afforded to Mech pilots. This is a novel privilege to them, and I am certain that our message will leave a profound impression on their minds. The cyborg cat tilted her feline head. What are you trying to say, Master? Our upcoming works are destined not to conform to the rules set by the MTA, but I hope that you will still do your best to ensure that your Carmine Mechs uphold the honor and integrity of our profession. Do not get too absorbed by the power and possibilities of your rule breaker project, and treat your potential customers as test subjects. It just so happened that Veronica precisely began to regard the many future users of her upcoming Carmine Mechs as test subjects. It couldn't be helped, as she planned to conduct multiple simultaneous live experiments on features that she had not yet tested in reality. Veronica had done this so often in the past that this mindset came natural to her. It was not until Master Willix felt the need to give this reminder that the cat evaluated her current attitude. I don't see a way to think about our customers as anything other than test subjects, the cyborg cat honestly admitted. I mean, it is not as if I can reduce the scope of the rule breaker project and design a watered-down version that is safer but also has much less potential. We don't have the time to conduct safety studies. I can only put my trust in our design capabilities and hope that our end results satisfy our expectations without producing too many accidents. The master Mech designer understood just as well as the cat how the circumstances did not permit a better process. Do the best you can, Veronica. You do not only represent yourself, but all of the Mech designers in both galaxies. Do not tarnish the reputation and dignity of our profession to the people of the Milky Way. As long as you remember that we are their servants as opposed to their masters, other Mech designers will acknowledge your sincerity and try to forgive your many transgressions. They may give you unexpected support when it matters, so do not dismiss the value of doing what is right. The MTA did not stand for all of the Mech designers of original humanity. There were far more professionals out there that did not have a good relationship with the overbearing superorganization. This may include other star designers, many of whom carried a lot of political weight in human society. Veronica slowly nodded, expressing her willingness to follow the master's advice. Now that she had concluded most of her immediate business in the Milky Way, the cyborg cat turned back to her desk terminal and began to look up academic literature relevant to her rule breaker project. She came up with a lot of new and subversive features for her upcoming Carmine Mechs. While she was confident she could design all of them from scratch, who knew if there were other Mech designers who conducted research into comparable Mech systems? It was always faster to get stuff done if she copied someone else's homework. At the very least, referencing the work of others should at least strengthen the theoretical basis for her upcoming design applications. Meanwhile, back in the Red Ocean, Vess began to wrap up his business trip to the Yernstall Central Star node. Vess had fulfilled most of the goals he set for this visit. While he could stay in his office at the Astral Octagon for another week and exercise his duties as the chief counselor of the upper council of the Red Collective, he saw little value in doing stuff in person. The only advantage of doing all of this work himself was that he would get to know the officials working for the Red Collective on a personal level. While it was important for Vess to expand his network within the Red Collective if he wanted to strengthen his influence over it, he had too many other priorities to attend to. Politicking did not come naturally to him. It was better to delegate this responsibility to his chief of staff, who appeared to be more than capable of forging new connections with her new colleagues. Of course, letting Eliza mow ragged and do all of this work would make Vess overly dependent on her continued service to him, but he was not too worried. Eliza's authority originated from himself. She would never be able to borrow his clout and authority without his sanction. She had also joined the Larkinson clan, so Vess did not have too many concerns about her loyalty. If it turned out that he had misjudged her, then Vess would just treat this as another life lesson. Just a day after the Evolution Witch's shocking announcement, Vess boarded the Tarrasque once more. Freshly repaired and upgraded, the slightly expanded Blue Jay fleet slowly departed from the orbit of La Réunie in full view of the public. Vess was sure that a lot of enthusiastic ship owners would have commanded their vessels to form an honor guard or just create a lane in respect for his latest and most significant contribution to Red humanity. Already, so many people had begun to take their brand-new yellow jackets for a spin and already fell in love with their machines, as well as the Mech designer that made it all possible. Unfortunately, the security risks were too high to approve a bombastic send-off. Not a single starship or other vessel hovered anywhere close to the flight trajectory submitted by the Blue Jay fleet. It was only after the entire fleet transitioned into FTL travel that Jernstall gradually returned to normal. Chapter 64-79, The Best Carmine Mech Pilots. The journey from Jernstall to New Constantinople proceeded without incident so far. The Red Association, and more notably the Red Collective, had already deployed more scout vessels than last time to keep a close eye on the star systems situated in between. Not only were they trying to make sure that the cosmopolitans and the native aliens wouldn't be able to sneak close to launch another ambush, the RA and the RC also sought to hunt down the remnants of the enemy forces that had snuck behind enemy lines 2 weeks prior. Not all of the phase lords and alien warships had crossed the border and returned to alien space. This concerned Red 2. Red 3 a lot, as these enemies could inflict a lot of damage on supply convoys and unprepared warfleets transiting to the border regions. The current suspicion was that many of the phase lords and alien warships had fallen back to a nearby pocket space. There were still many pocket spaces spread throughout the entire dwarf galaxy. Red humanity had only mapped out a fraction of them, as they almost gave no clues of their existence. These phase whale enclaves posed a substantial hidden threat to Red humanity. Uncovering them and collapsing them had always been in high priority, but it was easier said than done. Only expensive and specialized scanning devices could detect these well-hidden pocket spaces, but space was so vast that it took far too many vessels to manually scan so many star systems in a reasonable amount of time. The lack of assets and the urgency of the Red Tide offensive diverted far too many soldiers and mobile assets to the front lines. The only vessels the RA and RC could spare for this chore was dispatching a lot of cheap, easily mass-producible frigates. As small and fragile they may be, they possessed a considerable advantage in speed and numbers. While it was mostly the heavy cruisers and battleships that got showcased in the news articles, it took too much time and resources to fabricate them on a large scale, especially since Red humanity's industrial capacity was still deficient. This meant that frigates and destroyers happened to be the most numerous warships fielded by humans. They were handy little ships that possessed enough power to defend themselves, but still remained affordable enough that losing a dozen of them practically did no harm. Unfortunately, everything had a price. The smaller escort ship classes offered much less room for weapon systems, so their ability to punch above their weight and take down larger enemies was very limited. They had a lot more in common with Mechs than capital ships, and were only truly suited to fend off strike craft other escort vessels in most cases. The only notable exception to this rule was warships equipped with spinal-mounted cannons. The Menes Ribode, the latest RF destroyer to join the Blue Jay fleet, was exactly such a vessel. During the journey, Vess contacted the recently promoted Commodore Zonrad Rizet and managed to get his hands on the basic design schematics and technical specifications of the siege-oriented destroyer. While the documents transmitted by Sigrund mostly contained publicly available information, the additional details provided Vess with enough understanding of what the Ygritte Balsing-class vessel was capable of under ideal circumstances. The ship only truly possessed one big gun, but if fully charged, the Menes Ribode may actually fire a shot powerful enough to breach through the Tarrasque's Azure energy shield and damage her exterior plating. This was great for creating gaps in the defenses of enemy assets. Even if the Menes Ribode was not powerful enough to strike down enemy warships with a single blast, other Mechs and warships could launch follow-up attacks based on the opening created by the transphasic hyper-laser spinal cannon. This was highly respectable damage for a destroyer that was only a fraction as large or expensive as the Tarrasque. It's a pity it takes too damn long to charge the main cannon. The Menes Ribode had to charge her spinal cannon for at least 6 minutes to fire a massive laser beam. The upsides were that the spinal cannon was remarkably precise and accurate for a weapon of this exaggerated scale. The naval designers paid a lot of attention to this, as they originally envisioned the Menes Ribode to serve as a siege weapon in smaller flotillas. Most frigates and destroyers possessed enough firepower to swat down Mechs and beat up warships of the same sizes. Unfortunately, they usually lack the punch to bring down fortified space stations and groundside fortresses. This was where ships like the Menes Ribode came in. As long as the target was stationary, her spinal cannon could blast open the defenses at a luxurious range that ruled out nearly all forms of direct counterattacks. If the target happened to be a large moving starship, then the Menes Ribode could still play a useful role, though the probability of missing was much higher. It was actually better for the Menes Ribode to fire her spinal cannon at quarter power in these cases. The higher attack frequency reduced the consequences of missing the target while also exerting more pressure. All in all, Vess could have used this vessel during the Battle of Mazepan. The Menes Ribode was able to launch precise, long-ranged attacks that inflicted damage comparable to tactical weapons of mass destruction. It would have been great if the Blue Jay fleet had an entire squadron of Ygritte Balsam-class destroyers at its disposal. If Vess had a dozen of these destroyers on hand during the last battle, then the defenses of those annoying Archie Phase lords would have been cracked much sooner. Warships can still be useful. Isn't that right, Lucky? Meow. The gem cat yawned as he aimlessly floated around. Vess rolled his eyes and turned to Vector Lobin, who had entered the design lab in order to provide an update on various matters. So I no longer have any pressing assignments, is that correct? That is true, Vess. The evolution which has issued no further demands to you, so you are free to do what you want as long as you make sure to allocate enough time to fulfill your duty to the Red Collective. You are currently regarded as her agent within the new organization, so many of your actions will reflect back to her. So do not neglect your responsibilities and pay attention to what you are saying. Vess nodded in understanding. I will make sure to do that. I don't have time to mess around in the Red Collective anyway. There are a bunch of old Mech design projects that I really need to complete, and I also have to design a bunch of new Carmine Mechs to satisfy the demand of richer and more powerful norms. He also had to fabricate a custom yellow jacket in order to complete a pass transaction, but that was a minor chore that he could complete over the course of the journey. It is good that you are not letting your newfound power and authority dominate your attention. You are still a Mech designer, so the best way you can continue to make contributions to the war effort is by doing your original job. Vector agreed with Vest's decision before glancing over at the projected design interface. By the way, what are you planning to design? Is that another Carmine Mech? This is a contradictory design. It not only lacks a biodome, but it is also based on another low-end Mech, although you have chosen a humanoid shape this time. The demand for this Mech will not be as great when the yellow jacket models are already released on the market. Vess did not expect for the transhumanist to talk about his draft design for the rule. Breaker project. Perhaps he had been a little careless about working on a Mech design that clearly looked out of place. However, since Vess dared to work on this Mech design in the Red Ocean, he was not afraid of exposure either. Who knew how many secret intergalactic communication channels that humans from both galaxies had managed to retain? Not everyone in the Milky Way had obeyed the order to destroy these rare and technologically advanced communication methods. There were bound to be more people than just Vess and his mother that were able to connect with people who resided in the other galaxy. This meant that once Vess published the illegal Mechs he designed for his rule breaker project in the Milky Way, the people of the Red Ocean would find out sooner or later. It would be better if Vess exposed this dangerous Mech design project to the Red Association right at the start. Being transparent would build a lot of trust and remove the surprise factor. The Oblivion Gate Consortium commissioned a series of special Carmine Mechs for use in the Milky Way. Vess briefly explained. There's a lot of complicated stuff associated with this project, but it shouldn't directly impact the Red Ocean. I can say, the evolution witch knows more, so you can go to her if you want more answers. All. That was a nonsense statement. Vess was not even able to get a hold of her most of the time. Professor Vector Lobin did not have enough status in the transhumanist faction to earn the privilege of speaking to a god pilot directly. He knew that as well, so he decided to drop the conversation even though he already detected a number of alarming clues in the draft design. Very well. Have you already begun to outline the Carmine Mechs for the premium segment of the expanded Mech market? Not yet. Vess shook his head. I have a few tentative ideas in mind, but I still plan to wait a few weeks to observe how red humans are reacting and making use of the yellow jackets. Their strengths and shortcomings will help me design premium Carmine Mechs that are capable of filling in some of the gaps that the yellow jackets cannot cover. I don't have enough market information at the moment to define the premium Carmine Mechs that our target audience truly needs. That is a prudent approach, but do not wait too long. Demand for Carmine Mechs remains high. It would be a shame if all of the talented and better trained elites resort to piloting yellow jackets because of your slow progress. Every norm starts out from scratch, Vector. Perhaps there are norms that have spent a lot of time on playing virtual Mech games, but you know as well as I do that most of the piloting skills can't be transferred over due to the highly simplified control systems. You are correct. But we have already found that there is one broad group of people that are able to adapt faster to piloting Carmine Mechs. Their pre-existing skill sets, discipline and fighting spirits even allows us to remove 2 or 3 years out of the training period needed to transform them into acceptable Carmine Mech pilots. Vess already had a good clue of what sort of people the transhumanist was talking about. Are you talking about the sword maidens? Much more than that, Vess. I am speaking of infantry troopers. Any professional soldier trained for infantry combat possesses adequate to excellent fighting skills. The majority are adept at close-quarters combat, and they have also gained enough proficiency in marksmanship. They know how to fight as a team, they are good at following orders, and they understand the importance of hierarchy. Since they do not require too much weapons training to get accustomed to handling the weapons of the yellow jacket models, they can spend much of their time on learning how to control the machines themselves. This does not require 5 or 10 years, as long as the training is focused enough. Best of all, there are so many infantry troopers that we can quickly raise a large amount of Carmine Mech regiments that can be made battle-ready in just 2 or 3 years. We plan to allocate more Carmine Mechs to these soldiers and future Carmine Mech pilots. That actually sounded really fantastic. Prioritizing shipments of Carmine Mechs to already trained and capable infantry soldiers was a good way to reduce the amount of years it took to flood the front lines with cheap and semi-disposable Carmine Mechs. Chapter 64, 80 Infantry Conversion. The people of the Red Ocean learned pretty soon that giving Carmine Mechs to completely untrained civilians was a big waste. It was not impossible to train them into effective combatants, but the time it took to instill so many essential fighting skills and theories was so long that the Red War might already be over by the time these folks could prove themselves on the battlefield. Clever people quickly realized that by prioritizing existing infantry soldiers, they could not only shave valuable years off that lengthy training period, but also gain a large amount of obedient and disciplined Carmine Mech pilots. More importantly than that, these pilots might not all be blooded, but their prior training should have already hardened them for warfare. This meant that they were much less likely to lose their morale and trigger a premature rout. If Carmine Mech pilots did not possess the courage to stand their ground when the battle went against their favor, then they were practically useless in the current war. Compared to ordinary civilians who were still not used to the reality of warfare, infantry soldiers could at least be counted upon to know when to stand their ground and when to retreat. This was why a lot of states had suddenly begun to reserve a lot of yellow jackets for their newly raised Carmine Mech units. Many infantry soldiers had already begun to sign up for a coveted transfer to these experimental units. Only the best and most qualified among them would earn a chance to become military Carmine Mech pilots. Vess paid loose attention to this new and emerging trend. Since many states were currently under martial law, it was not that difficult to divert a lot of Carmine Mech production to service military needs as opposed to private demand. This made it a lot harder for civilians and private Mech forces to get their hands on Carmine Mechs. This subsequently tempered the insane demand spike, as the civilians could not justify why they should get their Carmine Mechs first before actual soldiers. After all, ever since a consensus had emerged that every Carmine Mech pilot had to volunteer for war duty, a lot of people who initially reacted with great enthusiasm towards the yellow jackets had suddenly grown a lot less eager to obtain their machines. Vess could clearly see that this was Red Association meddling at work. With a number of deft policies, the Mechers elegantly solved the problem of excess demand and rising dissatisfaction stemming from an inability to obtain a yellow jacket. Hopefully, this would keep the masses satisfied for a few years. After all, unless they were rich or possessed good connections, it was really not possible for common folk to fulfill their dreams of piloting actual Mechs. "What about the jacket commander?" Vess asked his personal assistant. Many people are talking about the yellow jacket models and Carmine Mechs in general, but there is hardly any mention of the command Mech in the news. Are they selling on a proportional basis, or is everyone ignoring the jacket commander because it isn't shiny enough? Gavin Newman shrugged. The sales of the jacket commander are currently meager, but we do not expect this to stay this way. Once our customers know what the yellow jackets are capable of, they will eventually acknowledge the value of the jacket commander. The purpose of this command Mech still exists even if the yellow jackets are piloted by trained infantrymen. No matter what, infantry troopers that only spent a few years in Carmine Mech boot camp could never develop all of the necessary skills. They would still remain rookies in many aspects related to Mech piloting. It was fully worthwhile to allow a professional Mech pilot to accompany them in a purpose-built jacket commander. If sales of the jacket commander doesn't pick up in the next few months, then consider lowering the price and marketing it more aggressively. I really don't want to see Carmine Mechs flying around like headless chickens on the battlefield, because infantry soldiers don't know how to orient and navigate in a space environment. Infantry soldiers should not have too many issues with acclimating to land-bound Mech combat. But it was a different story if they were piloting Carmine Mechs in space. Real Mech pilots devoted entire years in the Mech Academy to learn physics and orbital mechanics, and how to apply these stuffy theories in practice by piloting spaceborne Mechs in reality or in simulation programs. The younger the Mech cadets began to learn how to fight in space, the more fluently they would be able to navigate space battles. Infantry soldiers who were already past their adolescence would have a harder time picking up the necessary skills as they had already exited their rapid growth stages. This was why they needed the guidance of a trained and seasoned Mech pilot that knew his business in a space environment. "I will pass on your recommendations to the LMC," Gavin affirmed. "How much production is the LMC handling by itself? Very little on a proportional basis. The LMC has essentially lost control over the production and proliferation of the Yellow Jackets and the Jacket Commanders to a lesser degree. So many Mech manufacturers have licensed our new Mech designs, so they are free to dominate the Mech market and tap into a much larger customer base that had previously been neglected. Every large and respectable Mech company has realized how crucial it is for their Yellow Jackets to capture the hearts of all of the norms that they previously treated as bystanders. If the Mech manufacturers are too slow, they will miss out a critical chance to develop a good first impression to a brand new customer base." That made a lot of sense. The LMC did not have to join this rat race, as it was the only Mech company that produced and sold the most original versions of the Yellow Jackets, but other Mech companies were eager to stand out from the competition. Vess briefly browsed the galactic net. He could already find brand new entries of hastily modified variants of the first commercial Carmine Mechs. More third-party variants were bound to flourish in the next month, as many people sought to improve upon the base models. "Okay, I understand. Let these companies play with my Mech designs. They are already out there, and we will receive the appropriate fees even if we have deliberately set them at a low level to encourage proliferation. Enough about the Yellow Jackets. Is there anything else on the agenda?" Gavin nodded. "Another matter has come up, boss. Vice Director Maria Abselin wishes to enter into a discussion with you on how to handle all of the face-water organ projects that you have foisted onto the Larkinson Biotech Institute's lap." According to her words, she believed it would take far too long to research and decipher the working principles of all of the face-water organs that you have recently acquired. The Vice Director wants to discuss numerous different possibilities on how to handle your demands. I believe that there is a high probability that she will request that you arrange a collaboration between the Larkinson Biotech Institute and the Red Collective's Phase Lord Department. She is convinced that it will massively cut down the research time and grow artificial new face-water organs that fully fit your physique. What are your thoughts? The idea was sound on the surface, but had one big problem. Vess would be exposing a large amount of details of his own combat system to third parties. He did not have enough trust in the collies that worked in the Phase Lord Department to protect his privacy. Many researchers and others who worked in the Phase Lord Department originally came from other forces such as the R-Ray, RF, Terran Alliance, Rubarthan Pact, and more. It should be an expectation that they would leak all of the sensitive information about Vess' true body to the other players. This might be fine so long as Vess remained friendly with them all, but there may come a time where he had to treat them as his enemies. If they got their hands on detailed information that described the functioning of all of his face-water organs, then they could plan out a targeted ambush that may very well claim his life. "Let us investigate whether we can afford to divert our course to the reticulocorine system," Vess proposed. "As far as I remember, the Dragon's Den is still parked in orbit of the untamed planet. What's going on with reticulocorine V anyway? The Dragon's Den has indeed remained in place, primarily to conduct research on Salu's gas and how the local exobests have adapted to frequent exposure to this exotic substance. The situation on the surface of Reticula Corinne V has shifted, but the local garrison reports that the planet remains calm for the most part. The calamity beasts that we have detected so far remain content to stay in their own territories. Vess felt pleased after hearing that. How is the harvesting of Salu's gas? It is proceeding smoothly, but we are only piling up canisters of this special gas in any warehouse or cargo hold that is convenient. We have not yet begun to produce a new Larkinson-exclusive Mech that utilizes Salu's gas on a wider scale. However, that may be about to change, as one of our Mech designers is on the cusp of completing our latest mass-production Mech design. Oh yeah, I remember. Kedis is about to complete her Stormblade Samurai Mark Roman II that is designed for commercialization. We don't intend to use any Salu's gas for commercial products, though. Kedis has also designed a variant that is Larkinson exclusive. The Stormblade Samurai Mark I is still a respectable Mech model, but it has already turned into a last-gen Mech. Your former protege is eager to equip the Sword Maidens with a relatively affordable, but still very modern hyper-Mech for the rank and file of her Mech Legion. That is a good idea. We could use every advantage that we can get, and all of the ad hoc hyper-technology upgrades that our Mech designers have applied to our outdated Mechs is getting rather annoying. When you return to New Constantinople, you should discuss with your wife on diverting more design teams to upgrade all of our outdated Mech lines. The fact that we are still relying too much on older Mech models that hail from the Facewater generation is a travesty. Kedis is doing her Sword Maidens a great service. The rest of you need to respond to the demands of others. His assistant made a good point. Vess should spend more time on updating other Larkinson-exclusive Mech lines, but he was so busy that he might not be able to spare enough time for this chore. He should delegate this task to other design teams, as the straightforward upgrades did not necessarily require his personal intervention. Speaking of Kedis, has she come in touch with the Heaven Sword? Vess asked his assistant. I am 99% sure that the autonomous sword that immigrated to our dwarf galaxy the other day is on its way to a certain journeyman Mech designer. When I looked back at the footage and extrapolated the direction of travel, it is pretty obvious that the sword is heading straight to the location of the expeditionary fleet at the time. There is only one swordmaster that is remotely worthy of wielding this blade. If the Heaven Sword hasn't already arrived, then it should still be on its way. Gavin made a brief check. The Heaven Sword has not made a reappearance. Neither Kedis, the expeditionary fleet, or any third parties have discovered the presence of this remarkable weapon. If it is relying solely on warp travel, based on the spatial manipulation abilities of a lesser phase whale, then it may take multiple weeks or even months for the sword to traverse all of that distance. Perhaps Kedis can speed up this rendezvous by boarding a fast courier and try to intercept the weapon in advance. That is a good suggestion, though I doubt she will agree. Chapter 64, 81, A New Chance for the Unfortunates. There was one more group of people who were even more suitable to pilot Carmine Mech aside from infantry soldiers. There was nothing particularly wrong about converting infantry into Carmine Mech pilots. Even if they never came into prominence due to the idolization of Mech pilots, it was incredibly cheap to train and employ these troops. As long as there was no demand for elite commandos or whatever, the cost to raise and employ an entire infantry troop from scratch for several decades could never exceed the cost of purchasing a single Mech. However, most groups knew it was useless to field millions of infantry soldiers on the battlefield. A few Mech companies would tear them to shreds, mostly at a distance, but also up close when it suited them. The combat power of a single Mech was simply too much, and their effectiveness rose when they fought alongside other complementary Mechs. Infantry was only really useful in trying to conquer enemy warships, clearing out enemy fortifications without blowing everything up and occupying conquered territories. The vast majority of infantry troops were therefore trained to fulfill these roles. They were not expected to carry the war by themselves, but merely served to support the operations of Mechs. Infantry was often used to clean up the messes behind by rampaging Mechs. Nobody was optimistic about them, but they could not neglect their roles either, as a force without any infantry at its disposal could easily succumb against those that did not make this mistake. Now, infantry had gained a resurgence. Each of them had turned into useful assets. Their weapon handling skills, their ability to work in a military hierarchy, and their mental tempering all turned them into one of the most suitable choices to put into the cockpits of Carmine Mechs. It only took days for many far-sighted groups to regard their own infantry forces as a reserve manpower pool for Carmine Mech pilots. While it would still take a couple of years for them to train the necessary skills and learn the theoretical knowledge to pilot Carmine Mechs competently, this was still incredibly fast compared to the traditional process of turning potentates into professional Mech pilots. The manpower pool of potentates and conventional Mech pilots had been shrinking rapidly. The native aliens' preference for attrition warfare had taken an awful toll on human defenders in the past few years, not just during the Red Tide offensive. If the supply of potentates wasn't so small, then the polymaths planned to produce a huge amount of batch humans, and the Red Fleet's efforts to promote the Starfighter Corps would not have happened. Many of these solutions had largely become redundant after the release of Carmine Mechs. While the solution was not perfect, Red humanity already had so many infantry forces at its disposal that it should readily be able to transform billions of foot soldiers into reserve Carmine Mech pilots, as long as the supply of yellow jackets was sufficient. At the very least, manpower was no longer the most concerning bottleneck that limited Red humanity's war-making potential. That granted a lot of relief to leaders. They instead had to face the problem of limited war resources, which was not as troublesome to solve. Just the salvage retrieved from captured and destroyed alien warships was enough to choke the manufacturing complexes. The biggest problem facing Red humanity was that there was still a buffer time before the conversions could be finished. 2 or 3 years might not sound like a big deal, but the front lines might not be able to last this long. This was why the various forces had turned to not one manpower pool, but actually 2 different pools that used to hold no value, but suddenly became a lot more attractive. One of them was disabled veteran Mech pilots. Brain damage and other heavy physical injuries were not common in Mech warfare. Cockpit breaches usually resulted in fatal outcomes. This was why most Mech pilots tended to remain completely healthy or die without leaving a recognizable body behind. In the rare edge cases where the cockpits got breached, but the pilots still managed to survive a heavy blow launched by a Mech, defensive fortification, or warship, then there was a considerable chance that they would become disabled. This was a fate that many Mech pilots feared. There were even warriors who considered it to be a fate worse than death, because there was no glory in returning to civilian life. While incidents of Mech pilots being forced to retire due to brain damage did not happen often, they still occurred frequently enough in a population base as large as Red humanity for millions of them to accumulate over time. A proportion of them were actually quite promising back when they were still combat capable. There were even expert pilots among them who suffered the same miserable outcome as Benjamin Larkinson. Now that yellow jackets had become available, all of these disabled veterans finally saw an opportunity to regain their former glory and make up for the regrets of their lives. Many military Mech forces were also extremely eager to pick them up and allocate yellow jackets to them, as they only required a month or 2 of retraining and familiarization with their new Carmine Mechs in order to get ready for battle. These disabled veteran Mech pilots had become the best showcase of what the yellow jackets were capable of in the hands of skilled Mech pilots. One of the downsides to releasing the yellow jackets to the public was that too much footage of amateurs failing to control their brand new machines had flooded the galactic net. Even if most of the viewers did not judge the exuberant Carmine Mech pilots harshly for their lack of control, Vest still became annoyed that more and more people gained the impressions that his yellow jackets were weak and useless. Fortunately, the footage of squads or companies of yellow jackets piloted by disabled veterans started to show up and gain prominence in the news. Their ability to leverage the greater potential of the yellow jackets was much greater. They did not have to start off in the most simplest configuration by attaching just one modular weapon slot to the Mech frame. They immediately started with 2, 3, or even 4 limbs, thereby mimicking the configurations of the conventional Mechs they used to pilot. Each of them only exhibited moderate signs of unfamiliarity and lack of precise control. Piloting a Mech through the Blood Pact was different from relying on a traditional man-machine connection, so these veterans had to unlearn a few habits and master new ones in order to regain their old level of combat effectiveness. Nonetheless, the approach to controlling a Mech was similar enough in both cases that they did not require more than a few weeks to smooth out all of the wrinkles. This was good news for everyone, as the front lines would start to get reinforced by a lot of yellow jackets in a month or less. Even if the veterans converted into Carmine Mech pilots had not yet completed their retraining programs yet, they should have already spent enough time with their yellow jackets to avoid ending up as liabilities on the battlefield. Their entry in the most crucial contested star systems did much to compensate for the sudden deflation of the Starfighter Corps. The invention of Carmine Mechs has almost collapsed the Starfighter Corps overnight. Gavin spoke with a hint of glee in his voice. There is almost no one who wants to pilot a starfighter when they can pilot a Carmine Mech instead. The only issue is that the loss of recruitment and the defection of many starfighter pilots has gap in reinforcements. The mobilization of Carmine Mechs piloted by disabled veterans will do much to address this problem, but the numbers do not entirely add up. We still need starfighters to make up the numbers, but no matter what the fleeters do, they can't attract more people into piloting their strike craft. The only solution left is conscription, but this is a highly controversial decision. The mention of conscription caused Vest to frown. The Red War would become a lot uglier if there weren't enough Mech pilots and volunteers anymore to do the hard fighting. The Starfighter Corps isn't the only initiative started by the fleeters. There is also the Auxiliary Warship Program. Can't they divert resources from the former into the latter? It is not that simple, boss. You of all should know that. Starfighters are small, light on resources, relatively simple. They can easily be mass-produced by any factory that is capable of fabricating Mechs, and don't drain too much resources if the fighter craft are predominantly made of abundantly available materials. Warships, on the other hand, can only be built in orbital shipyards or low-gravity moons. It takes a large amount of highly educated naval engineers and a huge amount of capital to construct all of those shipyards. They also need to be fed with a huge amount of bulk materials on a regular basis, which also imposes a huge burden on logistics. None of the states can produce too many warships at a time. Even third-class and second-class warships require at least half a year to a year in order to complete. Quality is also a big issue, as all of the newly constructed shipyards are staffed by new and inexperienced workers. In other words, Red humanity could not rely on auxiliary warships to save the day in the short term. At least there is another manpower pool that Carmine Mechs can tap into, Vess remarked. Aside from disabled veterans, there was another group of sad and unfortunate people that suddenly became a lot more useful. They were low-aptitude Mech pilots. Many potentates that discovered that they possessed suitable genetic aptitude to pilot Mechs, yet only receive a score of E or D, were perhaps the most tragic people of the modern era. Each of them barely possessed the capacity to pilot Mechs, yet could only make do with frontline Mechs, if anyone even bothered to hire them in the first place. A lot of Mech academies disdained to waste their valuable resources into training them. When the manpower pool of professional Mech pilots still remained adequate, there was far too little demand for these untalented fellows. A lot of low-aptitude potentates simply gave up and proceeded to live as civilians after their spirits got crushed by the rejection of society. Yet there were still potentates that loved Mech so much that they could not bear to give up their dreams. As far as they were concerned, they were still better off than norms because they at least possessed the ability to pilot a Mech, even if they would never have a chance to fight on an actual battlefield. There were still shabby Mech academies that weren't picky about genetic aptitudes and gladly trained their low-aptitude Mech cadets. Of course, the quality and rigor of these academic programs was not up to par with the more standard programs, but it was not as if low-aptitude pilots could make use of more advanced Mechs. There were actually a lot of potentates that possessed lower-than-average genetic aptitudes, so this manpower pool was not small. They already received greater attention than before due to the increased shortage of Mech units. Many of them had already been recruited to form frontline Mech units, but now that the Yellow Jackets had come out, they suddenly received better opportunities. Even though the Yellow Jacket could halfway be considered a frontline Mech, the difference was that the Carmine system enabled these low-aptitude Mech pilots to exert much stronger control over their machines. At minimum, their effective genetic aptitudes reached the C grade, which meant that they were able to control their Yellow Jackets as well as professional Mech pilots with C-grade genetic aptitudes. This made an enormous difference to these untalented Mech pilots. Many of them had already fallen in love with their assigned Yellow Jackets as they no longer fought as if they were partially disabled. Chapter 64-82, Savior and Destroyer. Carmine Mechs changed the lives of many people. So many red humans who previously couldn't pilot Mechs due to brain damage or low genetic aptitudes suddenly gained an opportunity to prove their worth. Their gratitude towards the father of Carmine Mechs was enormous. Many of them even took the initiative to write letters to Vess. They expressed their deepest emotions and thanked him with the bottom of their hearts. Though Vess did not feel as if he had put a huge amount of effort into developing Carmine Mechs, reading these letters reminded him of how much his latest works had changed the lives of so many people for the better. The feedback from his enthusiastic customers validated his design philosophy and reminded him why he fell in love with Mech design. Becoming a Mech designer was not just about combining advanced technologies into an awesome war machine. To Vess, the profession was all about satisfying the people that he had dedicated his life to serve. No matter how weak or disadvantaged they may be, Vess believed in principle that he could always offer them a product to better their lives. He, above any other Mech designer, had lived up to this aspiration by being the first to break the genetic aptitude tyranny. Vess had actually begun to feel a little more depressed and wary towards the existence of Carmine Mechs. After all, his mother and the Beast of Fear were convinced that unleashing Carmine Mechs onto the humans of the Milky Way would cause their society to plunge into chaos and anarchy. While Vess wanted to refute this assumption and argue that his Carmine Mechs would lead to a rise in strength and prosperity, he could not defeat the wisdom of the two true gods. The Milky Way was much different from the Red Ocean. His own analysis of the situation of original humanity also supported the conclusion that giving Carmine Mechs to its masses would light up the spark that detonated the powder keg. Given these predictions, was it any surprise that Vess began to see his Carmine Mechs as a curse upon humans rather than a blessing? Therefore, Vess actually drew a lot of encouragement from the feedback of all of the customers from the Red Ocean. Carmine Mechs can still be a force of good, Vess asserted to himself. At least red humanity has urgent need for them. I can't say the same for humans in the Milky Way, but they will ultimately come to terms with my works as well. Once Carmine Mechs became available, it was impossible for all of the norms in the old galaxy to give them up. Vess felt very much as if he was Pandora who was about to open up a box. Opening the box meant unleashing great evils to a galaxy that was unprepared to absorb so many shocks, but it also meant granting the people hope for a better future. Mechs were not inherently good or evil, They were products that could produce great changes in the hands of people. It was up to the owners and pilots of those machines to decide how they wanted to make use of the power of mechs. This was why a lot of people in the Red Ocean had taken the time to send him letters filled with praise. It would also be why the people of the Milky Way would probably blame him for everything bad that may unfold in the coming years. Vess found it difficult to accept this duality. He could accept becoming a celebrated leader and role model among the people he served. He could reluctantly accept becoming a hated war criminal among the people who suffered at the hands of his products. If he only held one of these identities, then his life would remain simple and straightforward. His design philosophy would retain its clarity and give Vess a clear direction to navigate towards. However, if he held both identities at the same time, his mech designs would have vastly different meanings in two completely separate societies. How could he keep his design philosophy coherent if he had to cater to the needs of two substantially different customers at the same time? Vess already felt tempted to focus solely on meeting the demands of red humanity while relegating original humanity as his test subjects. It was the most convenient approach to take. By ceasing to care about the demands and well-being of the humans of the Milky Way, he would have no qualms about throwing highly experimental mechs into their lap. He could realize many of the controversial and outright illegal mech concepts and design applications that he had accumulated over the years. It didn't matter if his experiments failed in the most catastrophic manner. All of the ones that got hurt were inconsequential humans from a galaxy he no longer cared about anymore. A failed experiment still yielded useful empirical data. It was not uncommon for senior and master mech designers to endure over 100 continuous failed experiments just to chase after a critical success. They were only being held back by their own morality and the prevailing laws that constrained their options. Vess had an opportunity to cast off these troublesome restraints and freely conduct any dangerous experiment that he liked with the people of the Milky Way. While Vess had to account for failure, it would be better if his experimental mechs yielded good results. A successful experiment granted Vess another useful design application that he could responsibly apply to his much more important products reserved for red humanity. This sounded like the perfect setup, yet Vess refused to sink to this depth and treat all of original humanity as his test subjects. The primary reason why he rejected this easy solution was because he made a promise to Master Willix. In light of all of the assistance and favors she provided to him, it was reasonable for Vess to respect her earnest plea to be merciful to the humans who resided in the Milky Way. Besides, Vess agreed with Master Willix that mech designers needed to uphold certain universal standards, not because he cared all that much about original humans, but because mech designers needed to be better. As Vess grappled with his conflicting feelings, the Blue Jay fleet arrived in the Reticula-Corine system, situated in the Torald Middle Zone. Vess originally planned to return to New Constantinople straight away, but then he figured there was no urgent reason for him to reunite with his family as soon as possible. The Larkinson Biotech Institute had assumed more and more responsibilities, so it was well worth the effort for him to step aboard the Dragon's Den and discuss various strategically important biotech research initiatives. It was actually quite risky to travel to this destination. The 4th and 5th defensive bands were located quite close to the Reticula-Corine system. This made it possible for the native aliens to bypass the string of fortified star systems and directly launch an assault on this star system. The probability of this happening was low, though. There was nothing particularly worthwhile to raid or attack in this region of space. Reticula-Corine V had gained a bit of strategic significance to the Larkinson clan, but the only structures built on the surface were devoted to the harvesting of Salu's gas. It didn't matter if all of the structures got lost or destroyed. It should be easy enough for the Larkinsons assigned to work on the surface to evacuate from the planet and leave the star system. When the Blue Jay fleet relied on the superdrives equipped by every modern R-Ray and R-Ref warship to speedily arrive in orbit of Reticula-Corine V, it soon became clear that the mining operation on the surface had expanded by a considerable margin. After the fall of the Emperor Tree, the Larkinsons had chosen to shift the assets of Chimera Base to the newer Emperor Base. Built on top of one of the dozens of major Salus gas deposits of the planet, Vess did not know how much of the exotic substance that the Larkinson clan managed to collect from this strategic site. It should be more than enough to satisfy the demand of every high-ranking Mech built for the Larkinson clan. However, Vess did not think the quantity was enough to incorporate Salus gas into every mass-produced Mech built for the Larkinson army. A finite reserve of Salus gas would run out sooner or later, no matter how much of it had fallen into the hands of the Larkinson clan. Vess did not even know how much gas could be harvested from Reticula-Corine V before the untamed planet Ally exhausted its supply. He feared that there was no other planet in the Red Ocean that possessed the rare conditions to produce Salus gas in the environment. Vess did not want to deal with another unending alloy situation where his reliance on a rare and difficult-to-procure material would force him to resort to inferior substitutes when he exhausted his original stockpile. This was one of the reasons why the Dragon's Den remained in orbit of Reticula-Corine V, despite the growing risks of residing in this middle zone. If Vess wanted to make permanent use of Salus gas, then his researchers had to uncover the source, and more ideally, the method of reproduction of this strategic material. When the Blue Jay fleet finally came close to the small fleet that surrounded the Dragon's Den, Vess, Lucky, and his Apocalypse wardens teleported over to the bioresearch ship. "Welcome back to the Dragon's Den, Patriarch." Vice Director Maria Abselin bowed in greeting. Vess nodded in acknowledgement of the former Terran bioresearcher and took a look around the interior of the ship. He grew more and more dissatisfied with what he saw. After spending a lot of time aboard a first-class warship and visiting an extremely developed Central Star node, he became dissatisfied that much of the Larkinson clan's most important research projects took place within an outdated second-class research vessel. "How old is this ship?" "She was commissioned 23 years ago on the date we acquired her from the Life Research Association," the vice director responded. "More than a decade has passed since that time. As far as starships are concerned, this vessel can easily persist for a century without requiring any major overhauls. Her maintenance has always been good, and her organic components require less care and attention as they are self-repairing." "That sounds good, but I think that the LBI needs a new home. As useful as the Dragon's Den has proven over the years, she is still a second-class starship. I think it is safe to say that if you want to speed up your research projects and conduct more high-end studies, you and your research teams need access to first-class laboratories that are equipped with much more powerful instruments. I don't want you guys to become bottlenecked by the inferior facilities of this serviceable but ultimately outdated research ship." The vice director responded with a modest smile. "To be honest, I would deeply appreciate it if you can give us access to better research facilities. It is true that the labs on the ships are limited compared to the much better facilities that I used to have access to back when I was working for Terran employers. Our second-class researchers do not mind so much, but it has become difficult to satisfy the first-class biotech researchers that we have hired in growing numbers. We are able to satisfy dozens of them by transferring them to the well-equipped biotech research facilities built underneath Diandi Base, but they are ultimately limited in scale. We need access to a first-class, full-sized research facility to work at our best. It would be best if the facility was mobile in the same manner as the Dragon's Den, but I do not dare to issue this request as there is a severe shortage of capital ships." Chapter 64, 83, Engineering the Descendants of the Larkinson Clan. Vess visited the Dragon's Den for many reasons, but his first concern was the work facilities. The Larkinson Biotech Institute had become more and more important over the years. It had constantly increased in scope and importance, but the Dragon's Den had failed to keep up with this growth. As Vess toured the interior of the capital research vessel, he could observe plenty of signs of upgrades, yet there were limitations to everything. The Dragon's Den clearly needed to spend at least a year in an orbital dry dock in order to undergo a comprehensive overhaul. That was clearly a waste of time. The Larkinson clan was better off buying or commissioning the construction of a brand new bioresearch ship. Vess vastly preferred the latter solution, but 'twas unlikely that he could convince any shipyard to accept this order. The Red War raised the priority of military vessels so much that it was criminal to waste valuable shipbuilding capacity on a non-essential research vessel. Vess could forget about commissioning a replacement hull or overhauling the Dragon's Den. Vess actually owned 2 orbital shipyards himself, but Starfarer Bay and the E-66 experimental yard were both too small to accommodate a 3.3-kilometer-long capital ship. Vice Director Maria Abselin shook her head. I can understand the importance of keeping our most sensitive research activities contained aboard a starship that is fully under our control. Not only can we minimize potential leaks, but also avoid massive losses stemming from an inability to fully evacuate a fixed research site that has come under attack. It is just that the intensification of the Red War makes it risky to set up fixed research sites. This was the reason why Vess still chose to drag his feet with regards to the construction of planetary settlements. He did not want to invest a huge amount of resources into so much real estate, only for an alien fleet to swoop into orbit and bombard all of the buildup into smithereens. However, just because he was afraid of putting all of his eggs in one basket did not mean he was completely opposed to setting up small-scale labs. I think we need to bow down to reality and make a compromise decision, Vess spoke. The LBI should construct a dozen or so new research labs on various different planets, preferably in the upper zones. I am aware that it will be difficult to guarantee security and confidentiality by doing this, but we can limit the scope and priority of their research activity to minimize any potential damage. If that is not enough, we can always invest into expanding the facilities of these planetary research complexes. What do you think? The female biotech director furrowed her brows. It sounds fine in theory, but it is difficult to conduct large-scale research if all of the assignments are split up and assigned to different research labs. It is also difficult to keep the egos of different star researchers in check. There is great convenience in keeping every related research activity under a single roof. Communication over the galactic net is insecure, so we may need to resort to transferring valuable research materials as well as encrypted data containers in order to share progress with each other. It is a logistical and managerial nightmare, but it can be done, right? Perhaps, Maria Abselin reluctantly said. Do not expect it to work well in the initial years. We will suffer many teething problems as we slowly transition to a more decentralized form of conducting research. However, I suppose it works well to safeguard the Larkinson Biotech Institute against alien invasions, sabotage, terrorist attacks, and other potential disasters. In a time of war, the most secure option is not the most efficient, but it is the least prone to suffering ruinous losses. If you believe that human-occupied space will become much less secure in the future, then I have no objections to transitioning to a more decentralized approach. Vess gave the woman a rueful smile even as he continued to tour the Dragon's Den. I can't say too much, but let me just say that I do not expect stability in the new frontier to rise anytime soon. I would like to think that no one is stupid enough to launch an attack on the assets of my clan, but who knows what people will do in the future. By the way, where is the LBI currently conducting meaningful research? Aside from the Dragon's Den, where we conduct most of our core research, we have also established somewhat sizable research labs on the surface of Davut Roman 7, Aachen VI, and most recently Reticula Corine V. "Which is down below," the woman replied. "That is way too few." Vess shook his head in disappointment. "We are putting too many eggs in the dragon's den. If any enemy manages to sneak up and take out this ship, the LBI will mostly be ruined. The research teams assigned to those planets are probably too few to take over all of the research. They probably won't be able to retrieve all of the confidential research data and valuable materials stored inside this ship. I can't tolerate such a vulnerability anymore." The two leaders quickly discussed how the Larkinson Biotech Institute should invest in a lot of labs on various safe and secure first-class planets. "You are asking for much, sir. Many first-class planets have developed so rapidly that they are running out of land and real estate. This problem is especially egregious in the hinterland of human space. Prices have inflated to a ridiculous degree, and in many cases you cannot buy any land or structure, no matter how much money you wave in front of people." Vess smirked. "That may be true in the case of ordinary people, but we are different, remember. I am the father of Carmine Mech as well as the head of the upper council of the Red Collective. My clout has grown so much that I can probably negotiate deals with the governors of those highly developed planets. I do not think that any of those groups will refuse the olive branches that I extend." The vice director thought for a moment. "That is true. I did not yet account for the latest changes. That is an error. It is difficult for me to estimate how much your clout is able to help us obtain additional footholds in the upper zones located in the rear. But if you are able to achieve results, then this will help us enormously. It becomes much easier to hire experienced and more qualified biotech researchers if we are able to offer them job positions at research labs located in these safe havens. However, everyone is aware of this, so it will not be easy to form the necessary agreements. We shall see. For now, please coordinate with my personal assistant on this matter. It is best if you can get this done without my direct intervention. If necessary, I can step in and help you conclude the deals, but I don't want to waste too much time on this. We urgently need to expand the LBI's research capacity, as my demands have grown larger." The Larkinson Biotech Institute was in urgent need to expand both its high-end research facilities and its research teams. The vice director enthusiastically agreed to cooperate and do much of the hard work required to set up all of the additional labs. After the two talked about expansion for a time, they finally entered one of the research wings of the Dragon's Den. "What kind of research are you conducting here?" Vess inquired. "This is the Human Genetics Division. It is here that we conduct R&D on genetic modification of the human genome. We have developed dozens of Larkinson-exclusive genetic augmentations. We have also developed our own designer baby formulas. One of them has proven to be highly popular, but also expensive in terms of Larkinson merits." The vice director guided Vess to a research lab that clearly conducted research into designer babies. The woman accessed a terminal and called up a research document that offered a comprehensive description of a successful result. The designer babies developed by the LBI was originally based on the research that the Larkinson clan bought from the Gemini family. As controversial as this family's practices may be, the Geminis most definitely knew their way around human genetics. The LBI's geneticists and other relevant specialists managed to build upon this existing base and slowly master more and more competences. This is one of our recent, but also popular results that we have achieved in cooperation with the T Institute. We have developed a designer baby formula that should allow for the conception of a fetus that has integrated a small companion spirit seed at the start. We have discovered that the sooner we integrate the companion spirit, the more time it has to grow into maturity, just as is the case with your children. This should significantly improve their cultivation talents, making them more suitable to practice not one but two methods at the same time. Now, we can bestow this advantage to any descendant to the Larkinson clan, as long as their parents are willing to invest the necessary Larkinson merits. Vess looked impressed. Compared to the dangerous spiritual operations that he conducted on his then-unborn children in the past, this systematic approach sounded a lot safer and more reliable. While the potency of the results might not be as great, that did not matter, as the young children and their immature companion spirits would have plenty of time to grow into their power. "I am impressed," he admitted. "Has this formula been verified?" What is needed to impart a designer baby with a companion spirit? We have not yet conducted any longitudinal studies, as not enough time has passed for us to collect the necessary data. However, our geneticists and other experts are quite optimistic about the outcome, so much so that we have begun to accept volunteers who are willing to raise such children at a discount in Larkinson merits. Forming a designer baby with a companion spirit seed is not too difficult. The genes are not the most important components. It is the companion spirit fruit that we have pulped and inserted in the cultivation tank at the moment of forming the first biological cells of the new baby. The procedure sounded incredibly crude compared to all of the technological sophistication that went into forming a designer baby, but as long as it worked, Vess didn't care. Companion spirits can make our Larkinsons a lot more powerful. That said, we cannot hand them over to every clansman for free. They need to work hard and prove they earn the right to obtain them for themselves or pass them on to their offspring. Maria Absalon nodded. "We have no objections to that principle, sir. The cost of this special designer baby formula is still steep, even taking the current discount into account. Enough Mech pilots and high-ranking members of our clan should have accrued enough Larkinson merits to afford this service. The most successful Larkinsons are able to help their next generation start off on a stronger footing." There was an implicit warning about aristocracies and suppression of the lower-ranking members, but Vess could do little about this inevitable trend. Even in a meritocracy, the descendants of the rich and wealthy had much better anortunition to Hasama Mora meritorious than the children of the rank and fila. As long as the Larkinson clan had enough rules and policies in place to properly reward the clansmen as long as they performed well, it should be enough to keep social mobility at an acceptable level. The clan was not old enough for Vess to worry too much about this problem. There was still a lot of room for promotions. Vess began to rub his hairless chin in thought. "I have a few ideas on the development of subsequent designer baby formulas. Transhumanism and posthumanism have both become ascendant. We need to make sure we can keep up with the competition, or else we will fall behind in the long run. What do you have in mind, sir? Do you think it is possible to embed a cultivation method into our designer babies? Can we make it so that they can start to cultivate right when they are still inside the wombs of their mothers?" I cannot respond to that question. Chapter 64, 84 Auxiliary Kai Cultivation Methods. While Vess occupied his time by inspecting the Larkinson Biotech Institute and its many research initiatives, the Red Tide Offensive continued to batter against the defenses of red humanity. After more than 6 months of continuous fighting, the defenders had endured an enormous amount of tempering. Many brave and dutiful soldiers had died, but more had risen from the ranks of mediocrity and managed to embark on the path of godhood. Expert candidates broke through in droves. The high intensity of combat, though brutal, provided excellent stimulation. The more the Mech pilots around them died, the more the survivors fought to preserve their own lives as well as causes greater than themselves. Compared to previous conflicts, the rate of breakthroughs at nearly every level multiplied by several times. Years-long exposure to exotic radiation finally started to show results, as many people who previously lacked the talent to step onto the path of godhood finally gained an opportunity to surpass the extraordinary threshold. Among them were many Mech pilots who already satisfied all of the other qualifications a long time ago. They were highly disciplined, they were perfectly able to control their fear, and they invested a lot of emotions in their respective causes. The only factor that held them back all of these years was their lacking spirituality. But now that constant exposure to E-energy radiation made up for this shortcoming, they finally began to break through in large numbers throughout the Red Tide offensive. The explosion of expert candidates was one of the many reasons why Red humanity managed to hold onto their remaining fortified star systems. The Red Cabal and the alien empires that operated under its direction continued to throw raiding fleets and assault fleets at the front lines with very little regard for consumption. Although the native aliens definitely began to experience an escalating degree of strain due to all of the losses they suffered, the enemies gritted their teeth and persisted in their effort to send so many troops and warships to their graves in the hopes of finally breaking past the defenses of Red humanity. Nobody was able to count the amount of human and alien lives that had died among the stars. Frozen blood had spread in every direction, and far too many pieces of debris were left to float in the darkness of space as the salvagers began to grow picky about their yield. Among the frozen corpses and shattered chunks of metal, mechs and face fighters continued to collide against each other as if there was no escape. Alien warships bombarded the Titan shields of orbital fortresses. The highly resilient space stations weathered the blows with difficulty and struck back with just as much ferocity with the power of their warship-grade gun batteries. A symphony of death and destruction unfolded in strategic locations, such as the Viola Magnifica system. There were a limited number of port systems in the Torald Middle Zone. As Red humanity continually lost possession of them, it became more and more difficult to maintain safe and efficient supply lines. Human starships were able to travel much faster and more directly to port systems. Their FTL drives were able to dial in their coordinates from a much further distance, thereby not only saving them a lot of time, but also reducing the probability of enemy interception. Port systems therefore not only served as excellent logistical hubs, but also served as an excellent location to draw and redirect reinforcements. The fall of a port system usually meant that all nearby fortified star systems became a lot more vulnerable. This was not just because the native aliens could direct more of their available assets to assault their other targets, but because the loss of a port system significantly slowed down the arrival of reinforcements. This was quite fatal to the defending humans. They were so badly outnumbered that they had to maximize the few advantages they retained. Not only did the humans rely a lot on their defensive posture, but also managed their logistics carefully. Alien logistics was a mess. The 13 alien races, of which not all participated in the current war, only reluctantly fought alongside each other. They were rational enough to understand the need to unite against a common enemy for the most part, but that did not mean that they could erase racial grievances going back tens, if not hundreds of millennia. In practice, every race had to handle their own logistical needs. There was a limited degree of trade and commerce at the star systems that the aliens designated as staging points, but it was impossible for the Orvans of Pulmers to rely on others to ship the supplies they needed to wage war on a galactic scale. In contrast, Red humanity managed their logistics a lot better. As divided as the major human players may be, their common identity was much stronger on account of belonging to the same race that had all suffered the same misfortune. Even as the temporary removal of Bridgehead 1 disrupted the war machine of human civilization in the Red Ocean, the remaining central star nodes quickly compensated for the absence and made sure that everything ran as smoothly as before. As long as the port systems still remained standing, their associated defensive bands would largely remain firm in the face of persistent alien attacks. It did not matter too much if the native aliens managed to overrun the defensive locations around them. So long as the port systems remained standing, the continuous influx of Mech forces, auxiliary fleets, and essential supplies barely kept the defenders alive and in an adequate fighting condition. They could even branch out and repel the alien forces that had just conquered a star system previously held by humans. Yet these counterattacks were all too rare and only really happened after an errant. God Pilot passed by to cleanse the local alien infection. Aside from these rare bright spots, humans had continuously lost ground during the Red Tide Offensive. The continuous setbacks, suffered by Red humanity, had made it harder for the soldiers to keep up morale. While the bravest and most determined among them still found ways to excel as long as they managed to stay alive, many other soldiers could not help but begin to feel as if their situation was doomed from the start. The aliens possessed too many numbers. Even the most ignorant Mech pilot could guess that the native aliens could still throw 10 times more warships at Red humanity if they wanted. However, the events that recently took place in the Sapphire of the Red Ocean had given the defenders numerous reasons to regain their optimism for the future. The people in the rear had not been wasting their time. The historic unveiling of Carmine Mechs, the founding of the Red Collective, and the unveiling of the Oblivion Gates all gave the human soldiers hope that their sacrifices were meaningful. Aside from renewing everyone's hope and confidence, many of the announcements did not have an immediate effect on the situation at the front lines. After all, what did Carmine Mechs have to do with all of the existing Mech pilots and other servicemen assigned to many different positions? There was no immediate benefit to switching careers. Mech still needed to be serviced. Orbital fortresses still needed to be manned by specialists. Starships still needed to be managed by officers. It was irresponsible for them to abandon their vital posts just to indulge in their childish Mech piloting fantasies. Even if former Mech technicians, space station personnel, or starfighter pilots fought hard to switch over to piloting Carmine Mechs, their lack of training meant that they had to spend precious years training the necessary skills to become useful on the battlefield. That was unacceptable. The people fighting at the front lines could only hope that the groups in the rear rushed the training of Carmine Mech pilots as quickly as possible in order to relieve the pressure. Yet even that would take at least 2 years. The news about the Oblivion Gates also did not impress the soldiers all that much. Once they got over the excitement of regaining contact with the Milky Way, they quickly understood that the precious trade goods had no direct effect on their own circumstances. What high-level resources got swapped between the galaxies would mostly benefit the God pilots and other big shots. That might make Red humanity a little stronger, but the changes weren't tangible enough for the soldiers that were fighting in the trenches. The lack of transparency did not help matters either. Nobody knew what the evolution which obtained from the Milky Way and whether any of it would flow in their direction. The only solid piece of information they received was that the evolution which intended to use much of the imported resources to upgrade the Red Oblivion Gate. In the end, it was the Red Collective that had the most direct and immediate impact on the lives of the people fighting at the front. The year-long preparation enabled the Red Collective to start off on a strong footing. Even if most of the departments under the new superorganization sounded as if they had nothing to do with the lives of ordinary people, there was one institution in particular that no human could ignore. The repository managed by the Cultivation Method Department had quickly become one of the most popular virtual portals visited by both civilians and soldiers. Just the fact that many Kai and body cultivation methods were able to extend their lifespans was enough to lure even the most skeptical individuals into trying out the extensive free selection. As Mech pilots began to explore what was available, they quickly learned that there was a special category of cultivation methods that were specifically designed for their profession. What are these auxiliary Kai cultivation methods? It is not advisable for Mech pilots to practice normal Kai cultivation methods, especially the more advanced and complicated ones. There is a risk that practicing them will cause you to evolve into a superhuman that has gained impressive powers, but also closes the door to transforming your willpower. You can still choose to practice them if you think you have no hope of triggering your apotheoses, but if you have any desire to become an expert pilot one day, take all of the warnings seriously and do not make a careless selection. Then, what am I supposed to do? Then, doing nothing is a waste of energy in the age of dawn. In order to give Mech pilots such as yourself something useful to do, the Red Collective has compiled numerous different auxiliary Kai cultivation methods. As their name suggests, they only exist to promote your evolution in a narrow scope, making sure to keep your chances of becoming stronger Mech pilots intact. I highly suggest you begin by practicing the free curated cultivation methods from the Controller series. They are all geared towards beginners in cultivation and are not that difficult to practice. As long as you are diligent enough, it only takes a short time for you to gain newfound strength that will help you survive the coming battles. I see that there are more than a dozen different choices available. Which ones should I choose? It depends on your goals and specializations. Read the descriptions. For example, the Healthy Controller Auxiliary Kai Cultivation Method mainly focuses on extending your lifespan, increasing your physical regeneration, and making your body a little tougher. This is the easiest option for Mech pilots and is only really meant to be practiced by old, injured, and retired veterans. Don't expect any miracles, as it is just a low-difficulty free cultivation method. If you want to increase your immediate combat effectiveness, then there are many other choices that can increase your learning ability or sharpen your combat instincts. Once you have made achievements in these free methods, you should think about spending your RC merits or war merits on exchanging for a premium method. As the curious Mech pilots began to explore and try out the brand new auxiliary Kai cultivation methods, they slowly began to see the difference in as little as a week. Chapter 64-85, the Controller Series. The auxiliary Kai cultivation methods, devised by the Red Collective, ignited a new storm within the Mech community. All of the excitement surrounding Carmine Mechs seemed to have little to do with existing Mech pilots. Mech pilots had heard that Mechs equipped with both a neural interface and a Carmine system could raise the effective genetic aptitude of their bonded pilots. Unfortunately, the lack of suitable machines that possessed this configuration prevented curious and eager Mech pilots to verify this exciting claim in person. It was therefore the Red Collective that increasingly occupied their attention. Unlike the Red Association that mainly focused on improving their machines, the Red Collective had worked hard to develop methods that could improve the Mech pilots directly. This alone caused almost every Mech pilot to develop an immediate good impression of the Red Collective. It helped a lot that all of the beginner cultivation methods were free to practice by anyone. In order to speed up the progress of Mech pilots that bravely fought in the front lines, the RC made sure to invest in enough instructors that provided both virtual and in-person lessons to get them all up to speed. A lot of Mech pilots hated the idea of going back to school, but the attraction of these fancy new auxiliary Kai cultivation methods was so strong that they endured the indignity of returning to their school benches. Fortunately, learning the first chapters of the free cultivation methods was not that difficult. The Red Collective understood what Mech pilots were like and deliberately limited the scope and ambition of the beginner methods in order to prioritize tangible results. Over the course of a single week, the more talented and diligent Mech pilots had already begun to notice the results of their cultivation practice. "I feel stronger and more alive than ever. This is impressive, Mr. Rayer. According to the latest physical examination, you have largely recovered from your disease. Your body cells have shown signs of rejuvenation. They are beginning to divide again. You will be feeling and looking as if you are a decade or two younger if this pattern continues for a number of months. You have made the right decision by practicing the RC's Healthy Controller Auxiliary Kai cultivation method. Would you consent to allowing us to utilize your anonymized data for a study? I hope to publish a paper faster than other doctors on the de-aging effect of cultivation methods." Many old Mech pilots that chose to immigrate to the Red Ocean in order to live out their retirement and spend their remaining lifespan in a different galaxy never imagined that they could become spry and healthy enough by practicing a weird form of meditation. The Healthy Controller method maybe the simplest of the controller series due to lacking any components that offered a direct improvement in combat capabilities. But just the fact that people could absorb E-energy to extend their lifespan and rejuvenate their cells was amazing. Especially when they did not spend anything to harvest this gain. Life-prolonging treatments no longer received any attention anymore, as cultivation provided everyone with a much more convenient substitute. The older the individual, the more concerned he was about their health and longevity. This was why the health-oriented exercises had immediately become the most popular cultivation methods since the opening of the repository. It may take months or years for the practitioners to be able to extend their lifespans by just a handful of decades, but that was more than enough for people who otherwise had no alternatives. Of course, the Mech pilots that still had plenty of years left in them had little interest in wasting their time on extending their natural lifespans. They were more liable to die on the battlefield at the hands of the native aliens. What they needed was immediate combat power. The repository offered numerous easily available options. One talent that happened to make noticeable progress was a third-class light skirmisher specialist. The middle-aged Mech pilot had already begun to lose his edge. Third-raters tended to have the shortest careers, as their lack of augmentations meant that they did not receive any bonuses to their lifespans. Yet when this pilot had begun to practice the fast controller auxiliary Kai cultivation method, everything had begun to change. The pilot, along with other colleagues who practiced the same method, began to experience a small boost in reaction speed and pattern recognition. Their intuition also became better at detecting lethal threats. All in all, the Mech pilots who had begun to practice the fast controller method already began to enjoy the fruits of their efforts, as they had managed to lower their loss rate by 15%. It was amazing to see how extensive a small improvement in cultivation could produce such a drastic result. Ha, it actually works. I knew I should have put more stock in the claims made by the RA. These cultivation methods are completely legit. My reaction speed has returned to its best state. Did I just make myself younger again by practicing this method? Pilots that practiced the fast controller method gained more benefits than that. Their pattern recognition and instincts had already improved by a considerable margin, both of which were vital to keeping light Mech pilots alive. The native aliens fighting on the battlefield were the first to suffer from these spontaneous improvements. Whenever the two sides began to wrestle for control over fortified star systems, the light skirmishers roaming around the flanks of the battlefield had become a lot more active than before. Previously, these light skirmishers focused on harassing and exploitation. Their role was not to stand in the front lines and take hits like other Mechs, but instead became responsible for annoying the native aliens and persuading them to split their forces. This was a dangerous responsibility, as the light Mechs had to fight far away from friendly support. If they ever got in trouble, their ability to get out of it was much lower than other Mech pilots. Yet after more and more Mech pilots began to practice the fast controller method, their ability to swoop in and get out before the enemy face fighters caught up to them had become a lot better. The light skirmishers managed to make a lot of small-time savings by optimizing their movements, achieving their objectives in less time and recognizing when they had overstayed their welcome. In dogfights against alien face fighters, the light skirmishers managed to pull off tighter maneuvers and improve their coordination with each other. It was as if every ordinary Mech pilot had become elite, and those that already performed at this level fought as if they were expert candidates. Meanwhile, other Mech pilots began to show improvements in different aspects. Those that piloted rifleman Mechs and heavy artillery Mechs preferred to practice the precise controller method. This product of the controller series mainly strengthened the pilot's precision, situational awareness, and pattern recognition traits. There were a lot of elements that were identical to the fast controller method. This was not a surprise, as all of the methods of the controller system were derived from the same base. They just incorporated different combinations of modules to form a coherent nokana that directed limited recurses to accentual areas of impediment. Precise controllers gradually became slightly more accurate when they launched their attacks. The improvements may only amount to a 5 or 6% increase in hit rate, but that was already a remarkable result in the early stages of systematic cultivation. The small increase in landing shots caused a lot of ripple effects. Alien face fighters got shot down faster, which meant that mechs got rid of the hindrances faster, thereby enabling them to tackle enemy warships a little sooner. If the increase in hit rates doubled or tripled in the coming months, then the ranged mechs would be able to make much more drastic contributions in every battle. It would be as if every mech force fielded twice as many ranged mechs. Of course, there were mech pilots that did not have any use for an auxiliary Kai cultivation method that increased their ranged combat prowess. There were many different specialists who all prioritized different strengths. The skilled controller method happened to be highly favored by offensive melee mech specialists. They were able to learn sophisticated weapon handling skills faster and also improved their instincts that could help them make the right moves before they put any conscious thought behind their actions. The intelligent controller method primarily boosted a pilot's intelligence, theoretical comprehension, and data processing capabilities. These were particularly helpful for mech pilots who got promoted up a tech class and needed to absorb a lot of knowledge related to piloting more complicated second-class or first-class mechs. The intelligent controller method was also helpful for mech pilots who made use of support mechs that required a lot of calculations and judgment calls. This was particularly relevant for mech pilots that utilized scout mechs, ECM mechs, combat repair mechs, external shield mechs, stealth mechs, and many more. The commanding controller method, on the other hand, focused on improving the practitioner's ability to command on the battlefield. While it provided a small boost to intelligence, it placed much more emphasis on multitasking, battlefield analysis, and leadership. The mech officers who practiced this method did not notice any differences, but it had only been 1 week. They trusted the Red Collective quite a lot and were committed to persisting in their cultivation in the hopes of becoming better leaders. Aside from these basic methods that were widely compatible with every pilot, there was also a special collection of free cultivation methods in the same series that provided more esoteric benefits. The elemental controller auxiliary Kai cultivation methods enabled the practitioners to improve their comprehension and increase their affinity to a specific elemental E-energy attribute. Split into fire, water, earth, metal, and wood, the instructors of the Red Collective dissuaded mech pilots from practicing these exotic methods unless they already possessed a strong preference for one of the aforementioned elements. However, mech pilots found that they could easily check whether they possessed a talent biased towards one of the 5 classical elements. The small group of mech pilots who were lucky enough to discover that they had a lot of talent in fire or metal were able to make much faster progress in these basic elemental cultivation methods. While their practice did not help them shoot fireballs out of their hands or promote the growth of trees, they discovered that they were slightly able to increase the performance of the hyper-technology of their mechs. These auxiliary cultivation methods are awesome. It's like using E-energy to obtain the power of an expert candidate or expert pilot in advance. We won't be able to catch up to high-ranking mech pilots entirely, but we can close the gap and become a lot more useful on the battlefield. Praise the Red Collective. This description was not hyperbole. Most mech pilots had very little idea what traditional Kai cultivators were capable of, but they possessed a better understanding of high-ranking mech pilots. Their frame of reference was therefore oriented towards the champions of their professions. By practicing their chosen variations of the controller series, every ordinary mech pilot had an opportunity to master the power that used to be reserved for the greatest of their kind. This greatly motivated the mech pilots. The allure of breaking the human limit and mastering strange, reality-defying powers at their current stage was so strong that more and more Mech pilots practiced their cultivation methods with greater fervor. Although the widespread adoption of systematic cultivation had yet to affect their breakthrough rate, the Mech pilots still gained a lot more confidence in the future. Even if they never developed the extraordinary willpower needed to trigger their apotheoses, this Kai cultivation business gave many Mech pilots a lot of ideas. Was it possible to excel in piloting Mechs in a different way? What if they ditched their auxiliary Kai cultivation methods and committed fully to a proper Kai cultivation method instead? Was it possible for them to become cultivator pilots that combine the power of willpower and Kai? Chapter 64, 86 Melker's Alternative. The Controller series provided tangible gains and a lot of hope for Mech pilots who never managed to break through in the past. Perhaps they lacked talent. Perhaps they were not courageous enough. Perhaps they did not have a greater cause worth sacrificing their lives. Whatever the case, the amount of Mech pilots who remained mundane had remained huge ever since their profession came into existence. Part of the reason why expert pilots, ace pilots and god pilots were so revered was because only a fraction of Mech pilots succeeded in attaining one or multiple breakthroughs. This thoroughly mythologized the heroes that managed to succeed against all odds, but also left a huge amount of regular Mech pilots behind. Many of the latter were not resigned to their own mediocrity, but what else could they do? The only reliable method to force a breakthrough was to throw themselves into repeated life-and-death battles, but that tended to cull everyone but the strongest of their kind. Mech pilots who did not possess the recklessness and overconfidence to proactively seek out near-suicidal challenges had very little alternatives to become extraordinary. However, that was in the past. For the first time since the start of the Age of Dawn, Mech pilots truly began to appreciate the new possibilities that this era had to offer. Previous introductions of hyper-technology mildly impressed Mech pilots, but they just treated it as another technological innovation, much like face water. All of the benefits went to the Mechs, not necessarily the Mech pilots. Systematic cultivation changed everything. More and more Mech pilots began to experience the benefits of being able to promote their own self-evolution, all without needing to pay extravagant sums of money. Of course, these Mech pilots were still in the honeymoon phase of cultivation. Once they had reached an advanced stage in their beginner cultivation methods, they would inevitably hit a plateau where any subsequent improvements became a lot harder to attain. This was the moment where they needed to switch to advanced auxiliary Kai cultivation methods, which provided greater benefits and additional power. That was when the Mech pilots would begin to bleed and suffer. These premium cultivated methods cost a lot of merits or other price to obtain. They were also a lot harder to learn and practice. It was very much possible for Mech pilots to waste their investment because they lacked the talent, comprehension, or affinity to get started. Even if they managed to attain initial results, it may take decades, as well as regular purchases of expensive reagents, in order to sustain their progress. The life of these Mech pilots would become a struggle, just like other cultivators. Only a minority would be able to overcome the successive challenges and prove their excellence at the top. However, few people outside of the Red Collective were cognizant of this reality. It was fine for Red humanity to fall in love with the promise of systematic cultivation. For now, Red humanity had yet to grapple with the reality of accessing and practicing the much more demanding advanced cultivation methods. Most Mech pilots working for ordinary organizations generally had to rely on earning enough RC merits or war merits in order to access and sustain the practice of the better options available in the repository. Members of the Larkinson clan, on the other hand, had more convenient options available. That was because the Larkinson clan had earned the designation of a sanctioned sect, which made it legal for the Larkinsons to develop and practice their own homebrew cultivation methods. Of course, the Larkinsons still had an obligation to submit their cultivation methods to the Red Collective for curation. No sect was exempt from this rule. This included the Larkinson clan, which was led by the high and mighty chief counselor of the Upper Council. Vess had expressed his dissatisfaction at being forced to surrender his homework to the freeloaders over at the Red Collective, but he understood that this was for the good of Red humanity. Just as was the case with the MTA and RA, only by sharing and centralizing all professional knowledge would their society be able to develop a specific sector the fullest. The business model of the MTA had proven its effectiveness many times over during the age of Mechs. It was not shameful for the RC to copy the other superorganizations' best practices. Even if the Red Collective's cultivation method department ended up getting copies of every sect's exclusive cultivation methods, it was still fine. Not every cultivation scientist could imitate or reverse engineer the proprietary knowledge and theory of every single sect. In any case, now that more than a week had passed since Red humanity had become introduced to the wonders of systematic cultivation, the leaders of the Larkinson army attended a meeting in order to familiarize themselves with the cultivation solutions developed exclusively for their own clan. Every Legion commander transferred over to the Spirit of Bentheim and attended the meeting in person. Avatar Commander Melker Larkinson looked particularly upbeat at this time. His eyes radiated happiness despite the fact that they were blocked by his oversized visor. "You look a lot better than before, Melker. What has made you so much more optimistic and much less glum?" Legion Commander Hugin Cinnabar of the Battle Criers asked in a friendly manner. Melker saw no reason to hide the source of his newfound sense of confidence. "This cultivation business is a lifesaver to me. Well, you know how I have tried to break through over the years. Even as many other friends and subordinates have broken through to become expert candidates and expert pilots, my willpower is still as ordinary as always. I thought that I would never have a chance to bend reality according to my thoughts. Now that the Red Collective has opened up the repository, I tried out half a dozen of the free versions of the Controller series, and I found I can make a lot of progress. Perhaps spending time with all of the design spirits has given me a head start in this. Or maybe it is because I have a companion spirit who can practice a separate Kai cultivation method. I am already dreaming about combinations." Multiple Legion commanders looked at Melker with interest. It was not a secret that the Trueblood Larkinson had been desperate to surpass the extraordinary threshold, but nothing worked over the years. If Kai cultivation could give Melker the satisfaction of becoming a powerful Mech pilot, then that was a cause to be celebrated. An extraordinary life of staring death in the face and developing an uncompromising attitude was not for every Mech pilot. Even if Melker understood in his heart that mastering Kai cultivation would never make him as powerful as a high-ranking Mech pilot at the same level, he had already reached the point of letting go of his fruitless obsession. Sentinel Commander Sorrel Larkinson smiled in encouragement. Sorrel was a Trueblood officer who previously served as the aide of Kaesela Ingvar. Although he was not a Mech pilot and nowhere near as good at leadership as the current Saint Commander, the living Sentinels did not necessarily need a bold leader. "I am happy for you, Melker. Our Larkinson clan has more advantages than others. We have easier access to companion spirits, and I am sure that our design spirits can lend a hand as well. I even heard that the new exclusive cultivation methods are closely intertwined with some of our design spirits, such as Ilvain and the Superior." "Mother, watch what you are saying. The Superior Mother is not a design spirit. She is a supreme and the mother of our patriarch. She is also the Oblivion Empress, who has worked together with the Valiant Evolution which to bridge the gap between the galaxies. There is nothing a Supreme cannot do in this universe." Penitent Commander Valerie Chansey looked a little younger and more vibrant since the last time the Legion commanders met. She had clearly made a few attainments in cultivation herself to be able to turn back the clock to this extent. Though she had tempered her religious fervor the longer she remained a part of the Larkinson clan, she still made outbursts like this from time to time. Nobody was crazy enough to argue with her about matters relating to her faith. "When will Keddies arrive?" Vandal Commander Abbas Firelight asked as he crossed his arms. "She is late. That is usually never the case. She has always made sure to be punctual." Sword Maiden Commander Sendra Larkinson Wadden raised her hand. "I think she is about to arrive. Can you feel it? One of our saints is accompanying our swordmaster." It was easy to distinguish the identity of the saint as she approached the conference room. The domain of every ace pilot was unique, and the one belonging to Kaysella Ingvar made every Larkinson feel as if she could always lead them to victory no matter the circumstances on the battlefield. As two more women simultaneously stepped inside the secure compartment, the swordmaster, accompanied by her trusty floating greatsword, still managed to maintain a strong presence while walking alongside the Saint Commander. The Legion commanders simultaneously rose to their feet in respect to Saint Kaysella. Ingvar, the most powerful woman in the chamber, did not feel the need to issue a verbal response. Instead, she remained silent and took one of the distant side seats, signaling that she did not intend to take the lead in this meeting. That honor was reserved for Keddies Larkinson, who received the Patriarch's trust and appointment. The journeyman and swordmaster confidently strode to the head of the table, but declined to take a seat. Instead, her back remained ramrod straight as she opened the meeting right away. "Good morning. All of you know why you are here." The Tea Institute finally obtained the certifications for all of the so-called Kant certified cultivation methods that our clan has submitted to the Cultivation Method Department of the Red Collective. Just because Vess is in charge of 149 senators doesn't mean he gets to call all of the shots. We have to follow the new rules just like everyone else. Luckily enough, the delay has been rather small. Now that we have obtained the RC's seal of approval, we can prepare to offer and teach our own exclusive cultivation methods to our clan. The most important and relevant of them are the methods that are tailored for every Mech Legion of the Larkinson army. The Legion commanders all perked up. This was what they had been looking forward to for months. They worked together with their Patriarch and the Tea Institute to develop the cultivation methods that would do much to strengthen the unique identities of their own military units. Keddies knew how important this was for everyone. Vess is apparently quite good at this, and the scientists over at the Tea Institute are not bad either. The Red Collective has not rejected any of our proposed methods, which means that you can trust their craftsmanship. That provided a lot of relief to everyone. It was not that they distrusted the works of their own patriarch, but it was always better to obtain independent verification whenever he developed a radically new invention. For now, our focus rests on the auxiliary Kai cultivation methods that are especially targeted towards our Mech pilots. As far as I have been told, their benefits are the highest for standard Mech pilots and expert candidates. If a practitioner is able to advance to an expert pilot one day, then much of the gains will get subsumed by his or her willpower. There is little point for the demigod to practice the auxiliary Kai cultivation method any further, as developing your resonance strength will partially yield the same gains and more. This does not include companion spirits, which can still retain their own independent cultivation. In short, the word auxiliary is there for good reasons. It is a complementary activity, not an objective in itself. If you truly want to go down further in the road of Kai cultivation, then I advise you to practice one of the more dedicated options. Do you understand? Chapter 64, 87, Spirit Vessel Auxiliary, Kai Cultivation Method. As Keddies stood at the head of the conference table, she commanded the attention of all of the Legion commanders, as well as the only Saint Commander. During the Age of Mech and Age of Dawn, it was considered strange for Mech pilots to show so much respect and deference to a norm. Mech pilots acquired an innate sense of superiority from other people since the start of the Age of Mechs. Their superiority did not necessarily stem from being richer or having more subordinates under their wing. Strength was not necessarily a component either, as there were instances of third-class Mech pilots looking down on first-class norms. The reason why Mech pilots existed in a class of their own was because they believed they were the protagonists of the times. Everyone else were side characters, compared to Mech pilots who possessed the sole privilege of treading the path of godhood that led to the most powerful destination of its kind. In the face of the power of a god pilot, everything else paled in comparison, or at least that was the prevailing thought among both Mech pilots and norms. It was no surprise, then, that the entire population of Mech pilots had ingrained this sense of superiority, no matter whether they were low-ranking or high-ranking Mech pilots. It was a universal trait that could not be removed even with the onset of Carmine Mechs. While the cultural changes, stemming from the release of the yellow jacket designs, did not have enough time to ferment, genetic aptitude would still play a role in distinguishing real Mech pilots from the imitators. The Carmine system developed by Wes Larkinson was anything but perfect. It was amazing because it bridged a divide that no one had ever managed to cross in the past, but the bridge came with its own limitations. Once it collapsed due to the death of a Carmine Mech, the Carmine Mech pilot had no other recourse left to persist in his career. This heavy limitation was enough to preserve the most essential interests of potentates and help them maintain their innate sense of superiority during these changing times. However, none of the Mech pilots gathered in the room looked down on Kedis. She was a rare journeyman Mech designer who had also proven her courage and indomitability in actual battle. Unlike Mech pilots, who at least gained the assurance of having thick layers of armor between their fragile bodies and their opponents, swordswomen like Kedis could only brave dangers in ordinary clothing or a relatively flimsy suit of armor at best. Any Mech could easily smash her body apart up close, or at a distance, no matter what fancy sword techniques that Kedis had learned. Perhaps that might not necessarily be the case anymore, as she was technically capable of forming a blood pact with a Carmine Mech as well. But for now, she was a soldier who preferred to fight on foot. Nobody looked down on her for that. Her indomitable willpower was proof of her courage and daring. She was the most brave Mech designer to exist, even exceeding that of her much more famous mentor. There was another difference that distinguished Kedis from Wes. As much as he had done to help the Larkinson clan and its diverse cast of members rise above their stations, Wes had turned into a distant political animal in the past few years. Now that he had outgrown the expeditionary fleet and had begun to schmooze with mighty god pilots and wily high officials, Wes led the Larkinson clan from such an immense height that he had lost his relatability. He no longer even physically spent any time in the heart of the clan anymore. He and his immediate family had moved to New Constantinople and decided to build an entirely different first-class branch of the Larkinson clan. All of that was way too distant to the humble second-class clansmen left behind in the expeditionary. While the Larkinsons remaining with the fleet did not necessarily lose their high opinions for their patriarch, their affection for their leader had made way for awe and cold respect. Kedis, on the other hand, distinctly chose a different path. Despite the fact that she received invitations to undergo EdNet training or transfer to the Premier Branch, she decisively chose to remain with the Sword Maidens in the expeditionary fleet. She stuck to her roots and did not fall for the temptation of greater power and prosperity. Through her words and deeds, the Swordmaster proved that her heart still lay with the Larkinsons who needed her help the most. She earnestly continued to design numerous different second-class Mechs to help the Sword Maidens, and occasionally other Mech legions, gain more powerful offensive combat options. It was therefore no surprise that even the Saint Commander herself did not object to deferring to Kedis. Other ace pilots may be arrogant and conceited enough to look down on everyone that was not on the same level as theirs, but Kaesela Ingvar respected the capabilities and contributions of those who were ostensibly weaker than herself. She wouldn't be a good Mech commander if she completely disregarded the individual value of her subordinates. In any case, Kedis had no trouble attracting everyone's attention as she began to introduce the new modes of cultivation for the Larkinson clan. Starting from today, the Larkinson clan shall add numerous different advanced cultivation methods to the Larkinson exchange, she announced in a more formal tone than usual. Since the development of our Mech pilots is one of our highest priorities, the first batch of sect-certified cultivation methods will largely consist of exclusive auxiliary Kai cultivation methods that are exclusive to every Mech Legion. This will serve as the foundation to the Larkinson Army's differentiation and growth in strength. Commander Melker Larkinson briefly raised his hand. What do you mean by differentiation exactly, ma'am? Kedis' eyes glinted as she began to grin. A Mech force in the Age of Mechs is different from a Mech force in the Age of Dawn. The Mechs have changed, but not that much. A swordsman Mech is still a swordsman Mech, even if it is integrated with hyper-technology. What truly makes a difference is systematic cultivation. The Mech pilots can choose to invest their time on practicing all kinds of methods that have a wide variety of effects. We will not be the only force to do this. There are many advanced auxiliary Kai cultivation methods available in the repository, and there are also many sects that are in the process of developing their own approaches. Saint Commander Kaisela Ingvar understood what the Swordmaster was trying to convey. The effects of systematic cultivation on Mech pilots is often described as obtaining the power of an expert candidate or expert pilot in advance, the powerful woman commented. Many expert pilots develop unique abilities that align with their personalities and approach towards combat. Tusa has gained unnaturally good evasion abilities. Davia Stark never misses a shot, no matter the difficulty. Disi is the best sword wielder by far among all of our expert pilots. Even Vincent Ricklin is able to punch harder when his ego swells in his head. With the help of the right auxiliary cultivation methods, hundreds if not thousands of Mech pilots can develop identical abilities. Imagine how that would change our Mech legions. The gap between standard Mech pilots and expert pilots will shrink, Commander Sendra of the Sword Maidens whispered. It was only now that the implications truly sunk in. The Legion commanders all understood how powerful their Mech units would become if their subordinates all made a lot of progress in cultivating the advanced methods that Kedis was about to introduce. The more powerful the cultivation methods, the greater the power at their disposal. Every Legion commander therefore gazed at the Swordmaster with great eagerness. Their expectations glowed through their eyes as they welcomed any development that could strengthen the Larkinsons. The Larkinson army may have fared better than most Mech forces during the Red Tide offensive, but even the Larkinsons could not avoid painful sacrifices. No matter how weird systematic cultivation could be, the Mech pilots could not afford to reject a magical means of growing stronger. Seeing that everyone developed the right attitude towards this subject, Kedis continued her introduction. As far as our Larkinson exclusive methods are concerned, we will not bother with developing any low-difficulty introductory methods. The controller series developed by the Red Collective is freely available and does everything we need. The ceiling may be low, and the scope of improvement may be limited, but the safety and steady progress promised by this series makes it excellent for building up a good foundation. Far more people have worked on these auxiliary cultivation methods than the amount of researchers working for the Tea Institute. We may as well not bother in the first place. This was an understandable policy decision. While it prevented the Larkinson clan from developing a large amount of expertise and practical knowledge on developing basic cultivation methods, the Tea Institute already had its hands full with more important projects. Therefore, the Mech pilots of the Larkinson army are advised to wait and practice the methods of the controller series of their choice for as long as it takes to develop a basic foundation. The longer they stick with the basics, the easier it will be for them to get started with the advanced methods exclusive to their respective Mech legions. The difficulty of the latter is much higher, so do not underestimate them. A good foundation, as well as a mature companion spirit, makes it several times easier to comprehend the first chapters of the methods that I am about to announce. The Swordmaster proceeded to spend another minute or two on sharing common sense about cultivation methods before she moved on to the exciting part. With that out of the way, let me introduce you to the first method that is specifically developed for the avatars of myth. The Spirit Vessel Auxiliary Kai cultivation method is moderately difficult to practice. To summarize what it does, it aims to turn the Mech pilot into a suitable vessel for design spirits to channel their power through. I know the avatars have already mastered a trick that does something similar, but its effectiveness will be drastically higher if the Mech pilots have made attainments in this exclusive cultivation method. The Avatar commander looked enthused as he understood the potential of this advanced cultivation method. Our Avatar invocation method has helped us defeat tough opponents while suffering less losses than usual, Melker said. We have always been limited by how little we can host the power of the design spirits that we are friendly with. If this new method can truly allow us to channel their power more effectively, then the potential is enormous. Maybe our connection with the Golden Cat can finally be boosted to the point where we can effectively execute ancestral learning. One of the benefits of invoking the Golden Cat, as opposed to other design spirits, was that she had become the repository of all of the combat skills mastered by the Larkinsons. That included the remarkable fighting skills of high-ranking Mech pilots. Just the ability to channel a fraction of Venerable Decee's extraordinary swordsmanship or Venerable Stark's insanely precise marksmanship was a dream to many Larkinsons. If the avatars of myth were able to invoke the Golden Cat more effectively, then learning or borrowing those skills might not be impossible. Yet their attempts almost always failed. The success rate was so low that most avatars no longer bothered with this dream anymore. With the introduction of this so-called spirit vessel method, Melker had a faint feeling that what may have been impossible in the past was no longer the case in the future. Anything was possible in the Age of Dawn. He had to get his hands on this auxiliary Kai method. He had to learn its strengths and weaknesses. He had to master it as soon as possible. Chapter 64, 88, 80 Unity Auxiliary Kai Cultivation Method. The Avatars of Myth was the first Mech force of the Larkinson clan. They took a lot of pride in that. They had started off at the same time the Larkinsons began to surpass the limitations of their old family. Under the leadership of Vess Larkinson, the Avatars of Myth went from a fresh new Mech unit with no existing baggage to a storied Mech legion with a martial tradition that had been tempered over dozens of battles. The Avatars of Myth of today was known as the original elite Mech force of the Larkinson clan. Its story and traditions may arguably be the most boring among all of the other Mech legions, but it was also able to adapt well to almost any circumstances. The Avatars were mostly oriented towards frontal assaults, but they could also fulfill other roles due to their inherent versatility. Their Mech pilots made use of offensive melee Mechs, defensive melee Mechs, rifleman Mechs, and also drone Mechs in recent times. The heavy use of the Bright Warrior Mark Roman III model and the Fey Fianna model further increased the versatility of the avatars. They could dynamically change their configurations and loadouts to fulfill every role. This came in particularly handy when the Mech units lacked a specific capability such as ECM or search and rescue. Commander Melker Larkinson had led the avatars for a long time. His relatively dull personality partially reflected on his Mech Legion, as it never became too eccentric like the sword maidens of the Eye of Ilvain. This was not always a disadvantage. The avatars accepted all sorts of people, up to a limit. As long as a Mech pilot was skilled and disciplined enough, he or she would certainly be able to earn a spot in this elite Mech Legion. Perhaps there were clansmen who accused that the avatars of myth had remained boring because of Melker, but these voices were in the minority. The avatars fought well, and they also had their own special features. The avatar invocation method, taught to every member of this Mech Legion, was their defining technique. While it originally started off as a failed derivation of the battle formations employed by the Sword Maidens and the Penitent Sisters, the avatar invocation method had become a mainstay of the avatars of myth. It was impossible to launch dramatically powerful attacks through invocation. The fusion of like-minded Mech pilots that characterized proper battle formations did not occur because the avatars were too different from each other. What happened instead was a half-baked version that caused design spirits to connect to the minds of the avatar Mech pilots and trickle a portion of their power into them. This could produce noticeable effects, but at a much weaker scale than what could be accomplished with an actual battle formation. However, invocation had its own advantages. The difficulty threshold was much lower, so every avatar Mech pilot could pull off during a stressful battle situation. It was not dependent on homogeneity, so it didn't matter if the Mech pilots possessed different thoughts and beliefs. More importantly, the avatars could borrow the powers of every willing design spirit. So long as the individual Mech pilots in question developed a good enough relationship with a design spirit, he or she could fight with a part of the extraordinary powers bestowed by their chosen patron. They could also maintain their invocations long enough to last a typical battle. They weren't at risk of getting exhausted after pulling off battle formations just once or twice. This made the avatars a lot better at attrition warfare than the other elite Mech regiments. None of this was normal in the slightest. In fact, it was not inaccurate to state that the avatars of myth already tasted a preview of what systematic cultivation was capable of. It was exactly because the avatars wielded powers beyond the reach of mortals that Commander Melker keenly appreciated the value of the spirit vessel auxiliary Kai cultivation method. Both the Patriarch and my husband contributed to the development of the spirit vessel method. Kedis shared an important fact. Ves is able to channel the design spirits through himself and his design spirit quite well. Joshua and his Everchanger can do similar actions. It is with their assistance that the spirit vessel method can teach other avatar Mech pilots to imitate these methods. That sounds impressive. Abyss Firelight whistled in appreciation. I hope my Vandals get something just as good, or else we will all become disappointed. The Vandals will not be neglected. You will like what I have to share later. Kedis promised to the Vandal commander. So what is your opinion, Commander Melker? I love it already. Melker grinned. My avatars will be able to complete their mission much faster and with greater confidence once they can borrow a larger proportion of the power of design spirits. Few people will think that we are bland once they see us borrowing the power of the golden cat to improve our skills or Kalanxo to harden our defenses during combat. My Mech Legion will finally be able to live up to its name. Kedis smiled back. It is good to hear that you think highly of it. That said, the Tea Institute did make sure to attach an important warning to the practitioners of the spirit vessel method. Frequent exposure to design spirits can help you in battle, but also ruin your potential to ascend to an expert pilot or higher. There is a risk that Mech pilots can become overly dependent on borrowing the power of one design spirit or another. If they become so reliant on this crutch to fight that they cannot properly fight anymore without this special ability, then they have become slaves to their own cultivation method. Real Mech pilots must maintain their own will and confidence in their fighting skills to retain their chance to become expert pilots one day. That is why they must not become too reliant on what they can do after practicing this new method. Melker frowned as he processed her words. That is difficult to follow. The spirit vessel method is all about borrowing the power of design spirits. Are you claiming that if we make use of it, we are sabotaging our own future as high-ranking Mech pilots? That is one potential outcome, Melker. This should not always be the case, or else religious Mech pilots would not be able to exist. In my opinion as a swordmaster, I think it all comes down to the Mech pilot's attitude towards a god or design spirit. If one of your avatar Mech pilots regularly invokes the golden cat to the point of wanting to slavishly devote himself to our ancestral spirit, such a pathetic soldier has lost the qualifications to transform his willpower. If your avatar Mech pilot was merely grateful and respectful towards Goldie, then he should still possess a strong enough confidence in himself to preserve his breakthrough opportunities. The Legion commander with a visor looked thoughtful. He even began to rub his stubbled chin in thought. The division makes sense. There is a difference between looking up at a higher existence and utterly debasing yourself before a god. Maybe it is acceptable for priests and ordinary civilians to bow down to their respective gods, but we are Mech pilots. Our knees must remain unbent, figuratively. Though his eloquence left much to be desired, Melker possessed enough knowledge and experience to be able to tell the difference. This was because his Mech Legion had a bunch of highly talented Mech pilots who nonetheless hit a wall in their growth trajectory. Bottlenecks existed, and it was not that easy to develop the mentality of a greater being than your current rank. After thorough investigations, Melker learned that they had surrendered too much of themselves to their favorite design spirits. Such a mentality could ruin promising Mech pilots if they went far enough. Although this was an unfortunate outcome, the Larkinsons couldn't stop people from worshipping the design spirits. They could only advise the Mech pilots who showed signs of falling into a pit of slavish devotion. Seeing that Melker understood the implications, Keddies looked pleased that she did not have to waste too much of her time on basic explanations. Good, let me move on. The living sentinels will gain the right to practice the 80. Mech pilots can become overly dependent on borrowing the power of one design spirit or another. If they become so reliant on this crutch to fight that they cannot properly fight anymore without this special ability, then they have become slaves to their own cultivation method. Real Mech pilots must maintain their own will and confidence in their fighting skills to retain their chance to become expert pilots one day. That is why they must not become too reliant on what they can do after practicing this new method. Melker frowned as he processed her words. That is difficult to follow. The spirit vessel method is all about borrowing the power of design spirits. Are you claiming that if we make use of it, we are sabotaging our own future as high-ranking Mech pilots? That is one potential outcome, Melker. This should not always be the case, or else religious Mech pilots would not be able to exist. In my opinion as a swordmaster, I think it all comes down to the Mech pilot's attitude towards a god or design spirit. If one of your avatar Mech pilots regularly invokes the golden cat to the point of wanting to slavishly devote himself to our ancestral spirit, such a pathetic soldier has lost the qualifications to transform his willpower. If your avatar Mech pilot was merely grateful and respectful towards Goldie, then he should still possess a strong enough confidence in himself to preserve his breakthrough opportunities. The Legion commander with a visor looked thoughtful. He even began to rub his stubbled chin in thought. The division makes sense. There is a difference between looking up at a higher existence and utterly debasing yourself before a god. Maybe it is acceptable for priests and ordinary civilians to bow down to their respective gods, but we are Mech pilots. Our knees must remain unbent, figuratively. Though his eloquence left much to be desired, Melker possessed enough knowledge and experience to be able to tell the difference. This was because his Mech Legion had a bunch of highly talented Mech pilots who nonetheless hit a wall in their growth trajectory. Bottlenecks existed, and it was not that easy to develop the mentality of a greater being than your current rank. After thorough investigations, Melker learned that they had surrendered too much of themselves to their favorite design spirits. Such a mentality could ruin promising Mech pilots if they went far enough. Although this was an unfortunate outcome, the Larkinsons couldn't stop people from worshipping the design spirits. They could only advise the Mech pilots who showed signs of falling into a pit of slavish devotion. Seeing that Melker understood the implications, Keddies looked pleased that she did not have to waste too much of her time on basic explanations. Good, let me move on. the living sentinels will gain the right to practice the 80 and conduct the live testing ourselves. The Red Collective must have gathered information from them as well, but they have not shared too much data in return. The living sentinels gained their own chance to punch above their weight. They just needed to get started with the 80 unity method and practice their newly acquired skills against each other. The sentinels generally collected a lot of unmotivated Mech pilots, but that did not mean they had to stay this way. The excitement of being able to channel so much power and let a lucky recipient gain control over it all would be magnificent. Are there any design spirits that can help our Mech pilots execute this unity technique? Legion Commander Sorrel asked. Yes, Titania is closely related to the 80 unity method. Her assistance can make it easier for Mech pilots to pool their power together. She can also help the living sentinels maintain their concentration and issue warnings. That sounds excellent. I look forward to seeing whether this method will allow our living sentinels to challenge expert Mechs head-on. Chapter 6489, Large or Big. The avatars of myth and the living sentinels were fairly bland as far as Mech legions were concerned. That was not necessarily a problem, as they opened their doors to all kinds of Mech pilots that satisfied their minimum requirements. They just seemed a little boring compared to the more specialized Mech legions. Kedis turned to the next Mech legion on her list. Battle Criers, she said as her attention turned to Legion Commander Hugin Cinnabar. Up to this point, your Mech legion has developed into a counter against enemy manifestations of E-energy. This was mainly for contingency reasons in the past, but now that systematic cultivation is able to turn any human into a metaphysical threat, it has become more important than ever to prepare your troops to contain such enemies. The cultivation method that we have prepared for you will help you resist and negate enemy supernatural attacks. It should also help you strengthen the effect of the Godkiller Heavy Luminar crystal rifles equipped by the Mech of the Battle Criers. However, I should also warn you that this method comes with potential risks. There is a chance that you and your Mech pilots will reduce the likelihood of breakthroughs. The older man's expression remained calm. It is fine. Our patriarch is far-sighted to be able to foresee the need of a Mech legion that can resist these magical powers. We have spent years preparing ourselves for this purpose. We are ready and willing to accept whatever you give us. I think it is only a matter of time before we grow more relevant. If humans like us can cultivate, then the aliens will figure it out sooner or later. I bet the cosmopolitans are already working hard to tutor those phase whales. That was a scary prospect. Systematic cultivation had already produced plenty of results this early. If the aliens started to catch up and practice their own cultivation methods, then they would become vastly more powerful than before. The Mental Fortress Auxiliary Kai cultivation method is exactly what it says, Kedis explained. All practitioners must build a fortress in their mind that is primarily geared towards defending their own minds and spirits against external manipulation. The effect should be just as good as the mental defenses bestowed by strong willpower, though it will also dull your emotions if you practice it in certain ways. Later chapters of this method will strengthen your offensive capabilities as well. You will be able to impart the power of negation in your attacks that can help you break your enemy's extraordinary effects. Since much of this is based on the power of Lufa, this cultivation method is an excellent complement to Mechs and weapons that already channel his power. Legion Commander Cinnabar looked satisfied. That sounds exactly what we need, Swordmaster Kedis. Our battle criers do not need to wield exotic powers. It is already enough if we can break them with our strength. The power of cultivation will only become more and more common as the years go by. We will all need to rely on your strength to proactively deal with the more troublesome enemies that are as threatening as the cultivators of old. To be honest, it would be even better if we can equip you with true Mechs, but the Red Association is keeping these rare machines to themselves. I haven't seen a single true Mech since it got introduced, Commander Sendra remarked. There isn't even any hype around these strange mechs that rely on these so-called complete neural interfaces. That is because systematic cultivation has not yet had time to empower so many people, and maybe aliens, Commander Melker stated. From what it sounds like, true mechs only exist for one purpose. Maybe they can still be used to fight against more conventional opponents, but it would be a waste for them to do so. Besides, true mechs are much harder to learn and master. Maybe we need to learn a new approach towards piloting in order to use them to their full potential. Little was known about true mechs, as they infrequently showed up in large settlements. They generally did not appear on the front lines, as their principal enemies were not present on the battlefield. Yet, the Larkinson leaders quickly set this topic aside and focused on the other cultivation methods that Cadiz was about to introduce. Commander Firelight, the mechs of the flagrant vandals all have speed and evasion in common, so your mech pilots will have the right to practice the small Zephyr auxiliary Kai cultivation method. Just as its name suggests, it was made with the cooperation of Saint Tusa Billingsley Larkinson. The small Zephyr method shares many similarities in that it can increase a practitioner's reaction speed, pattern recognition, and intuition. But since it is an advanced cultivation method, it can go much further in the later chapters. The Vandal commander looked disappointed. Is that all? Not that I am complaining. Our pilots can certainly do much if they obtain a fraction of Saint Tusa's amazing speed and evasion abilities. It just sounds incomplete compared to the methods of the avatars of myth and the living sentinels. I am not finished yet, the Sword Maiden grinned. The small Zephyr method does more than that. It ties everything together by helping the practitioners grow their affinity towards the wind element. It is not a particularly strong effect, but those who already possess an existing bond with the wind E-energy attribute will be able to progress much faster than others. At the later stages, mech pilots will truly be able to evade attacks at almost the same effectiveness as a low-tier expert pilot. The mech needs to be able to keep up, though. That sounded a bit better to Commander Firelight. He was not entirely sure why it was so important to develop an affinity towards wind when the Larkinsons fought most of their battles in space, but this was probably some kind of cultivator nonsense. That is more to my liking. I am sure the rest of the Vandals will be happy with this as well. I have a question. Since this is called the small Zephyr method, is there also a corresponding large Zephyr method? Cadiz nodded. It is in the works, though, last. I heard the cultivation scientists over at the Tea Institute have not made up their minds whether to call it the Big Zephyr method or the Large Zephyr method. It is an ancient tradition that has gotten lost in translation or whatever. What I do know is that the follow-up cultivation method may not be an auxiliary method anymore. What do you mean by that, Swordmaster? I mentioned earlier that auxiliary methods are especially designed for mech pilots as they don't imperil their chances of becoming expert pilots or higher, the Swordmaster said. They are what our patriarch refers to as willpower cultivators. The boundary to expert pilot is a life-changing threshold. This is important because crossing this boundary will determine whether a person can become a willpower cultivator or Kai cultivator. If a low-ranking mech pilot decides to switch from the small Zephyr method to the big or large Zephyr method, that person has already chosen to abandon his chances to step on the traditional path of godhood in favor of becoming powerful in a different way. Since it is all systematic, there is much less dependency on luck and serendipity for breakthroughs. This was quite an important distinction. If there was one aspect about breakthroughs that mech pilots hated, it was that there was no progress bar or any other indication whether they were close to breaking through. This was especially a huge problem for standard mech pilots. They could only make rough and usually inaccurate estimates of how close they were based on their own self-evaluations. For example, Commander Melker had times where he felt he was close to breaking through, but did not know how much further he had to push himself to become an expert candidate. There were also periods where he felt he had only made 5% progress towards triggering his breakthrough, when in reality he was closer to 50% or higher. The lack of information was maddening. Many more Mech pilots than Melker suffered from the same problem. The advantage of systematic cultivation methods was that they were usually structured into multiple chapters. Every practitioner should also have much more tangible information on how much progress they have made and how far they needed to go before reaching the next stage. In any case, the commanders present in the conference room could foresee that many flagrant vandals who had yet to attain much success in pushing up their willpower may feel tempted to switch to the follow-up Kai cultivation method. I would like to remain informed about the development of this next book, Commander Firelight requested. Kedys nodded. I will pass that on to the Tea Institute. Do not expect to see quick progress. Figuring out the cultivation steps at the later stages becomes exponentially more difficult, especially when no one really knows what people are capable of at that point and what they need to do in order to become stronger. We may have to wait until dozens of flagrant vandals have completed the final chapters of the small Zephyr auxiliary Kai cultivation method. She soon moved on to introducing the next method. Are we next? Sword Maiden Commander Sendra eagerly asked. Not quite, Kedys said. I have a special plan in mind for my fellow Sword Maidens. Please wait until the end. It is the Penitent Sisters that are next. Penitent Commander Valerie Chansey sat straighter as she awaited her gift. In cooperation with the Superior Mother, we have devised the single-phase mastery auxiliary Kai cultivation method. The Sword Master introduced. Penitent Sister Mech pilots should choose one of the 6 phases of existence of Hexism to master: life, death, godhood, damnation, dust, and woman. The more they practice the chapters associated with a single phase, the more their affinity will align with their choice. They will develop various powers and abilities that are related to one of the phases. Every penitent sister can pray to the Superior Mother for guidance, but whether she will answer your doubts or lend a hand is not certain. This was exactly what the penitent sisters have been dreaming for. This auxiliary cultivation method immediately conquered the penitent commander's heart. The former Hexer even asked a question. Is it possible to master 2 or more phases of existence at a time? Many of us already have companion spirits. It should be more than possible to let each of us practice 2 phases at a time. Even if there are penitent sisters who do not have them yet, what is stopping them from practicing all 6 phases at the same time or in sequence? Kedys raised her palm. Slow down. You are asking way too many questions. I do not have all of the answers, but from my understanding, it is possible for a companion spirit to master a different phase of existence, but we cannot be sure about the results. As for trying to practice multiple phases yourself without the involvement of a companion spirit, that is not recommended. Doing this at the same time will cause your domain to get confused and split. It will lose focus and prevent you from making further progress until you have reconciled the conflicting attributes somehow. It is safer to do it sequentially, but the time it takes to make progress will increase more and more as it becomes harder to incorporate new stuff. I am not the right person to answer these questions. You are better off praying to the Superior Mother for clarity. Thank you. I shall do that. You have already provided a large amount of clarity. The single-phase mastery auxiliary Kai cultivation method had a lot of potential. It possessed greater depth than the other cultivation methods. Commander Chansey even felt that it faintly promised every practitioner to follow in the Superior Mother's footsteps. Chapter 64, 90 Conflicted Kedys. Almost every Mech Legion received their exclusive auxiliary Kai cultivation methods. The Legion commanders all felt how much care and attention the clan had devoted to their troops. The Larkinson army served as the indispensable protectors of the Larkinson clan. Without the armed forces under its control, the clan would have never been able to survive all of the successive challenges and thrive to this day. In a dwarf galaxy descending deeper into the throes of war, it became more important than ever to secure every possible advantage. This was why all of the Larkinsons were highly receptive towards embracing mystical power. Many Mech pilots found this cultivation business to be weird, dangerous, and unfamiliar. It was decidedly out of their comfort zone, and they could not help but worry about what would happen if they suffered an accident. Mistakes related to Mechs mostly caused the machines to glitch and malfunction. The Mech pilots usually remained safe due to the separation between metal and flesh. Systematic cultivation did not offer this safety buffer. To cultivate was to promote their own self-evolution. To put it in a different way, they directly tinkered with their own lives. Nonetheless, those who fought most often against the native aliens feared systematic cultivation the least. The Larkinsons were already more accustomed to weirdness than usual, so all of these strange new methods were merely an extension of an existing pattern as far as they were concerned. Almost all of the Legion commanders were grinning at the moment. The Larkinson clan was bound to rise even further after its clansmen began to practice the clan-exclusive cultivation methods. The civilians and non-Mech pilots could all choose from a variety of advanced Kai cultivation methods. While they were not that different from the premium versions available in the repository, they represented the future direction that the Larkinson clan wished to take. A future where every clansman could become extraordinary, and where the most excellent among them may have a chance to gain the power of gods one day. As Kedis briefly indulged her own introspection before she resumed her presentation, she directed her attention towards the relatively new Legion commander of the Eye of Ilvain. Derek Cronon was a relatively unfamiliar figure among the leaders of the Larkinson clan. He was a former third raider and a former citizen of the old Ilvain Protectorate. That meant his background was similar to that of the former Legion commander. After the now-maligned town Melon got exiled from the clan, the Eye of Ilvain suffered a leadership vacuum. Derek Cronon had little choice to step up, as he was the only military officer and devout Ilvainan that could muster measure of respect among the insular Ilvainans. Even so, it was hard for the members of the Eye of Ilvain to lift their heads up these days. Even if they had nothing to do with Town Melon's missteps, they still felt their honor had been tarnished by the distorted expert pilot's missteps. Kedis thought that the Ilvainans were taking the betrayal of their former leader a bit too personally. It was difficult to shake them from their current malaise. The Ilvainans were incredibly close and tight with each other. They literally treated each other as close brothers and sisters. Their common faith and belief in the great prophet's words bound them together regardless of their blood. This made it much more difficult for the Ilvainans to get over the affair. Perhaps they needed a reason to close the chapter of the past and open up a new one. The cultivation method that Kedis was about to present might be able to do the job. Commander Cronon, the swordmaster addressed the man with a slightly gentler tone. The Eye of Ilvain is still underperforming in the past half-year. While your troops are fighting adequately enough that few of us have complaints about whether they are doing their duty, their heart is not entirely in the fight. My apologies, Swordmaster. We are coping, but it is difficult for us to move on. I have been trying to nurture the rise of new heroes that can replace our former commander's role, but it will take time to see whether they have what it takes to serve as our new exemplars. Kedis nodded. It is good to hear that you are pursuing a solution. Perhaps our gift may help. Our clan has devised the temporal vision auxiliary Kai cultivation method for you and your fellow Ilvainans. Compared to the other methods, it is the most difficult one to cultivate. This is mainly because it is more abstract than the others. You see, practitioners who cultivate this method much exercise and strengthen their prescience, their pattern recognition, and their weapon precision. On top of that, the method also seeks to increase the practitioner's affinity towards time. That caused multiple people to look surprised. Time affinity. Even if many of the gathered officers possessed a shallow understanding of systematic cultivation, they already understood that there were certain E-energy attributes that were much harder to work with than others. The time attribute ranked at the top in terms of difficulty. It was hard for any cultivator to develop an affinity for time and be able to use that too. manipulate this highly abstract and obtuse concept. Even Commander Derek Cronon had an inkling that this may not entirely go smoothly. "Are you sure, ma'am?" Kedis smiled. "Your Ilvanans will not be alone in this. The cultivation method is devised in cooperation with the Great Prophet. As long as your devoted members pray to him, he may reach out to them and give them a little help in comprehending the power of time. Of course, he is not their personal nanny or tutor. He is willing to lower the difficulty threshold, but he won't do all of the work for you. If there are Ilvanans that fail to develop any affinity to time, then they may be better off practicing one of the more general Kai cultivation methods offered by our clan or the RC's repository. Perhaps it may even be better if these Mech pilots transfer to other Mech legions." Hearing that Ilvain himself may reward its devoted worshippers with his personal guidance melted all of the Commander Cronon's concerns. The man bowed in gratitude. "Thank you. I shall make sure that all of our Ilvanan Mech pilots will prove themselves worthy to receive the Great Prophet's grace. This is an advanced cultivation method, Chronos. It is not as easy to progress as the simple ones. You need to take into account Ilvanan Mech pilots who cannot get started or who can only progress at a snail's pace. Before you develop any misunderstandings, this outcome is not necessarily due to a lack of piety and devotion to Ilvain. Every human is different. We all possess inherent or acquired talents and inclinations. Some of your Mech pilots may not be cut out for developing a relationship with time." The Ilvain commander looked thoughtful at that. "I understand. We should account for failure and a possible schism between those who manage to practice the temporal vision method and those who are not compatible with the scriptures. I know what I need to do to prepare our legion for the future." There was no need for Kedis or the others to mention anything further. It was not good form to interfere with the internal situation of another Mech legion. The Eye of Ilvain needed to be able to sustain itself and solve its own problems. Now that every Mech legion got their new cultivation methods, aside from the Sword Maidens, Kedis saved the best for last. She turned to Commander Sendra Larkinson-Wadden of the Sword Maidens. As far as legion commanders were concerned, Sendra had worked to preserve the soul and traditions of the original sisterhood to the present day. The Mechs, the technology, the enemies and the level of prosperity had changed drastically in the last 2 decades, but the Sword Maidens still remained the same in essence. This was not just due to the efforts of Commander Sendra. Kedis, Venerable Desi, and the distressingly smaller number of original Sword Maidens had gone above and beyond to keep the original blueprint of Lydia's Sword Maidens alive. Of course, changes and adaptations could not be avoided. None of the old-school Sword Maidens wanted to keep everything exactly the same. They used to live much shabbier lives in the past. What was wrong with embracing stronger Mechs and making use of much better training facilities? "Let me be honest with you all," the Sword Maiden said as she began to grasp the hilt of her bloodsinger. "I am split on the development of the Sword Maidens. A part of me wants to stick to promoting traditional swordsmanship among our fellow sisters, knowing that only a minority will be able to exceed their mortal limitations by sheer force of will. This approach towards cultivation has never been about trying to comprehend the laws of the universe or systematically building a fancy palace in your mind. True willpower cultivation is about being more stubborn than ordinary humans and trying your very best to bend the reality around you. I unambiguously believe that this is the purest and most proper approach that traditional swordsmen and swordswomen must pursue in order to stay true to themselves and their swords." Kedis grew more animated as she spoke. She channeled her excitement into her sharp aura as well as her personal greatsword. She sounded like a true warrior at this time. "However, I have to acknowledge that what I have learned in the past few months and years is that there is no single correct approach towards swordsmanship. I have heard vague descriptions from Vess that there is a high chance that the alien swordsmen from Messier 87 fight by harmonizing with the power of the environment rather than appropriating it by force. I can roughly understand how this works. I have even used my own insights to help with developing a few Kai cultivation methods that should resemble the cultivation used by the sword-wielding natives of Messier 87. Her tone clearly lost a bit of fervor at the end. You sound upset, Saint Commander Kaesela Ingvar softly remarked. What is the problem, Kedis? The female swordmaster sighed. I don't like it. I don't like to turn swordsmanship into an art that is more about manipulating the power of E-energy than trying to cut your enemies apart with your overwhelming willpower. A Kai swordsman is too dependent on the external environment to amplify his power. That is a clear vulnerability because unlike Mech's, E-energy radiation is not exclusively under the warrior's control. Everyone is able to harness E-energy. Willpower cultivators can even claim their sovereignty over it and deprive access to their enemies. So you think that setting your sword maidens upon the path of Kai swordsmanship is setting them up for failure? Kaesela guessed. I suppose so, Kaesela. I know that many more sword maidens can become moderately more powerful by practicing a form of Kai cultivation that is compatible with their swordsmanship. But is this what our sword maidens will end up as? Sure, they may become as impressive as the Apocalypse Wardens introduced during the founding ceremony, but I cannot help but feel that a strong enough sword saint or ace pilot can forcefully erase all of their tricks and completely annihilate them if desired. I do not want to lead the sword maidens into the wrong path and cause them to die at a greater rate due to the inherent weaknesses of their cultivation approach. Kaesela gave the woman a sympathetic look. I can understand your concerns, but do you deserve to make this choice for your sisters? They are all mature enough to be able to make their own decisions. Just tell them the pros and cons of different cultivation methods and let them decide on their own future direction. Perhaps there will be many sword maidens that end up making the wrong choice, but that is life. Those that wish to wield the power to bend reality by force must be prepared to fail. Even if they end up squandering their potential, at least they tried. Chapter 64, 91, Sword on the Way. Now that Kedis made a decision, she announced her intentions for their sword maidens. For now, the sword maidens as well as the heaven sworders within our clan should practice the preparatory sword, adept auxiliary Kai and body cultivation method. Different from the other ones, this method not only seeks to improve a practitioner's affinity to the metal attribute, but also seeks to strengthen her fitness. A strong body often results in better swordsmanship. We have made sure it is compatible with most of the people that aspire to become better sword maidens of heaven sworders, but it works out better if they already possess an existing talent in the metal element. Why is it a preparatory method? Commander Melker curiously asked. The word preparatory is included to make it clear that this is only a rudimentary method. I do not want my people to have any misunderstandings about that. Its ceiling is low, and the improvement in power is relatively limited. I tried hard to improve the aspects that can increase the chances of achieving a breakthrough in willpower, as opposed to the alternatives. Does that mean that if the sword maidens or heaven sworders who practice it will not be able to make any significant attainments if they fail to break through? That is correct, Kedis said. Ideally, I would like the sword maidens to commit to this approach. Many sisters will not be able to break through despite the harsh training and sacrifices they endured, but life isn't fair. I would rather have 10 of my sisters turn into powerful expert pilots and gain the power to protect the rest of us than have 1,000 sword maidens break through as sword-wielding Kai cultivators. I feel we firmly need to stick to the elite approach for our sisters. What do you think, Sendra? The sword maiden commander made a firm nod and adopted a firm if almost cruel expression. Your thoughts coincide with mine. Before we joined the Larkinson clan, we endured many greater hardships than now. We have it so much easier these days, but that is not an excuse to grow soft. We cannot allow the name of the sword maidens to degrade. Every true sister must work hard to break their limits. There should be no complaints from them about accepting the toughest and riskiest field assignments. Whether a breakthrough occurs or not, We must not let the possibility of dying deter us from becoming stronger. As long as we commit to this course, we will eventually be able to produce enough breakthroughs to make this effort worthwhile. This was a risky approach, but one that could pay off well. The Sword Maidens did not have as much interest in giving every sister an equal opportunity to grow stronger. They instead chose to commit to the development of future champions. The preparatory sword, adept auxiliary kai, and body cultivation method is ultimately supposed to serve as a precursor to willpower cultivation, Kedis emphasized. There is no good reason to practice it anymore if a sword maiden has chosen to forego the chance. To become an expert pilot and become a kai cultivator instead. I think it would be appropriate to transfer the sister in question to the Heaven Sword Mech Legion. Commander Valerie Chansey looked intrigued. Have you finally decided to organize the Heaven Sworders into a formal Mech Legion as opposed to letting them run around in small Mech units? The Swordmaster nodded. They deserve to have their own Mech Legion long ago. I have not been in a hurry to raise it because I wanted to do it right. Previously, there was not that much that set the Sword Maidens and Heaven Sworders apart. These days, I think that can be changed. The Heaven Sword Mech Legion should be positioned as a broader and more accessible club for sword wielders. There will be a small measure of overlap with the living Sentinels, but I do not think it should pose too much of a problem. The Heaven Sworders should still be fairly serious about swordsmanship. Everyone grew thoughtful at that. This was a big step. The addition of a new Mech Legion demanded a lot of administrative work as well as shifting of assets and resources. It wasn't difficult to create a new Mech Legion in the past, but that was because the Larkinson clan was a lot smaller at the time. Now that it had grown so much, every change involved a lot of work. It couldn't be helped. One of the reasons why Kedis pushed to organize the Heaven Sworders under a formal Mech Legion was because it would become even more troublesome to implement it in the future. Is it necessary for us to maintain 2 dedicated Mech Legions based on pure swordsmanship? Commander Sorrel Larkinson asked. It is not as if the avatars of myth or my own living Sentinels reject the recruitment of serious swordsman Mech specialists. We have already absorbed a fair number of Heaven Sworders who cannot join the Sword Maiden Mech Legion due to their gender. You are correct about that, Sorrel, but I can see the merits in organizing them in a single cohesive Mech Legion, Commander Sendra retorted. Mech Legions like yours have adopted broad and versatile Mech doctrines, where swordsman Mechs are merely treated as offensive tools. It is different in the case of my Sword Maidens. We can do so much more with our swordsman Mechs because we know them best and drill more complicated and effective tactics. Once the Heaven Sworders grow much more powerful with the help of Kai cultivation methods, they can pull off even more stunts. To keep them within the avatars of the living Sentinels will only constrain them from using their best swordsmanship to the fullest. That will not happen within this new Mech Legion. That was a powerful argument in favor of Kedis' proposal, but it did not convince everyone. The conference room began to play host to a mild argument and discussions about the pros and cons of forming a new Mech Legion. The Avatar commander suddenly recalled an important piece of information. Kedis, did you decide to push for the creation of the Heaven Sword Mech Legion? Because of the strange, self-animated sword that carved its way out of that metal sphere. The Swordmaster glanced over at Melker. That is an astute observation. I was working on this proposal longer than that. Seeing the Heaven Sword smuggle its way into the Red Ocean has made me decide that it is better to do it now than later. I do not want to give that bossy weapon an excuse to complain that I have been dragging my feet or neglecting the former citizens of the Heaven Sword Association. I see. Will we have to prepare for the arrival of the Heaven Sword? Kedis paused for a few seconds as she tried to decide how to formulate her answer. I do not wish to sound vain or arrogant, but I am almost 100% certain that the Heaven Sword is on its way for a reunion with me, she slowly stated. I don't know why the sword chose to enter the Red Ocean at this time, when it has always been content to remain in the galactic rim of the Milky Way. Whatever its motivations, as long as it does not hold any ill intentions towards us, having this weapon by our side will probably do more good than harm. It was already powerful in the Milky Way. Now that it has entered a galaxy that can feed it with energy every minute of the day, it is probably growing even more powerful as we speak. We may be able to take advantage of that by borrowing its power to defeat tough opponents, but I am afraid that it will try to push its own ideas onto us. No matter what, we cannot allow ourselves to become its slaves, no matter how benevolent it may appear. The surprise transfer of the Heaven Sword caught Kedis off guard and unprepared. She truly did not know how to handle this soon-to-be-developing situation. Perhaps other people might become ecstatic at the thought of being able to stay in the same room as an impressive grand work. They would even be willing to kill their own parents just to wield such a mighty relic. Kedis was not one of those people. She only recognized the arrival of trouble. The Heaven Sword possessed a mind of its own. It was impossible for a mere swordmaster to control it in any way. Fortunately, the sword was not a complete wildcard to her. Kedis had the pleasure of wielding it or a phantom version of it years ago. That brief moment of contact and cooperation had given her a good insight into what the ancient and respectable weapon was like. Kedis recalled that she had become impressed by its former wielder's swordsmanship and the swordsmith's craftsmanship. Just the thought of the Heaven Sword trying to impose its own ideas onto her and her fellow Larkinsons made her concerned. What if the sword wanted more from Kedis and the Larkinsons? What if it overreached and tried to take over her Mech legions? Powerful relic or not, Kedis would not allow her fellow sword maidens and Larkinsons to become completely subservient to the intelligent sword. Let us leave aside the Heaven Sword for a different meeting. We do not know what it intends to do, why it is heading in our direction, and whether it will stay with us. The Swordmaster calmly said, "For now, we need to plan the adoption of systematic cultivation for every Mech legion. Now that you know what your subordinates will be practicing in the future, do you have any suggestions?" Commander Melker raised his arm. "I do. Since there are auxiliary Kai cultivation methods, there should also be proper Kai cultivation methods. How much of the latter is available?" "Not much, to be honest," Kedis replied. "Most are still in the works. The T Institute prioritized the development of the auxiliary Kai cultivation methods because of the need to enhance the combat power of all of our Mech pilots first. If you, your companion spirit, or anyone else wants to become a full-time Kai cultivator, our clan will gradually release more and more certified Kai cultivation methods. If you are not patient enough to wait for that, you are free to spend your war merits on exchanging a premium curated cultivation method in the RC's repository. We cannot guarantee that you can switch to practicing a Larkinson-exclusive method afterwards, though. There is a chance that you will build an irreversible foundation that cannot be removed without suffering massive consequences. Choose carefully." That caused Melker to frown. During the meeting, he had become more and more impressed with the possibilities offered by Kai cultivation. It might not sound as powerful and absolute as becoming a high-ranking Mech pilot, but he could exercise much more control by selecting which Kai cultivation methods he wanted to practice. Since Melker happened to possess a companion spirit, he was not locked with a single choice. He could practice 2 Kai cultivation methods at the same time, in the hopes of producing impressive synergies. Alternatively, he could also choose to have his companion spirit become a full-time Kai cultivator, while leaving his main self open in the hopes of breaking through one day. Even if that day never came, his powerful companion spirit might be able to make him powerful enough to satisfy his need for power, if only barely. Other Legion commanders made similar calculations. Their command responsibilities often meant that their ability to step onto the path of godhood had crashed. For example, Sword Maiden Commander Sendra had become a lot more mellow and less eager to blindly charge forward, now that she married venerable Brutus Larkinson and became a mother. For Mech pilots and Mech commanders like that, the stabler and less demanding requirements of Kai cultivation was a much better fit for their current lifestyles and outlook. By the way, what does our patriarch think about all of this? Does he plan on pushing Carmine Mech onto us as well? Chapter 64-92, The Implications of Universal Transcendence. I have spoken briefly with Vess about systematic cultivation over the galactic net. Kedys answered the last question. He is fully supportive of any attempt to make our Larkinsons stronger. He is fond of high-ranking Mech pilots, but he is also optimistic about Kai cultivation. The latter will become a growing trend in our society. It is foolish to neglect it, or worse, reject it altogether. Those that commit to Kai cultivation without hesitation will rapidly grow more powerful in the coming years. Our clan cannot afford to be left behind. Kai cultivation is not only useful for Mech pilots, it is also useful for other Larkinsons. Saint Commander Kaesela Ingvar reminded everyone. Our Mech designers, Mech technicians, tactical officers, and so many more people will all become stronger, faster, smarter, and be able to postpone their retirement by decades, if not centuries. Baseline humans will cease to exist in any form. Everyone will become superhuman. That is not a process that we can change. The only difference is to what extent we have grown stronger. That is a process that we can control. The logic was very clear. E-energy radiation had the capacity to directly fuel Kai cultivation. It was a huge waste to let all of that energy fly past, or allow the human body and spirit to passively absorb it in an inefficient manner. Systematic cultivation turned a natural but highly wasteful process into an artificial, but much more brutally efficient strengthening cycle. A part of Kedys did not like it. Compared to the painstaking struggle of trying to hone oneself into an excellent warrior before proceeding to break that limit through willpower alone, the more structured progression pattern of Kai cultivation did not sound so challenging, at least at first. Having read through a dozen modern Kai cultivation manuals herself, Kedys found that their makers felt a compulsive need to classify and categorize everything. Big cultivation steps got split up into multiple smaller steps. This made it easier to make steady incremental progress, but deprived the practitioner of her freedom and ability to deviate from the standard recipe. It all seemed too precise and clinical to Kedys. It was as if they wanted to turn every Kai cultivator into a precise machine. There was little room for variation and choice, which was probably one of the goals. Less variance usually resulted in less accidents. Perhaps she was mischaracterizing modern Kai cultivation, as she had very limited experience with them. The later chapters of most cultivation methods were purportedly a lot deeper and more profound. In any case, not even Kedys could afford to ignore Kai cultivation herself. She did not necessarily need it as a swordmaster, but she definitely needed to rely on it to remain competitive as a Mech designer. Yes, even Mech designers gained access to their own forms of auxiliary Kai cultivation methods. The Red Collective already included several cultivation method series that were tailor-made for Mech designers of any rank and tech level. Kedys enjoyed the rare luxury of being able to acquire useful skills at a reasonable effort through her access to the Mech designer system. However, that did not negate her need to improve her basic attributes, such as intelligence. Becoming smarter and more creative helped enormously in all aspects of Mech design. It was one of the key reasons behind Vess' overwhelming success. Unfortunately for Kedys, the system had suddenly decided to take a 1-month-long break after it decided to undergo an upgrade or whatever. She would not be able to exchange any cheap but necessary enlightenment fruits anytime soon. This unexpected interruption served as a small wake-up call for her. It reminded her that she needed to take Vess' warning seriously about not growing overly dependent on the system's services. Who knew whether it would disappear permanently rather than temporarily one day? Kedys finally recalled that she was doing just fine before Vess introduced the system to her. It was not difficult for her to restore her old mentality and design her mechs without thinking about what sort of system goodies could help her improve her work. With the rapid gains that she had already made in the past year, Kedis grew more and more confident that she would be able to advance to the rank of senior Mech designer sooner rather than later. She previously thought that absorbing enough knowledge to reach the standards of a senior Mech designer would take her the longest. It took long hours of solitary study to master all of the advanced sciences and engineering wisdom of a second-class Mech designer. The study burden was at least 10 times worse if Kedis aspired to become a first-class Mech designer. The meeting continued for half an hour. Many commanders freely raised topics and asked tricky questions about systematic cultivation. They could never be too careful, as a matter as big as this directly affected the success and survival of all of their troops. Kedis also mentioned another important priority. Now that our patriarch has jumped into a high position in the Red Collective, he is able to do much more than before. It should be easier for him to obtain first-class combat carriers, which means that our clan can also field more first-class mechs. He is currently split between recruiting existing first-class mech pilots and promoting them from the ranks of our Mech Legion. The latter used to be unthinkable outside of allocating an EdNet quota to our second-class Mech pilots, but this cultivation business changes everything. As long as our best and most promising Mech pilots practice the intelligent controller auxiliary Kai cultivation method to a high stage, they should be smart enough to acquire the bare minimum of first-class Mech piloting certifications at an accelerated timeline. The gathered Mech commanders all looked surprised. They never thought about it, but now that Kedis mentioned it, it may actually be possible for a second-class Mech pilot to become a first-class Mech pilot a lot easier than before. In the past, it took millions of MTA credits, 5 to 10 years of continuous training and education, and a huge amount of effort for second-raters to competently pilot a genuine first-class Mech. This was without taking the much more difficult-to-control first-class multipurpose Mechs into account. The leaders in the conference room gained a whole new appreciation for systematic cultivation. Even the weaker auxiliary Kai cultivation methods opened up brand new opportunities for a huge amount of Mech pilots. The more far-sighted among them also made a connection between systematic cultivation and the new elites program. The synergy between the two was incredibly strong. The new elites program granted the bravest and most dutiful Mech pilots of any background opportunities that were previously reserved for the wealthiest and most talented first-raters. However, many of the goodies that Mech pilots could obtain through war exchange were not so easy to digest. Auxiliary Kai cultivation methods could help Mech pilots overcome some of the hurdles in their way and rise up much faster than before, thereby allowing them to take better advantage of the benefits of the new elites program. People such as Commander Melker and Commander Sendra realized at this time that even third-class Mech pilots could become first-class Mech pilots as long as they worked and fought hard enough. Any Mech pilot has a chance to qualify for the premier branch of the Larkinson clan. Saint Commander Kaysella Ingvar noted. Unless there are unavoidable circumstances, each of our Mech pilots can earn enough merits and improve fast enough to pilot a first-class Mech within a decade, if not less. What is important, though, is that we keep winning. That was easier said than done, but everyone became more motivated than before. What about us? Melker asked. What if Legion commanders such as ourselves work hard and become eligible to become first-class Mech pilots? Are we allowed to resign from our current positions and transfer to the premier branch? Kedis smiled. If that is what you truly want, I do not think that Vess will mind. None of our Mech legions have set up formal first-class Mech units as of yet, but it is only a matter of time before that happens. If you think that you have already spent enough time leading the avatars of Mechs, then you are free to transfer leadership to a subordinate that you trust to be able to do a good job. I think it may be better if we rotate leadership of the Mech legions on a regular basis, the Saint Commander proposed. None of you should hold onto your positions for an entire generation. There are advantages and disadvantages to maintaining such a long continuity, but I think it is better that the Mech legions must ultimately become strong, independent institutions as opposed to your personal kingdoms. This is not an urgent issue at the moment. We don't know whether we will be able to live past this year. We can discuss a solution later when we can afford to think about the long-term implications of raising the frequency of leadership shuffles. Is there anything else you would like to discuss? A brief pause ensued before the leader of the penitent sisters asked a question. Since all humans will undergo massive improvements with the help of systematic cultivation, I fear that the changes to our clan and society will quickly spin out of control. Yes, I am aware that the Red Collective will not sit around and let us descend into anarchy, but it is still too new to be able to enforce its laws everywhere. I don't think that our clansmen will intentionally hurt others with their newfound powers, but accidents are a different matter. Then there are others who have begun to practice all manner of cultivation methods. I think we need to bolster our security to guard against both internal and external threats. We are already doing that, Ketty said. Maybe not against the threat of cultivators, but we are hardly defenseless. Our planetary branches are the most vulnerable against outside threats, but it should be easy enough for them to invest more in their defensive measures. As for potential dangers from our own ranks, I believe that the Golden Cat is more than up to the task of warning us of any dangerous cases. Naya Goldie communicated without bothering to manifest herself in the conference room. That was a definite confirmation from the ancestral spirit. What if something truly unforeseen happens? The penitent commander pressed. The Red Collective warnings reminds me of what went wrong with Town Mellon and Laney Larkinson. Accidents can happen on the battlefield, and when Mech pilots have become superhuman. Their ability to damage everyone and everything around them has become much stronger than before. Then we need to rely on tougher means to restore order, Ketty's responded. We cannot afford to be too reluctant to resort to force. I hope that our clan won't suffer too many of these incidents, but I can never guarantee what will happen in the future. I have learned that there is a greater chance to make mistakes when attempting to practice the more advanced and complicated Kai cultivation methods. The side effects can include personality shifts, extreme mood swings, a growing propensity towards violence, and so on. This is an outcome that can occur without malice or fault. Those who are more desperate to chase after power are more prone to take the wrong turn. This is not much different from Mech piloting. If you want to make greater achievements in Kai cultivation, then you must pay a greater price and brave greater dangers. This is also why talent is so important. If you are talented in a specific form of cultivation, you can make great achievements without making so many sacrifices. Is there an easy way for people to ascertain their talents, Swordmaster? Not as far as I know. This should be a priority of the Red Collective. Just wait. Chapter 64-93, The Maturation of Caddies. Once the Mech commanders of the Larkinson clan finally wrapped up their meeting, Caddies continued to spend her time on other affairs. She handled the administrative work that was necessary to get the ball rolling on forming the Heavensword Mech Legion. Fortunately for everyone, the Larkinson clan had long anticipated this need. The Heavensworders pretty much half-organized themselves since they volunteered to join the Larkinson clan in order to follow the woman they thought could elevate their swordsmanship to a higher level. Numerous notable leadership candidates had also emerged. Kedys was not in a hurry to appoint one of them to lead the Heavensword Mech Legion. Excellent swordsmanship allowed them to gain the respect and awe of their fellow brothers and sisters, but it did not necessarily translate to superior management and battlefield leadership qualities, as she herself had learned the hard way. Sometimes, a seemingly mediocre leader such as Avatar Commander Melker Larkinson or Sentinel Commander Sorrel Larkinson may end up as the right person for the right job. Instead of taking risks, it may be better for an organization to build itself up at a slow but steady pace. Before trying to do anything adventurous, it was better to focus on completing the basics and build a strong foundation. In any case, Kedis felt optimistic about the future of the Heaven Sword Mech Legion. Once the ancient relic sword arrived from afar, she could easily predict that the members of this new Mech Legion would get all fired up and become more motivated to earn glory on the battlefield. They certainly needed it, as the fighting in the Viola Magnifica system had never ceased. The native alien forces had not yet committed to a full assault in recent weeks, but they made sure to harass the outlying defensive strongholds. From moon bases to fortified asteroids, the native alien forces persistently sought to dismantle these defensive outposts before commencing their decisive attack. The defending humans never expected to maintain these disposable defensive assets. They only sought to delay the native aliens and create opportunities for ambushes and surprise attacks. Half of the strategically important port system therefore descended into a period of frequent skirmishes and small-scale battles. Although the intensity of combat was not too high, the cost to both sides was still considerable. Precious mechs, face fighters, and occasionally warships were getting felled at a constant rate, causing both sides to bleed precious assets that could be used to give them an edge in the upcoming battle. Such encounters had become more frequent as of late. Red humanities, strategists, and tacticians had continually refined their combat approach over the past half-year. Although fighting in this way was not always optimal, it helped to limit the losses after suffering a major setback. It also offered the participating fighters a good amount of tempering without exposing them to excessive risks. It should not be a surprise that Red humanity favored this approach in the hopes of producing more expert pilots and ace pilots. What was strange was that the aliens occasionally showed signs of tacitly cooperating with their human opponents. A competitive spirit had emerged between both sides. No matter what disagreements they may have with each other, neither the humans nor the aliens wanted to lose a fair fight. Many soldiers had come to enjoy the current pattern of warfare. The risk of dying was not too great, and the battles rarely escalated to a point where they needed to stand their ground or face certain death. Of course, the native aliens were not doing this out of the goodness of their hearts, if their physiologies even included these organs. There were times where they lulled their human opponents into a false sense of security before launching a sudden all-out attack that involved more phase lords than usual. This was why the defenders assigned to the Viola Magnifica system could never truly let down their guard. Swordmaster Kedis Larkinson had presided over the expeditionary fleet for a while now, and she became more and more concerned about the immediate future. The 4th Defensive Band had managed to stop the native aliens from pushing any deeper for a remarkable period of time, but it was already becoming more and more tenuous. She intuitively felt that she wouldn't have to wait too long before it finally collapsed. Then they would have to retreat to the 5th Defensive Band, which was the only proper wall left to keep all of the hostile raiding fleets and assault fleets out of human-occupied space. It was not that Red humanity attempted to erect more defensive bands. There were many voices on the galactic net who accused their leaders for being stupid by not investing resources into forming a 6th defensive band. The problem was that it already took a huge amount of resources and logistical assets to prop up the existing defensive bands for so long. The 1st and 2nd collapsed too soon to make any difference, but the 3rd and 4th continually managed to stand firm against relentless alien assaults due to timely and plentiful reinforcement and resupply runs. From the perspective of human leaders, it was more cost-effective to prop up the existing defenses than to frequently erect new ones from scratch. While that certainly ensured that humanity's current borders remained as strongly defended as before, the problem with this policy was that the more internal defenses and strongholds had badly lagged behind. There were still the occasional strongholds and fallback points, but they were too loose and isolated from each other. Many analysts pessimistically predicted that Red humanity was as good as done once the 5th Defensive Band got breached. The solution to avoid this calamity, therefore, became very simple. Red humanity simply had to keep hold of the remaining 2 defensive bands at all cost. This responsibility became more and more difficult to bear when caddies and other clever and perceptive soldiers in the Viola Magnifica system smelled a grand assault on the horizon. The swordmaster felt more and more burdened by the responsibility of navigating the Larkinsons under her auspices through the coming ordeals. Back when she was young, she never imagined that she would become such a worrisome leader. "Sharp, sharp, heaven, heaven!" her possessed blood signer cried out as the great sword bobbed up and down in the air. "Can you feel the approach of the heaven sword?" Sharpie, her companion's spirit, apparently possessed greater sensitivity towards the relic weapon. "Heaven, heaven, heaven!" The swordmaster sighed. The contamination of her companion's spirit gave her cause for concern. What if Sharpie automatically succumbed to the authority of the Heaven Sword? All of the Heaven Sword saints in the past got forcibly converted into the sword slaves of the powerful relic, and that was when the ancient weapon was still in a power-saving mode. Now that the Heaven Sword had entered into a much more favorable medium energy environment, caddies suspected it could do way more with its endless variety of powers than before. What if the old blade decided to make good use of its partially rejuvenated state and take matters into its own hands? There was nothing caddies, St. Commander Casella, or any of the other strong combatants in the Viola Magnifica system could do to resist the Grand Work's actions. Caddies started to understand why Vess felt so aggrieved whenever he interacted with the likes of the Evolution Witch. Their patrons likely harbored goodwill towards them, but that did not mean their meddling was necessarily welcome. Both the Evolution Witch and the Heaven Sword were so powerful that they could ignore a lot of pushback. They were not confined by any normal rules and could do anything so long as they did not cross any bottom lines. With the help of Sharpie's relations with the Heaven Sword, caddies roughly estimated that the powerful self-controlled weapon would probably arrive in another week, maybe longer if it got distracted along the way. I wonder how the Heaven Sworders back in the majestic Teal Star sector are feeling. Caddies mused. The Heaven Sword Association were probably devastated at the loss of the sword that symbolized the second-rate state. Fortunately, there were so many swordmasters over there that they should easily be able to keep their traditions alive. Caddies even guessed that the departure of the Heaven Sword may actually lift a burden off the state and allow its swordmasters to flourish without an overbearing presence at the top. The fact that the Heaven Sword may actually come and shift the burden onto herself and her subordinates was not a good development. The woman kept her concerns, even as she wrapped up her work, related to the Stormblade Samurai Mark Roman II project, and proceeded to move back to her grand stateroom deep inside the spirit of Bentheim. Many Larkinsons greeted or saluted her with respect along the way. Caddies always made sure to take the brief amount of time to nod in acknowledgement, though she did not go further and chat with the clansmen. Now that she had assumed the burden of leadership, Caddies became a lot more attentive on how she presented herself and spoke to her fellow Larkinsons. She briefly paused in front of a reflective surface. Compared to how she looked when she was young, Caddies looked so much more mature and weathered. Her body remained as athletic as ever. She never let up on her exercise and sword training. Her unnatural green hair had made way for a relatively short cut of more natural-looking red hair. Her slightly ornate Larkinson uniform may lack rank insignia, but still conveyed an undeniable sense of authority. Part of this was due to a combination of Caddy's intelligent demeanor. Another part of it was due to Sharpie's willpower. Both factors caused her demeanor to become less aggressive, but no less dangerous. As the Mech designer and swordmaster continued to study her appearance, she liked how she had managed to progress her demeanor. She shed many of the follies of her youth and managed to exude an undeniably mature and reliable temperament. This was a quality that not even Vess was able to match. As brilliant as he had proven himself to be, There was always something about Vess that made people think that he had become incorrigible. There was always a rebellious bone inside him that continually pushed him into making unconventional decisions. Caddies spent a lot of years with Vess, so she certainly understood why he ended up this way. She could not bring herself to imitate her former mentor that closely. The more responsibilities she assumed, the more she felt the need to remain steady and avoid excessive risks. Of course, she did not go as far as to deny her own nature. She still grasped her bloodsinger in her hands and boldly chose to accompany boarding parties into disabled, but not destroyed enemy warships every now and then. Only by letting her greatsword shed actual blood would she be able to progress as a sword master. Caddies still had aspirations to become a sword saint and eventually a sword god, so she insisted on participating in these boarding actions despite the vehement objections of her husband and almost every other Larkinson. Every native alien species presented difficult challenges in boarding combat. The Orvans liked to rely on excessive firepower and traps to hinder boarders from taking over their homeships. The Nuncers were the most fun to fight against, as they disdained tricks and usually liked to fight their enemies head-on, though often taking advantage of their superior mass and numbers. The Zizamales were the most awful species that Caddies had the pleasure to fight against. The less said about the disgusting slime-like race and their horrendously sticky organic warships, the better. While Caddies certainly appeared to grow a lot younger and wilder whenever she indulged in her need to fight with her bloodsinger, she otherwise made a conscious effort to keep herself restrained. There was one decisive reason why she made an effort to grow up and become more responsible. "Mommy, you're back, Mommy." Caddies smiled with genuine joy as she bent down to embrace Kyrian and Mayra. As a mother, she wanted nothing more than to raise her children and see them grow up in front of her eyes. "I am home." Chapter 64, 94, Kyrian's Future Cultivation. As leaders and role models, both Caddies and her husband led busy lives. It was difficult for them to spend enough personal time with each other, especially when the Red Tide Collective loomed over everyone's heads. Nonetheless, neither wife nor husband refused to sacrifice their family time. They were not always able to return to the grand stateroom and enjoy a family dinner together, but they tried to be present often enough to keep their children fulfilled. It was only after Caddies returned home that she let down her guard. Her tough persona faded away as a matronly vibe took its place. As a collection of bots began to deliver numerous dishes on the dining table, everyone began to take their seats and partake in their meals. As the Larkinsons filled their stomachs, they began to chat about what they had done for the day. One topic immediately stood out to the children. "Everyone in school is talking about cultivation." Kyrian Larkinson spoke while chewing on a piece of garlic bread. "Their moms and dads have started to grow noticeably stronger or smarter after they began to practice. We all want to cultivate as well, but the stupid repository doesn't give us access to them. Why do we have to wait until we are 12 years old before we begin to cultivate?" Caddies smiled in a good-natured manner. "Systematic cultivation is dangerous. Even the free methods that are deliberately designed to be easy to learn, and Master can lead you in the wrong direction if you make mistakes or worse, think you are better and try to make careless changes. Children as young as you and your sister are too imaginative and not calm enough to stick to instructions. It is irresponsible to let you cultivate when you are so young." Her son couldn't accept this answer. But when I talked to Andrast, she bragged to me that she had already been practicing a rudimentary cultivation method before the Red Collective was founded. Her father developed a method just for herself. She told me that children who obtained companion spirits don't have to wait until they are 12 before they can begin to cultivate. They can start early. As the children of one of the most prominent couples of the Larkinson clan, it went without saying that both Kyrian and Mayra already received their companion spirits. It was trivial for Caddies and Joshua to secure a pair of companion spirit fruits for their lovely son and daughter. That meant that Kyrian made a valid demand. The 12-year age limit set by the Red Collective had little meaning for children who developed their spiritualities in advance with the help of their companion spirits. Every companion spirit was inherently intangible and made out of E-energy. That meant that even the weakest of them possessed an inherent talent in E-energy manipulation and absorption. In other words, if a child obtained a companion spirit, they essentially possessed enough spirituality of an ordinary adult, if not more. Venerable Joshua laughed when he heard how impatient his son had become. "What did I tell you about trying to grow up too quickly? You are not even 10 years old yet. Slow down. Wait until you are older before deciding what you want to become. If you commit to a cultivation method too early, you will lock yourself to specific jobs. It will be too late for you to change your mind." "I already know what I want to become," Kirian stubbornly pushed back at his father. "I want to become a Mech pilot just like you, Dad. If my genetic aptitude isn't good, then I want to become a swordmaster like Mom, but also become a Carmine Mech pilot at the same time." One of the greatest gifts that Vess had given to a huge amount of children living in the Red Ocean was that he single-handedly broke the nightmare that was looming over their heads for years. Each of them dreaded the day they turned 10 years old and went Thorug, the infamous genetic aptitude test. Once the examiners put a strangely shaped helmet onto their heads, little boys and girls would soon learn whether they were a part of the lucky 3.5% or the deeply unfortunate 96.5% of the population. Even if they were still young, every child was clearly aware that it was much likelier for them to fall into the latter category. That was why children were so afraid of it, to the point where they actually wished they would never grow older than 9 years old, just so that they could maintain their blissful ignorance for a longer period of time. This was why children around the age of 10 or younger cheered the loudest when Vess finally announced his historic yellow jacket models. The existence of Carmine Mechs and the revolutionary Carmine system permanently liberated all of these young and sensitive children from the fear of discovering that Mech piloting was forever beyond their reach. Cadiz and Joshua exchanged glances with each other. Many of these children were not quite aware that becoming a Carmine Mech pilot would be tough, because human society could never allow all children to pursue this career option. The genetic aptitude tyranny may have been cruel to the people who grew up under its reign, but it also played an important moderating function. The development of genetic aptitude was not entirely random, but it was so uncontrollable that it may very well be the case. Neither rich or poor could influence the development of a child's genetic aptitude in any meaningful way. This meant that there was a sense of fairness in the Mech community. The rich and powerful could not monopolize the Mech piloting profession. The poor had a chance to become heroes on the battlefield as long as their genetic aptitude was high enough. All of that threatened to change once Carmine Mechs became available. The limiting factor that prevented people from becoming Mech pilots was not genetic aptitude, but other factors such as background and capital. Of course, Cadiz and Joshua were both powerful and wealthy enough to allow for both of their children to dedicate their lives to becoming Carmine Mech pilots. They were not the ones who stood to lose in this new contest. They were much more concerned for other parents and children. The Larkinson clan had a need for talented and loyal Mech pilots, but their demand was not high enough to accommodate every single child with a dream. Sooner or later, the clan needed to formulate a policy that raised a lot of barriers to prevent too many of its descendants from becoming Carmine Mech pilots, as opposed to Mech designers or starship personnel. The amount of manpower required to fulfill those other responsibilities were much greater. It was impossible for any organization to sustain itself with Mech pilots alone. The combat power of a Mech force was not decided by the amount and quality of Mech pilots alone. The support structure around Mech pilots was just as important. The clan needed to think carefully on which children were allowed to become Carmine Mech pilots. "Let us wait until you are 10 years old before we decide further whether piloting Mechs should be your future, Kirian," the mother said. As for practicing a cultivation method, I will see what I can arrange for you. As far as I know, there is another reason why children under the age of 12 cannot responsibly practice cultivation. Their comprehension is usually too poor to make great achievements. You can only practice the simplest methods, and only the first chapters at that. Don't expect to make much progress unless you are a genius. Kirian was a designer baby and had been raised under good conditions. He was not stupid, yet there was still gap between himself and a genuine monster like Andrast. Larkinson. Both children dedicated a lot of time on practicing their swordsmanship, but Andrast's study load was much higher due to her superior capabilities. While Kedis could afford to grant her son powerful augmentations and help him enroll in a first-class school, she was reluctant to subject Kirian to so much pressure when he was still so young. Besides, if her son wanted to become a swordmaster or expert pilot so badly, developing his heart could make a much more positive difference than stuffing lots of theoretical knowledge in his head. The simpler auxiliary Kai cultivation methods are sufficient for you, Kedis told her son. Don't obsess too much over them. Just use them to increase your comprehension and speed up your studies. If you truly want to become a strong warrior like your father and I, then you need to be more active rather than sitting around while engaging in mental gymnastics several hours a day. There is an inherent contradiction between Kai cultivation and willpower cultivation that cannot be reconciled. You can either choose to overcome wall by chipping away at its weak points or bashing it apart by relying on brute force. The former approach is clever and efficient. The latter approach is powerful but much more difficult to attain. It is up to you to decide which one you prefer the most. I don't want to outthink my problems. I want to outfight them, Kirian decisively spoke. Since Dad has become an expert pilot and you have become a swordmaster, there is no reason for me to be any worse. I will completely work to become a swordmaster or expert pilot myself. Hey, I just thought of something. Since I have a companion spirit, is it possible to become an expert pilot and swordmaster at the same time? Venerable Joshua made a noise of concern. That sounds crazy. I don't know what will happen. As promising as it sounds, I don't think it will be easy to accommodate two different kinds of willpower in the same body. You could either become the most powerful warrior of red humanity, or you might literally split yourself apart if you can't reconcile two different but equally powerful wills. Don't mess around with things like this. Your mother is right. Cultivation becomes most dangerous when clever little munchkins like you think you can game the system. What if it works? If I can really become an expert pilot and swordmaster at the same time, then I can become twice as strong as you at the same rank. Though Kedis liked to believe her son was clever and educated enough to know that his proposal had a high chance of producing a deadly accident, she still worried whether he would try to pull it off anyway. Fortunately, it was anything but easy to surpass the extraordinary threshold through willpower. Trying to do it twice in a reasonable time frame was even less likely. So far, Kirian was too young to possess the qualities that could trigger a breakthrough. Kedis would rather have her son muddle around for a few decades before finally deciding on his future course as a soldier or anything else. If he insisted on following the footsteps of his mother or father, then Kedis at least wanted him to develop only one form of extraordinary willpower. He or his companion spirit that had not broken through in this manner could easily increase his versatility and fault tolerance by practicing a complementary Kai cultivation method. This was the ideal cultivation plan that a worried mother had devised for her rambunctious son. However, Kedis was afraid that if she tried to impose it on him, Kirian would just rebel and try to pull off an extreme stunt out of her sight. Oh, Kirian! Raising children was never easy. Despite the fact that Kirian had turned into a growing source of concerns, Kedis never ceased to love her son. It was precisely because she worried so much about him that she wanted to shower him with love. Chapter 64, 95, Diligent Mayra. As the family continued to partake in their dinner, Cadiz eventually proceeded to shift her attention to Mayra. Unlike her son, who possessed black hair but already started to shape up into a small swordsman, her daughter lacked the sharp edge that came with training weapons and learning how to kill in the most brutally efficient way possible. Both Cadiz and Joshua were already more than satisfied with raising their son into a mighty soldier or warrior. Fighting could never be avoided in this day and age, and they wanted at least one of their children to be able to protect their loved ones by themselves. Mayra therefore had the luxury of pursuing other career options. The mother and father therefore made deliberate choices to steer Mayra away from more violent professions and develop a liking for more peaceful and productive pursuits. Fortunately, Mayra developed an early love for designing mechs. She deeply looked up to her mother and built up a keen interest in learning how to play around with mechs. Just like little Marvane, Mayra had already begun to play with Meccano sets. Although her progress was not particularly fast, the fact that she was enjoying the process of putting different parts together and trying to invent better configurations was already enough to make her parents satisfied. "How is your progress at school, Mayra?" "My teachers say that I am doing well. My companion spirit helps me learn and remember the study material faster. I am also getting better at calculating sums. My math teacher even allows me to study ahead and try to solve equations from the textbooks meant for older students, but it is harder for me to do so. I get stuck more often and have to skip to other problems. Can you look at my work and help me solve the most difficult problems?" Cadiz smiled indulgently at her daughter. "Math is easy and fun at first, but it can quickly get more and more complicated. If you ever get stuck, don't try to look up the answer on the galactic net or ask me how to solve it. Just go over the latest chapters of your textbooks and try to find a connection between theory and problem. As long as you think hard enough, you will figure out the answer eventually. Only by doing this over and over will you train your problem-solving skills." Mech designers have to solve hundreds of problems like this every day, and their difficulty is much harder the more sophisticated your mech becomes. If you cannot solve the low-level problems of these textbooks, you can forget about designing mechs in reality. It was not quite fair to expect her daughter to solve problems in textbooks meant for students who were several years older than herself, but Cadiz believed her precious girl was up to the task. "Can I cultivate as well?" Mayra pleaded. "I have heard that there are many methods that can directly make you smarter. I can solve these problems much easier after I have begun my practice." "No, Kyrian may be old enough to dip his toes into cultivation, but you are still too young. The risks are too great, companion spirit or not. Wait until you are as old as Kyrian before you ask me this question again. You'll be old enough to improve your control over yourself. We will also know much more how Kai cultivation methods work with cases like yours. Right now, we still do not fully understand the positive and negative effects of cultivation in relation to children with companion spirits. Unlike a certain infamous Larkinson Mech designer, Cadiz was not so eager to use her own children as test subjects. The reason why she reluctantly allowed her son Kyrian to practice an auxiliary Kai cultivation method was because of his slightly greater age and the mental tempering that came with repeated swordsmanship practice. Having taught Kyrian herself, Cadiz had already sought to mold her boy into an indomitable swordsman. This made his mentality harder and better able to resist external shocks. Mayra lacked this quality, so she wouldn't be able to endure as much stress. It was better for the girl to take it easy for a few years. Cadiz continued to chat with her daughter. Her lips curled in pride when she saw the shadow of herself in her daughter. In fact, the mother felt proud of both of her son and daughter. Kyrian had taken after the swordmaster side of Cadiz. The mother felt that Kyrian would definitely be able to inherit her swordsmanship legacy. The one regret that Cadiz had when training Kyrian into a swordsman was that he would not be able to join the Sword Maidens. Unless he made the radical and somewhat risky decision to undergo a medical procedure that could turn him into a woman, Kyrian would not be able to join the Sword Maidens. Cadiz did not really feel upset about this. She would have insisted on bearing another daughter if she deeply wanted to dedicate an offspring to the Sword Maiden Mech Legion. The truth was that she never felt a strong urge to do so. To Caddies, the Sword Maidens was a sisterhood. Every member of this elite and highly offense-oriented Mech Legion was a sister in thought if not in blood. All true Sword Maidens had long shed their attention towards bloodlines and fully embraced each other as their new family. It felt wrong for Caddies to specifically raise one of her daughters so that she would become eligible to become a Sword Maiden. The Sword Master did not see the point in this, as she already had many sisters in the Sword Maidens already. The addition of her daughter only added one more relative to the lineup, which did not sound impressive in the slightest. In any case, Caddies felt no regret if none of her female descendants ever chose to join the Sword Maidens. Her love and affection towards the Sword Maidens compelled her to do whatever it took to keep the Mech Legion pure. The sisterhood developed by its members remained untainted by selfish and corrupting thoughts, and she would never wish to break such a treasure. Mayra, since you have been playing with Meccano for a while now, have you developed a preference for a specific Mech archetype? Have you taken a liking for swordsman Mechs like your mom, or do you prefer to work with other Mech types? Mayra scrunched her face in a cute manner. I can't make up my mind. I love all of the Mech types, Mommy. I tried to put together multiple swordsman Meccanos with the basic melee Meccano set, but it's too boring. I don't want to play with Mechs armed with only swords all of the time. I tried to put together a Meccano armed with swords, spears, and halberds. I really like that last one. It has so many different ways to cut that you can do a lot with this weapon. I don't know why it is more popular. I have also been trying out the basic ranged Meccano set, but the toy weapons only fire weak light rays or tiny foam bullets. It is fun to see the tiny weapons fire a dozen times, but then it gets boring. I am thinking about designing a Doomcrawler next. I haven't made that before. You shouldn't try to explore radically new configurations too soon. I think you have plenty more Meccanos that you can design with the existing sets. I won't buy additional sets for you as it will only do more harm than good. Awa. Hearing about Mayra's latest explorations with Meccano caused Caddies to frown. The mother felt slightly disappointed that Mayra had not yet developed her love and passion for swordsman Mechs. Another part of Caddies felt concerned that Mayra may have become too flighty or indecisive. All of that bouncing around reminded the journeyman Mech designer of Vess. The patriarch of the Larkinson clan also possessed a restless spirit. He never seemed content to design many variations of the same Mech or Mech type. He always chased after novelty, which was one of the reasons why he worked so hard to innovate. Was Mayra beginning to develop in the same sort of Mech designer? It would be scary if that was the case. As her mother, Caddies felt an undeniable responsibility to educate her little girl and firmly teach her that the best approach towards Mech design was to pick a narrow range and stick to it for the rest of her career. My girl, the future Mech designer of the Larkinson clan. Joshua spoke as he already began to imagine the splendid sight. Be patient, Mayra. It will still take many years before you can graduate as a Mech designer. That gives you plenty of time to decide what sort of Mech you want to design. There was not much more to talk about with Mayra as she was still too young. It would take years before she participated in a genetic aptitude test and found out what sort of talent she possessed. Wait! Her eyes suddenly lit up as she recalled a previous but related discussion. Joshua was sharp enough to notice his wife's distraction. What is it, Caddies? I suddenly had a good idea. One of the problems associated with systematic cultivation is that people are unclear of their talents and affinities to different E-energy attributes. I was thinking, can we develop a way to measure the relevant data and calculate the talents and affinities of a human? I think we can prevent many people from making decisions that they would regret due to incompatibility. That sounded like a helpful suggestion. Information about systematic cultivation was still too sparse and inconsistent. Modern society thrived on information. Bad or unknown data could ruin anyone's calculations. Even Joshua recognized the immense value of being able to precisely determine one's cultivation qualifications. That sounds like a great idea, my dear. How will you be able to implement such a device? I have my ideas, Kedis tested as her thoughts spun for a moment. The test has to be conducted on a spiritual level. The MSDS is perfect for this. It already exists, and it has accrued a monstrous amount of data that allowed it to reach a more perfect state. It should be able to conduct discrete measurements on the Mech pilot's spirit to quickly ascertain that person's qualifications. That only works for Mech pilots and maybe Carmine Mech pilots, Joshua retorted. Maybe the Golden Cat can gather this information on her own initiative. She is already connected to every clansman. Kedis still shook her head. You may very well be right, but it is not a universal solution. The MSDS has the advantage that it can be accessed by people outside of our clan, though only after paying us in face water. We may as well introduce a new service while we are at it. These are also the soldiers whose qualifications we need to know the most. The Swordmaster became more and more optimistic about expanding the functionality of the MSDS, but she needed to have a good talk with Vess in order to implement this demand. In fact, Kedis also wanted to talk to him about expanding the MSDS. She understood a part of the reason why he had restricted its proliferation. It cost energy to operate a new instance every time a Mech pilot connected to it. The MSDS became a growing burden to maintain upon active use. Earning a profit within 24 hours was not always guaranteed. Previously, the MSDS had to be run sparingly in order to avoid draining its reserves. Now, abundant access to E-energy radiation caused everything to enjoy a glut of energy. The main problem that hindered the proliferation of the MSDS had crumbled after the start of the Age of Dawn. Not only was the MSDS able to maintain a positive energy balance a lot easier than before, it also began to acquire more complex and mysterious characteristics due to constant E-energy exposure. Chapter 64, 96 Teach Me. Vess spent a lot of hours aboard the Dragon's Den. He toured every department and inspected every major research project. The Larkinson Biotech Institute had expanded quickly and became highly productive. It also experienced a lot of growth pains, but good management helped to smooth over many issues. The main factors holding the LBI back was that it assumed way too many responsibilities in so little time. Vess recognized that he was partially to blame for that. He kept on acquiring cool new stuff before ordering his pet biotech researchers to conduct R&D on his new acquisition. Doing that once or twice was not a big deal, but doing it many times over significantly burdened the LBI's workload. Now that you have seen how we have become burdened by too much work, I hope that you can reconsider your past decisions. Vice Director Maria Abselin eventually made a final plea when the long and exhausting tour came to an end. We can vastly increase our progress if we collaborate with the Phase Lord Department of the Red Collective. Their researchers have developed a systematic approach to human Phase Lord cultivation that has broken much new ground. We can overcome many hurdles and borrow many existing solutions if we work side by side with our peers in the RC. Doing so will force us to share our own research progress with the collies, but they will also have to share their insights into adapting facewater organs for human usage. We consider this to be a fair trade. Vess frowned, signaling that he was not happy with this proposal. That is unacceptable, Vice Director. My concern isn't about earning a profit or loss in a transaction. It is confidentiality. Letting too many outsiders work on core facewater organs that will become a part of my combat system is a huge security risk. Not only will it increase the chances that our collaborators may slip in nefarious bioprogramming, but they will become much more aware of my strengths and weaknesses as a Phase Lord, thereby allowing them to prepare highly effective countermeasures. Vess did not think that he could rely on the goodwill and promises of other people and groups. He still decided to keep everything in-house. The Larkinson Biotech Institute had its flaws, but he was certain it remained in the palm of his hand. He could not say the same for other research institutions. Despite knowing that the Red Collective was far ahead in terms of understanding and deciphering human phase Lord cultivation, Vess still believed in the importance of doing everything himself. He was already preparing for a contingency, where the support structure of human civilization no longer loomed above their heads. Vess did not spot any strong indications that human civilization in the Red Ocean may enter a freefall in the future. However, his intuition had become quite strong, and it currently told him that he would be a fool to rely on the assumption that everything would remain the same. The Milky Way was not the only galaxy that would undergo major upheaval in the near future. While that strengthened the argument that the LBI needed to become more self-sufficient, leaning too much in this direction would slow everything down. That was unacceptable to Vess. He needed to upgrade and expand his face-water organs sooner rather than later. Vice Director Abselin, if you truly wish to transact with the Phase Lord Department of the RC, you are permitted to do so under limited circumstances. If you can exchange knowledge that is vital to you with knowledge or goods that are not too critical, you can go ahead. Knowledge sharing may be good for our civilization as a whole, but we cannot selflessly dedicate ourselves to the good of our race if we cannot address our more personal needs as well. The current woman in charge of the LBI smiled in evident relief. Thank you for heeding my words. This measure alone can significantly reduce our work burden on the face-water organ projects. Make sure to prioritize research on the Lesser Kali organ. Its functions are incredibly useful to me and can help me become more productive. You can slow down progress on studying the other face-water organs as long as you are confident that you can speed up your progress on the research that matters. After Vess stated his demands, the work visit finally came to an end. Just after he picked up a bored-looking Lucky and returned to the Tarask, he received an unexpected call from Caddies. Guessing that she may wish to talk on more substantive topics, Vess sighed and settled in his office at the design lab before he accepted the communication request. Hello, Caddies. What brings you here today? The Sword Maiden went straight to business. There are a number of topics I want to address with you. First, I'd like to share the feedback and reception towards the introduction of Larkinson-exclusive auxiliary Chi cultivation methods. Overall, the Legion commanders have been highly receptive towards them. It is hard to say whether they will remain enthused once their subordinates start to practice the advanced methods on a wide scale, but for now they are swayed by all of the possibilities. That is natural. The ones that we have devised for our Mech pilots cannot be any less effective than the premium curated cultivation methods available in the repository. The gathered leaders are also sharp enough to wonder how a companion spirit might change the game. They are already researching the available options to develop the most optimal combinations according to their vision. Vess curled his lips into a smile. I am not surprised. You can do a lot more when you have a little incarnation at your disposal. You and I are excellent examples of how we have managed to leverage our companion spirits to enhance our capabilities. That said, I cannot rule out the possibility that the wrong choices can lead to anti-synergy. Our clansmen need to receive enough instructions about the dangers of recklessly mashing two volatile and incompatible attributes together. Do you truly believe that will become a problem, Vess? Yes. Don't underestimate people's stupidity. Most of these guys haven't honed their sensitivity to the point where they can instinctively feel that what they are doing is dangerous. We need to treat this with a firm hand. The two talked a bit more on the problems that may arise with the introduction of Carmine Mechs at an early stage. There was no need for either of them to impress anyone at the moment, so they did not hold back when sharing their criticism. All right, enough chatter about this, Caddies. What is the true reason why you called me? You are radiating a noticeable sense of urgency. If you want the simple answer, it is because I have developed new ideas of the MSDS. Have you forgotten about it already? One of the reasons why our Larkinson Mech pilots and the pilots of other well-known Mech families have been able to adapt so quickly is by frantically training inside the simulated space generated by the mental simulation training system. I have not forgotten about the original reason why he made this device. That was not entirely true. Vess had become so swamped with responsibilities that his determination to improve the MSDS continually got pushed down his priority list. Upgrading the MSDS became more and more important, especially when Vess considered a huge amount of influx of Carmine Mech pilots. It would be much easier for them to prove their ability to pilot Mechs ahead of time if they were able to experiment freely with their techniques and methods. Vess eventually sighed. The fact of the matter is that I don't have the time to upgrade the MSDS right now. I have too many obligations. I urgently need to help my wife complete the designs for the Amaranto Mark Roman III, Riot Mark Roman III, and the Minerva Mark Roman II. Their expert pilots have already waited too long to obtain upgraded machines. The Swordmaster's expression softened. You are correct about that. They do deserve to receive their new machines. Anticipation for the Minerva Mark Roman II is especially high in our clan. That said, improving the MSDS has the potential to benefit far more Mech pilots than the Larkinsons and our allies. With the continued spread of living Mechs and Carmine Mechs, the MSDS can quickly help Mech pilots acquire new skills and improve their existing ones in a vastly superior simulated environment. Vess truly felt torn between these two priorities. He really wanted to work on the high-ranking expert Mechs for the next few months, while also designing the Rule Breaker project on the side. He suddenly gained a brilliant new idea. Wait, Caddies, your schedule should be rather clear after you have finalized your Stormblade Samurai Mark Roman II project, correct? His former student nodded. That is correct. I was thinking about designing a swordsman Carmine Mech as well as a machine that is suitable for the Heaven Sword. Mech Legion. Oh, have I mentioned that we should finally get serious about raising this Mech Legion? I have no objections to it as long as everything is done properly. I imagine that the unexpected arrival of the Heaven Sword may have given you plenty of motivation to get the ball rolling. I can't deny that it has played an important motivating factor, Keddies admitted. I think it is prudent for us to not give the powerful sword a reason to grow upset at us. In any case, we can handle the work involved with raising the Heaven Sword Mech Legion. That should keep you a little busier, but not to the point of where you can assist me. Caddies, would you like to work on the MSDS on my behalf? What? I do not understand anything about the underlying technological principles behind the operation of the MSDS. I do not have the qualifications to work on this game. I disagree. Vess shook his head. Even if you are not quite as aware of the dangers lurking in the shadows, you are a fast learner. I can tutor you on the bare basics needed to understand the mystical design and programming of the MSDS. Perhaps it is better to introduce a fresh perspective on this project. It doesn't matter if you lack the skills to modify the MSDS. You can always share your ideas with me. I can decide what to implement and what I should leave alone. This gave Caddies greater confidence in her new assignment. This was a good opportunity for her to learn e-technology and enrich her own options. Vess made a big step today. Caddies could tell how much he had to overcome his paranoia and suspicion in order to give Caddies the right to make changes to a mysterious realm with wonderful applications. She was partially afraid that she might botch her work and trigger a flood of accidents that ultimately led to the destruction of all of their work. That was not a good reason for her to reject change. The situation in the border regions had always grown worse over time. Caddies had already decided to unveil her ability to cut a tear into a different dimension once the Heaven Sword arrived. As long as the weapon chose to stick around and allow Caddies to swing it every now and then, she already planned to use this ancient grand work as the ultimate excuse to explain all of the drastic improvements. Nobody knew what exactly the Heaven Sword was capable of. However, recorded history already described many different dazzling powers. The weapon was meant to be used, no matter in war or in peace. Before the Heaven Sword was about to arrive and change her life trajectory forever, Kedis focused back on the original request. If Vess was willing to let Kedis improve the MSDS, then she would definitely do the best possible job. "Teach me, please. That is what I am for, Kedis," Vess grinned. Chapter 64, 97. Do you dare accept the evolution witch's favor? Vess gave Kedis a crash course in e-technology over the galactic net. He was not able to devote too much time on these tutoring sessions, but he made sure to give the Swordmaster plenty of reading material and homework in order to help her get accustomed to using her new theories. There was not much he could convey to her under the current circumstances. This was why Vess kept everything simple and stripped out any superfluous steps. He should have taught her e-technology years ago, but he had become so busy after the Great Severing that he had neglected this particular obligation. The good news was that Kedis already comprehended a part of the basics of e-technology. She had to be able to master at least this much in order to imbue her characteristic swordsman Mech with her swordsmanship styles. After verifying where she stood in this field, Vess understood that he needed to broaden her skill set. She could invest more time in deepening her existing skills and applications in her own time. What he needed to do right now was to broaden her horizons by giving her a lot of new tools and theories. By expanding her theoretical framework, Kedis would be able to figure out how to piece different fundamental building blocks into more advanced amalgamations that could be used to solve more complex problems. That was all Vess sought to do in the next few days. He did not want to be greedy and eat up too much of his time. Kedis had ultimately chosen to go her own way instead of inheriting his design philosophy. There was no need for Vess to bestow her his entire heritage of specializations. She wouldn't be able to digest it because she lacked the passion and interest for his more profound works. All he needed to do was to give her a broad primer on e-technology so that she could paint her canvases in her own distinct style. The MSDS already carried a strong flavor of Vess and Vulcan. They exercised their creativity and added the functions they believed were important. However, their perspectives could only encompass so many features. A substantially different Mech designer such as Kedis might be able to recognize gaps and develop new functions that Vess could have never imagined. In fact, if this little experiment yielded successful results, Vess even thought about giving Alexa administrator access to the MSDS as well and see what she could do with it. As a highly educated first-class Mech designer, her outlook on Mech was substantially different. He looked forward to seeing what she might add to the MSDS on her own. Initiative. In any case, Vess continued to teach and tutor Kedis about the basic aspects of e-technology that the latter had not already learned or fully comprehended. Since e-technology was still a very new discipline, there was not much ground to cover. Vess also lacked a strong enough foundation to be able to effectively teach the vaguer and more esoteric concepts. While Vess made a conscious effort to make his teachings simple enough for a Mech designer like Kedis, the woman clearly needed more time to fully digest what he taught. "This is all I can spare to you at this time," Vess said in an apologetic tone. "You should review the study material that I have transmitted to you in your own time. They contain a combination of standard theories compiled by the Red Collective and additional notes that convey my personal understanding. The latter is what makes my work unique, but don't lean too hard on it. You have reached the stage in your career where you need to innovate rather than imitate." The physical projection of Kedis nodded in understanding even as she petted Lucky's back. "I know. I am not a novice or apprentice anymore. I think I need to spend a couple more weeks completing my homework. Once I am done, I already have a good idea on how I want to apply my skills." "Oh, would you like to share your proposal?" "Not yet. I am not confident I can implement it in your MSDS. I don't want to introduce a promising idea to you, only to come back later and tell you I can't get it to work." "Suit yourself then." The pair talked a bit more about how Kedis should access the MSDS, and what she needed to pay attention to when she began to work on the underlying programming and logic engines. The MSDS is entirely based on E-energy, but it has become so much more after years of exposure to a lot of Mech pilots. While there is definitely an element of mysticism going on, the programming is based on modern standards, so you don't have to be afraid of getting lost in all kinds of obtuse descriptions. Keddies smiled at that. This is good to hear. If the logic of the MSDS is at least somewhat understandable, I should be able to wrangle it with my own programming capabilities. Thank you again for teaching me your personal insights on e-technology. Your take on this new field is much different from others. It will be difficult for me to make my own mark, but I will try my best. After giving Keddies a few more tips, the two eventually ended their last remote teaching session. Meow. Lucky lost his comfortable perch when the connection cut off. The cat could only float in the air and gaze at Vess before snobbishly turning his head around. Meow, meow, meow. Vess rolled his eyes at his cat, but did not bother to waste his time on this matter. He had a lot of work to do due to his new responsibilities, and he preferred to complete as much of it as possible before the Blue Jay fleet finally returned to New Constantinople. As he dealt with various issues, he received a strange offer out of the blue. Normally, his personal assistant threw away every proposal that turned out to be junk for one reason or another. The amount of people trying to scam Vess or take advantage of him was astronomical. If not for the expansion of his staff, it would have taken forever to sort through all of the incoming messages that were not immediately labeled as spam. Even if a proposal made by a third party sounded rather dubious, as long as it seemed legitimate enough and satisfied the interests of the Larkinson clan, Vess was not entirely opposed to signing an agreement, but only if there were strong guarantees in place. Vess almost froze when he read through the letter. He looked up at Gavin with a certain degree of unease and trepidation. Is this legitimate? Yes, the proposal is sent straight to Professor Vector Lobin, who promptly verified its authenticity before transferring the documents to myself in person. The codes and other markers match. The contents of the files are authentic. The seal of the God pilot can be faked, but absolutely no one dares to commit such a suicidal act. Impersonating a God pilot in any way was a dead sentence in a society that revered them as gods in human form. Now that Vess gained a bit of reassurance, he quickly skimmed through the letter for the 5th time in order to make sure he had not missed anything critical. The Evolution Witch is actually willing to reward me by personally helping St. Isabel coat and heal and reconstruct her body in advance. That is what is offered in the letter, boss. The lack of any time frame makes it unclear how long it will take for our most heavily injured high-ranking Mech pilot to regain her body and fighting capabilities, but I estimate it may take 2 years or less. That is a much more favorable time frame for us than the 5 years projected by the Larkinson Biotech Institute. No offensive, Vess, but if I had to choose between the original plan and the Evolution Witch's proposal, I would go for the latter 100% of the time. Vess had a different take on this matter. He knew what the Evolution Witch was truly like. That woman never did any charity and always had an ulterior motive in mind. Had the God pilot embedded a trap in this seemingly innocent and sincere-sounding proposal? Was there a greater plot behind this seemingly simple process? Was she intending to poach St. Isabel Coton under his nose? His paranoia refused to accept the most obvious outcome that divine Lucy Miyazaki casually found out about Isabel's situation and gave her charity. While Vess struggled to find an answer, Gavin applied his logical reasoning to the situation. It is highly unlikely that the Evolution Witch is willing to betray your trust and compromise St. Isabel. You should get a verbal promise from her just to be certain. It is not an insult to make this reasonable demand. Still, Vess gnashed his teeth. The LBI formed a 5-year plan. One of them involved buying out a first-class genetics research institution. The next step is to develop a cybernetic body so that Isabel can come back better and stronger. The plan may be slow, but it should have been steady and comfortable. If the evolution witch can rebuild St. Isabel's body in a short time frame, then I cannot responsibly ignore this offer. Gavin shook his head in disbelief. Have you considered that the evolution witch is helping you gain a strong protector and alien killer out of the goodness of her heart, as well as a genuine appreciation for an up-and-coming ace pilot? Perhaps she believes that we cannot afford to let every injured saint languish in their recovery pods and wants to restore them to their peak conditions as soon as possible. The current state of the Red War is precarious. Any ace pilot that can be brought back to the battlefield will make us a little more secure. Depending on how long the treatment lasts, there is a significant chance that we won't have an ace mech ready for her. Vess grumbled. My wife and I plan to take our time on the Promethea Mark Roman II project. If we can expect Isabel Coton to return healthy and eager to pilot a powerful new machine, she may have to wait half a year or longer just to obtain her coveted machine. That was anything but optimal. His wife might adore the opportunity to participate in the design of a powerful ace Mech, but she would definitely grow angry at the disruptions of her schedule for the upcoming year. Do not decide this matter on your own, Gavin urgently advised his superior. Think about it. Share it with your friends and colleagues that you can trust to remain discreet. Gather their feedback and decide what must be done to St. Isabel Coton. Was Vess need to control the variables strong enough to resist the incredible convenience of leaving Isabel's body with the leader of the R-ray transhumanist faction? Who knew how adventurous the human biodisaster could be? She probably could not wait to conduct live experiments. The two choices offered an extreme contrast with each other. One of them offered a steady and low-risk way of restoring and improving St. Isabel. Vess would always hold the initiative and had no obligation to share it with others. The other one offered great convenience and speed, yet there was too much of a risk that Isabel would get compromised along the way. Vess genuinely suffered a dilemma. Both options had their own pros and cons. Once he added them all up, their scores roughly remained equal to each other. This certainly did not help Vess make up his mind whether he should take the evolution witch at face value, or assume that her offer turned out to be another poison chalice. Hours passed by without any resolution. This too difficult. Vess practically wanted to tear his hair out. This dilemma was driving him nuts. Chapter 6498, who chooses only a fool like you would think about rejecting the evolution witch's goodwill. You don't know her as well as I do, Gloriana. Everything she says has double meanings, and everything she does is tinged with ulterior motives. The evolution witch's infamy is completely justified. She is your backer. She is on your side. Why are you being so unreasonably suspicious about her motivations? Get a grip, Vess. St. Isabel Coton deserves better than remaining stuck in a vat with just her brain and parts of her spine intact. Who knows whether the LBI that you love so much is capable of fully reconstructing her body? You are expecting far too much from your biotech researchers. Rather than make this uncertain gamble, we are all better off if you transfer St. Isabel to the evolution witch's care. Vess let out a frustrated grunt as he pushed back against the projection of his wife. You are being too naive. This situation is anything but simple. You are disregarding the value of keeping all of our efforts in-house, and you are overestimating the evolution witch's good intentions. Just because she is a god pilot doesn't mean you have to chuck away all of your common sense and engage in blind obedience. I cannot believe how you can still remain stubborn when the life of one of our precious ace pilots is at stake. Do you think St. Isabel wants to remain incomplete and infirm for 5 whole years? It is pure torture for a model soldier like herself to remain stuck in recovery. Your caution is well-founded at times, but this time you are completely off the mark. You are being too paranoid for no good reason. I am just doing my due diligence as a clan leader. It is you that is wrong. You accuse me of being paranoid, but the way I see it, you are way too gullible for your own good. The clan would have been ruined already if you were in charge. You insolent boy, do not accuse me of being incompetent when you have failed to arrange superior treatment to Saint Is. Vess emphatically transmitted the command that forcibly ended the call. It also blocked any form of communication from his wife for at least 2 hours. It also transmitted an instruction to his personal assistant and his staff to not convey any messages sent from his wife. He had issued this string of commands so often that he had turned it into a custom macro command. It only took a single thought to activate this handy sequence of instructions. There were times when talking with his wife could lead to productive results, and there were times when they were less than useful. As much as Vess grew annoyed at his wife's lack of caution, he could not entirely dismiss her arguments. She was not actually stupid. She just tended to put way too much undeserved trust in female authority figures. If Vess removed this particular factor, he could still find arguments that favored the evolution witch's proposal. As tricky as she may be, she still adhered to a bottom line, even if it was a lot lower than that of other god pilots. In any case, the evolution witch had formed a close partnership with his mother, so it was unlikely that the female god pilot would stab him in the back anytime soon. That did not mean that the evolution witch was not allowed to do anything at all. She could legitimately attempt to poach St. Isabel Cotin and bring the ace rifleman Mech expert under her wing. The god pilot would be obligated to pay compensation to the Larkinson clan, but no amount of goodies could make up for the loss of a young ace pilot that had not only demonstrated enormous offensive capabilities, but also possessed excellent growth prospects. How could the Mechers possibly resist the urge to convince St. Isabel to fight on behalf of the Red Association? Although Vess believed that Isabel Cotin had developed a moderate attachment to the Larkinson clan, it was not as strong as it could have been. Unlike Tusa, Janzi, and Joshua, who married fairly early and already began to raise kids among the Larkinsons, St. Isabel remained committed to her career. Vess was not aware that Isabel possessed any notably strong friendships within the clan. This meant that there was an absence of strong anchors that could keep her tethered to the Larkinson clan. As long as an outside force offered enough incentives, Isabel Cotin may very well choose to go elsewhere. The best way to avoid this possibility was to prevent St. Isabel from getting into contact with the evolution witch and the Mechers. As Vess mulled over his dilemma, he began to feel more and more inclined to stick to his original plan. The only problem was the expected recovery period. 5 years was way too long for his liking. So much could happen during the Red War. People were still uncertain whether the 4th defensive band would fall within a month, and whether the 5th defensive band might fall within a year. The ebb and flow of warfare constantly changed, but those who understood war the best could still imagine the next broad steps. Their predictions of the future were pessimistic. It became a lot more important to get stuff done in the short term than to plant a lot of seeds hoping that they would sprout a few decades later. Vess could not afford to make more ideal decisions if they failed to yield any returns in the immediate future. Short-term gains mattered above all. If the evolution witch did not try to poach his precious ace pilot, St. Isabel Cotin might be back and ready to fight in as little as 1 or 2 years. He sighed. He needed to gather more opinions in order to make sure he got his priorities straight. "I think your wife, as unpleasant as she may sound at times, is correct on this," Gavin said. "You are placing your own interests above the well-being of a young ace pilot who has suffered more fatal wounds than anyone else who is still alive today. She deserves all of the relief she can get. If you gave Isabel a choice, I am 87% certain that she would accept the evolution witch's offer in a heartbeat. No one wants to remain comatose and without a proper human body for so many years. What if the evolution witch snatches my ace pilot? Then she is gone, and you need to accept that, Vess. You can't get it right all of the time. You took a risk, and you lost." The consequence is that you have lost direct control over an ace pilot, while the Red Association is able to field another powerhouse. From your own perspective, you have undoubtedly suffered a heavy loss, but from the perspective of our society as a whole, you have allowed one powerful key combatant to return to the battlefield much sooner than anticipated. This is a great contribution, and will make fighting against the native aliens much less stressful. Gavin made a good point. There were times where humans must show solidarity to each other and make sacrifices for the greater good. It was just that. Vess did not really like to allow other people to take advantage of him. The Larkinson clan had painstakingly invested in St. Isabel Coton's growth. Vess and Gloriana earnestly designed the Promethea for her when she advanced to the rank of expert pilot. The clan also accelerated her growth by feeding her with general cultivation elixirs. The Larkinsons put so much effort into raising their champions in the hopes that they would mature and become powerful enough to dominate entire battlefields in their own right. Was it reasonable to ask for a return on investment by having a powerful ace-ranged specialist fight the Larkinson clan's enemies and earn lots of glory, prestige, and war merits in the process? When a high-ranking Mech pilot developed a Saint Kingdom, then that was the point where he or she could truly dominate a battlefield by himself. Vess hated the thought of losing out on such a strong ace pilot if he let her get moved out of sight. He decided to look for further feedback. "What do you think, Alexa?" His direct discipline looked thoughtful. "Unlike your wife, we Terrans understood the capriciousness and power plays of the Red Association much better than others. The Mechers are highly duplicitous and often try to get away with incidents that would not provoke any further action. It is always prudent to take a step back and calmly take stock of your situation before making a decision. So do you think we should give Isabel Coton to the Mechers for treatment and other stuff?" The physical projection of Alexa Strion paused for half a minute before issuing a reply. Isabel herself should be the one to make this decision. Since she has not left any next of kin in the clan or this dwarf galaxy as far as we know, you have the right to decide on her treatment. This is a heavy responsibility, and you have an obligation to choose what is best for her, not necessarily what is best for you or the clan. Of course, it is best to form an arrangement that satisfies all three of you, but that is not always possible. What is your recommendation then, Alexa? Do not make a hasty decision, Alexa strongly recommended to Vess. As long as you still harbor doubts and concerns, try to resolve them. It is best if you communicate directly with the Evolution Witch, or a transhumanist who is responsible for this matter. Good communication can erase a great amount of misunderstandings and bring the two sides together. By that time, you should be able to make a much more sober and rational decision. In other words, Alexa indirectly rebuked Vess' haphazard way he lived his life. He preferred to take frequent action and climb the wall that I have never been able to ascend. Vess still appreciated her words. You have done the right thing by putting yourself in the perspective of the wronged student. This is what every proper Mech pilot should do. The fact that I failed to assume the right perspective was because I strayed from the Mech designer's creed. A Mech designer existed to serve Mech pilots. This was a fundamental rule and principle that all Mech designers should abide by, but rarely managed to do so in practice. Alexa's physical projections smiled in response. You are welcome. Back to the topic at hand, I think you can afford to delay your decision by a week or two. Be warned, however, that the longer you remain undecided, the greater the chance that all of this would lead to massive explosions. There is a time limit. Doing nothing is worse than committing to a single path. I see. I shall definitely take your words under advisement. By the way, how much have you progressed since you initially came up with the idea of building living Mech dynasties? Do not get me started. Alexa looked glum again. Original research is always the hardest path that we can pursue. It is still necessary for us to understand in an age of rising resentment and conflicts. The greater the violence, the less researchers are able to invest their time into materials science. Both Vess and Alexa understood the importance of original research. They did not want the clan to be filled with unimaginative engineers that were doing the bare minimum to remain employed on the ship. After Vess talked with a few more other familiar friends and family, he gradually started to lower his objections towards sending St. Isabel Coton to the Evolution Witch. Perhaps he had grown up and matured. Perhaps he was acting too impressionable to a crowd of strangers. Perhaps he ate the wrong food and felt bad all day. Whatever the case, Vess was gradually letting go of his paranoia and letting trust fill in the void. Chapter 6499, Acceptable Condition. After holding lots of talks with his advisors and subordinates, Vess eventually made a decision. He accepted the Evolution Witch's offer. Against my better judgment, I have decided to put my trust in the Evolution Witch and put St. Isabel Coton in her direct care, Vess announced to Professor Vector Loban after he called him into his office within the Tarrasque. The transhumanist liaison smiled in response. You have made the right decision. Given your history with our leader, I am not unsympathetic towards your lack of trust towards her. However, I can assure you that we are all working for the same cause. Red humanity must survive. Her divinity has been working tirelessly to uplift red humanity and increase our advantages so that we may stand a chance in the current war. St. Isabel Coton is an unquestionable asset in our fight against the native alien menace. Strong offensive specialists are especially in high demand. Alien phase leaders rely heavily on their formidable bulk and defenses to withstand repeated attacks, allowing them to survive normal killing blows and enabling them to come back again and again. As a Mech designer who kept up with the developments at the front lines, Vess understood what Vector meant. Phase lords may not be as outstanding as high-ranking Mech pilots at roughly the same level, but they all excelled in saving their own lives. No matter whether they were martial or erudite, all alien phase lords required a huge amount of effort to kill. If they got in trouble and believed that there was a good chance that they might die, they never behaved like brave and battle-hungry ace pilots and persisted on the battlefield in the hopes of surpassing their limitations. Cowardice was not necessarily a sin to phase lords. The aliens abided by a different culture, where it was more permissible for their gods to run from the battlefield. Their brainwashed worshippers would even put their own bodies in the path of their enemies, just to give their craven gods a better chance of making it out alive. All of these factors meant that it was always an uphill battle to contain and eventually take the life of a phase lord who was determined not to stand his ground. After going over these truths, Vess gained a much better appreciation of St. Isabel Coton's value. She held great promise in the Red War. Back when she was an expert pilot, she already possessed the capacity to burn down huge alien warships left and right. She often had to constrain her deadly purple flames because nobody wanted to be left with worthless burned husks as salvage. Now that she had become an ace pilot, she finally gained the power necessary to burn down phase lords with her persistent and awfully sticky purple flames. By leveraging the amazing complementary fire abilities of her companion Spirit Kuroshi, Vess even had a hunch that she was capable of burning lesser phase lords to death right away. How could any group not adore such an amazing offensive asset? Red humanity was currently stuck in a defensive posture. Everyone's efforts primarily focused on holding ground instead of trying to slay as many alien champions as possible. This was a problem because the Red Cabal and the races that answered its call were not short of manpower and war assets. The native aliens kept throwing face fighters, warships, and the poor aliens that crewed them like they would never run out of cannon fodder. While there was a limit to how far they could go with their attrition warfare, their phase leaders ensured that no alien dared to disobey the instructions of their gods. The alien hierarchy was too strong. Any fleet led by a phase lords was characterized by absolute obedience and absolute suppression of fear. It was nearly impossible to break enemy morale under those conditions. If the native alien forces assaulting human defensive positions withdrew, it was because their gods issued the command to do so in order to preserve whatever combat power was left. What mattered was that the native gods anchored the fighting spirit of the native alien forces. Few aliens were suicidal enough to repeatedly throw themselves against the desperate but determined human defenders, knowing that many of them would get wiped out by the end of the day. Yet because of a combination of religious fanaticism and ingrained institutional obedience, the native aliens willingly allowed themselves to be driven to their deaths just because their gods expected them to obey. The way the phase leaders had indoctrinated their population to serve them on an unconditional basis sounded completely reprehensible to Vess. While the setup certainly sounded incredibly strong and inconvenient when everything was working correctly, it had one glaring weakness that could cause everything to collapse at once. As long as the phase lords leading the alien fleets died, the remaining phase fighters and warships lost a lot of cohesion. The faith of many aliens would collapse. After losing their divine mandate, none of the remaining alien commanders possessed the capacity to command the confused and panicking alien soldiers. The sooner the alien phase lords got taken out, the fewer humans would die due to withstanding the determined assaults of alien forces. St. Isabel Cotin therefore became a prime asset for both the Larkinson clan and any other force that could command her loyalty. Could Vess truly bring himself to move Isabel out of the control of his own clan and put her in the care of a superorganization with a history of poaching high-value Mech pilots? He had no choice. From the moment he started to think about what was best for St. Isabel Cotin and human society as a whole, only one answer was acceptable. Vess needed to let go of his selfishness and accept the opportunity to restore Isabel Cotin to her prime in advance. 5 years was way too long of a recovery time. As capable as the Larkinson Biotech Institute had become in the past few years, its restoration capabilities paled in comparison to the Evolution Witch and the Red Association. Even though Vess had made a decision, he still wanted a few assurances. Before I pass St. Isabel Cotin to the Evolution Witch's care, I would first like her to sign a written contract or at least give me a verbal promise, Vess insisted. Don't worry, I have no intentions of binding her with excessive demands or having her fall into a trap. I just want her to make one single promise. And that is, the Evolution Witch much respect St. Isabel Cotin's whenever possible, Vess said. It is currently not possible to ask what she wants because she is currently comatose, but once she recovers to the point where she can adequately think for herself and communicate her demands, her divinity must hear Isabel out and respect her opinion. This is what the ace pilot deserves. In no way should anyone attempt to railroad her into pursuing a path that is not of her own choosing. If your leader cannot bring herself to make this simple but essential promise, then I would rather leave the injured ace pilot under our own care. I shall pass that on through the right channels. I personally see no issue with your reasonable request. If the Evolution Witch can still be reached, she should be able to give you an answer within a day or two, Vector said. Good. I hope I am not wrong about you. Don't use bureaucracy and stuff as an excuse to avoid an answer. I don't believe the Evolution Witch is busy to the point of becoming unreachable. Now that they had handled this important issue, the two senior Mech designers began to talk about other topics. You have already started to work on your next Carmine Mech design project, but there are clear indications that it is not meant for the Mech market of the Red Ocean. That's right, Vess frankly admitted. For the record, I am not designing it on my own initiative. I am working on it on commission from the Oblivion Gate Consortium. If you want more answers, go talk to the organization that is able to span 2 galaxies due to its possession of the Oblivion Gates. I don't dare to refuse this commission. The first batch of Carmine Mechs designed for the Milky Way play a vital role in the plan of the new consortium. A Mech designer as clever as Vector Loban must have been able to deduce the ill intent and the unpleasant implications of this Carmine Mech design project. It did not seem like it, but the transhumanist faction had made a lot of targeted preparations in the past half-year to maintain stability. It took a lot of clever planning and extensive preparations just to prevent human society from spinning out of control after learning about the Carmine system. What would happen if the MTA of the much larger and more densely populated Milky Way got completely caught off guard by a revolutionary series of mechs that enabled every norm to become a mech pilot? Human society would completely upend itself overnight. Despite the many awful implications of the Rule Breaker project, Professor Vector Lobin clearly knew that it was not his business to meddle in this problematic affair. He schooled his expression and smoothly shifted the topic. Do you have time to fit another Carmine Mech design project in your schedule? It is time for you to think about meeting the demand of the upper end of the Mech market. He was right. Vess had been neglecting this important issue. I am not sure whether my schedule can permit me to split my time on another project, but I will see what I can do. Vess shared his preliminary thoughts on their new project. I don't have too many substantive thoughts on what we should design at the moment. I think we should think about designing a humanoid modular mech platform similar to the Bright Warrior Mark Roman III, but that sounds too generic. I am aware that the early Carmine Mech designs don't necessarily have to be too excellent or optimal. It is better to aim for a versatile and broad set of base models that offer a lot of room for customization and upgrades. Still, I don't want to settle for such a passionless idea. Vector frowned at that. I can understand your need to design a mech that meets the inflated expectations of your potential customers, but you do not need to start a revolution with every new product. It is completely acceptable for you to seek stability and release a serviceable, but not particularly excellent mech model. You cannot delay your work just because you are not feeling inspired enough to innovate in your next mech design project. I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I still think it is a waste to rush this project when I can do better with the right inspiration. Don't dismiss the importance of this condition. Give me a little time. If I don't manage to get fired up, I suppose I can force myself to work on this essential project. Do not take too long. The more weeks pass by without meeting the demands of the more well-off individuals, the more pressure we will have to bear. On the other hand, catering to their demand will earn you their universal gratitude. You should be able to understand how many doors you can open by fulfilling the dreams of many powerful but jaded individuals. That was reason enough for Vess to hurry with this project. Acquiring the goodwill of so many powerful leaders should help all of his future endeavors. However my upcoming Carmine Mech for this market will turn out, I will definitely add a biodome to the design. I will need you and Lady Romanda's help to ensure the Carmine Mech pilot will be able to survive the worst and retain his piloting qualifications. I don't want a cheap, barely acceptable version this time. I want the premium stuff, so if you aren't doing anything important, you can start your work in advance by figuring out how to build a much tougher and more damage-resistant biodome. Good idea, Vess. I shall explore this demand in my own time. Chapter 6500, A Small Confrontation in the Family. You made the right call, Vess. You have earned my respect. Vess looked up from his daily paperwork as a certain ace pilot strode into his main office. St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson possessed a special status in the Blue Jay fleet. He was the ultimate guard and protector. He was also an honorable soldier who abided by his promises. For that reason, he gained the authority to enter almost every compartment of the Terrask without needing to ask for access permissions. That was why he was able to enter the office compartment, despite the fact that Vess specifically ordered it shut and prevent anyone from coming in and disturbing his work. There were moments when Vess needed to be alone, or at least alone enough to be able to let down his guard and ponder about all kinds of problems without getting bothered by distractions. The only people he permitted in the compartment at this time were the two silent but fairly unobtrusive apocalypse wardens that stood guard. Even Lucky had scurried off after getting bored. Vess looked forward to spending a bit of time to plan out his schedule for the next couple of months, but it appeared he had to set that aside in order to placate the strongest and most important ace pilot of the Larkinson clan. "You did right by St. Isabel," Tusa continued as he leaned against the desk and stared at Vess. "I did not expect you to let go of your desire to cling to her at all cost. You have changed too much over the years. They say power corrupts, and spending time with you is like seeing those words of wisdom unfolding right in front of me. I don't particularly like what you have become. I vastly prefer to hang around with the Vess of the past, yet we cannot choose the relatives we have. Besides, even if I like your old self more, he was so weak and incapable that he can't help anyone. Your current self may have grown a lot more deplorable than before, but at least you have gained enough power to protect your clan. The fact that you still have enough heart to care about the lives and well-being of all of the Larkinsons that have signed up to your dream is your redeeming factor." Vess resisted the urge to sigh. He had heard about incidents like these. When expert pilots and ace pilots grew powerful enough, they began to question the people and organizations they served. If there were any flaws, the high-ranking Mech pilots would not be able to ignore them forever. There came a point in time where the stubborn soldiers became increasingly more sensitive towards the faults that tarnished their masters. So long as the expert pilot or ace pilot perceived that his employer was too corrupted, dishonorable, or a detriment to people, it was not unusual for the powerful champion to decide to quit. The Mechers always maintained a standing invitation to ace pilots that possessed an upright reputation and demeanor. St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson could easily join the MTA and become one of its honored standard bearers if he wanted. He would have to break his oath to the Larkinson clan, but ace pilots tended to have ways to break their promises without suffering the consequences. The ace pilot could sufficiently discredit the other party. He could also try to reason that continuing to serve a corrupt institution would only perpetuate injustices. As long as the reasons sounded valid enough, they could be used as proof to convince the brain-damaged, self-righteous fools to betray their employers. This was also one of the reasons why so many parties worked hard to uphold their reputation and honor. They had tangible value, and there were serious consequences to losing them both. Vess knew that he had engaged in a lot of controversial behavior in the past. He had no intentions to adjust his behavior, so it was a given that he would continue to engage in deplorable behavior in the future. Just the fact that he was working on the Rule Breaker project, which had great implications for a huge number of innocent civilians in the Milky Way, proved that St. Tusa was right to feel concerned. Was it truly honorable to continue to offer his strength to the current patriarch of the Larkinson clan? An ace pilot with justice in his heart should never compromise too much, or else he would only end up corrupting his ideals and the convictions he held dear. High-ranking Mech pilots were the strongest idealists among their peers. Their stout hearts and their unwavering commitments to their causes literally sustained their extraordinary power and status. From the perspective of Vess, high-ranking Mech pilots were not entirely human anymore. They had magnified their obsessions to the point where it controlled their minds and bodies like puppets. Perhaps one of the reasons why the road to no return was so difficult to traverse was because ace pilots needed to shed or convert all of their remaining humanity into the obsessions that had grown monstrously more powerful. Whatever the case, St. Tusa had become one of the many ace pilots who aspired to survive that dreadful transition. So long as he was serious about becoming a god pilot, he had to abide by all of the demands that could help him survive a transition that killed far too many promising heroes. In that sense, a conversation like this had long been overdue. St. Tusa must have harbored his doubts towards Vess a long time ago, but there was no hurry to bring forth a confrontation. Tusa still had reasons to stick with Vess. There was no better pair of Mech designers that could help the Dark Zephyr reach his full potential than the miracle couple. Even so, if Vess crossed too many lines, then there came a point where an ace pilot had to let his conviction take precedence over his greed to obtain a better living Mech. No matter what you may think of me, I am a Mech designer. I am a service provider. Everything I do is to help Mech pilots such as you fight your enemies better and benefit the people around us, Vess said in a tired voice. You sure have the nerve to claim that you are a servant of the people when you clearly harbor dangerous intentions towards the people of the Milky Way. Hey. When a god pilot and a terrible Kai cultivator, true god, orders me to design a bunch of Carmine Mechs, I can't say no. I am not responsible here. If you have any problems with my rule breaker project, you can take it up with the aforementioned powerhouses in the old galaxy. Hess, not so easy now, right? Not only can they kick your ass, there is no feasible way you can travel to the Milky Way at the moment. I don't mean to belittle you, but please don't try to accuse me of stuff when I am not in charge. Until you can become a god pilot, you will continue to remain under the thumb of more powerful individuals who hold actual power. Tusa stubbornly crossed his arms. Nice attempt to use your devil tongue on me. I can accept your arguments, but that does not mean you can escape all culpability. You cannot shake my misgivings towards you that easily. However, you are family and you care for the Larkinsons. You don't brazenly abuse your power or engage in unnecessary acts of cruelty. Mostly. You have also begun to care more for the big picture and become more aware of how your actions can affect the lives of many others. Even your intentions towards the people of the Milky Way are not too bad. I can accept your excuses, but there is a limit to my tolerance. This was a warning from Tusa to not go too far. Vess most definitely got the message. I am not going to change the way I solve my problems. Vess spoke from his own heart. We do not live in an ideal society. Perfect solutions do not exist. I can only make sure to do what is right for myself, my clan, and occasionally red humanity as a whole. I am not capable enough to do more than that. I am not even a master Mech designer yet. Don't listen to all of the hype. I can't single-handedly bring down society by myself. Don't try to place too many expectations on me when I am just one man. You are not just one man. Tusa rejected the patriarch's description of himself. I do hold high expectations for you, because you have proven many times that you are more than an ordinary Mech designer. You are like the second coming of the polymath. There is no way I can treat you like I treat your wife or any of the other Mech designers working for the clan. I do not think it is unfair to hold you to a higher standard, as you have way more power and influence than any senior Mech designer in this galaxy. I am not the only one who is paying attention to you. There is no need to mention anything about Janzi, and the other expert pilots are observant as well. You have founded the clan on the basis of honor and kinship. I hope that you can still stay true to your own intentions and words after spending so long in a high position. Vess grimaced but leaned back in his chair. This is how the game is played, Tusa. I don't make the rules. Until I become powerful enough to flip the board, I can only play along with everyone else. Perhaps one day I will become a star designer that can dictate an entirely new set of rules to others, but I will still have to rely on strong and dependable helpers such as you to build a better society. You don't have to offer your service to me for free. I will make sure you are amply rewarded for your continued assistance. Do you think that ordinary ace pilots can obtain a masterwork ace Mech as good as the Dark Zephyr? I think my intentions to deliver a strong machine like that to you is enough to prove my sincerity. It does, for the moment. As I have said, Vess, my tolerance has a limit. The tension in the air grew stronger. Though Tusa did not pose a physical threat towards a phase lord like Vess outside of the cockpit of his Mech, a half-god with a domain field should never be underestimated. Vess deliberately clapped his hand. Okay, is the show over now? I have already made arrangements with the Mechers to pick up St. Isabel Cotin from the medical care facility and ship her over to wherever the evolution witch can be found. Her treatment is out of my hands from that point. Whether she returns in a healthy state or chooses to come back at all is up to Isabel herself. You know what I think? What is on your mind? I think the evolution which can't resist the urge to recruit Isabel. However, our ace pilot will not be tempted to defect to the R-ray. Vess began to grin. Do you know why? Isabel is a loyal soldier. More than that, she believes in me. I have brought her out of the Sentinel Kingdom and allowed her to rise to a height unreachable by many others at record time. I may not be too powerful at the moment, but I am growing quickly. She can grow just as fast as long as she continues to remain in my service. While I admit that I have many flaws, can you always rely on the fact that I offer the greatest care to the Mech pilots who depend on my services? That is because I am a Mech designer, and serving the needs of the strongest Mech pilots of our clan has always been my first priority. You are not wrong. Vess steepled his fingers together. I also think that any Mech pilot who thinks that others will invest more care and attention towards servicing the needs of Mech pilots, such as you, is delusional. The Red Association is already filled with many talents. The Mechers will never appreciate ace pilots such as you and Isabel as much as our design department. You are the Larkinsons who we have painstakingly nurtured and enabled. Our commitment to you goes beyond transactions. We are all family in the end. Just as I am willing to tolerate your insolence, I would please ask you to give me the same courtesy and continue to tolerate my own actions.